Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 867 to Chapter 927. On a carriage at the intersection of Buckland Street, Leonard Mitchell was discussing the investigation target, Don Dantes, with two red gloves. I haven't made any direct contact with this gentleman for the time being. I've only investigated his servants and neighbors. Cindy, who had long burgundy hair, first introduced his findings. It's preliminary confirmation that Dwayne Dantes acted as usual from last night to this morning. He went to bed at 11 at night and finished washing up at 7:30 in the morning. He got his valet to prepare his clothes. During this period, he didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Of course, there are times when he eats supper and ends the day after 12. There are times when he wakes up before 7 and goes out for a stroll, but that's not normal. The other red glove, Bob, nodded. From this point of view, Don Dantes doesn't have any problems. Leonard Mitchell, who was sitting casually, immediately smiled. But the reverse is also true. According to the current situation, the missing servant should have been replaced between 11:20 and 11:35 last night. The infiltrator entered Cheney's gate at 6 o'clock, and we discovered the problem at 7:20, but we didn't find the target. That also means that during the infiltration incident, Don Dantes was sleeping. He doesn't have an alibi. What you said makes sense. Cindy looked at Leonard in surprise. Her impression of this teammate was that although he often had judgments and questions that pointed to the core of a problem, he rarely gave such a long and logical explanation. He was more like an undisciplined poet, only occasionally having an epiphany. Bob, who had a sharp chin, frowned and shook his head. This way, everyone on this list can't escape suspicion. They didn't sleep under the watchful eyes of others. Even their wives or husbands would have fallen asleep during this period of time. Also, I don't think an infiltrator would be so bold. He has already entered Cheney's gate and successfully escaped, completing such an unbelievable feat, yet he still lingered in the vicinity. He didn't abandon his identity and directly left. Is that possible? The risk he has to bear is immeasurable unless he's plotting something or can't bear to part with certain things. But what else can compare to infiltrating Cheney's gate? What can compare to those sealed artifacts, ingredients, and formulas? If I hadn't known beforehand that there was something wrong with Don Dantes, I would have made the same judgment. Leonard had already thought of an excuse. I'm just saying that Don Dantes can't be ruled out so easily. Besides, Captain Sostel also said that the infiltrator might have died behind Cheney's gate. Even if Don Dantes is related to this matter, he should be an accomplice. Don't you think this is too much of a coincidence? In less than 2 months after he moved in, the church had encountered something that might not happen in centuries. Furthermore, he had come to St. Samuel Cathedral too frequently. He had sufficient opportunities to figure out the corresponding situation. Also, during this period of time, a strange sewer explosion happened in Buckland Street. Cindy combed her burgundy hair. You've convinced me that this is a target that we need to focus on. Bob tugged at the edge of his left red glove. It's true that there are too many coincidences. However, a coincidence doesn't necessarily equate to a problem. Even if Don Dantes goes to the cathedral every day and listens to the bishop's sermons, he can only grasp a superficial pattern. He won't be able to obtain any deeper information. For example, when the keepers head to Cheney's gate, or how the Nighthawks deal with each other. Therefore, he's more likely to be one of the accomplices, Leonard said with a shrug. He similarly didn't understand how Don Dantes knew the internal processes of the Nighthawks so well. Cindy echoed. Regardless, we have to do a deeper investigation. Wait until noon and directly enter Don Dantes' dream to interrogate him? Yes, he has the habit of taking afternoon naps. Leonard raised his right hand and waved it gently. There's no rush. It's not like we haven't done a routine investigation before. It's not like we haven't entered Don Dantes' dream, but we didn't discover any problems. If there's really nothing wrong with him, we won't gain anything from entering his dream again. If there's something wrong with him and he didn't expose it previously, it means that he has a way to resist the dream interrogation. We will still be fooled when we enter his dream again. Therefore, we should monitor him and see who he interacts with to prevent him from escaping. At the same time, we should wait for Desi's feedback and figure out this tycoon's true identity. Once we discover any clues, we can request for a higher-level investigation method than entering his dream. Cindy was a little stunned once again. He couldn't help but say half-jokingly, she couldn't help but say half-jokingly, it's rare to see you analyze a situation so seriously. Furthermore, his thoughts were extremely clear. Leonard fell silent for a moment before giving a self-deprecating laugh. Perhaps it's because I've encountered something similar before. At that instant, Cindy felt that Leonard's green eyes had darkened a little. She didn't speak further. Then, we'll take turns monitoring Don Dantes, starting with me. All right. Leonard nodded and turned to Bob. Get the sewer explosion case and see if you can discover any problems. I'll go back and read through the corresponding dossiers to see if there were any abnormalities in this street. After splitting the work, the three red gloves busied themselves with their own matters. Leonard returned to St. Samuel Cathedral's basement and obtained all the information regarding Buckland Street, as well as the dossiers regarding the Aurora Order's active or passive involvement in Bakeland for the past 3 years. The latter was a train of thought that came to Leonard from the clues provided by the parasite in him. Since the Fool's existence and the corresponding honorific name were first spread from the Aurora Order, then, certain matters that the Aurora Order is involved in, or the attacks they suffered, might very well have something to do with the organization that believes in the Fool. After returning to his office, Leonard reined in his casual attitude and seriously read through the thick stack of documents. Among the dossiers related to the Aurora Order, he was most familiar with the Lenevis case. In this case, the true creator's attempt to descend failed miserably due to a baffling report. There was a mysterious person who killed the main criminal, and he was suspected to be related to hero bandit Black Emperor. As they were all targeted at heinous criminals, they would scatter tarot cards on the target's corpse. Only Desire Apostle Jason Beria hadn't managed to do so because Leonard had rushed over too quickly. Similarly, Leonard once again saw the name Sherlock Moriarty appear at the periphery of the matter. The Aurora Order's Mr. X was assassinated at a gathering he held. There are remnants of demigod-level powers at the scene. At this moment, Don Dantes has already arrived in Bakeland, and he happens to be at the Aurora Order's Mr. A collaborated with the Demonist sect to create the Great Smog of Bakeland. As a result, he perished. The Aurora Order's Mr. A assassinated Ambassador Intis. Leonard read through them one by one, but he didn't find any useful information. He rubbed his temples and decided to change directions. He began with the cases related to hero bandit Black Emperor. The Lenevis case. The first time a tarot card throwing ritual appeared at a murder scene. And the Fool is the beginning of the tarot cards, Capim's case. With the strength and status displayed by hero bandit Black Emperor, it's impossible for him to imitate others. He also scattered tarot cards on the corpse. The Desire Apostle Jason Beria case. I saw hero bandit Black Emperor with my own eyes, and at the same time, I didn't allow him to scatter his cards in time. Apart from involving major events and ferocious criminals, what other connection do these three cases have? Leonard had previously thought about the corresponding problem, and he was certain that the great detective Sherlock Moriarty had appeared at the periphery of the Lenevis and Capim cases. Then, what about the Desire Apostle case? Leonard flipped through the attached dossier and began to examine it page by page. Finally, he saw a line of words in an inconspicuous place. The victims include Eichinger Stanton, Sherlock Moriarty. Leonard's expression became excited, as if he had found a breakthrough. He flipped through the Aurora Order's dossier and didn't let go of any of the names mentioned. He extended his search and applied for all the dossiers related to every name. The Aurora Order's Mr. A assassinated Ambassador Intis. Ambassador Intis is leading the fight for the Difference Engine manuscript. The clue to the Difference Engine manuscript came from a spy. His usual disguise is that of a private detective, It's reported that another private detective is also involved in this matter and was nearly killed by a gang under the orders of Ambassador Intis. Another private detective. Leonard suddenly stood up, left St. Samuel Cathedral, and headed for the police station where the case had been handled. Although most of the dossiers had been taken away by MI9, Leonard still saw the name of the person who had made the report. Sherlock Moriarty. I now have reason to suspect that this great detective was involved in the Great Smog of Bakeland. He's on the contact list of many people involved, and he's at the periphery of the problem. He and Don Dantes belong to the secret organization that believes in the Fool. The corners of Leonard's mouth curled up as he thought. He decided to immediately return to seek out the information to verify his theory. 160 Buckland Street, in the master bedroom. Klein, who was taking an afternoon nap, didn't receive the Nighthawk's entry into his dream, but he once again returned to the foggy town. He saw Demoness of Despair Panatia, who was smiling sweetly with blood-colored tendrils hidden between her teeth. He saw her being hung up bit by bit as her eyes rolled back in despair as her head drooped down. The hanging corpses, the horrifying gigantic mushroom, and the countless contorted transparent maggots appeared one after another, jolting Klein awake from his dream. After rubbing his sun acupoint, Klein felt that his mental state wasn't too good. And this wasn't a spirit-body corruption problem that the gray fog could resolve. He pondered for a moment before entering the bathroom and arriving above the gray fog. He conjured German Sparrow and made him pray. Please tell Miss Justice when she'll be free in the near future. I wish to receive psychological treatment. P.S. I'm not sure if the timer is Rome time or domestic time, so don't blame me if the update time for this chapter is abnormal. There won't be any problems in the future. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, Bakeland, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious villa. Audrey had just tried on the 3 evening gowns she had chosen for the day. She was sitting on a cushioned chair, thinking about what accessories she should pair with them, which plan she was more inclined toward, and what her mother's opinion would be. At this moment, she suddenly saw an endless grayish-white fog and a blurry figure looking down at everything from high above. Immediately following that, she saw another figure, a praying figure shrouded in gray fog. She heard the corresponding words echoing in her ears. With regards to this, Audrey wasn't alarmed. Instead, she was delighted. Her slightly uneasy and worried heart that there wouldn't be a tarot gathering today instantly calmed down. Indeed, it's nothing. Mr. World really has a psychological problem. He must be under a lot of pressure recently. It's no wonder he made an appointment previously. Audrey sighed and began thinking about when she would be free. As she pondered, her gaze swept across the busy maids in the room and the golden retriever, Susie, who was sitting by the door. The corners of Audrey's mouth couldn't help but curl up a little. She lowered her head and secretly prayed in response. Please tell Mr. World that I'll be free in the near future. He can determine the time and location. Well, as long as it's not at night and doesn't go beyond the few districts west of Bakeland. At this moment, Susie, who was observing the maids, seemed to sense an inexplicable gaze. She turned her head suspiciously and looked in the direction of Audrey, but she didn't discover any problems. Above the gray fog, in the palace that looked like a giant's residence. I'll be free at any time. A time when it's convenient to go out. I won't stray far from familiar areas. Klein rubbed his temples and interpreted Miss Justice's answer. His first reaction was that it was best to let her determine the location today or tomorrow. Then, he could use creeping hunger to directly teleport over. However, he immediately thought of a problem. That was that Don Dantes was in the range of the Nighthawk's investigations. It was very likely that he was being monitored, so rashly traveling would easily expose him. Wait a few days, or... Klein thought seriously and made the conjured World German Sparrow pray again. Let's wait a few days. Please tell Miss Justice that it will be today, above the gray fog. Huh? Audrey's eyes widened, feeling that Mr. World's answer had completely exceeded her expectations. How was she going to find Susie to be her substitute? Furthermore, in Mr. Fool's palace, there are many details that I can't see or sense. For the treatment of psychological problems, this is a serious lack of conditions. Audrey calmed down from her surprise and raised her doubts from a feasible angle. She asked Mr. Fool to convey them to the world. Not long after, she received another reply. I will get Mr. Fool to remove the restrictions in this regard and use other methods to conceal our true appearances. Was that even possible? Is this the special treatment given to Mr. Fool's blessed? Our continuous communication is equivalent to a direct communication. It's really too troublesome for Mr. Fool, and he nearly condoned it. Audrey's thoughts raced as she didn't find another reason. All right, between 11:30 and 12:30 tonight, she didn't believe that she would have any space to be alone before the birthday ball ended. At the same time, in the house at 39 Buckland Street. Hazel looked at the evening gown she had picked out in boredom as she listened to her mother's repeated exhortations. She was going to accompany her father and mother to Miss Audrey Hall's birthday ball tonight. Just as Hazel's thoughts wandered and her mind gradually turned blank, she saw a grayish-white rat appear at the door, waving its claws anxiously. This? Hazel patiently listened to her mother's recount before finding an excuse to return to her bedroom. When she closed and locked the door, the grayish-white rat leaped out of nowhere and came to her feet. It squatted and said in a comical manner, "That's right." It sat there in a comical manner and said, "I noticed something amiss nearby." This rat actually caused the air to tremble and speak human language. Hazel wasn't surprised as she asked in puzzlement, "What's wrong?" The grayish-white rat raised its right front paw and pointed out the window. "There are beyonders from the Church of Evernight investigating this street. They have rather high standards." "What are they looking for?" Hazel asked with a slight frown. The grayish-white rat slowly drew a breath and said, "How would I know? But it's definitely something very serious. This way, they might very well discover something wrong with you." Hazel asked worriedly and puzzledly, "How did they discover it? Didn't the clues in the sewers explode? Weren't the corresponding problems dealt with?" The grayish-white rat was momentarily at a loss for words. After a few seconds, it vaguely replied. Vaguely, "Official beyonders have many strange but useful methods of investigation. In short, I need to deal with your dream. That's the easiest place to expose yourself." Hazel looked down at the rat on the ground as her brows furrowed before relaxing. "All right. Don't look like you're unwilling. It wasn't easy for me to accumulate that bit of strength again. Now, it's going to be wasted again. Is this street cursed?" First, there was a demoness in a very strange state, followed by Hero Bandit Black Emperor. Now, something that the Nighthawks are placing so much importance on has happened for some baffling reason. The grayish-white rat squeaked in frustration. At 7:30 in the evening, Hazel accompanied her father, Mocked, and mother, Ma Amriana, to Empress Burrow and entered Earl Hall's house. As it was a birthday ball, she didn't directly meet Miss Audrey Hall. All she did was quietly listen to her parents, Earl Hall, Lady Caitlin, Lord Hibbert Hall, and company exchange pleasantries. In her eyes, these nobles were essentially the same as commoners. Therefore, she didn't appear particularly reserved. Her actions and speech were rather generous. If it wasn't for her mother, Ma Amriana, repeatedly emphasizing it, Hazel would even believe that the villa's gorgeous dance floor, murals of great artistic value, and exquisite statues were more worthy of respect. After greeting the people she knew and didn't know with a smile, Hazel finally waited for the ball to begin. She saw the star of the night, Miss Audrey Hall, holding the Earl and Countess' arms as they walked out of the room on the second floor and came to the railing that faced the dance floor. Hazel swept her gaze and habitually ignored her face to observe the style of her gown and accessories. However, she couldn't move her gaze away. On the huge crystal chandelier hanging high above, the whale oil candles scattered their light with dreamy colors. It illuminated Audrey, who had just turned 18, making her emerald-like eyes, pure face, and lustrous golden hair glow. It made the evening gown and all sorts of accessories lose their color. Hazel was a little dazed for a moment and didn't hear what Earl of Hall was saying. It was only when a melodious melody played and Audrey Hall and her Earl father began the opening dance that she snapped out of her daze. She, who had always been proud, suddenly felt a little inferior. She felt that even if such a dazzling lady didn't possess any supernatural powers, she wouldn't be any worse than herself. Hazel pursed her lips and looked around. She realized that everyone's eyes were involuntarily attracted to her, but they all had different feelings. Phew. Hazel exhaled for some reason. She didn't appear as arrogant at the ball that night, but she wanted to leave every minute and return home to busy herself with her own matters so that she could obtain more magical and powerful powers. Finally, the ball came to an end. Hazel and her family bade farewell to the hosts and walked to the door. Before leaving, Hazel couldn't help but look back. She saw Miss Audrey standing at the edge of the dance floor. She wore a faint and beautiful smile as she greeted the guests who were about to leave. She seemed to still be directly under the lights. After the birthday ball ended, Audrey took off her accessories, changed into a nightgown, and entered the bathroom. Looking at the white fog emanating from the water and the bathrobe beside her, Audrey wasn't in a rush to take a bath. She sat by the side and prayed to Mr. Fool, indicating that she was ready. After about 10 seconds, she saw a crimson light surge out like a tidal wave and drown her. Above the gray fog, Audrey appeared beside the long bronze table. This time, she didn't see Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in the gray fog. She only saw an ancient confessional to the side. It was a brown box that was half the height of a person. There was a door in the front and back, and it was separated by wooden planks. I thought that Mr. World would get Mr. Fool to conjure a wall, and we would be on opposite sides, each leaning against the wall to communicate. Now, although it's essentially the same, the confessional is cramped and dark. He really doesn't consider a lady's feelings at all. If Mr. World were to consider it, I'd find it odd instead. As Audrey smiled, she walked to the door of the confessional that hadn't been closed. She bent down and entered, sitting down with her legs slanted. After closing the wooden door, Audrey, who was truly treating a patient for the first time, suddenly felt a little excited. Being in the darkness, she let go of the many rules she usually abided by due to her environment and emotions. She curled the corners of her mouth, bent her fingers, and tapped the wooden partition. "Hello, is Mr. World around?" Klein, who was sitting cross-legged opposite her, was infected by Miss Justice's cheerful tone. He relaxed slightly and said, "You can begin." This time, he didn't use the gray fog to conceal himself. Instead, he transformed into the appearance of German Sparrow. Indeed, Mr. World's mental state isn't too good. He's too tense and anxious. Audrey first sensed it before using a psychiatrist's placate. A gentle, invisible wave spread out. Klein immediately felt like he had woken up early on a hot summer day and was being blown by the cool morning wind. The heat and frustration in his heart suddenly vanished. Seeing that Mr. World had clearly recovered, Audrey secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She asked softly, "Have you had any nightmares recently?" "Nightmare?" Klein deliberated for 2 seconds. "Yes. I would dream of a town shrouded in fog. The crimson moon in the sky would occasionally be clear and blurry. In the middle of the town, there was a black cathedral with corpses hanging inside. They wore clothes from different eras, and as they swayed gently in the wind, they produced strange sounds. Apart from these, there was also a beautiful woman with blood-colored human flesh hanging from the gaps of her teeth, a mushroom man formed from countless tiny mushrooms. In order to treat his psychological problems, Klein restored his dream in a relatively complete manner, but he didn't mention that it was something he had really encountered. He didn't reveal that he knew the beautiful woman's identity and the origins of the strange mushrooms. At the same time, he hid the existence of the transparent maggots and Zeridol. Audrey listened attentively and, based on her beyonder intuition and her knowledge of mysticism and psychology, she said while thinking, "Mr. World, I can imagine the horror and evil of these dream scenes, and I can also experience the immense horror that will jolt you awake." Seeing that he didn't retort despite being separated by a wooden plank, Audrey became more confident. She secretly did another round of placating and began to guide him. The fear in a dream often comes from the emotions hidden in one's heart. And most of the time, the fear hidden in one's heart only comes from 2 sources. One is the unknown, and the other is irresistible. The terrifying things you see in your dream are just the surface. What you're really afraid of is what they represent, symbolize, and what's hidden behind the scenes. As she spoke, Audrey suddenly asked, "Then what is it?" Klein was listening to Miss Justice's gentle and sweet voice as he relaxed bit by bit and scrutinized his inner self when he suddenly heard the question. He subconsciously replied, "That's right." He subconsciously answered, "It's the existence that created all of this." He paused for a second and hesitantly added, "They are both unknown and irresistible." He paused for a second and hesitantly added, "They are both unknown and irresistible." At this moment, Klein already understood the true reason for his nightmares and his poor mental state. He was instinctively afraid of certain things, and he instinctively had hidden negative emotions. The former included the terrifying performance of the transparent maggots and Zeridol, as well as the inexplicable actions of the eraser angel and the fact that he had used the dark sacred emblem to successfully open the door. They respectively created the feeling of despair that there was no way to block the path ahead, and the unknown feeling of who was friend and foe, or who was plotting something. Yes, I'm afraid of the transparent maggot that's suspected to be a sequence 1 attendant of mysteries of the seer pathway. I'm afraid of Zeridol, who has used the door to achieve an unknown goal. I'm afraid of the goddess whose thoughts are unknown, as well as the eraser angel. Klein slowly exhaled as he admitted to his fear. Audrey used placate once again and discovered that Mr. World's tense nerves had been relieved. Delighted, she boldly said, "Don't worry. One of the biggest sources of fear is a lack of self-confidence. Think back, have you ever been negligent or made a mistake? This caused your spirit to keep reminding you, hinting at you, gradually becoming a part of your nightmare. I've been negligent, made a mistake, and spirit's reminder." Klein ruminated over Miss Justice's words as he seriously combed through the details of his fears. Soon, his expression sank bit by bit as he discovered a problem. "Through the holy sword, under the witness of the goddess, I made the oath. Although I had yet to become a clown, and the grey fog's power had yet to enter the real world, preventing me from being detected by special deities, demigods, and spirit world creatures, it was difficult for me to hide from fate, which is also a beyonder of the monster pathway. And the goddess has another title, Empress of Misfortune and Horror. She wields misfortune and is one of the deities in the domain of fate, so, did I begin to be watched back then?" Klein's mind settled down bit by bit as the fear that came from the unknown seemed to be greatly alleviated. He didn't answer, nor did he wait for Miss Justice to speak again. He asked, "If you were to face one or more enemies that are difficult to challenge, what would you do?" Audrey wasn't vexed by the patient's question. Instead, she believed that it was a good sign. After some deliberation, she said, "I'll hide and hide first. I'll work hard to improve myself." She deliberated and said, "What if the time gained by hiding and hiding isn't enough for you to grow to the point where you can face the enemy?" Klein pressed. "What if the gap between the two parties is difficult to bridge?" Audrey replied in a half-consoling and half-serious manner, "Find enough helpers." Helpers? Many names flashed across Klein's mind as his heart settled down. Helper. Many names flashed through Klein's mind as his heart sank. He continued asking, "What's the matter? What if there are helpers plotting something, and they might be beneficial to you or harmful to you? What if some helpers are plotting something, and they might be beneficial to you or harmful to you?" After a few seconds, she replied in thought, "You can pray to the deities. You can pray to the deities." She was just short of saying, "The world, you can seek Mr. Fool's help." And the question and answer from before made Audrey confirm one thing. Mr. World's mental problems mainly stemmed from a powerful and terrifying enemy, but deep down, there was a worry about the unknown stance of the helper. Pray to the deities. Klein didn't dare to directly say that it was even harder to guess the thoughts of the deities if they couldn't resolve it. After all, this was the kingdom of the fool, and he was a blessed. He organized his words and said, "The deities can only provide help in certain aspects. Gods can only help in certain areas, and what if that is not enough?" Audrey originally wanted to say that there would always be a way and that justice would prevail over evil, but she found it difficult to convince herself. She couldn't find a corresponding example to use as a reference. Finally, she pursed her lips and said, "I don't know." Inside the confessional, it was dark and silent. The two of them didn't speak for a short period of time, as though they had fallen into different inner struggles. Finally, Audrey broke the silence and looked at the wooden board that separated them. "No matter what, I have to do something. I have to work hard at something. I can't just give up and not resist." "That's right. At least I still have quite a number of secrets and something to rely on." Klein closed his eyes and leaned against the wooden board. His thoughts gradually turned back to recent matters, and he was no longer as tense and anxious as before. Audrey sensed the changes in this aspect and immediately added a placate. With that, Klein's mental state was completely restored. "I feel much better. Thank you for your treatment. How much do you need for the consultation fee?" Klein took the initiative to ask. "Actually, I should be the one thanking you for providing me with the case." Audrey didn't really wish to collect the consultation fee. Looking at the wooden board that separated them in the deep darkness, she couldn't help but recall Mr. World's usual gloomy, cold, experienced, and ruthless behavior. His mental problems should also be a result of his personality. Audrey suddenly had an idea as the corners of her mouth curled up. "The consultation fee I need is very little." "Yes, wish me happiness." "What's going on?" Klein was taken aback, nearly forgetting that he was wearing the persona of the German sparrow. He had never heard of such a request before. Klein hesitated for a moment before he finally used his identity as the world and pretended to speak coldly. "Since you've made such a request, I wish you happiness." Audrey's smile widened. "I wish you happiness as well. Mr. World, don't keep things bottled up in your heart. Smile more and be happier. That can eliminate many latent problems." "Alright, your mental problems have been resolved, but you will have to do a follow-up in a few days or next week." Klein didn't know how to respond, so he could only give a simple terse grunt. Then, he heard the door opposite him creak open. From the fool's point of view, he saw Miss Justice exit the confessional and straighten her body. After making her return to the real world, Klein didn't dare to stay above the gray fog for too long. He quickly left and lay in his bed. At this moment, with his mental state restored, his body and mind relaxed. Only then did he realize something. He had digested quite a bit of his marionettist potion. His progress had far exceeded his expectations. "This is because I've relied on a marionette to fool the demigod Panatia in the foggy town, controlling her and Mr. A to complete the performance according to my expectations? Therefore, apart from trying to stay behind the scenes and making every marionette have their own persona to make it more realistic, the marionettist principles also include using one's marionette as a guide to control the enemy and put on a puppet show in reality?" Klein muttered inwardly in thought, believing that he might be able to finish digesting the potion within the year. He exhaled with mixed emotions and turned his head to look at the crimson moonlight that penetrated the curtains. He silently said, "That missing servant should have been found. The clues I left behind should have been discovered." In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard, Cindy, Bob, and company looked at Captain Sostel, who had just returned from a meeting. They patiently waited for him to introduce new clues. Sostel drank a mouthful of fragrant coffee and said, "The missing servant has been found. The missing servant has been found. And in the room he was placed in, there were some clothes left behind by the infiltrator. It has been confirmed that it belongs to the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, who was previously active at sea." "Why is there another crazy adventurer involved?" Leonard was somewhat surprised as he directly asked, "When did he come to Bakeland?" "The only thing that can be confirmed is that this crazy adventurer has appeared at sea in recent weeks and has hunted some pirates. No one knows. The only thing we can be sure of is that this crazy adventurer has appeared at sea in recent weeks and killed some pirates. No one knows. The only thing that can be confirmed is that this crazy adventurer has appeared at sea in recent weeks and has hunted some pirates." Just as Sostel finished giving his instructions, a telegram was sent in. It came from the Nighthawks in Desi County. The decoded content was, "Don Dantes' current identity is fake. He has been in the southern continent for the past 10 years, and he has amassed quite a bit of wealth through adventuring. Further confirmation will take time because it's very chaotic there. There are often wars, and the regions frequently change." It sounds like a cliché story. Ever since the discovery of the new sea route, there have been stories of people getting rich from taking risks. Sostel casually evaluated the contents of the telegram and looked at a particular red glove and thought. "I remember that we previously investigated Don Dantes and communicated with him in his dreams." "Yes." The red glove in charge of this matter previously nodded and replied, "I didn't directly ask about this, but I can tell that Don Dantes is very familiar with the southern continent. He has quite a lot of experience there." "Heh, that might be something Don Dantes took the initiative to reveal to you." Leonard didn't believe the contents of the telegram. He suspected that it was another layer of camouflage by the undying monster that had survived from the fourth epoch. However, he didn't raise his speculations because he couldn't tell his teammates the basis of his speculations. Sostel didn't place much importance on this matter as he changed the subject. "Do you have any problems with the clue of German Sparrow? Since this crazy adventurer has appeared at sea in recent weeks, when did he come to Bakeland?" As a nightmare, Cindy repeated his previous doubts. "What I'm concerned about isn't the exact time, but if he could reach Bakeland in time. This place is rather far from the sea." Sostel nodded slightly. In the meeting just now, a deacon raised this question. "According to the time and location of German Sparrow's last appearance, it's normal for him to arrive in Bakeland last night and complete his infiltration. Of course, I'm talking about normal. The missing servant told us that he was cleaning the square outside when he suddenly lost control of his body. He froze on the spot, unable to call for help. Following that, he saw a colorful abstract oil painting and felt his body float upwards. After that, he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he was in a room in East Borough. The former matches the description of a keeper being possessed by a wraith. The latter is suspected to be a traveler's teleportation. If it's really teleportation, then German Sparrow could appear in Bakeland at any time. As elites of the Nighthawks, the Red Gloves' understanding of the Beyonder pathways far exceeded their colleagues of the same level. They were no strangers to wraith and traveler. After hearing the captain's explanation, the other Red Glove thoughtfully added, "That's right. Rumor has it that Admiral of Blood, who was killed by German Sparrow, was a wraith." The details were starting to match. As for the theory that German Sparrow had obtained the power of wraith transformation, it wasn't too unacceptable. Among them, the simplest method was to find an artisan and use prey to create a mystical item. Cindy used this opportunity to recall more information. It said that German Sparrow can change his appearance. And the infiltrator disguised himself as the keeper. Another detail matched up. What an excellent connection. Sostel raised his hand to rub his temples and said, "Based on these details, we can preliminarily determine that the infiltrator is German Sparrow. And this way, some of our previous guesses and the investigation list we came up with might be wrong. German Sparrow doesn't need a companion to come to the cathedral to pray and gather intelligence. He can change his appearance every day and enter here to figure out the situation. This will make him less noticeable than relying on a companion." As the largest and most sacred cathedral of the Church of Evernight in Bakeland, there were countless believers who came to St. Samuel to pray or make a pilgrimage every day. No bishop could remember unfamiliar faces that they had only met once. In other words, the investigation list we have might be meaningless? Leonard raised his hand to push away his brows as he said in an exaggerated tone. "Clearly, our current focus should be on German Sparrow. We'll put the other targets aside and only do the most basic surveillance." With that said, Sostel clapped his hands and said, "All right, let's get busy." Leonard didn't have any objections to this. He happened to be heading to the machinery hivemind, mandated punishers, and MI9 to obtain some information. On Tuesday morning, Klein woke up naturally. He felt relaxed and calm as a sense of joy slowly grew in him. The Beyonder powers of a psychiatrist are still very useful. This matches the extremely infectious optimism and sunshine that Miss Justice has. Klein suddenly got out of bed and pulled open the curtains. He leisurely enjoyed the scenery outside and the golden sun. He regained his motivation and began to plan for the next few months or even a year. First, find a new marionette. Second, use the identity of Don Dantes and his control over his marionette to direct a play to speed up the digestion of the potion. Third, during this process, slowly gather the ingredients needed for the Bizarro Sorcerer potion. Among them, I can ask Little Son about the Bizarro Bane and see if there are any clues. The Spirit World Plunderer can seek Mr. Aztec's help. After all, the underworld is a part of the spirit world. Fourth, continue investigating the Great Smog of Bakeland and find the true culprit behind it. This includes Nsangwil, as well as the demigod who killed Crazy Captain. There's no one more suitable as a target for the advancement ritual than them. However, I have to be careful of 0-08. I have to constantly pay attention to any coincidences that are too deliberate. Yes, I'll make normal contact and provide support. I'll leave any dangerous investigations to Demonastrici. Klein's train of thought became clearer bit by bit. Although he was still worried and afraid, it no longer affected his mental state and ability to take action. Withdrawing his gaze from the balcony, Klein walked into the bathroom and began cleaning himself. Soon, he opened the door in high spirits and saw that other than his valet, Richardson, the butler, Walter, was waiting outside. The gentleman wore white gloves and bowed respectfully. "Good morning, sir. You only have one appointment today. That is to head to the East Balham Military Veterans Mess with Member of Parliament Mocked at 3 in the afternoon to participate in an event. He's a member of the new party. Accepting his invitation means that you've made a preliminary statement of your political preference. You still have a chance to hesitate." Klein thought for a moment. "No need, this is my choice. He paused and spoke in the tone of a consultant. Today is my first visit to the East Balham Military Veterans Mess. What should I take note of? Praise them for their contributions in East Balham and use this opportunity to provide a donation. It doesn't need to be too much, nor can it be too little. £500 is a rather suitable amount. Walter provided his opinion. £500. Seriously, no matter which circle I want to enter, I'll need to spend a huge sum of money. Sigh, this is also because Don Dantes doesn't have any background. He can only use money to pave the way. Klein nodded gently and agreed to the butler's suggestion. At the same time, he quickly did a count of his present assets. The artisan hasn't completed the production of the Ocean Songster, but the money exchanged for the Mentor of Confusion and Druid Beyonder characteristics has already been credited. It's a total of £16,000, together with the cash I originally had, subtracting the £13,000 I spent to buy 3% of the Clone Company's shares, as well as the daily expenses of a tycoon's family and donations to the cathedral. I'm left with £23,985 and 5 gold coins. In addition, I've returned Miss Messenger a sum of money. I still owe her 3,413 gold coins. £500 is more than 2% of all my cash. Klein didn't say anything else as he walked out of the bedroom and went to the second floor. He entered the dining room and enjoyed his breakfast. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard Mitchell returned to the office earlier than his other teammates. He had already obtained the corresponding information and learned of an inconspicuous matter. Prince Edisac, who had passed away during the Great Smog of Bakeland, had once commissioned a private detective to investigate the cause of the death of equestrian teacher, Talum Dumont. And the private detective's name was Sherlock Moriarty, indeed. His figure had also appeared at the periphery of the Great Smog of Bakeland. Leonard happily and excitedly raised his hand to stroke his hair. Right on the heels of that, he clenched his fist and struck the documents on the table, preparing to search for more clues. However, he suddenly fell silent for 7 to 8 seconds. Then, he awkwardly picked up his cup and drank a mouthful of coffee. He mumbled inwardly, "What did I want to do just now? I forgot." After striking it, after some careful thought, Leonard finally remembered. He pulled open the drawer and took out a deck of tarot cards. Then, he found the Fool card and placed it on a piece of white paper. Below it, he wrote 3 names: Sherlock Moriarty, German Sparrow, Don Dantes. After hesitating for a moment, Leonard drew a line from each of the 3 names and connected it to the Fool card, indicating that they were likely members of the secret organization that believed in the Fool. Among them, he wasn't too sure about German Sparrow's identity, so he added a question mark to the side. Then, Leonard pulled out the Emperor card and stuck it beside the name Sherlock Moriarty, labeling it suspected. German Sparrow and Don Dantes also correspond to a tarot card? Leonard muttered silently to himself as he took the information on the crazy adventurer and seriously flipped through it. Suddenly, he found a date very familiar: early January. German Sparrow first appeared in early January. Hiss. Leonard took a deep breath and flipped to another piece of information. At the end of it, it was written. At the end of it, it wrote, "At the end of December, Sherlock Moriarty left Bakeland for a vacation in the south and never returned." End of December. Early January. Bakeland. Pritz Harbor. German Sparrow will change his appearance. No way? As Leonard muttered inwardly, he drew a dotted equals sign between Sherlock Moriarty and German Sparrow. This great detective is the key. Leonard took out Sherlock Moriarty's ritual portrait again and looked at it carefully. Considering the element of changing appearance, he made different disguises for the great detective in his mind. As he changed, Leonard's gaze froze bit by bit, and he couldn't help but frown. Also, thank you to everyone. I originally thought that the subscriptions would drop at 1 update a day, but not only did it not drop, it increased instead. It has officially broken through 5. It has reached the 10,000 mark. In the entire history of Qidian, only Brother Dong's holy ground was stronger than this at its peak. Yes, don't forget to send your blessings for Miss Justice's birthday party. It's free. Tomorrow's update of Lord of the Mysteries has been delayed to 7 in the evening. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Leonard stared intently at the portrait of Sherlock Moriarty on the table, his mind replaying the image of the man without his glasses and beard. Although there was a certain gap between this and the actual situation, and it was a product of conjecture and imagination, Leonard found Sherlock Moriarty more and more familiar, like someone he once knew. How is that possible? He's long dead. And I buried him myself. Leonard couldn't help but shake his head as he muttered with a chuckle. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly froze. This was because the person in his memories wasn't simple. He hid a huge secret. This person was able to miraculously escape the influence of 2-049 without the help of others. This person used the uniqueness of 2-049 to kill a Sequence 7 Beyonder, and back then, he was just a seer who wasn't good at combat. This person used a very short period of time to conclude the acting method and advanced to Sequence 8 at an extraordinary speed. This person possessed a high Sequence Sun domain charm, and together with Captain Dunn Smith, who used holy ashes, they managed to kill Megos, who was pregnant with an evil god spawn. This person's Sequence 8 Beyonder characteristic was taken away by Xianxia, while Captain Dunn Smith's Sequence 7 Beyonder characteristic was left in place. Perhaps, it wasn't that Xianxia had casually taken away a Beyonder characteristic that had just appeared, causing the scene to be missing, but that the corresponding item hadn't taken form at all. Leonard Mitchell snapped back to his senses and examined Sherlock Moriarty's portrait again. More than 10 seconds later, he spat out a name from between his teeth. Klein Moretti. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that the mysterious detective, Sherlock Moriarty, resembled his former teammate, the hero who had saved Tingen, Klein Moretti, and this was under the circumstances where they had two distinct features, glasses and a beard. Leonard's fingers were clenched tightly, and every joint was white. After a while, he let out an obvious gasp and picked up Sherlock Moriarty's information again. This time, with a clear goal in mind, he flipped to the approximate time when the man first arrived in Bakeland. Early September. It hadn't been long since Klein Moretti was buried. Leonard Mitchell's green eyes grew darker. He instinctively continued to flip through the documents. Then he saw a name, Lenivis. He was one of the masterminds behind the evil god's descent in Tingen City. He was the main culprit behind the deaths of Dunn Smith, Klein Moretti, and other Nighthawks. And the second matter in which Sherlock Moriarty was recorded in Bakeland was that he had gone to the dock to investigate a serial murder case and happened to come into contact with Lenivis, who was hiding his identity. After that, the true creator's attempt to descend was foiled, and Lenivis died in the sewers. His body was covered in tarot cards, which was similar to the style of hero bandit Black Emperor. At least he hasn't forgotten the damage caused by the swindler. Leonard silently muttered to himself, his expression easing up. He quickly flipped through the information again and sat in his chair. He didn't move for a long time, as if he had fallen asleep in the shadows brought by the light. After a few minutes, Leonard finally made a change in his posture. He leaned back in his chair and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Old man, do you think this detective, Sherlock Moriarty, is similar to my teammate from Tingen City, Klein Moretti?" In his mind, the slightly aged voice spoke hesitantly. "What are you talking about? The one who joined the Nighthawks because of the Antigonus family's notebook?" "Yes," Leonard replied in a deep voice. After 2 seconds, the parasite in his body said, "A little." After receiving the answer, Leonard fell silent once again. After a long while, he took out his golden pocket watch and snapped it open. He confirmed that it was still morning. Leonard immediately closed the watch and stood up abruptly, nearly knocking over the stack of documents on the table. He hurriedly reached out and held the documents. Then, he left a note saying that he had discovered a clue and planned on investigating it. He might only be back very late. Let me see if someone is pretending to be a hero of Tingen City, or if you've been wearing a mask all this while, a member of a secret organization that has infiltrated the Nighthawks, and your true goal isn't as noble as Xianxia's. You're also eyeing the items behind Cheney's gate. Leonard no longer had his usual nonchalant expression. He narrowed his eyes and quickly left the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral. Hillston Borough, outside a very distinctive building. Don Dantes alighted from the carriage and saw a house that was mainly built in the style of the late 4th period. The house was made of huge stones and had 4 floors. Each window on each floor was like a door that corresponded to a small balcony. The entire structure was a sandy yellow color due to the wear and tear of time. The stone pillars and arches together propped up an elegant porch, looking quite dignified. This was where the East Balam Military Veterans Club was located. Klein waved his cane, pointed at the building in front of him, and smiled. It has a sense of history. Mocht nodded in response. It's actually an antique building, but it has more than 100 years of history. As he spoke, he led Dwayne Dantes into the club and said to the lady at the front desk, Don Dantes, an unofficial member. I'm the one who recommended you. After saying that, he turned his head and explained to the tycoon. Not only have you never served in East Balam, you haven't even participated in the battles that happened there. You don't even have a military background, so there's no way for you to become an official member. However, even if you're an unofficial member, you can freely enter and exit this place. You can use the various facilities of the club, enjoy delicious food and alcohol, and get to know different friends. That's exactly what I'm looking forward to. Klein smiled and nodded. After the beautiful lady with Southern Continent blood completed the registration, Mocht added, there's no membership fee. It's an annual fee of £60. With that said, he chuckled and said, that's not expensive. It's even more. So for you. Here, you can come into contact with all kinds of weapons. There are plenty of shooting ranges for you to shoot at. Furthermore, you can learn horsemanship. At this level of a club, £60 really isn't expensive. After all, there are often generals appearing here. Furthermore, there are many famous chefs. Klein didn't speak further as he took out his wallet and counted £60 for the lady at the front desk. He received a badge with the emblem of a forest, ocean, and sword. This is a place filled with glory. I'm deeply impressed by your efforts in East Balam. As Klein wore the badge with a number on its back, he looked at Mocht and said, if I wish to contribute to this place, who should I look for? Mocht pointed at the receptionist and said, that's right. Just give it to her. She'll record it and post it on the bulletin board over there. Klein nodded slightly. All right. He then turned his head and got his valet, Richardson, to take out the £500 he had prepared. After the donation, Klein followed Mocht through the beautifully decorated hall and came to a room that looked like an activity room. As for his valet, Richardson, he was left in the lounge outside. There were snacks, black tea, and coffee there. In the tiny room, under Mocht's introduction, Klein got to know 5 retired or active military officers. Apart from a particular member of parliament, the one with the highest standing was Calvin, who had an epaulet of the army's colonel. He was currently working in Rowan's Ministry of Defense, but his exact position was unknown. And according to what Klein knew, a quasi-high-ranking military official with the rank of colonel in the military was likely a Beyonder. It was very likely that they were mid-sequence Beyonders. Mocht, Calvin, and company quickly began chatting. Klein didn't forcefully interject as he seriously listened to their conversation, occasionally chiming in. In this relaxed and leisurely atmosphere, Calvin suddenly turned his head and looked at Don Dantes. I heard that you were often active in West Balam? This colonel had a long face, but he didn't look comical at all. His eyes were rather deep. Klein replied with a smile, yes. It's even more chaotic than East Balam. Calvin smiled when he heard that. Of course, people with Intis commit too many mistakes there. He paused for a moment before continuing. How's your relationship with the people with Intis there? Klein didn't quite understand his motives as he bit the bullet and said, it's all right. They're all very greedy. In fact, he didn't know a single one of them. He had only heard Anderson mention a few names and the corresponding incidents. Calvin nodded and raised another question. Are you familiar with the tribes and the resistance there? I know a few of them, Klein answered vaguely. He only knew one military leader who resisted Intis, and that was the former princess of Intis, Queen Mystic Bernadette. Calvin smiled, raised his glass of red wine, and took a sip. During this process, no one, including Mocht, said a word. Putting down his wine glass, Calvin looked at Don Dantes again and said, here's the thing. We eliminate many guns and cannons every year, and directly destroying them or using other methods is either too wasteful or too costly. It's not a good solution. I wonder if you're interested in buying a batch and selling them to West Balam, to the region ruled by Intis, to the tribes and the resistance. Believe me, this is definitely a very profitable business. Of course, it's also very dangerous. If you were to be captured by Intis in West Balam, we wouldn't admit that you're working for us. This? Are you getting me to be an arms dealer? This is one of the most profitable businesses. Although I'm not familiar with West Balam and don't have any connections there, I can sell them to Queen Mystic or the resistance in the Rorstad archipelago. Klein's heart stirred as he deliberately expressed mixed and conflicting emotions. I've never done anything like that, but it's indeed tempting. Calvin laughed and said, "There's no rush to make a decision." There's no need to rush to make a decision. This is a very important matter that deserves serious consideration. You just need to tell Mocht your answer within this week. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he nodded with a smile. All right. Tingen City, inside Raphael Cemetery. Although the afternoon sun was rather bright, there were many places that remained dark and cold. Leonard was standing in front of a grave, silently staring at the stone monument. P.S. The ferry arrives at 6 in the morning, which is 12 noon Beijing time. Let's skip it. Sleepy. The sun was shining brightly in midair, and in a silent and cool corner of the cemetery, Leonard Mitchell suddenly picked up the shovel that was stabbed into the ground beside him. The two piles of soil gradually increased in height as the tomb was slowly revealed. Occasionally, people would pass by, but they didn't notice it at all. It was as though what was happening was just a dream. Finally, Leonard abandoned the shovel and leaned down. He reached out his hands and grabbed the edge of the coffin lid. With a sudden force, he pulled open the heavy wooden lid and discovered that the thick nails had fallen off at some point in time. There was nothing inside the pitch-black coffin. There was nothing. Leonard maintained his half-hunched body as he silently watched this scene. He didn't make any additional movements for a long time, as though he had turned into a stone statue. In a blurry dream, Klein saw a stone monument. It was a stone monument with inscriptions written on it. It stood silently among its peers as it was dyed crimson by the moonlight. This scene immediately shattered as Klein jolted awake. He confirmed that he was still Don Dantes and that he was still in the master bedroom at 160 Buckland Street. The dream from before seems to indicate something. As a seer, Klein placed great importance on every dream. It was no exception at this moment. He converged his thoughts and cast aside his sleepiness as he attempted to interpret it. That should be a tombstone. This represents a particular deceased person or something related to resurrection. The crimson moonlight represents the goddess, corresponding to the concepts of the Church of Evernight and the Nighthawks. If I directly see the moon, it might involve the primordial moon, vampire ancestor Lilith, and the mother tree of desire. The tombstone is dyed in a color that's close to blood. This means that it's not a good thing. As Klein interpreted it, he connected the dots in an attempt to come up with an effective and meaningful conclusion. After serious consideration, he began to believe that the revelation given by the dream was related to his past and the Church of Evernight. Then, thinking back to what had happened in the past few days, Klein slowly came up with an answer. As Don Dantes frequently heads to St. Samuel Cathedral, he will definitely be placed on the investigation list. If Leonard hasn't left Bakeland, this will definitely attract his attention. After all, he knows that Don Dantes isn't a simple person. His origins are mysterious. As an angel of the Marauder pathway, the grandpa in Leonard's body has a high chance of discovering the close connection between the gray fog and the seer pathway. He also knows that the corresponding sequence 0 is called the Fool. This way, they'll naturally be able to link the previously circulated honorific name of the Fool to this matter. They'll believe that I'm a member of the secret organization that worships the Fool. And from this line of thought, they can also implicate the person who killed Lenivus, hero bandit Dark Emperor, who also used tarot cards, together with the German sparrow clues that I deliberately left behind, as well as the fact that Leonard had previously been investigating Sherlock Moriarty. It's not impossible for him to connect all of this to the main suspect. And in the early days, Sherlock Moriarty's disguise wasn't too good. As long as Leonard investigates deeper, it won't be difficult for him to discover that the great detective resembles his former colleague. So, he went to Tingen to dig up the grave to confirm it. As he thought about it, Klein took a pillow and sat up. He felt that he had already found the answer to the dream. He began to carefully analyze what would happen next, considering if he should give up on the identity of Don Dantes. Leonard has no way of informing the other Nighthawks of his inference and results because he can't explain the key parts. This will expose his own secrets. According to my experience and understanding of him, he will use other methods to guide me. It will be more complicated and troublesome, and it will take more time. Before that, I should find him and give him another warning. That should be enough to dispel his thoughts. After all, the church didn't suffer any substantial losses this time, and no one died. Yes, I paid attention to the timing of the identity of Don Dantes. I specially falsified the trajectory of my activities in the southern continent a few months ago, and I made it a little different from the date when German Sparrow's appearances decreased. And this involves the Intis colony, so it's rather difficult to verify. That is to say, Leonard is at most at the level where German Sparrow is equivalent to Sherlock Moriarty is equivalent to Klein Moretti. At most, he will believe that I'm in cahoots with them, and that I belong to the secret organization that believes in the fool. Haha. In his eyes, Don Dantes is likely a mysterious powerhouse who can directly sense the existence of the grandpa in his body, a demigod. That's clearly different from other identities. Klein quickly came up with a countermeasure as he began thinking about the matter he had encountered at the East Balham Military Veterans Clubhouse in the afternoon. Why would such an arms smuggling business come to me directly? I just established a friendship with Member of Parliament Mocht. I haven't experienced any trials, so I'm not that trustworthy. Perhaps this is a test in itself? The firearms and cannons in the beginning likely won't be in large quantities, nor will they involve any good products. Furthermore, they'll have to pay first before the goods are delivered. If anything really happens to me, they won't suffer any losses. All they need to do is suffer the repercussions of a small batch of weapons entering their territory. To them, a tycoon like me who has a complicated history and a deep understanding of West Balham is a very good candidate. First, I have money. Second, I have guts. Third, I have resources and connections. I can sell the arms to suitable people. Fourth, I have no background in the kingdom's upper echelons. I can be thrown out as a scapegoat at any time. They will likely send someone to supervise me in secret. As long as this business is completed successfully, I'll be a close partner of the military in the future. This will be beneficial to the investigation of the truth behind the Great Smog of Bakeland. The problem now is that I don't have any actual understanding of the West Balham resistance and the various tribes. I have no idea where Anderson is, and I don't have any means of contacting him. Donnas might have a grasp of the situation in West Balham. Same for Ma'am Hermit. It's the same for Queen Mystic behind her. I'll first gather information from these channels. Having made up his mind, Klein's thoughts gradually calmed down as he felt sleepy again. Hence, he slid down bit by bit and burrowed into bed. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard, who had just returned from Tingen, caught up with the team's internal meeting. Sostel first reported the Archbishop's conclusion and the spoils of the local Nighthawk teams. With the help of the Holy Cathedral, His Excellency St. Anthony confirmed that the intruder was the German Sparrow, and gave the conclusion that the mad criminal was still alive, but not in this world. What a contradiction. I don't understand what it means, and His Excellency the Archbishop didn't explain. In short, our focus will be on the investigation of the German Sparrow. According to the information provided by MI9, the German Sparrow was a fake identity, and he was originally from Bakeland. After summarizing the clues, Sostel asked casually, "Do you have anything to add?" Leonard opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his eyes flickered twice before he became silent again. Sostel turned his head to look at him and called out his name. "Leonard, didn't you discover some clues?" Leonard fell silent for a second before shrugging his shoulders. That clue has already been eliminated. Sostel didn't ask any further as he turned to look at the other team members. After a round of supplementation and analysis, he began assigning the missions of his Red Gloves team. After everything was assigned, Leonard Mitchell returned to the upper lounge with a list of names that needed to be cross-checked. He threw his body onto the bed. After sitting in silence for a while, Leonard raised his hand to tidy up his hair and prepared to take action. However, the first dream he came to didn't belong to any of the names on the list. His target was Don Dantes. After repeated consideration, he decided to have a face-to-face conversation with this secret organization member, the Undying Monster from the Fourth Epoch, to see if he could obtain the corresponding information. This seemed a little rash, but in a situation where both sides knew that the other had problems and secrets, it was a good solution. 160 Buckland Street. Klein's dazed mind suddenly jolted awake. He knew that someone had entered his dream. He pondered for a moment before sitting in a reclining chair. He turned his head to look at the balcony and saw a black-haired, green-eyed man in a white shirt and black vest nimbly leap in. He was none other than Leonard Mitchell. "I didn't even go looking for you, but you came knocking on my door yourself. The other Nighthawks politely knock on the door to enter, but you are the only one who leaped onto the balcony." As Klein lampooned, he watched his poet approach. At that moment, in Leonard's eyes, the Don Dantes in his dream was still dressed in a formal suit. His hair was white, and he had distinct facial features, making him look extremely charming. At that moment, the tycoon's lips curled up slightly with a smile. He didn't hide the fact that he was maintaining his lucidity and wasn't affected by the nightmare powers. "Didn't Palazoros tell you what manners are?" Klein said in a tone that matched the image in his mind. "Palazoros. He's warning me again." Leonard was taken aback as he memorized the name. He quickly reined in his thoughts and bowed in a rather standard manner. "Please forgive me for disturbing you. You are on our list of suspects. This infiltration was done by you? Is this your goal for coming to Bakeland?" "No." The Don Dantes. Klein picked up the red wine beside him and took a sip. "It wasn't us. It was him alone." He took on a stance as though he wasn't afraid of Klein knowing. "German Sparrow?" Leonard asked in a deep voice. Klein's blue eyes that hid the vicissitudes of life glanced at him. "Isn't it obvious? What does he want?" "He didn't take anything," Leonard asked in passing. Klein raised his hand to touch his white sideburns and chuckled. "What do you think?" "What I think? If I knew the answer, why would I be here? I would have thought of a way to submit the information indirectly." Leonard silently mumbled as he deliberated over his words. During this process, he realized that although he was standing straight and looking down at Don Dantes, the tycoon sitting leisurely in the reclining chair had the upper hand. He was like a high-ranking person casually listening to his subordinate's report. This made Leonard feel a little uncomfortable. He subconsciously surveyed the area, pulled a chair over, and leaned back out of habit. "I think that he, or should I say, you, are searching for an item." Back in Tingen, he infiltrated the Nighthawks in search of an item. In Bakeland, he infiltrated Cheney's gate in search of that item. The first time, he didn't find anything, so he used Nsangwil's attack to fake his death and escape. The second time, he still didn't find anything. Therefore, he didn't take anything and left Cheney's gate. In these few sentences, Leonard used a certain tone to reveal that he already knew that German Sparrow was Sherlock Moriarty and Klein Moretti. He wanted to use this to exert pressure on Don Dantes so that he wouldn't be as calm and have any thoughts of quibbling. "Indeed, he went to dig my grave." Klein sighed inwardly. He picked up the glass of red wine and swirled it gently. "Do you think that we would rashly probe him twice without any concrete information? After all, there's only one chance for such matters. Once we fail, it means that there's no chance of success. So, who would rely on actions to verify their guesses when the target isn't clear?" He's tacitly agreeing with what I said. Klein Moretti is German Sparrow, a member of the secret organization that believes in the fool, hero bandit Dark Emperor. Leonard tried his best not to frown as he crossed his right leg over his left. "So, it's not that they couldn't find it, but that they failed because of other factors?" In these two stages, St. Selena Cathedral in Tingen City and St. Samuel Cathedral in Bakeland only have two things in common: sealed artifact 2-049 and the Antigonus family's notebook. The Antigonus family's notebook. Is that it? Klein Moretti joined the Nighthawks because of it. Although the reasoning process is wrong, the answer is correct. Klein chuckled. Our minds are not for show. If his goal is the Antigonus family's notebook, there's no need for him to join the Nighthawks. He had plenty of opportunities before you obtained it. And even after you obtained it, there was still a chance that he would obtain it. You should know the situation better than I do. Also, since his target is the Antigonus family's notebook, why didn't he take it this time? After being mocked by Dwayne Dantes, Leonard Mitchell realized that the thoughts he had at the last minute were filled with logical contradictions. He felt ashamed and a little angry. He took a deep breath and said, then why did he use different methods to infiltrate Cheney's gate twice? But this time, not only did he not take anything, he did not leave anything behind. He even entered a strange state. Right after Leonard finished speaking, he saw Don Dantes, who had white sideburns, reveal a meaningful smile. I don't know what happened after that either. Perhaps you should ask the Evernight goddess. Goddess, what did he mean by that? Leonard was immediately alarmed and puzzled. He found it hard to imagine what had happened behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's gate. Right on the heels of that, he heard Don Dantes chuckle. As for your first question, I think you probably misunderstood something. The members of our organization come from different places and join for different reasons. They choose to change their faith, and before that, their lives still belong to them. Just like me, I have a past and a present. The reason why I'm here is because of the surname I gave myself. Dantes. The Count's return. He joined a secret organization that believes in the fool for revenge and came to Bakeland? Leonard nodded in thought. Klein paused for a few seconds and casually took a sip of red wine. With a smile, he continued, similarly, he, who was cursed by the Antigonus family's notebook, came back to life for revenge. Klein had deliberately mentioned his current surname, Dantes. By mentioning revenge, he was trying to differentiate himself from the German sparrow Klein Moretti. It was to prevent Leonard from thinking that the two of them had similar goals and similarities, making him guess that there might be a deeper connection. By taking the initiative to mention this matter, it could form a stereotype in the listener's mind. They would subconsciously follow the logic of the words, treating Don Dantes and Klein Moretti as two completely different people. The only thing they had in common was their desire for revenge. And in this world, there were definitely more than two Avengers. Leonard subconsciously lowered his right leg and leaned forward slightly. Revenge? Who does he want revenge on? After asking the question, the elegant and handsome middle-aged gentleman in his eyes curled up the corners of his mouth. Lenivus, as well as, in Sangwell. In Sangwell. Leonard repeated as his expression changed uncontrollably a few times before finally returning to silence. His dark green eyes stared straight ahead and momentarily lost focus. It was unknown what he was thinking about. Phew. After a long period of silence, Leonard exhaled and unclenched his fists. He asked in a slightly hoarse voice, did he really kill Lenivus? Of course. Klein sighed inwardly and replied calmly. Leonard opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but before he could speak, he tightly pursed his lips. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Klein immediately changed the topic and chuckled. If you have a similar purpose, or if you need help, you can also chant his honorific name. Maybe you will get a response. That hidden existence, the fool? Leonard thought that Don Dantes was habitually preaching and trying to develop him into the secret organization, so he didn't think too much and responded with silence. Klein smiled. By the way, tell Pallas Zoros that a member of our organization has met Blasphemer Amon in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. This sentence contained so much information that Leonard didn't know how to react for a moment. His mind was filled with related thoughts. The Forsaken Land of the Gods? The Forsaken Land of the Gods that the 7 major churches could not find? Their secret organization actually had members who could enter the Forsaken Land of the Gods, Blasphemer Amon. Old Man said that he was hiding from a high-sequence beyonder with the surname Amon. He was severely injured by him, so he had no choice but to parasitize my body. The way Don Dantes speaks and acts really make him seem like an undying monster that has survived from the 4th epoch. He's at the same level or even close to the Old Man. In front of him, I really don't feel any sense of superiority at all. I even lack confidence. As these thoughts flashed in his mind, Leonard forced himself to regain his senses. I'll pass the message to him. Yes, after Leonard entered someone else's dream, that Grandpa was unable to accurately grasp his senses. Otherwise, he would have had some abnormal reaction when he heard about Blasphemer Amon. Previously, Snake of Fate Will Acceptance words can also prove this point. Only when my dear poet is in danger did that Grandpa notice it and take action. Very good, he isn't a complete parasitic. As Klein deciphered the hidden information, he smiled and said, "You can return now. Don't worry. My goal isn't the Church of Evernight. It's referring to my next goal, not the past." Klein silently added. Leonard had already obtained enough information. He didn't dare stay any longer as he left his chair and bowed. Then, he left Don Dantes' dream. In a room behind St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard woke up. He heard the parasite's slightly aged voice resound in his mind. What did he say? Leonard deliberated over his words. He directly admitted that he's a member of the secret organization that believes in the Fool. It's the same for Klein Moretti, who went by the alias of German Sparrow. Their goal is revenge, their own revenge. Pallas Zoroast fell silent for a second before saying, "Did he say why Klein Moretti could be revived, or how he managed to fake his death to that extent?" Leonard thought for a moment and said, "Did he say why Klein Moretti could be revived, or how he managed to fake his death to that extent?" Leonard recalled and said, his explanation was that it was a curse given by the Antigonus family's notebook. Curse? Only at this moment did Leonard realize that Don Dantes' choice of words was rather odd. A power that could revive the dead was actually called a curse. Pallas Zoroast didn't seem to have any doubts about this. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "What else did he say?" Leonard didn't hide anything as he said frankly, he mentioned Blasphemer Amon. He mentioned Blasphemer Amon and said that a member of their organization encountered him in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. "Old man, is this the Amon you mentioned before?" After a while, the slightly aged voice replied, "It should be." He paused for a moment before continuing. "I'm thinking that Don Dantes, no, the fool behind him might really be an old friend of mine." The old man thought that he was a level higher than Don Dantes, maybe even more. Was he an angel on earth? Leonard pondered for a moment. Which old friend? Pallas Zoroast didn't answer and instead asked, "What's the matter? Are you still looking for an opportunity to leak the information about Don Dantes and Klein Moretti?" Leonard suddenly fell silent. 10 seconds later, he said in a low voice, "Not at the moment. Maybe it's possible for me and him to cooperate with them, and the church did not suffer any substantial losses this time." The parasite in his body did not speak again. It seemed to have gone back to sleep. Leonard slowly raised his head and looked at the information in front of him. His green eyes were dark as he muttered, "Don't worry. He left me in the dust." Mobile version of the fastest updated website, early in the morning, 160 Buckland Street. Klein woke up and washed up, but he wasn't in a rush to leave. He first took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. He then conjured the word, German Sparrow, and made the fake person pray piously. "Honorable Mr. Fool, please pass 2 words to Donnas. I need him to provide information on West Balam. It's best if he has connections. Also, tell him to be careful of the Church of Evernight for the time being." On the Golden Dream, Donnas, who had seen the sun earlier than Bakeland, was holding a cup of malt beer as he sat in the shadows, hiding from the scorching light. "In 15 minutes, class will begin again. Captain said that a qualified treasure hunter has to grasp sufficient mathematical knowledge. Sigh, this really gives me a headache, but I'm also a little looking forward to it. Dog*T. Donnas placed one hand on his knee as he gulped down a mouthful of beer. At this moment, the gray fog in front of him emanated as a blurry figure that overlooked everything appeared. He heard German Sparrow's voice. "Information on West Balam? Although we've gone there in search of lost ancient treasures and got to know a few natives from a few tribes, that's all. We can't say anything else. How troublesome. I have to be on the move again. Why does German Sparrow have so many things to do?" Donnas grumbled silently as he warily looked around, afraid that the madman would suddenly appear. After taking a deep breath, he thought of how he had to work hard to become stronger so that he wouldn't be of no help when Captain was in danger. All he could do was shamelessly hide in the back. Donnas slapped his face a few times with the hand that wasn't holding a beer cup. He suddenly stood up. He immediately left the shadows and found Iron Skin, Bucket, and his other companions. He asked them who he could consult to gain a deeper understanding of West Balam's situation. He received a nearly unanimous answer, Captain Edwina Edwards, or Anderson Hood, who participated in the bonfire party on the ship. If I ask the captain directly, will she suspect me? She will think that I have secrets and am secretly working for someone else. But, I don't know where Anderson ran off to. Bullshit. Donnas was caught in a dilemma. He could not help but think about the German sparrow's reminder. Be careful of the Church of Evernight. Donnas wasn't a fool. He knew that something that the crazy adventurer had specially emphasized couldn't be simple. This also meant that he believed that there was a high chance that he would become a target of the Church of Evernight's pursuit. He would be pursued crazily by the Red Gloves. Apart from the Church of Evernight, the Church of the Storm and the military are also targeting me. It's said that they have each sent an entire team. Donnas thought as his heart trembled. He quickly revealed a puzzled and bitter expression as he whispered to himself, "But I didn't do anything." After informing Admiral of Stars Catlia of his request to gather information on West Balam, Klein left the world above the grey fog and returned to the real world. As usual, he had breakfast and attended his tutoring lessons. When he woke up in the afternoon, he changed into his formal attire with the help of his valet, Richardson, and boarded the carriage that had long been parked at the door. To St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein leaned against the wall and instructed the carriage driver. Considering that he still retained his identity as Don Dantes, he believed that it was best not to easily change his previous persona. Therefore, the frequency of his visits to St. Samuel Cathedral couldn't be reduced, nor could his donations decrease. Furthermore, this would effectively remove a certain degree of suspicion. After all, it would be hard for anyone to imagine that the criminal who had infiltrated Cheney's gate hadn't escaped. Instead, he had swaggered back into the cathedral as though nothing had happened. "Thank you, Roselle the Great. Thank you for not plagiarizing criminal psychology and for not pointing out that many highly intelligent criminals like to return to the place where they commit their crimes to admire their work and the helpless expressions of others." Klein mumbled inwardly as he picked up the black tea that Richardson had prepared and took a sip. After moistening his throat, he glanced at his valet and asked casually, "What's the matter? What's your deepest impression of East and West Balam?" Richardson, who was sitting at the side, did not ask for the reason. After some thought, he said, "East Balam is more stable, while West Balam is more chaotic." After giving a simple answer, Richardson turned his head to look at his employer and realized that Don Dantes had half closed his eyes, as though he was waiting for him to continue. Richardson scratched the back of his ear and deliberated over his words. "Also, poverty, hunger, and whipping. The people of East Balam and West Balam used to worship death. Later, because they believed in the goddess, Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, and other orthodox deities, they received preferential treatment. They were able to receive a raise in status and protection from the cathedral. This resulted in a large-scale conversion of faith. However, as the number of converts increased, that special status was quickly lost. Many people at the bottom began secretly worshipping death. This is even more obvious in the more chaotic West Balam. The descendants of death always receive a lot of support. These are all things that my father, would occasionally mention when he was drunk." Klein listened quietly. He didn't interrupt his valet's recount, nor did he probe further. Soon, the carriage arrived outside St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein first watched the white pigeons flutter in the square before entering the prayer hall. He took off his hat and handed it to his valet, Richardson, along with his cane. He randomly found a seat and sat down. In the dark environment, he looked at the altar and at the specks of stars and the dark sacred emblem. He suddenly felt uneasy, awkward, and lacking in confidence. If his guess wasn't wrong, ever since he made contact with the holy sword and swore an oath, he had been watched by the goddess. Every time he entered the cathedral and pretended to pray, he felt like he was parading the streets in the emperor's new clothes. I wonder what the goddess's attitude is. What stance does the church have? I'll probe first. Klein clasped his hands and placed them in front of his mouth and nose as he prayed in a seemingly serious manner. After 7 or 8 minutes, he slowly got up and walked to the donation box. He took out a 50-pound note and devoutly threw it in. After doing all of this, Klein turned to the confessional by the side and pushed open the door. Unlike the earliest confessional, which was a huge wooden box with 2 doors, the modern confessional was an independent room. It was relatively spacious, and the confessor and the listening bishop were separated by a wooden partition. They each had their own seats. With the help of the weak light, Klein sat on the chair. Then, he heard the bishop's mellow voice from behind the wooden partition. "What do you have to say?" "The goddess cares for every believer of her." Klein raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner. "Praise the goddess. I want to repent. 2 days ago, the military came to me, hoping to sell a batch of guns and cannons to West Balam to add fuel to the chaos there. After he said that, the bishop behind the partition didn't immediately respond. It was as though he was alarmed by the smuggling of firearms. He was momentarily at a loss for words. There was an awkward silence in the confessional. "You're frightened just like that? Have you never met a penitent as frank and direct as me? If I were to say that I'm plotting the murder of a demigod and am avoiding the attention of the mother tree of desire and the true creator, wouldn't you jump up?" Klein lampooned inwardly before continuing, "Don't worry. When I was young, I really enjoyed the adventurous life, seeking wealth from iron, blood, and fire. But now, I'm tired of it. I hope for a peaceful future. I should have refused, but I couldn't overcome the greed in my heart. This was a tempting enough business, and it would help me gain a foothold in the upper class of Bakeland. I confess. In the end, I still chose noise and chaos." The bishop behind the wooden partition finally responded. He said in a gentle voice, "Don't be afraid. Don't hesitate. There's no need to feel guilty for a certain level of greed. As long as you don't harm the innocent and don't commit any of the crimes recorded in the Holy Bible, you will not be punished. Do it. Follow your heart and make the choice you want the most. Only in this way can you truly understand the teaching step by step and understand the true meaning of those words. There's no need to feel troubled. Remember this. No matter when, sincerely admitting one's mistakes and repenting is worthy of praise and forgiveness. May the goddess bless you." "Praise the lady." Klein once again drew the crimson moon clockwise in front of his chest. He had come to St. Samuel Cathedral to use the opportunity of confession to inform the church of his plans to do an arms business. He wanted to see how they would react, so as to pry into the goddess's attitude towards him. Without another word, Klein slowly got up and left the confessional. He walked down the aisle and walked towards his valet, Richardson. At this moment, he saw a lady sitting in the corner of the prayer hall. She was wearing a hooded black robe and had blue eyeshadow and blush. She had a bewitching beauty to her. She was none other than the former spirit medium, Daly Simone. Daly looked up and similarly noticed Don Dantes. Her expression immediately turned a little dazed, as though she had fallen asleep while praying and had entered a dream. Klein nodded almost imperceptibly as a polite greeting. Then, he took the hat and cane from his valet, Richardson, and walked out of the prayer hall at an unhurried pace. Daly retracted her gaze and looked down at the back of the chair in front of her before slowly closing her eyes. After walking out of St. Samuel Cathedral, Klein stood at the edge of the stairs and paused for 2 seconds. In the square in front of him, the white pigeons flew up, blocking the view of the spectators. Less than half an hour later, the underground Leonard heard that Don Dantes, whom he had previously investigated, was about to become a merchant who was working with the officials to smuggle arms to West Balam. What does he want to do? Leonard frowned again, unable to understand the undying monster's thoughts. "P.S. Thank you, loyal servant, for tipping the Gold Alliance. It's just too expensive. When I return from my travels and adjust for a few days, I'll add another chapter to express my gratitude." When he returned to 160 Buckland Street from St. Samuel Cathedral, Klein saw the white-gloved butler, Walter, welcome him. "Sir, someone just sent a name card and said that his employer wishes to visit you between 4 and 5, Walter said with a calm expression. Klein thought about who the visitor might be, but he couldn't find a clue. He nodded slightly and said, "Who is his employer?" Walter looked around and saw that the serving men and maids were rather far away before replying, "That's right. Baron Sindras. Baron Sindras. That multimillionaire who relied on the Conservative Party and the Duke of Negan to obtain his title, one of the most famous bankers and business owners in the kingdom. When I helped Madame Mary purchase the Coin Company's shares, my competitors were him and his friends. He visited me personally for this matter? That's a deal of about £13,000. There's no need for him at all. Klein's thoughts raced as he walked to the stairs leading to the second floor. Walter was half a step behind as he followed from the side. "Sir, if you don't wish to meet Baron Sindras, I'll tell him later that you were delayed listening to the bishop's sermon at St. Samuel Cathedral. You might return very late." The butler was implying that Sindras was a believer of the Lord of Storms. It was impossible for him to directly head to St. Samuel Cathedral to find someone. Klein thought for a moment, smiled, and warmly said, "This is a very influential aristocrat in the banking industry. We will definitely have to meet him again in the future." I'll arrange for you to be in the small living room on the second floor with the most sunlight." Based on what Klein knew, Baron Sindras was the third largest shareholder of Bakeland Bank and the largest shareholder of Southwell Bank. He was definitely one of the most influential people in the banking industry of the Rouen Kingdom. "Yes, sir." Walter didn't waste any more time. At 4:10 in the afternoon, Klein met the visitor who often appeared in the newspaper in the small living room. The only thing that was different from what he had imagined was that after 3 o'clock, the clouds in Bakeland thickened. The sky gradually darkened, and it began to drizzle. There was no longer the cheerful and warm sunshine. Baron Sindras looked exactly the same as the photos published in the newspapers. His black hair was neatly combed back, revealing his broad forehead and slightly high hairline. His face was round, but it lacked enough flesh to support it. His cheekbones were high, and his wrinkles were distinct. Unlike most Rouen men his age, Baron Sindras didn't have a beard. His face was clean-shaven, and his blue eyes were so light that they were almost colorless. He was accompanied by a valet and a bodyguard, both of whom did not look very eye-catching. The former's biggest feature was that his hair was a little sparse, while the latter had a short buzz cut and a thick beard that extended from his ears to his chin. "Good afternoon, Honorable Baron. It's an honor to have you as a guest." Klein pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. Typically, when a host faced a visitor, they would lean forward, extend their right hand, and shake hands. But at that moment in time, the person in front of him was a noble, so he had to be more polite. Sindras nodded slightly and smiled in greeting. "No, there's no need to stand on ceremony. I should have visited you long ago, a gentleman who has experienced many things and understands the southern continent very well." After exchanging some pleasantries, the two took their seats. The valet and bodyguard stood by the side. Klein was just about to speak when Sindras said in a calm and intimate manner, "Dantes, I'm very impressed by a person like you. Dantes, I admire a person like you. Not just anyone can plunder wealth from the chaotic southern continent. This requires sufficient courage to face difficulties head-on, and astonishing judgment. Back when I was on the brink of bankruptcy, I also wished to start afresh in the southern continent. Unfortunately, I'm not a courageous person." Although Sindras became a noble later on, he wasn't a commoner in the truest sense of the word. His great-grandfather and grandfather had benefited from the development of the colonies and earned quite a bit of money from the maritime trade. They were rather successful merchants. His father invested in the industry, accumulating enough fame and owning quite a number of factories. In his generation, he relied on his rich family fortune to rush into the booming banking industry, becoming one of the earliest multimillionaires in Rouen. During this process, Sindras suffered 3 failures, but he managed to walk out of each one. The most dangerous one was when the Southvale Bank he founded faced a serious crisis of credibility. It suffered a run on the bank and nearly went bankrupt. He always revolves around my experiences in the southern continent. Is he trying to tell me that he has already discovered a problem with my background and is using this as a warning? He probably never imagined that the experiences he repeatedly mentioned in the southern continent are all fake. Klein scoffed inwardly as he replied in a very normal manner, "That's not bravery, but recklessness. That's not bravery, but recklessness. Most people who go to the southern continent do have an adventurous spirit, but that's all they have." Without waiting for Sindras to speak, he smiled and said, "I nearly hired Mr. Ribic as my butler. I almost hired Mr. Ribic as my butler. He said that you are a good employer." Sindras listened in silence and sighed. "This is something that I find regrettable. I sincerely hope that Ribic can continue being my butler, but he can't overcome the conflict between his standpoints." Having said that, Sindras looked at the elegant and handsome middle-aged gentleman, Don Dantes. He picked up the black tea his servant brought and took a sip. I also sincerely hope that we can become friends. I hope that you can transfer the 3% of the coin company's shares to me. I will give you conditions you can't refuse. Here it comes. But I have a contract with Ma and Mary. Klein fell silent for 2 seconds before sighing and smiling. I place great importance on my reputation. Upon hearing such an answer, Cindras didn't show any anger on his face. He smiled in a half-surprised and half-curious manner. Aren't you going to listen to my conditions? In his Don Dante's form, Klein deliberately spread his hands with a bitter smile. I'm afraid that I can't refuse. Haha. Cindras immediately laughed as he slowly stood up. You are as humorous as the rumors say. At the same time, you have a firm will that the rumors don't mention. He glanced at his bodyguard and valet and said to Don Dantes with a smile, being your partner is definitely better than being your competitor. Being your partner is definitely better than being your competitor. Alright, it's time for me to leave. There are still many things waiting for me to handle. Is this a sincere compliment, or is there a hidden threat? Klein wasn't a spectator, so he couldn't decipher the subtle meaning. All he could do was thicken his skin and reply, I share the same feelings. I look forward to working with you in other areas. Cindras, who was dressed in a formal suit with a bow tie, nodded with a smile. Without another word, he was sent out by Don Dantes with his butler and valet. As he watched the magnificently decorated carriage gradually depart, Walter suddenly said, That's right. Sir, do you need to hire a few bodyguards? Huh? Klein almost didn't understand what his butler meant. Seeing that his employer's expression didn't change, Walter added, Sometimes, the competition in the business field will also bring about personal safety issues. The butler could also tell that Baron Cindras was threatening him? Klein's lips curled up slightly. I'm not worried about that because this is Bakeland. It's because I'm already registered with the Church of Evernight, and because I'm planning on cooperating with the military. Therefore, I'm not worried that I'll suffer retaliation from the Beyonder domain. I'm not worried that things will develop like Ambassador Intis. Besides, Baron Cindras is also a successful person with status. It's impossible for him to be that rash. Klein thought silently. When Walter tried to say something, he chuckled again. But caution is always a good habit. You can hire 2 bodyguards to protect you in secret. Try not to be discovered by the servants in the house. Yes, sir, Walter replied immediately. Klein thought for a moment, then said to him, Make a trip to Member of Parliament Mock's place and invite him, his wife, and daughter to Inta Serenzo restaurant for dinner tomorrow. If they aren't free, it can be postponed. He planned on telling Mock that he was prepared to accept the military's test and complete a small arms deal. Originally, the most convenient method was to directly visit Member of Parliament Mock's place and casually mention it. However, considering that there might be a marauder pathway demigod beside Hazel, making it possible for him to discover the Grey Fog's aura in close contact, Klein changed his mind and set the location at the restaurant outside. In that case, according to Klein's judgment, the one who failed to parasitize Hazel wouldn't be able to act together. Hugh hid in the shadows of the trees as she watched a brown carriage slowly drive by and turn into a street in Queens. The carriage had an obvious coat of arms with a flower and 2 rings. It belonged to the captain of the Royal Guards of the Kingdom of Rouen, Viscount Stratford. Seeing that she didn't discover anything, Zio left her hiding spot dejectedly. She took a public carriage and returned to the Bakeland Bridge area before walking into East Borough. When she arrived at a tavern on Dharavi Street, Zio successfully reached the bar counter despite the drunkards making way for her. She directly asked the bartender, who was wiping glasses, Is there any new commission? The bartender immediately laughed. Yes, butler Walter, who previously offered a reward of £200 for a few cheats, has given us a new commission. It's very simple. Secretly protect his employer for a few days. The payment will be negotiated in person, and it'll definitely be generous. He's very satisfied with your efficiency in completing the previous mission. He assigned us to question you first. How about it? Are you interested? Zio had a rather deep impression of the butler and his employer. This was because they had spent £200 to find a cheater who had cheated them of £1,000 of cloth. Very generous, and they paid very readily. Xiao thought for a moment before nodding. All right. In a house in Sherwood Borough. As soon as Xiao opened the door and entered, she caught a whiff of the fragrance of fried food. She couldn't help but sniff and look towards the kitchen. Furs? Could there be anyone else? Furs peeked her head out from the kitchen and asked with a smile. Xiao put down the newspaper in her hand and mumbled in surprise, that's right. Do you remember how long it's been since you last entered the kitchen? Making toast in the morning doesn't count. Furs returned to the kitchen and only her voice drifted out. I choose food outside because it's better. And now, there aren't any good fried chicken in the surrounding streets. I suddenly have a craving for this. Among the food that was passed down from Intis, it's my favorite. Xiao walked to the kitchen and leaned against the doorframe. She watched Furs busily prepare dinner and deliberated. I've received a commission. £100 a day for 3 to 5 days, but I need to find another helper. Weren't you short on money previously? Do you want to do it together? My financial situation has actually improved. However, a mission of £50 a day isn't bad. I'll save as much as I can. There will be plenty of places to spend money in the future. As Fur stared at the wok filled with oil, she asked, what kind of commission? She had already calculated the remuneration she would receive in her mind. Xiao combed her slightly coarse blonde hair and said, secretly protecting a tycoon named Don Dantes. What happened to him? Will it be dangerous? Furs asked cautiously. Xiao recalled and said, it seems to be a business dispute. It seems to be a business dispute, and a competitor threatened him. It's nothing dangerous. As you know, the powerful Beyonders in Bakeland wouldn't take such risks. It's easy to expose themselves and be targeted by the Nighthawks and mandated punishers. Maybe it's a lunatic? We can't rule out that possibility. As Furs retorted, she naturally thought of the world German Sparrow. This gentleman was a lunatic who dared to do great things in Bakeland. She paused and scooped up the fried chicken. Since you've already accepted the mission and I don't have anything to do recently, let's go together. Fortunately, this is a secret protection. No one will find out that I'm working as a bodyguard. Otherwise, I won't be able to participate in those literary salons of the upper class. Actually, I can tell them that I'm experiencing life. I'm collecting material. My next novel will be about a female bodyguard and a male employer. Xiao was already used to Furz's habit of letting her thoughts wander. She sniffled again. Let's go there after dinner. 160 Buckland Street. Klein set up a ritual in the master bedroom's bathroom before entering the world above the grey fog. He planned to take care of some chores before the bodyguards hired by butler Walter arrived so that it wouldn't be inconvenient for him to do so in the next few days. Among the miscellaneous tasks, the most important one was to confirm the condition of the creeping hunger. After sitting in the seat belonging to the fool, Klein made the human-skinned glove fly over from the junk pile. After a series of divination checks, he discovered that the creeping hunger was rather stubborn this time. The negative effects didn't change at all. Has it been infected by Mr. A and won't give up on praising the true creator? The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he seriously considered how to resolve the problem. Find another way to threaten it? No, how can it be called a threat? It should be said that I'm maintaining the initiative to communicate in a friendly manner. Klein tapped the edge of the long, mottled table with his fingers as he silently muttered to himself. Since I have to write to Mr. Aztec later, I can mention the fact that the seal on the creeping hunger has failed. I can also bring some mushrooms with me. No, that won't do. Although this can prevent the creeping hunger from praising the true creator, it will also make it unusable. I'll get a few original mutated mushrooms from Frank to see if they have any other effects. After making up his mind, Klein threw Aztec's copper whistle and the adventurer's harmonica into the door of sacrifice and bestowment. He then returned to the real world, put away the items, and cleaned up the traces. After leaving the washroom, Klein walked to his desk and took out a piece of paper and a fountain pen. He deliberated and wrote, Honorable Mr. Aztec. It's been a while since I've written to you. I wonder how you've been recently. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, the seal you placed on the creeping hunger has failed. Can you give me the corresponding solution? I wish to do it again. Have you heard of a creature called Spirit World Plunderer? What level is it at? What characteristics does it have? Which regions is it often active in? I might be heading to the southern continent in the near future. If I obtain any new information on death, I'll promptly write to you. Putting down the fountain pen and reading it twice, Klein folded the letter, picked up the copper whistle, and blew at it. Without a sound, white bones emerged from the ground and surged into the air like a fountain, forming a gigantic skeleton that was nearly 4 meters tall. The skeleton looked down at Don Dantes for a second before bending down, lowering its right arm, and spreading out its palm. This messenger is becoming more and more polite. Klein nodded in satisfaction as he handed the letter he had just written to the messenger. The skeleton messenger didn't stop as it instantly disintegrated and fell to the ground like a waterfall, rapidly vanishing. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he retracted his gaze and continued writing. It was addressed to Frank. The dried mushrooms you gave me previously weren't bad. Do you have any more? Do you think there's any possibility of implementing the idea I mentioned previously? If you encounter any difficulties during the research process, you can write to me. After folding the letter, Klein picked up the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. He then saw Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker appear beside him. She still didn't have a head, and she wore a complicated and dark dress. She held 4 beautiful blonde, red-eyed heads. Can you locate Frank Lee? Klein asked with greater confidence. After all, Miss Messenger was different from ordinary messengers. She was a spirit world creature at the demigod level. Under normal circumstances, messengers could only locate the contractor and the person who had used the summoning ritual. As for the latter, there was a distance restriction. Once they were too far away from the ritual, the messenger wouldn't be able to find them. The 4 heads in Rionette Tinker's hands turned and looked at Klein. Is it that person who wants to be planted into soil? What did Frank do to leave such a deep impression on Miss Messenger? When I replied, she even said that she hoped he wasn't dead. Klein nodded solemnly. Yes. Rionette Tinker's 4 heads spoke one after another. Yes. Locate. I have. Mark him, ah? Klein's mouth turned agape when he heard that, nearly forgetting his goal. Poor Frank. No, the powerful Frank actually got Miss Messenger to specially mark him. May the goddess bless him. Klein slowly exhaled and handed the letter in his hand to Rionette Tinker. Please hand it to Frank. He will pay you in gold. One of the heads in Rionette Tinker's hands opened its mouth and bit the letter before entering the spirit world, preventing it from being observed. After settling the chores, Klein left the copper whistle and harmonica with him and went to the 2nd floor to enjoy dinner. Midway through the meal, butler Walter entered and whispered into Don Dantes' ear, "The bodyguards are already here. They're Miss Zio and her friend from before. I'll arrange for them to provide protection in secret." Miss Zio and her friend? Don't tell me it's Miss Magicians. Klein was momentarily at a loss for words. All he could do was nod slightly, indicating that he was aware. His spirituality actually didn't sense anyone invading the house, but this was very normal. It wasn't late at night when everyone was sleeping soundly. At that time, even the slightest abnormality would be rather obvious. Unless Klein had specially left a mark with his spirituality that could be detected, or the person who entered the house had some ill intent towards him, it would be very difficult to discover anything. In another bedroom on the 3rd floor, Zio and Furs each occupied a curtain. Through the glass, they looked at the garden below. This is my dream residence. When I have enough money, I'll buy a house like this in a beautiful place. No, I'll still choose Bakeland. There's more delicacies here, and it's more convenient, Furs said sincerely. After saying that, she sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, I have the curse of the full moon. I can only continue improving myself. Otherwise, I would have left behind a house and not cash. Zio traced her friend's gaze and looked outside. She whispered, I lived in such a place when I was young. Furs glanced at Zio. As she didn't know what to say, she changed the topic. How should we provide protection? Zio retracted her gaze. When Mr. Don Dantes isn't out or has visitors, he'll hide in his room and pay attention to his surroundings to prevent anyone from sneaking in. When a guest visits, we'll enter next door and pay close attention to any movements. We'll open the door to save him at any time. If Mr. Don Dantes heads out, the butler will inform us ahead of time. I'll hide under the carriage to protect him, and you'll find another carriage to follow. Xiao, you're becoming more and more professional. Furs praised seriously before chuckling. I just saw Mr. Don Dantes' portrait. If you hadn't said that the danger stemmed from business competition, I would have suspected that the problem stemmed from an emotional dispute. Before Furs could finish her sentence, she suddenly saw a carriage stop outside the house. A few policemen in black and white checkered uniforms alighted. What's going on? She looked at her friend and realized that Xiao was equally puzzled. In the living room on the second floor, Klein met with the 4 police officers. Mr. Don Dantes, do you know Mr. Quarren? Quarren? Klein thought for a moment and recalled that this was the gentleman who had sold his coin company shares to him. I do. What happened to him? Klein asked calmly. The leading officer replied rather politely, I know him. He committed suicide. In addition, he left behind a suicide note, accusing you of forcing him to sell his shares and using all sorts of underhanded methods to torture him, causing him to be extremely depressed. And his family provided proof for the contents of his suicide note. Quarren committed suicide? He used a suicide note to accuse me of forcing him to sell his shares? His family can even provide evidence for this? As Klein listened to the officer's recount, he digested the corresponding content as questions surfaced in his mind. After figuring out what had happened, his first reaction was Baron Cindras had taken action. After this powerful banker failed in his search for a partnership, he didn't hesitate to use the attitude of an enemy to carry out his follow-up actions. He didn't hold back at all. Furthermore, he had clearly gathered sufficient intelligence and knew that Don Dantes and the Church of Evernight, as well as Member of Parliament Mocked and the faction backing him, were involved to a certain extent. If he were to directly deal with them, it would easily invite unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he chose Quarren, who was on the other side of the deal, to make a breakthrough. This was more indirect and safer, but it was similarly ruthless and vicious. He doesn't think much of the lives of ordinary people. Klein suddenly recalled the innocent people who had collapsed during the Great Smog of Bakeland. He couldn't help but feel anger as it bubbled up, turning cold. Klein used his clown powers to control his facial expression, making himself look even more astonished. As though he didn't understand, he asked, are you sure you aren't joking? The officer nodded solemnly. If we don't have enough evidence, we won't bother a gentleman like you. Mr. Don Dantes, please follow us back to the police station to cooperate with the investigations. Klein, who appeared calm and unperturbed, was just about to reply when he suddenly realized something illogical. Regardless, murder was a serious crime in the present kingdom of Rouen. With Baron Cindras' identity, status, and connections, there were at least dozens of effective means to deal with a foreign tycoon who had just arrived in Bakeland 2 months ago. There was no need for him to go this far. After all, a member of high society at his level would more or less know or come into contact with certain beyonder powers. He knew very well that the world had all sorts of inconceivable means to track down the true murderer. If he didn't have complete confidence, risking murder and framing was definitely the worst choice. If Baron Cindras could use his influence to forcefully suppress the official beyonder investigations, then his other methods would definitely be more effective and simpler. Even if he temporarily doesn't know that I'm about to cooperate with the military, he definitely knows of my relationship with the Church of Evernight and Member of Parliament Mocked. He won't do something so simple and crude. Most importantly, if he can hire someone to kill for the 3% of the shares, why did he do it earlier? If I had pointed the gun at Quarren's head earlier, the matter would have been resolved without any ripples. Klein looked at the officers in front of him thoughtfully and did not reply immediately. And next door to the small living room, Xiao and Furs were leaning against the wall. Using the tiny door that the latter had opened, they had heard the entire conversation. What should we do? If the police insist on arresting him, should we provide protection? Furs, who lacked sufficient experience as a bounty hunter, lowered her voice and asked her friend. She didn't expect that a business dispute would evolve into a case that involved human life and suspected framing. The enemy she expected had also changed from a burglar and an assassin to a police officer. For a moment, she didn't know how to deal with the aftermath. Xianxia was also placed in a difficult position. Typically, bodyguards are only used to deal with illegal offenders. But the remuneration they give is sufficiently generous. Furs was astonished and amused when she heard that. She asked, if he's really arrested and sent to prison, do you plan on breaking him out? Let's not talk about the problem of danger. If that happens, you will also be wanted and won't be able to be a bounty hunter anymore. When the time comes, do you plan on escaping somewhere else with this gentleman? As she spoke, she realized that Don Dantes had stirred after coming up with a story. This elegant gentleman with white sideburns turned his head to look at Walter and said with a calm and gentle voice, 2 matters. 2 things. First, visit Baron Cindras and tell him that someone is trying to frame him. Walter revealed a rare look of shock and puzzlement, finding it difficult to understand why his employer would give such an order. From his point of view, this matter was likely orchestrated by Baron Cindras. Visiting him wouldn't be of any use and would only result in humiliation. Klein smiled and said, he just came here as a guest and threatened me with the 3% shares. He just came here as a guest and threatened me with the 3% shares. Then something happened to Mr. Quarren, so it's hard not to suspect him. I believe there's a need to remind him that this is what a gentleman should do. The officers were slightly moved when they heard that. For some baffling reason, they felt that the matter was more complicated than they imagined. Walter was enlightened as he immediately replied, all right, sir. Very well, sir. I will immediately visit Baron Cindras and inform you and his friends of this matter. This way, if the matter wasn't done by Baron Cindras, the subsequent troubles would be resolved by him. If he was the mastermind behind the scenes, he could be implicated in the name of warning Walter out of goodwill. By spreading the news, it would create enough pressure from public opinion to make the rescue of Member of Parliament mocked and company simple. Smart. A good butler really saves me trouble. Klein praised inwardly as he continued. Second, get my lawyer over to deal with this tiny problem. After instructing the butler and valet, Klein looked at the officers opposite him. All right, I'll go back to the police station with you. I won't make things difficult for you. However, before my lawyer arrives, I will not answer any of your questions. The leading officer heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Dantes. At this moment, Furs, who was next to the living room, hurriedly said, should we follow them? Yes, I'll hide under the carriage now and follow them to the police station. We can't guarantee that those policemen are real. Xianxia answered rather cautiously. She paused and seized the time to ask, is there anything else you want to say? Furs thought for a second and sighed. The nobles and the rich are really scary. Xianxia was taken aback and didn't say another word. She walked to the window, pressed her hand, and nimbly leaped down, landing in the shadows of the building. A few minutes later, Klein and 2 of the police officers boarded Don Dantes's carriage. When he sat down, he looked at the thick carpet, his expression unchanged. When they arrived at the police station, Klein was directly brought into the interrogation room, but no matter how the officer in charge asked, he did not respond. When his lawyer arrived, he gave a statement, saying that he had only met Quarren once. He said that the negotiations for the acquisition of the shares were all handled by a professional team, and that he had not participated in the specifics. He repeated these things over and over again, indicating that he didn't know anything else. The police officer on the other side couldn't find a breakthrough until he was called out. After a while, the police officer in charge of recording the statement came back. All right, you can leave now. A distinguished gentleman has provided a guarantor for you and paid the bail. Klein didn't immediately get up. He sat on the chair and looked up. Who? The police officer was immediately filled with respect. Baron Cindras. Klein immediately smiled and slowly got up. He brought the lawyer out of the interrogation room and met up with the butler and valet. He met Baron Cindras again at the entrance of the police station. This big banker's hair was still neatly combed back, silver and black intertwining. Beside him stood his valet and bearded bodyguard. Thank you for your warning, Dantes. Few people can be as calm and sharp as you when encountering unexpected situations. Sinders took 2 steps forward with a smile, extended his hand, and shook Klein's hand. Klein replied with a smile, "I just trust your character." Of course, Baron Sinders didn't believe his polite words. He found an excuse and boarded Don Dantes' carriage with his bodyguards. As for the valet, he sent him to his own luxurious carriage to urge the coachman to follow behind. Outside the window, the parasol tree flew backward as Sinders took the initiative to speak. "Dantes, why did you make such a judgment?" Klein glanced at the butler and valet beside him and chuckled. 2 points. First, I think you have a better idea, Baron. You wouldn't do something so violent. Baron Sinders drank a mouthful of the white wine on the carriage and chuckled. Indeed. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. I'm very curious about the idea. He had only asked in passing, without any extravagant hopes of receiving an answer. However, Sinders smiled. It doesn't matter if I tell you since things have come to this. It's very simple. Don't you wish to enter high society? I plan on hiring a few girls of different ages to accuse you of toying with their feelings and bodies at different social occasions without taking responsibility. If there's a need, I'll get a few children to hug your legs and call you daddy. Or I'll get some commoners to accuse you of seducing their wives and destroying their marriages. This is Rouen. The culture here is relatively conservative. No one likes to have such a person as a friend. Similarly, the Church of Evernight that values marriage and family will alienate you. Such matters are difficult to clarify, but they aren't serious. They won't use their own strength to help you investigate. By the time you finally find a loophole, your image will have spread. How many people do you think will be willing to believe your explanation? You are only a newcomer and have yet to build up enough reputation. You aren't that trustworthy. Of course, if you are willing to accept my conditions, I'll use my reputation to vouch for you. That's the first step. As for now, it won't happen. Klein was nearly stunned when he heard that. He felt that he was still too inexperienced compared to a powerful banker who had established a business empire step by step. I think I should thank you, he replied with a smile without batting an eyelid. Secondly, if you really want the 3% shares, with your wealth, I won't be able to compete with you. It's better for you to force Mr. Quarren than to kill him later. Roland's expression did not change as he replied with a smile. Sinders raised his right hand and used his fingers to press against his temples. He chuckled. He chuckled and said, "No, you're wrong. I definitely want the 3% shares. However, you're right about one thing. I've indeed prepared an offer for Quarren that he can't refuse. However, he suddenly made a decision and completed the transaction with you at an extremely fast speed. I couldn't even react in time." Klein narrowed his eyes as he suddenly fell silent. After returning to 160 Buckland Street, Zio circled around and sneaked back to the 3rd floor. She saw Furs, who had easily opened the door. "How was it?" "Nothing happened, right?" Furs, who had been following from afar, asked out of curiosity. Zio shook her head in a daze. "No." She then revealed a wistful expression. "Nobles and tycoons are truly terrifying." On the tiny balcony of the master bedroom, Klein, who was in the form of Don Dantes, stood behind the railing as he silently watched Sinders's luxurious carriage slowly drive away. His mind was still echoing with the other party's words. He felt that the Quim Company's stock purchase had a hidden conspiracy from the very beginning. To Sinders, although the Quim Company had great potential and a bright future, its value was still limited to Bakeland. It was restricted by all sorts of conditions and wasn't worth the attention of a powerful banker, making it seem as though he wouldn't relinquish control. After all, even if he didn't succeed, it would only be a difference of how much he earned. It wasn't to the extent of incurring losses. To the seller, Quarren, it was very normal for him to sell his shares for cash due to external pressure. It was also very normal for him to be unwilling to sell to the Conservative Party's purse of money, Sinders. But the problem was that as a businessman, it was indeed possible to consider political leanings when the price was about the same. There was no reason to reject an extremely high premium. However, he had deliberately completed the transaction with Don Dantes before Sinders made his final offer. From the looks of it, he had a grudge against the pound or an extreme hatred of the Conservative Party. And this didn't match the current political atmosphere. The kingdom of Rouen hadn't reached such a level of internal strife. From the looks of it, someone is forcing Cinders to do this, and someone is using this as bait to set up a trap, using Quarren's 3% shares as bait and me as cover to lure Cinders into a trap, hoping to achieve a certain goal. Klein looked at the street lamps under the night sky as he sighed inwardly. According to his guess, if he hadn't discovered a problem that night and hadn't directly sent people to Cinders, he would have ended up in prison due to all sorts of seemingly conclusive clues. And when the military or the Church of Evernight interfered, the evidence would undoubtedly turn against him and point to Cinders. During this process, as long as Cinders made a slight misjudgment, treating Don Dantes as an accomplice of the mastermind and using relatively intense means to deal with him, it would be the final nail in his coffin. As for who was behind the scenes and what their true motives were, Klein had no way of guessing. He could only be sure that Madame Marie probably didn't know the truth and was merely being used by someone to protect her control over the Quim company. In short, she didn't have the qualifications to participate in a conspiracy of this level. Environmental protection. New party. Conservative party. Bankers. Takeover. Framing. Nouns after nouns popped up in Klein's mind, making him feel as if he could see through the current peace in Bakelin to the dangerous whirlpools that were hidden underwater. They had existed for a long time and had not been pacified by the Great Smog. Some of them were even an extension of that incident. With all of these intertwined and the increasingly tense international environment, Klein suddenly thought of a word: war. Revolution. In that second, Klein seemed to smell the impending storm. Furthermore, with the apocalyptic prophecy, I wonder how much chaos and madness is brewing in the dark. My current focus is to start with the military and investigate the truth behind the Great Smog of Bakeland. If I were to be embroiled in this maelstrom, there's a high chance that there will be unnecessary trouble. I might expose my sequence strength, making it impossible for me to continue acting as Don Dantes. Klein retracted his gaze and had already made up his mind. That was to escape as soon as possible. As for Cinders' safety, he wasn't worried. Firstly, he had the backing of the Conservative Party and had his own forces. With him on his guard, it would be difficult for him to be framed again. Secondly, Klein didn't have much of a relationship with him. It was already considered a noble act for him to warn him. As for the truth behind Quarren's death, he didn't have the right to investigate it. All he could do was choose to believe that the Nighthawks were experienced and had many means to find the real clues. How should I extricate myself from this matter? As long as the 3% of the shares are in my hands, it means that I will always be in the center of the stage. Get Madame Marie to buy it back ahead of time? It would be very difficult. She probably didn't have the funds. Sell it to Baron Cinders? Breaking the promise and the contract. Klein gradually came up with an idea. His facial muscles inexplicably twisted a little, but he soon relaxed, because what he wanted to do was what he wanted to do before, but he didn't have the ability to do it. Moreover, this was also beneficial for him to establish his image, and it would be easier for him to enter the upper class. In the room next door with the balcony, Xiao and Furs stared at the street and garden, while the other stared at the crimson moon that was half hidden behind the clouds. Neither of them spoke for a long time. Only when the lights on Dwayne Dantes' side were extinguished did she turn her head to look at her friend. She said with interest and obvious wistfulness, "It's not easy being a tycoon. If it were you, you would have gone bankrupt in 3 days and been sent to jail." Xiao glanced at her. "I can hire a great butler, a professional lawyer, and a capable business secretary to help." Furs didn't continue to discourage him. Instead, she smiled and said, "If it were me, I would convert all of it into bank deposits, state bonds, and houses and shops, relying on the annuity income to maintain a decent enough life." Just as she said that, she saw Xiao frown slightly as she cast her gaze at the first floor of the building. "What's wrong?" Furs suddenly tensed up. Xiao focused for a few seconds. "My spiritual perception tells me that something or something related to black magic has appeared. One of the greatest features of a sheriff was that when they were close enough, they could detect things that were related to evil, chaos, and madness that weren't shielded." Black magic? Furs was considered a senior beyonder, so she was no stranger to it. Strictly speaking, anything that did not go through the 7 orthodox gods was considered black magic, including those ritualistic magic that prayed to the hidden existences. Generally speaking, black magic referred to the use of flesh, blood, hair, and all kinds of strange items to cast strange spells. Some of them involved evil gods, some of them stemmed from one's own beyonder powers, and some of them relied on the spirituality of the materials and the correct symbols and magic labels. Xiao nodded solemnly. Yes, it's on the first floor. I plan on taking a look. Stay here and protect Mr. Dantes. After 2 seconds of silence, Furs nodded and said, that's right. All right. After Xiao left the half-open room with the balcony, she took out Lamino's travels from her pocket. She was prepared to immediately take action if anything went amiss. Elsewhere, Xiao was agile as she briskly went down to the first floor. Following her senses, she arrived outside one of the rooms. After confirming that her target was inside, Xiao was taken aback as her expression gradually sank. If she didn't remember wrongly, this room belonged to the butler who had hired her, Walter. In that momentary daze, the black magic item or matter that had stimulated her spiritual perception vanished. The room was silent as though nothing abnormal had happened. Xiao hurriedly pressed her ear to the door and listened carefully, confirming that there was human breathing inside. After waiting for a while and seeing that Walter hadn't taken any action, she returned to the third floor with a look of puzzlement. She recounted her discovery to her friend, Furs. Finally, she said, should we act as though we don't know anything, or should we think of a way to warn Mr. Dantes? Furs thought for a moment. Maybe Mr. Butler didn't mean any harm? Let's observe for a while longer. After expressing her attitude, she clicked her tongue and sighed. I have to say that Mr. Don Dantes is really a pitiful fellow. Not only was he used to frame Baron Syndras, but he was also wrongly imprisoned, causing his reputation to be tarnished. He also has a butler with unknown intentions who studies black magic. Sigh, I hope he doesn't lose his life because of this. In this aspect, he's just a helpless ordinary person. Xiao nodded in agreement. After these 3 days, if we still can't confirm Mr. Butler's intentions, then leave him a note as a reminder. The next morning, after finishing his breakfast, Klein glanced at Walter with his usual expression. He left with his valet, Richardson, and took a carriage to St. Samuel Cathedral. After listening to the sermon and praying, Klein didn't make any donations. Instead, he went straight to Bishop Electra. What's up? Although the bishop was under a lot of pressure due to the infiltration of Cheney's Gate, he was still rather kind to his believers. Klein smiled and said, I've been through some things recently, and I've become more aware of my inner self. Without waiting for Bishop Electra to ask, he continued, that's right. I want to establish a bursary fund for the poor and hope to get help from the church. I'll put my Coim company shares into this fund and use all the funds it can obtain according to the contract to start this matter. Bishop Electra was stunned when he heard that, because it was definitely not a small sum. Although outsiders did not know how much Don Dantes had spent to purchase the 3% shares, they had heard rumors that it was more than 10,000 gold pounds. Furthermore, the subsequent returns would not be low. When Madame Mary was pursued by many men of status, her total assets were only tens of thousands of pounds. Therefore, Don Dantes' donation of more than 10,000 pounds was definitely considered a huge sum. In the entire Church of Evernight, apart from the type designated in the will, the number of donations that were higher than this could be counted on one hand. That is an act worthy of any praise. However, I have to remind you not to do anything beyond your capabilities. Klein replied with a smile, for me, it's not a small amount, but it's still bearable. It won't affect my life and business. Bishop Electra's smile gradually turned warm as he nodded. The goddess will be watching you. Hearing this blessing, Klein's expression almost froze. Bishop Electra continued. I will report this to His Excellency the Archbishop and strive to hold a charity dinner for this foundation. At that time, we will invite believers of the goddess from all fields, including a few nobles and their families, to see if anyone is willing to participate. He knew very well that Don Dantes had been trying to enter the upper class, so he purposely chose the nobles. At the bottom of the Future's cabin, in the pitch-black environment, Frankly lit a candle, illuminating a long table filled with flesh, mushrooms, wheat, and fish. He casually pushed the items aside and cleared out a space that was just enough to hold a letter. Right on the heels of that, he laid out the letter, picked up a fountain pen, and wrote with an excited expression, "My dear friend, Gehrman, I'm very happy that you found the dried mushrooms pretty good. Perhaps they are more useful than I imagined. When I'm free, I'll take another look at them. As I'm fully immersed in the experiment you mentioned, I've already stopped manufacturing them. Most of the ones from before have been snatched and burned by Nina. There are only 3 left. I hope they can be of help to you. Along with them is the latest product. A type of mushroom that can grow and reproduce by devouring flesh and blood in the dark. It has 3 types. One of them is a hybrid of wheat, which can be ground into mushroom powder to produce bread. Another has the characteristics of a hybrid cow, which can be used to extract milk. The last one is a hybrid of fish, giving it a refreshing taste. It has thick and tight flesh. What you need to take note of is that it absolutely cannot be eaten raw. It has to be cooked at 90 degrees Celsius and above for at least 5 minutes to kill its activity. Otherwise, no matter what it turns into, it will automatically absorb the flesh and blood around it, including human organs. Another point. They are unable to distinguish between normal flesh and monster flesh, nor are they able to effectively deal with the latter. They will accumulate the corresponding toxicity or madness. I feel that they will undergo different mutations due to different types of monster flesh and blood, resulting in different levels of harm. However, I'm unable to verify it because I lack sufficient monster corpses for research. If you obtain any during your adventures, please send them to me. I only need a very small amount. As for whether there are any other problems, I'm not too sure either. This is still considered a half-finished product, so there's no way to conduct further experiments or observations. I wish you success in everything and that your adventures will be fruitful. Your most sincere friend, Frank Lee. Putting down the fountain pen, Frank read the reply from the beginning and folded it in satisfaction. He found a gold coin and pressed it on top. He quickly set up the messenger summoning ritual and prepared to recite the incantation. At this moment, he subconsciously surveyed his surroundings and was stunned for 2 seconds. Then, Frank moved all the dirt that was piled nearby outside the door. Empress Burrow, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey was hiding in her room, staring at the glass bottle in her hand. The bottle was filled with a transparent, colorless, viscous liquid. When it was quiet, it was like a mirror, completely reflecting everything within its range. When it fluctuated, there were small whirlpools spinning silently under its surface. This was the hypnotist potion that he had just concocted. Audrey had already digested the psychiatrist potion. She planned on advancing to sequence 6 before Bakelin's psychological alchemy contacted her. After using placate to adjust her mental state, Audrey bit her lower lip, raised the glass bottle, and poured the potion into her mouth. After a short period of coldness, she suddenly felt her consciousness explode. Her body seemed to be infected and became somewhat illusory. At this moment, her soul body, astral projection, and ether body seemed to be absorbed and assimilated by the body of heart and mind. Her entire body was like a composite of pure thoughts as she floated up. She sensed the boundless sea of collective subconscious that connected all living beings, as well as the spirituality sky that corresponded to it. Having experienced the shock she experienced at the psychiatrist stage, Audrey didn't panic. She maintained a sliver of lucidity and restrained her instinctive urge to fuse with the sea. She allowed her consciousness to spread out without end before shrinking back like a rubber band. After an unknown period of time, she finally found herself. She saw that the back of her hand was covered in dense, sturdy golden scales. She saw that the strands of hair that hung over her shoulders were glossy and heavy, as though they were made of real gold. These anomalies receded bit by bit, and Audrey quickly returned to normal. However, when she looked in the mirror, she realized that although her green eyes looked clear, there was a strange bottomless vortex hidden within them. It made it difficult for anyone who saw it to look away, making it easy for them to lose themselves in it. This is a sign of my spirituality dissipating and not being completely converged. Audrey's brows slowly relaxed as her smile gradually became clearer. She looked at herself in the mirror and nodded gently. She couldn't hide her smile as she said, "Audrey, you're already a sequence 6. After her emotions calmed down, she seriously examined herself to confirm what beyond her powers she had obtained and what substantial changes had occurred. After a period of busy work, Audrey gained a preliminary understanding of the situation. First, her physical fitness had been greatly enhanced. Be it her strength or agility, they had exceeded the level of an ordinary human. Furthermore, she could produce a layer of scales on the surface of her skin, greatly reducing and resisting damage. Second, her psychological cue had undergone a qualitative change. It had become a hypnosis in the non-combat domain. As long as the target's attention was truly focused on something, Audrey could open the door to the body of heart and mind, directly modifying the target's consciousness and influencing the subconscious. This way, the target would unknowingly follow her arrangements and do all sorts of actions that went against their true will. Of course, if Audrey's arrangements directly harmed the hypnotized person's life or the things they subconsciously valued the most, the other party would show strong resistance, causing the hypnosis to fail. In addition, if the target was mentally strong and had a firm mind, they could also resist the hypnosis to a certain extent. Third, combat hypnosis. Audrey could forcefully hypnotize the enemy, making them do abnormal actions. For example, attacking their companions or avoiding her as a hypnotist. However, this kind of hypnosis could only be maintained for a short period of time. The target would quickly wake up and realize the problem. Similarly, it couldn't directly harm the target's life or make the enemy commit suicide. Fourth, psychological invisibility. With her grasp of the target's body of heart and mind, she could place herself in a blind spot, thus achieving an invisibility effect where the target couldn't see or sense her despite being right in front of her. Very impressive. The only regret is that I still don't have any beyond her powers that can directly attack. Audrey puffed up her cheeks indiscernibly as she tried her best to converge her spirituality, making her eyes not look so intoxicating. After eliminating the initial abnormalities, she opened the door and let Susie in. With the golden retriever's cooperation, she familiarized herself with her newly obtained beyonder powers. Before long, her personal maidservant, Annie, knocked on the door and entered with an invitation. "Miss, the church will be holding a charity gala on Saturday night. It's for a newly established bursary foundation that targets the poor. We hope that you can participate." Audrey didn't answer directly but asked instead, she asked, "Did they invite my father and mother as well?" "Yes, they also invited the Earl and Madam, as well as Lord Hibbert," Annie answered truthfully. Audrey nodded and smiled. "Tell the church that I'll participate. Also, figure out the exact situation of the charity foundation so that I can decide on the donation amount." At night, into Serenzo restaurant. This place is gorgeous. It's even more gorgeous than the living rooms and activity rooms of many nobles. Furs looked around and assumed a posture of gathering material. Although she had participated in many literary salons organized by nobles, she had always gone to their homes and had never come to such a top-notch restaurant. Zio scratched her coarse blonde hair and said, "This is the style of Intis. It's different from us. It looks gorgeous, but it doesn't have any connotations." "How can it not have any connotations? Look, those are all famous oil paintings, famous sculptures." Furs deliberately retorted. During this process, she suppressed her voice because they didn't enter through the main entrance. As they spoke, they found the tiny private room that butler Walter had mentioned. Furs directly opened the door and pulled Zio inside. They hid in a cupboard in an exclusive pantry and waited for their employer, Don Dantes, and his guests to arrive. "How much do you think that 3% of the Quim Company's shares is worth?" the bored Furs casually asked. In the morning, she entered St. Samuel Cathedral with Zio and pretended to pray, but she was actually providing protection. Zio hesitated and said, "At least a few £1,000. I think that Bishop places great importance on it." "How rich?" "He donates thousands of pounds just like that. Why doesn't he help poor people like us?" Furs said wistfully in a joking manner. At this moment, the door to the private room opened. Don Dantes and Mock's family walked in and took their seats. The corresponding waiters also began busying themselves. Zio and Furs didn't speak further as they listened to the chatter outside and paid attention to their surroundings. From time to time, their noses would twitch because of the food's fragrance. Suddenly, Zio frowned slightly as though she sensed something. She immediately relaxed as though nothing had happened. "What's wrong?" Furs whispered into her friend's ear. Xiao shook her head and said, "Nothing. It's nothing. I was too tense, so I overreacted." At that moment, Klein put down his cutlery and glanced at the side of his chair with a calm expression. With his spirit vision activated, he saw a blonde, red-eyed, and beautiful head emerge from the void. In its mouth was a bulging letter. Vaguely, Klein seemed to smell milk, wheat, and fish. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he secretly extended his left hand and grabbed the letter. Seated in the other 3 seats, Mocked, Rihanna, and Hazel didn't notice anything. Just as Klein stuffed the letter into his pocket without leaving a trace, the waiters walked out of the pantry and served the 4 guests new dishes. Among them, 2 were butter-fried mushrooms. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly felt a little nauseous as his expression turned odd. His right palm, which had yet to be pulled out of his pocket, trembled slightly. P.S. Update before making any changes. Fortunately, I didn't order mushrooms. Otherwise, this dish would have gone to waste. Originally, I didn't have any psychological trauma toward mushrooms, but the smell in the letter just now successfully made me have a relapse. Klein's expression quickly returned to normal. He retracted his left hand, picked up the glass beside him, and gulped down the ice water inside. "One more." He turned his head as if nothing had happened and ordered the waiter standing at the door of the pantry. At the same time, he pressed down on the clothes on his abdomen, slowly got up, apologized, and walked to the private washroom in the private room. This was opposite to the exclusive pantry, located on both sides of the main entrance. Furs, who was hiding in the cupboard, heard the footsteps approach and the bathroom door close. She couldn't help but lean over to Xiao's ear and suppress her voice. "This is the second time. They've only been in this room for slightly more than half an hour, and Don Dantes has already gone to the washroom for the second time. The first time was obviously to urinate. If it's the same this time, it means that this gentleman's kidneys, bladder, or prostate aren't very good. He's out, he's out. He's really just peeing. TSK, he seems to drink a lot of water and often goes to the bathroom. Sigh, it's not easy to be a rich man. It's especially difficult for a good-looking rich man." Xiao rolled her eyes at her friend. "This has nothing to do with you. Be serious and focus. We're doing a mission. Also, that member of parliament named Mocked has a rather powerful bodyguard. Perhaps he's a beyonder. We have to be careful." Furs had no choice but to suppress her desire to communicate. They were all guarding outside the door. They didn't guard against anyone going through the wall. That's not professional. At all. "Alright, we'll talk about it when we get back." At this time, Klein had already walked back to the table and sat in his seat. He drank a mouthful of ice water and sipped the white wine before smiling at Mocked. "It's been almost 2 months since I came to Bakeland. I've been busy familiarizing myself with the environment here and haven't been able to start a new business. Every day when I wake up, I see the gold coins flowing out, and none of them come back. Hee, it's time to do something." He jokingly pointed out that he was willing to participate in the arms trade. Mocked stroked his cup and smiled warmly. "I can understand. I also went through this stage in the past. How much money do you have left? I can introduce some friends to you." Klein replied calmly, "That's right. Currently, the most I can spare is 20,000 pounds. "You're richer than I imagined," Mocked said wistfully. Under normal circumstances, a millionaire who could take out 20,000 pounds in one go would definitely have a net worth of 100,000 pounds. Without waiting for Don Dantes to be humble, he casually said, "Didn't you buy 3% of the coin company's shares? You can pledge it for at least 10,000 pounds, which will help you ease the financial strain." Klein smiled and sighed. "I've already donated these shares to the church. I'm going to set up a bursary fund for the poor." Donated to the church? Mocked hadn't met St. Samuel Cathedral's priest and bishop today. Furthermore, he was outside and hadn't received an invitation, so he wasn't aware of this matter. Mariana and Hazel, who were enjoying their delicacies, also looked up and subconsciously cast their gazes at Don Dantes. At their level, there were quite a number of friends they were familiar with who could fork out 10,000 pounds in cash, but only a few had the ability to donate that much money. And among those few, there might not be a single person willing to donate, No, there was already one, Don Dante's. Yes. Klein nodded with his usual expression. If not for the goddess's blessings, I would have long died in the chaotic southern continent. And when I was young, if I had the chance to attend school and study, perhaps my life would have been completely different. I wish to give those children who yearn to change their fates some hope. Your character is equally impressive as your generosity. Ma Mariana put down her knife and fork as she praised sincerely. Hazel nodded indiscernibly as she looked at Dwayne Dantes with a much gentler gaze. Seeing her parents begin chatting with him about charity, she apologetically left the table and walked to the washroom. Her right hand seemed to be casually pressing down on her tummy. When she came to the door, she was just about to turn right when she suddenly turned her head and looked at the cupboard in the pantry. She frowned slightly, revealing a look of confusion. She then retracted her gaze and opened the wooden door to the washroom. After washing her hands, Hazel seemed to forget the abnormality from before. She touched the necklace by her chest and returned to the dining table. After the dishes and desserts were served, dinner was over. The quartet left the room with their servants and met up with the two bodyguards outside. They planned on returning home. At this moment, Hazel suddenly stopped and said, "I think I dropped my ear stud inside. I think I dropped my ear stud inside. Sorry, wait a minute." Without waiting for Ma Mariana to instruct a maidservant to search for it, she turned around and circled around the corner, returning to the room from before. Hazel lowered her hand that was covering her left ear and directly entered the pantry. She walked in front of the cupboard and placed her hand on it. She wanted to quickly open the cupboard's door, but after some thought, she cautiously held on to the necklace with her other hand and turned her body to the side to guard against any sudden attacks from inside. Taking a deep breath, Hazel took the opportunity when the waiter was clearing the dining table to pull the cupboard's door open, revealing the interior of the cupboard. Apart from spare cutlery and tablecloths, there was nothing else. Hazel revealed a puzzled expression once again, as though she couldn't believe what she was seeing. "I clearly sensed that there's something very valuable inside," she muttered to herself. Before the maidservant could chase up to her, she closed the cupboard's door and walked out of the pantry. Outside into Serenzo restaurant, Furs and Zio turned their heads in unison and looked inside. "That girl actually discovered us?" Furs whispered in disbelief. If she hadn't been able to open the door and slip out from behind the cupboard, she and Zio would have been discovered. They would have no choice but to admit that they were secretly protecting Don Dantes. Zio wore a look of puzzlement as well. "When she went to the bathroom, I remember you didn't say anything or move. Perhaps, she's also a beyonder and has some sort of spiritual intuition." Furs guessed with uncertainty. Mr. Don Dantes' life sure is difficult. On one hand, he often encounters conflict between the rich and nobles. On the other hand, not only does he have a butler who studies black magic in his house, but there's also a beyonder with mysterious powers nearby. By the way, what's her name? Hazel. Zaya was searching for Don Dantes' carriage and hiding beneath it when her gaze suddenly froze. Furs, look. That person's behavior is a little abnormal. Furs followed her gaze and saw a middle-aged man in a black suit. He was pacing back and forth on the edge of the street, looking anxious and impatient. What's wrong? Furs didn't have the time to observe carefully and asked directly. Zio gave a simple answer. He's dressed like a respectable gentleman, but his shoes are very dirty. It's as though they haven't been polished in a while. As you know, Bakeland is very dusty. Also, he'll touch his armpit from time to time. I'm willing to bet that there's a pistol hidden there. Apart from that, his expression and posture indicate that he's abnormal. They're coming out soon. I'll head to the carriage first. Pay attention to this person and protect Mr. Dantes. All right. As Furs found it troublesome, she was also rather intrigued. Hence, she retreated to a spot with some cover and paid close attention to the entrance of Intis Serenzo restaurant. 20 to 30 seconds later, Don Dantes and Mock's family walked out. They bade each other farewell and prepared to head to their respective carriages. At this moment, a two-wheeled carriage charged over from the street at an extremely fast speed, as though it would topple at any moment. The horse that pulled the carriage had a crazed look in its eyes as though it had suffered a fright. In its panic, it slammed into the entrance of Intis Serenzo restaurant. One of Mock's bodyguards went forward in an attempt to subdue the startled horse, while the other protected the member of parliament, his wife, and his daughter as they retreated to the side. At this moment, the middle-aged man who had been pacing back and forth approached from behind. He took out a revolver and aimed it at Mock's head with a warped expression. Klein raised his right hand indiscernibly before retracting it. He didn't do anything. With a nimble leap, he dodged the startled horse. At the same time, Furs, who was hiding to the side, gently clasped her hand and pulled it to the side. The attacker's feet suddenly went limp as though he had tripped over something. He fell to the ground and didn't have the time to fire. In his anxiety, he propped himself up with his hand and leaped up. He was about to fire wildly without aiming. However, he didn't touch anything when he pulled the trigger. His revolver had already fallen to the ground beside Hazel's feet. Following that, he and the startled horse were subdued by the bodyguards. "Why did you attack me?" Mock held back his tumultuous emotions as he took a step forward and asked in a deep voice. The middle-aged man immediately roared with laughter as he shouted with a deranged expression. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Talk about air pollution, talk about using anthracite coal. My factory went bankrupt, my child died from an illness, and my wife committed suicide. P.S. Update first. I was jet-lagged yesterday, so I was extremely sleepy. I didn't write or stockpiled any chapters. I'll be back to normal tomorrow. Also, to thank your loyal servant, Wang Kai, for tipping this Life's Silver Alliance members. Here's a recommendation from you, Light Chaser in the city. Lord of the Mysteries is stuck. Applying for leave for 1 chapter. Currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's shout and seeing his warped expression, Hazel's eyes that were filled with anger and hatred gradually froze, melting into a look of confusion and confusion. It wasn't only her. Mocked, Ma'am Rihanna, and Don Dantes similarly fell silent. No one spoke for a moment. Even Furs, who was hiding behind something, lost her excitement. She no longer had a strong sense of justice. After about 10 seconds, Mock stopped looking at the assailant. He turned his head and said to his bodyguard, "Leave one of you here to watch the scene and the prisoner. One of you stay here and guard the scene and the prisoner. Wait for the police." Having said that, he paused for a second and turned to his valet. "Inform the reporters from a few newspapers to come and interview this matter." After making the initial arrangements, the Member of Parliament surveyed the area and noticed that many passers-by were attempting to gather over to see what had happened. Following that, he looked at Don Dantes and smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry for making you experience such danger. I never expected the matter to develop to such a state. We actually considered the actual situation of factory owners and coal mine owners, and we provided them with some assistance and transitional plans. Who knew? Coming up with a plan is one thing, but carrying it out is another. When the remediation of atmospheric pollution becomes abnormally urgent, with immense pressure from all sides, it's no surprise that a one-size-fits-all solution would appear." Klein sighed and said in a self-deprecating manner, "Don't worry about my feelings. Don't mind my feelings too much. I've been through more dangerous situations in the past." On the surface, he was talking about his business encounters in the southern continent's West Balam, but in fact, he was recalling Megos, who was pregnant with an evil god's spawn, the terrifying meteorite that fell from the sky, Cynthia, who wanted to give birth to Admiral Amirius's child, and the Rose School Angel and Charismatic Order monster that caused the mountain outside Biome to collapse. Compared to all of that, what had just happened was like a drop of rain that fell from the sky. There was no need to care about it. In consideration of Zio, Miss Magician's 2 bodyguards, and Hazel's existence, Klein didn't even take action. All he did was dodge as an experienced person would. What he paid attention to was if there would be a storm. Mock sighed and nodded. "I can tell that you're very calm. I used to doubt what you said, but now I really believe it. Alright, Dwayne, let's go back. Leave the rest to the police. If there's a need to take a statement, they'll come to your house to complete it." Klein nodded and said to Mock's family, "That's right. Pay attention to your safety." Mock nodded solemnly and sighed once again. Baekeland's social season has just begun, and this happened. Cherish the peace now. The mark of Baekeland's social season is the return of the House of Lords. It seems to have only begun last weekend. And this week, there have been 2 consecutive incidents, the framing of Baron Sindras and the attack on Member of Parliament Mocht. Amidst his thoughts, Klein didn't stop as he walked to his carriage with the clearly afraid valet, Richardson. After sitting in it, Klein silently exhaled as he watched the scenery outside slowly recede. He half closed his eyes. He was temporarily unable to determine if Beyonder powers were involved in the attack. This was because every step was something an ordinary person could complete. And the middle-aged man's reason was sufficient, there was no need to deliberately fabricate it. Klein believed that in Baekeland, there were more than one former factory owner or unemployed employee who had such an encounter. The only thing that left him puzzled was why the target of the attack was Mocht. Although this House of Commons Member of Parliament was indeed a supporter and advocate of the remediation of atmospheric pollution, often giving speeches in Parliament and accepting interviews from time to time, he was definitely not the person who attracted the most attention during the bill's introduction. In comparison, the members of the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council were more likely to be chosen as targets for revenge. Klein leaned against the carriage wall and slowly opened his eyes. He saw that it was already late into the night with overlapping clouds and heavy rain. He once again sensed that the whirlpool beneath Baekeland's calm surface was growing in size and intensity. Reining in his thoughts, Klein raised his left palm slightly and touched his pocket. It contained what seemed to be a letter from Frank Lee and an unknown species of mushrooms. Klein really wanted to return home and enter the world above the grey fog. He wanted to use the newly obtained mushroom to communicate with creeping hunger so that he could use the sealed artifact again. With the storm brewing, he believed that he needed to recover his peak combat strength as soon as possible. And in this aspect, creeping hunger was absolutely necessary. Unfortunately, he still had 2 Beyonder bodyguards by his side. He had to try his best not to head above the grey fog. I clearly don't need protection, but I spent a few £100 to hire 2 people to restrict my movements. How helpless of a tycoon. Klein sighed inwardly as he picked up the black tea that Richardson had just prepared. He took a light sip as his facial muscles immediately tensed up before relaxing again. Klein looked down and discovered that the black tea had twice the usual amount of lemon slices. He discreetly swept a glance at Richardson and saw that his valet looked a little dazed, as though he was still immersed in the shock from the assault. As cowardly as ever. Klein evaluated inwardly as he placed the porcelain teacup on the table. Late at night, 39 Buckland Street, Member of Parliament Mocht's house. Hazel sat in front of the dressing table and looked at the grey rat squatting on the powder box. After a long silence, she said, "Did my father do something wrong?" He was clearly pushing for a good thing. Nothing is beneficial to everyone. There will always be those who suffer losses. At such times, the corresponding bill or plan needs to be considered, compensated, and helped. If your father did such a thing, the problem doesn't lie with him. On the contrary, it only means that he's cold and cruel, the rat said in a perfunctory manner. Hazel thought carefully for a few seconds before her expression relaxed. She then said, "During dinner, I sensed that there was an extremely valuable item hidden in a cabinet in the room. But when I opened it later, I didn't find anything." The rat was startled for a moment. That might be Don Dantes' bodyguard. He was recently involved in a suicide case, and it's said to involve Baron Sindras. It's normal for him to hire bodyguards to protect him in secret. The bodyguard in the cupboard might also possess supernatural powers and carry a mystical item, so you sensed it. Hazel nodded gently and accepted the explanation. She subconsciously muttered to herself, "I wonder what kind of supernatural powers those bodyguards have." After saying that, she cast a puzzled glance at the grey rat. "How did you know that Don Dantes was involved in a troublesome case?" The mouse squeaked and said, "My current state is perfect for eavesdropping on other people's discussions." As it spoke, it looked in the direction of 160 Buckland Street as its eyes shimmered. Furs, who was taking turns sleeping, felt herself floating into an ancient and majestic palace. It was filled with all sorts of Beyonder ingredients and mystical items, and there were even 2 blurry tarot cards. However, she wasn't able to take any of them away. These items were sealed by an invisible force. Furs looked around in a bid to find a way to remove the seal. Finally, she saw a complicated symbol engraved on the dome. This was a symbol formed from the combination of fate and concealment. Find an item with this symbol engraved on it, and I'll be able to open the seal on a treasure trove. Furs immediately came to this realization as she jolted awake. She realized that she was curled up on the carpet in the room, covered by a thin silk blanket. She and Zio didn't dare sleep in the reclining chair, afraid that Don Dantes, who often sat there, would notice that something was amiss. Rubbing her temples, Furs sat up and saw Zio leaning against the wall that led to the master bedroom. She was seriously monitoring her surroundings. I feel like there's a secret hidden here. I had a strange dream. I dreamed of exaggerated treasures and complicated symbols, Furs said with a frown as she walked towards Zio. As an astrologer, her intuition told her that there was something wrong with the dream. Zio suppressed her doubts when she saw Furs' serious expression. After some thought, she said, perhaps there really is a secret. I once heard a proverb that belongs to the mysterious world. It goes like this: when a beyonder element is discovered somewhere, there's bound to be a second one. Ignoring the butler who still can't determine if there's any beyonder powers, that Miss Hazel is the first beyonder element. Nearby her, or rather, this street, there should be a second one. Furs nodded gently and said with a smile, however, this has nothing to do with us. Tomorrow evening, we'll be able to collect our payment, end our bodyguard mission, and leave this place. The most pitiful one is ultimately Don Dantes. He's innocent and ordinary, but he has no choice but to interact with troublesome matters and beyonder elements. Having said that, Furs looked at Zio and joked, quick, say it. Quickly say it. May the goddess bless him. I'm a believer of steam and machinery. I can't do that. Zio seriously considered it for 2 seconds before drawing the crimson moon on her chest. She piously whispered, may the goddess bless Mr. Don Dantes. Furs had completely shaken off her drowsiness. She covered her mouth and yawned. I'll walk around the house and patrol it. Wait 15 minutes before sleeping. All right. Zio was clearly more energetic than Furs. Furs immediately turned to the door, reached out her hand to press on the wall, and arrived at the corridor. Just as she was about to walk to the stairs, she suddenly sensed a slight commotion coming from the room where Don Dantes' valet slept. Furs' eyes darted around slightly as she cautiously approached. She opened a tiny door on the wall and peeked in. She then saw Richardson dancing a somewhat crazy and mysterious dance. Spirit dance? Doesn't this valet believe in the Evernight goddess? He's secretly worshipping death? Furs knit her brows as she watched Richardson finish his spirit dance. She watched as he softly prayed to the god of death to protect him from various dangers. When everything was over, Furs clicked her tongue and shook her head. Poor Mr. Dantes. P.S. Update first, then change later. After returning to the room with the balcony, Furs looked at Zio, who was leaning against the wall. What do you think I saw? That valet, Dantes' valet, is actually a believer of death. He was dancing and praying just now. Zio suddenly widened her eyes before relaxing her expression. For Mr. Dantes, it is only a question at the back of the list. That manservant named Richardson clearly has the blood of the southern continent. Perhaps he was born there, so it's not surprising that he secretly worships the god of death. Furs replied with a smile, that's right. I know. I just think this is very interesting. Isn't there a little too many people around Don Dantes who have secrets? If one day I discover that apart from him, all the creatures in this house, including the housekeeper, maid, gardener, carriage driver, earthworms, bugs, and rats, are related to mystery and beyonders, I don't think I'll be too surprised. I'll be able to easily accept this fact. Zio rolled her eyes at her friend again. If that's the case, then Mr. Don Dantes won't be a simple person. He's surrounded by beyonders and beyonder creatures. It can only mean that he might be the son of an evil god or an angel on earth. Without waiting for Furs to divert the topic, Zio changed the topic. Didn't you just say that you had a strange dream involving treasure? Why aren't you curious at all? Why haven't you considered what it represents and whether or not it really exists? Furs chuckled. This kind of dream usually means a lot of trouble and danger. I'll think about it when I have the chance to meet that symbol in the future. Although she said that, what she was really thinking was, there's quite a problem with this dream. Who knows if there's a conspiracy behind it? I'll head to the tarot next week and seek advice from Mr. the Hanging Man, Ma'am Hermit, and Mr. World before deciding what to do. They are all experienced and powerful beyonders, so they might have similar experiences. You've matured quite a bit. Xiao nodded slightly. Exerting strength in her back, she bounced off the wall and walked towards where Furs had been sleeping. Mature? Furs snickered and leaned closer to her friend. She straightened her back and looked down at her hair. Without waiting for Xiao to get angry, she sighed again. You're the one who's matured. I still remember this time last year. You relied on your intuition and your fists for arbitration. You would make mistakes and lose your way from time to time. You're much better now. Xiao was taken aback as she lay down on her side and wrapped the thin blanket around her. With her back facing Furs, she mumbled. The main reason I got lost was because of you. Furs laughed dryly and nodded thoughtfully. This is an inherent characteristic of the apprentice pathway. It has nothing to do with me. Yes, seeing that Xiao was already lying down, she walked to the wall of the master bedroom and seriously became a bodyguard. The night receded bit by bit as the sky gradually lit up. After Klein woke up and had his breakfast, he received 2 visits from the police and a batch of reporters. Some of them were here for the further investigation of Quarren's suicide, while others wanted to know more details about Member of Parliament Mock's attack. Under Walter's arrangements, Don Dantes met them one after another and quickly settled the matters. In the afternoon, Mock suddenly came to him and hurriedly said to Klein, "Accompany me to the club for a round of tennis." Accompany me to the club for a round of tennis. He had joined several clubs, but there was only one that intersected with Don Dantes. East Balham Military Veterans Club. Is he going to seal the deal on the firearms deal? Klein understood the hidden meaning behind his words. He immediately got his valet, Richardson, to get his coat, top hat, and cane. He took his carriage and followed the Member of Parliament to the unique sand yellow building in Hillston Borough. After entering the club, it was the same room as before. Klein once again met the donkey-faced Colonel Calvin of the Ministry of Defense. After exchanging pleasantries for a few minutes out of habit, Calvin finally got down to business. He looked at Don Dantes and chuckled. I heard from Mocked that you can fork out £20,000 in one go? Although it's a little forceful, it's indeed doable, Klein replied with the corners of his mouth curling up. Calvin nodded in satisfaction and said after some thought, I won't need £20,000 for the time being. The batch of firearms, ammunition, and a small number of cannons prepared for you will be in a warehouse in East Balham. There aren't many of them, and it's enough to arm 3,000 to 4,000 people. According to the scrapping price, it'll be £10,000 at most. Of course, you have to give me £15,000. He didn't hide anything, as though this was a norm within the Rouen army. No problem. Klein nodded with a calm expression. Calvin chuckled. Very good. Mocked has a good eye. If you want to do business in this area, you absolutely can't be stingy. That batch of firearms is worth at least £20,000 in West Balham. If you can find a suitable buyer and use your experience there, you can definitely sell it for £30,000 or more. By the way, the transportation and storage fees will be borne by you. We will only send 2 or 3 people to assist you. Indeed, there are overseers. Klein listened intently, feeling that he needed to urge Admiral of Stars and Donnas to quickly provide him with information on West Balham. He pondered for a moment and said, roughly when will it begin? There's still another 2 weeks before the batch of firearms is placed in the corresponding warehouse. It's up to you to decide when to begin. Yes, you don't have to pay in full. Pay £8,000 to £10,000 first, and you can pay the rest when the matter is over. Calvin put on a look as though he was very amicable. 2 weeks later. It's almost the end of the month. I definitely have to attend the Snake of Fate's birth banquet before leaving. I'm still waiting for his umbilical cord blood. Klein's thoughts raced. I need to make some preparations. I'll probably head to the southern continent in early July. After Calvin and Mocked exchanged looks, they rubbed their palms together. No problem. Outside East Balam Military Veterans Clubhouse, Xiao and Furs were hiding on the roof of a nearby building, monitoring the people around them. Xiao knew very well that there were quite a number of Beyonders in the club, so she didn't dare let Furs sneak in with her to provide close-range protection for Don Dantes. All she could do was wait outside. Thankfully, this is Bakeland. Even if there's no fog in this season, there won't be a lack of clouds. The sun isn't too strong, otherwise, my skin would definitely turn red from the sun, Furs mumbled as she hid in the shadows. Just as Xiao was about to say something, she suddenly saw a carriage drive to the club's back door. It was brown in color and had a symbolic coat of arms. The coat of arms' main body was a flower and a ring. This Count Stratford's carriage. Xiao silently muttered to herself as she hurriedly widened her eyes and focused her attention. She then saw the familiar yet unfamiliar figure alight the carriage and enter the East Balam Military Veterans Clubhouse under the escort of a few bodyguards. What's wrong? Furs sensed her friend's abnormality. Xiao didn't hide it as she frankly said, I saw Viscount Stratford. I saw Viscount Stratford. He also came to this club. That captain of the Royal Guards? Furs asked in surprise. Yes. Xiao nodded heavily. Furs turned agape, wishing to say something, but she didn't know what to say. All she could do was look around and pretend to monitor the abnormality. After a while, they saw Don Dantes walk out. In the afternoon, 160 Buckland Street had another visitor. This time, it was the Coim Company's major shareholder, Ma'am Mary. I'm very sorry that my request has embroiled you in this trouble. I never expected Baron Sindras to do such a thing. Poor Quarren. He's planning on bringing his family to Winter County for the summer, Mary Short said apologetically and angrily. Klein replied calmly, I agree with your views on Quarren. I agree with you about Karen, he's really unfortunate. However, this matter might not have been done by Baron Sindras. This might very well be a trap targeted at him. Ma'am Mary nodded solemnly. I've heard of this speculation. It's said that the police are planning on hiring a powerful forensic doctor to dissect the corpse and search for missing clues. The latter half of her sentence was automatically replaced in Klein's ears with the police are planning on hiring a powerful spirit medium from the Church of Evernight to dissect the corpse and search for missing clues. I wonder what I'll discover. Klein raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. May the goddess bless Quarren in peace. The true murderer who murdered him will definitely be punished. Ma'am Mary replied with the same etiquette. In order to prevent you from being affected by this matter, I plan on purchasing your shares ahead of time. I'll add an additional £1,000 on top of the current highest price. You don't have to worry about my funds. I've been busy recently borrowing money from the bank. Klein sighed with a smile. I'm very grateful for your good intentions. But if you want to discuss the early transfer of shares, you have to go to the church. I've already donated it to them. I plan on using the income to establish a bursary foundation for the poor. This was the first time Ma'am Mary was hearing this news. She was momentarily shocked and speechless. After a full 10 seconds, she quietly exhaled. I'm very impressed with your character, your generosity, and your wisdom. As she spoke, the way she looked at Don Dantes had an additional hint of admiration. Klein modestly gave all the credit to the goddess. Then, he paused and asked with a serious expression. Following a pause, he asked with a serious expression, Ma'am Mary, I have a question I wish to hear your answer. When you decided to go against Baron Sindras to protect your control over the Coim Company, was it purely out of your feelings, or was it because of someone else's persuasion? Madame Mary frowned slightly and replied frankly, their advice to me was to make me give up. Klein immediately fell silent and didn't continue the topic. After chatting about Member of Parliament Mock's assault, he sent the lady off 160 Buckland Street. After dinner, his butler, Walter, came to the semi-open room with the balcony and said to his employer, who was sitting in a reclining chair, Sir, the 2 bounty hunters have been sent off. The total cost for 3 days is £300, not including the food provided. He's finally gone. Klein suddenly relaxed and nodded in approval of the butler's reply. Following that, he eagerly entered the master bedroom, prepared to take out the mushrooms Frank Lee had sent him and bring them above the grey fog to communicate with creeping hunger. When he arrived in front of the desk where Mushroom was hidden, he saw a letter on top of it, which was pressed down by an ink bottle. Klein picked it up in puzzlement, tore it open, and quickly scanned through it. His expression immediately turned odd. "Mr. Dantes, we are the bodyguards you hired. We discovered something over the past few days and believe there's a need to inform you. Therefore, we entered your bedroom while you were having dinner and left this letter. Your butler might be researching black magic. Your valet secretly believes in death. There are people with supernatural powers in your neighborhood. The street you live in might have some secrets that make people have strange dreams. You should be able to understand the meaning of certain words, so we won't explain further. May the goddess bless you." Klein looked at the letter in his hand, momentarily unsure if he should laugh or cry. After a few seconds, he couldn't help but make a self-deprecating remark. "Just from the contents of this letter, I'm really pitiful, and there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with what it describes." Shaking his head with a smile, Klein held the letter in one hand and suddenly shook it to the side. A scarlet flame soared up and engulfed the piece of paper. "Regardless, Miss Zio and Miss Magicians are rather kind. The only problem is that I know everything they've warned me about, and I know the whole story better than they do." As Klein mumbled, he rummaged for the mushrooms he had previously hidden. There were a total of 4 types. One was dried products that could react with water and fish. There were 3 of them. The second was a new variety with a golden cap that emitted the fragrance of flower. The third was white with black spots. It was puffy and swollen, as though there was liquid flowing inside. It was filled with the smell of milk. The fourth had a strange organ that resembled gills on both sides. Its surface was covered with fine but soft scales. Klein swept his gaze at the mushrooms, took out a gold coin, flicked it upwards, and caught it firmly. After confirming the results, he took off the ordinary gloves he had previously worn. Naked, he grabbed the 3 new mushrooms in an attempt to verify something that Frank Lee hadn't mentioned. The sensation was normal. There were no changes to the mushrooms. Klein immediately heaved a sigh of relief, no longer worried that the danger they posed exceeded the limits. He had previously been afraid that these mushrooms would immediately spread their roots, devour, and spread their spores the moment they came into contact with flesh and blood. Perhaps it's because the gas wall lamps are relatively bright, or perhaps these mushrooms have lost most of their activity after being plucked. They can only be revived under special conditions, such as the environment of a creature's stomach. With the spirit of proof, Klein drew all the heavy curtains in the master bedroom and extinguished all the gas wall lamps. Then, he picked up the new species of mushrooms with his bare hands and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with them. They did not suck his flesh and blood. After doing this, Klein lit up the wall lamps again and set up a ritual to sacrifice the mushrooms above the gray fog. Sitting at the fool's seat, he wasn't in a hurry to summon creeping hunger. He first let the metal bottle containing his blood fly onto the long bronze table. Then, he poured a drop of blood on the table and pushed the 3 new mushrooms there. In just a second, the parts of the mushrooms that were close to the blood suddenly softened and wriggled to wrap around it. Dense needle-like hairs grew out from the area of contact. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he watched. He directly used some of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog to suppress all the mushrooms. Then, he let the drop of blood fly back into the metal bottle and closed the lid. He had a general understanding of the characteristics of these mushrooms. Without wasting any more time, he beckoned for creeping hunger to fly over from the junk pile. Holding the thin human-skinned glove, Klein placed it on the table and released the shackles on the mushrooms. Then, he saw creeping hunger use its 5 fingers as support to forcefully stand up and quickly retreat like it was playing a piano. "Do you know fear now?" Klein revealed a friendly smile and pressed down on the human-skinned glove, gifting it with some of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. Then, he used his other hand to grab a mushroom and moved it towards creeping hunger. The human-skinned glove struggled with all its might, but to no avail. It actually began to tremble. Klein paused his hand that was holding the mushroom and chuckled softly. "Are you still going to praise the true creator at any time?" The creeping hunger continued to struggle and did not respond. Klein thought for a moment and relented. "I'll allow you to praise him once a day, early in the morning or in the evening." Creeping hunger's struggle weakened, but it didn't stop. "TSK. Klein continued communicating without batting an eyelid. Then 3 times a day. Praise him at breakfast, lunch, and dinner times. However, you have to remind me beforehand. After creeping hunger struggled for a while, it suddenly laid down on the table and stopped moving. After another round of communication, Klein successfully came to an agreement with creeping hunger on this problem. However, the need to eat humans every day was an item's instinct. It couldn't be weakened by too much just through communication. He still had to wait for Aztec to provide an effective seal. All Klein could do at the moment was to allow creeping hunger to be carried around without eating humans. However, it had to be replenished with food within 24 hours. How troublesome. Thankfully, after creeping hunger fused with Mr. A and mushrooms, its living characteristics have been enhanced. Otherwise, there's really no way for me to communicate in such detail. Klein sighed as he did the corresponding divination on recent events and came to the conclusion that he wasn't in any danger. He also preliminarily confirmed that Quarren's suicide had a beyonder influence. After busying himself, he left the world above the gray fog and returned to the real world to continue waiting for Mr. Aztec's reply. On Saturday night, the formally dressed Klein arrived at St. Samuel Cathedral with his valet, Richardson, in a carriage to participate in the charity gala held by the Church of Evernight. After passing through the main entrance, he was led to a hall by the side by the priest. There was a shrine with a sacred emblem that represented the Evernight goddess inside. There were a few small crystal chandeliers hanging down from above. In front of them were slender candles, as well as metal round lids that were placed upside down and filled with wax. At that moment, they had all been ignited, illuminating the hall in a bright and clean manner. It had a sense of holiness to it. Klein looked over and saw neatly arranged chairs and guests dressed in extraordinary attire. Among them, women were mainly divided into 2 types. One was dressed in either bright or dark clothes. They were bold and open, allowing one to see large patches of fair skin in front of their chests and their arms. The other was dressed in fresh colors and rather conservative clothes. Even their collarbones could be vaguely seen, and some were even covered. According to what Klein knew, in the Kingdom of Rouen, this meant the difference between married and unmarried. Widows and divorced women could choose between the 2 types of attire, but the former's colors were as dark as possible. Apart from these, Klein also saw shiny necklaces, exquisite earrings, and all kinds of precious accessories. Compared to the balls and banquets held by Member of Parliament Mocht and himself, the guests here were clearly more grandiose. Walking into the hall, Klein greeted the bishop, Member of Parliament Mocht, and company whom he knew as they made small talk. At that moment, a voice sounded from the door. Many guests cast their gazes over as they smiled and went over. Klein looked over as his eyes lit up before they froze. At the entrance of the hall, the most eye-catching person was a girl with lustrous blonde hair that gently draped over her shoulders. Her green eyes were as beautiful as gems, but they also seemed to hide a whirlpool on the surface of the sea. It made it impossible for anyone to look away. Her facial features were beautiful, and she had an outstanding bearing. Her looks were flawless, making it difficult for the men and women present to notice what style of dress she was wearing or whose accessories she wore. However, Klein had noticed her collarbone necklace. A round and flawless pearl happened to be embedded at the intersection of her 2 collarbones. It softened the contours of her neck, giving her a pure and charming feeling. Klein had seen her before and knew her. She was Miss Justice of Tarot. Back then, with the help of the magic mirror divination, Klein had seen her. Suddenly, Klein looked away, not daring to take another look. This was an instinctive reaction. The main reason was that he knew that Miss Justice was a beyonder of the spectator pathway. If he garnered her attention, it was very easy for her to read his true thoughts and hidden secrets from his changes in expression, body language, and aura. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Klein forcefully turned his head back and continued casting his gaze at Miss Justice's face. He realized that the problem with his avoidance was even bigger and more obvious. How could a gentleman who liked women of different styles not take a few more looks at such an abnormally beautiful girl when he encountered her? At the same time, Audrey sensed the abnormality of a particular gentleman. His sideburns are already a little white. His looks and bearing aren't bad. He appears to have a lot of depth. This should be the Don Dantes who donated more than £10,000 in an attempt to establish a bursary foundation for the poor, His reaction just now was a little strange, as though he was hiding something. To Audrey, it was normal for Don Dantes to look away. She had encountered too many similar situations in the past. Some men would subconsciously turn their heads and look to the side after seeing her, as though they were afraid of being discovered by her. They were afraid of making eye contact with her, afraid of exposing the moment of intoxication that surfaced. Therefore, what was strange about Don Dantes wasn't that he had moved his gaze away, but that he had turned his gaze back. In addition, Audrey felt that the most problematic point was that this gentleman wasn't astonished, but surprised. What is he surprised about? What is he hiding? With this question and a faint smile on her face, Audrey followed her parents and brother to greet the people who crowded over. Seeing that Miss Justice wasn't paying attention to him, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he thought, I have to be careful later. I have to act the role of Don Dantes well. I can't let the spectator notice anything amiss. Regardless of whether Miss Justice noticed it or not, I have to think of a good reason for my abnormal reaction just now. Miss Justice is indeed a young lady from a powerful noble family. I wonder what her name is. I'll ask Mocht or Bishop Electra later. Amidst his thoughts, Klein frowned slightly, having a nagging feeling that he was being watched. He hurriedly followed his spiritual intuition and swept his gaze to the door. In the shadows outside the door, a golden retriever was silently squatting there. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. When the golden retriever's serene gaze came into view from the shadow, Klein's forehead twitched indiscernibly. He did not hide the fact that he was a little frightened. He naturally turned his gaze away and looked at Miss Justice's group. How scary. Why is this dog hiding in a corner for no reason? Why is it hiding in the shadows? It seemed to be looking at everyone in the hall. Miss Justice seems to have fed a spectator potion to an animal. She had once sought Mr. the Hanging Man's advice. Could it be this golden retriever? One was in the light, while the other was in the dark. Which actor would be able to handle it? In high society, the spectators aren't limited to Miss Justice and company. She joined the psychological alchemy under the guidance of other nobles. I think she's the sister of Madame Duke of Negan? As Klein lampooned and analyzed, he walked towards Mock's family and asked in a seemingly casual manner, those who came in just now seem to be very noble? Mock glanced at Don Dantes and chuckled. The Earl of Eastchester's family. You can directly call him the Earl Hall. You should have heard of him. That's his wife, Lady Caitlin. That's his eldest son, Lord Hibbert. You've met him. Upon hearing Mock's introduction, Klein suddenly felt a sense of shame. This was because he had indeed seen Hibbert Hall at a ball hosted by the other party, but he hadn't paid any attention to this lord. Otherwise, he wouldn't have questioned which noble he was from. Alarmed by Miss Justice's sudden appearance, Klein maintained his smile as he listened. Mocht continued. That's his daughter, Miss Audrey Hall. For the past 2 years, she's been known as the most dazzling jewel in Bakeland. This is very realistic, isn't it? Without waiting for Don Dantes to respond, he tactfully said, among her suitors are princes, dukes' heirs, and many noble lords and gentlemen. Mock's hidden meaning was very clear. It was to tell a fellow like him, who had a wide range of interests in women, to not have any thoughts about this lady. She was a target that he couldn't touch. However, another thought flashed through Klein's mind. So Miss Justice is the daughter of Earl Hall. It's no wonder she's so rich. It's no wonder she never haggles. Earl Hall is one of the top bankers in the kingdom. He's the most influential member of the House of Lords and one of the hereditary nobles. His wealth is only slightly greater than Baron Syndra's. Even if Miss Justice isn't able to inherit the title and family business, the assets she receives would still be worth at least £100,000. Coupled with her looks, background, and personality, she's indeed the best candidate for the royal family and nobles to marry. However, her continuous purchase of mystical items doesn't look like she only has a few £100,000. Can this be reimbursed? I also want to rely on my father. As his thoughts raced, Klein smiled in response to Mock's reminder. I've heard all sorts of rumors about Miss Audrey, but I've realized today that they aren't too exaggerated. Unfortunately, I'm not a prince, nor am I the heir to the titles of Duke, Marquis, Earl, or Viscount. Otherwise, I would also be one of her suitors. He was implicitly expressing that he knew his own identity and position. Mocked didn't continue the topic as he began introducing Don Dantes to some of the guests he knew, truly bringing him into high society. Of course, the greatest help in this matter was the Church of Evernight. Without the charity gala they held for the Bursary Foundation, Mocked wouldn't have been able to bring Don Dantes directly to those people of high status. Marquis Rosent, Earl Gross, Viscount Lochran. The aristocratic believers of the goddess exchanged a few pleasantries with Don Dantes, all of them in a rather cordial manner. Before Mocked finished his introductions, an elder walked in. He wore a black clergyman robe with red accents. On his chest were 5 dark sacred emblems. His face was clean without a beard, and his eyes were deep, dark, and serene. Including Earl Hall, everyone turned to face the elder and bowed respectfully. "Good evening, Your Excellency St. Anthony." This elder was one of the 13 archbishops of the Church of Evernight. St. Anthony Stevenson, he was the person in charge of the Bacolod diocese, a member of the upper echelons of the church in the truest sense of the word. The moment Klein saw the archbishop, his body and mind involuntarily trembled. He couldn't help but find it hard to hide it. It was as though he had returned to his youth, walking on a village path without any street lamps. He swept his gaze and saw that the other guests didn't have such an intense reaction. He immediately understood that the horror St. Anthony brought about was something that could be sensed more clearly the stronger one's spirituality was. He hurriedly entered cogitation in an attempt to converge it. When he managed to control his trembling, St. Anthony had already revealed a smile. He surveyed the area and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. "Praise the Lady! Praise the Lady!" all the guests participating in the charity gala responded. With the arrival of the archbishop, Mocked stopped introducing the remaining guests to Klein because the gala had officially begun. According to the usual practice, everyone first sat in their seats and piously prayed to the goddess for 3 minutes. Following that, the cathedral's choir walked to the front of the altar and used an ethereal and orderly song that could cleanse one's soul to praise the goddess. After the religious ritual ended, Bishop Electra was instructed by St. Anthony to come to the side where the choir had been standing. There was a wooden platform with all sorts of books placed on it. "Thank you for coming. Your character is like the resplendent stars in the silent night." Bishop Electra said a few polite words before saying, "Our establishment of a bursary foundation for the poor stemmed from Mr. Don Dantes' suggestion. He is a true noble gentleman. His piety and character are impeccable, making him a role model. Let's invite Mr. Don Dantes to give us a short speech." Although Klein was already prepared, he still gasped when he heard the last sentence. This wasn't like usual. There were 2 or even more spectators. It wasn't a place where he could brag as he wished. The content of the speech had to be sufficiently real to prevent anyone from noticing that he was lying or using fake examples. Pressing down on the clothes at his abdomen, he quickly stood up and walked to the wooden platform while buttoning his suit. After coming to the back of the wooden platform, he found his footing and surveyed the nobles, members of parliament, clergymen, and high-ranking government employees. He smiled and said, "I'm a little nervous. This is the first time I'm being looked at by so many people of high status. I was once active in the areas where the poor gathered and the chaotic southern continent. Because of that, I saw many things. There was a little girl who started helping her mother make matchboxes from the age of 6. If she didn't do that, her family wouldn't even have the money to buy rye bread after they paid their rent. The rye bread they ate had a lot of wheat bran. Occasionally, they would bite on gravel and pebbles. They were so hard that they could use them as sticks to attack others. As this young lady gradually grew up, although she was very tired every day and her family didn't have any extra money, she still yearned for the night school organized by the church. She hoped to learn how to read and grasp knowledge, because she knew that only by doing so could she not continue her present life. Only then could she not starve, wear clothes that could truly withstand the cold, and not go to a factory with terrible conditions. Dying in her 20s, Klein selected the experiences of the poor children he had seen, combined them together, and spoke with sincerity. He could clearly see that the ladies more or less revealed looks of pity. Some of the girls' eyes even shimmered, such as Audrey Hall. What an easily moved child. My performance comes from the bottom of my heart. I can even move myself, much less the audience. However, most of the gentlemen weren't moved much. Some likely already understand the situation of the poor, while others don't care about people of low status. Klein swept his gaze and continued, our industry is developing. Our industry is developing, and we'll definitely need more literate workers in the future. Our election conditions are being relaxed, and those who are eligible to vote in the future will definitely include the majority of educated people. Out of pity for these poor children and my expectations for the kingdom's future, I've decided to donate all of my Coim Company shares to the church to establish a scholarship fund for the poor, allowing them to have a chance to enter the true temple of knowledge after attending the free night school. Earl Hall, who had a beautiful mustache, nodded when he heard that. He was the first to raise his hands and clap gently. Amidst the warm applause, Klein returned to his seat. Bishop Electra went forward and announced, Mr. Don Dantes' donated shares are worth £15,000. The shares that Mr. Dwayne Dantes donated are worth £15,000. We will use it to establish a lone charity bursary foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you agree with his ideas and sympathize with children who yearn for knowledge, you can participate in this foundation. As he spoke, he pointed to the donation box beside him. Audrey retracted her gaze, pressed the corner of her eyes, and turned her head to her father. Dad, I plan on donating £1,000. What about you? As she spoke, she quickly summarized the situation she had just observed in her mind. Don Dantes likely led a life at the bottom of society. His sympathy, pity, and speech are all very real. Those poor children are really pitiful. When the bishop mentioned that the shares are worth £15,000, the corners of his mouth curled up unnaturally. It's obvious that his heart aches for the money. However, the sincerity of his donation doesn't seem fake. This can only mean that he's a gentleman who loves money, but he also loves kindness. What was the reason for his surprise and attempt to hide it when he saw me? He's seen me somewhere, but he doesn't know who I am. But there's no need to hide it, he recognized my necklace as a mystical item, so he was surprised. Later on, he tried to hide it. If that's the case, it means that he's definitely a beyonder. Furthermore, his sequence isn't too low. I'll ask Susie when I get back. Perhaps she noticed other details. She's hiding in the dark and won't be guarded against, allowing her to discover more. Amidst her thoughts, Audrey saw her father, Earl Hall, take out a checkbook and a fountain pen with a smile. The amount he wrote was £10,000. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, £10,000. Audrey blinked as she expressed her surprise with a subtle change in expression. Without needing her to ask, Earl of Hall sensed her puzzlement and chuckled. He's a very knowledgeable person. Some of his ideas have inspired me and resonated with me. Besides, we can't ignore suffering just because it's an objective existence that can't be resolved for a long period of time. Audrey vaguely understood her father's words, but she felt that she didn't understand it clearly enough. She nodded slightly and took out her checkbook from her handbag that matched her dress. She wrote down the number £1,000. This was a charity gala, and it was held in the cathedral's side hall. Therefore, there wouldn't be dancing or overly extravagant arrangements. There wouldn't be any serving men or maidservants accompanying them. There would only be simple self-help and donations. The ladies would undoubtedly bring their own bags. After the guests placed their checks into the donation box, they went to the two long tables on the two sides to get alcohol or simple food. They walked around the hall and conversed with others without sitting down. This was closer to a buffet. Klein followed Bishop Electra to St. Anthony's side and was introduced to the upper echelon of the Church of Evernight. St. Anthony smiled in response to Don Dantes' greeting and sized him up. Very good. We are proud to have a believer like you. The goddess teaches us that character is more important than status. Therefore, you are a sufficiently noble gentleman. To be frank, when facing this saint, Klein's heart was pounding. This was because any deity or beyonder that was related to the fate domain could possibly see the grey fog aura on him. For example, all members of the monster pathway, or the Evernight goddess who wielded misfortune. And if Saint Anthony was a high-sequence beyonder of the sleepless pathway and had grasped beyonder powers related to misfortune, then it had to be said that there was a certain chance that he could tell that there was something wrong with Don Dantes. For this reason, Klein had gone above the grey fog for a divination before attending the charity gala, and he had obtained an answer that was risk-free. Since the goddess didn't say anything, her archbishop would probably pretend not to see anything even if her archbishop noticed something amiss. Klein replied with a warm smile. Recently, I've often come to the cathedral to pray and listen to Bishop Electra's sermons. I feel like my heart has been baptized, and even my soul seems to have been purified to a certain extent. That's why I can follow the teachings of the goddess and pass on beauty and hope to others. Saint Anthony nodded and said, yes. In front of the goddess, all believers are only distinguished by their character, whether they are nobles or commoners, men or women, they are all the same. May those who live in a bad place be free from fear and find peace. Praise the goddess. Klein and Electra then tapped their chests 4 times in a clockwise fashion. Praise the goddess. Seeing that Saint Anthony had turned to another believer, Klein prepared to go to the long table and get a glass of champagne to quench his thirst. At that moment he saw a gentleman approaching. This gentleman's skin was a little loose, and his tummy was clearly bulging. However, one could tell that he was rather handsome in his youth. Even now, his blue eyes that had a smile in them and his beautiful mustache didn't make him look ugly. Klein had heard Mock's introduction and knew that he was Earl Hall, a member of the House of Lords and a powerful banker. Of course, to him, this noble's most important identity was Miss Justice's father. And Audrey happened to be by his side, her bright eyes focused on Don Dantes as she waited for the interaction between gentlemen. This made Klein a little uncomfortable. I have to act in line with Don Dantes's persona. A person of ordinary birth who has worked hard to squeeze into high society would definitely be a little nervous and uneasy at this moment. A gentleman who loves beauties would inevitably be nervous and uneasy when faced with the most dazzling gem in Bakeland. However, he would subconsciously reveal his own knowledge, his charm, and his desire to express himself. Yes, a tycoon who has rich experiences and walked out of chaos definitely has a hidden pride, confidence, and confidence. Regardless of how he feels inside, he will try his best to remain calm on the surface. He will be respectful but not humble. Klein's thoughts raced as a smile suffused his face. He bowed to the approaching Earl of Hall. Honorable Count, I just happened to see your check. I admire your kindness and your benevolence, but you never flaunt them or tell others how much you have donated. Earl of Hall chuckled. No, I'm not as good as you, because the price I paid is far inferior to yours. What he was implying was that £15,000 might be a tenth, or even a fifth of Don Dantes's total assets. £10,000 was only a thousandth or less to him. Clearly, the former had paid a higher price, and his willingness to pay was purer. From my point of view, as long as it can help the poor who yearn to use knowledge to change their fates, all donations are sufficiently kind and benevolent. From this point of view, the difference between £10,000 and £15,000 is only £5,000. Klein tried his best to appear sincere as he deliberately glanced at the blonde girl who was listening by the side without leaving a trace. He knew that the normal without leaving a trace meant very obvious to a spectator. Audrey wore a faint smile as she quietly listened to her father and Don Dantes's conversation. She didn't seem to notice the gentleman's peeping. This made Klein, who didn't receive any feedback, lose his confidence in his performance. Earl of Hall smiled and said, "Then let's keep our opinions to ourselves. It's not a bad thing. At the very least, we are praising each other. I can tell that you have had difficult times in the past and have experienced the lives of the poor." Klein nodded and said, "I don't avoid these past experiences. I don't shy away from the past. It's my precious treasure. And this is also what my friends and I lack." Earl of Hall smiled and nodded. "It's precisely because of this that you possess unique wisdom and views. I hope there will be a chance to cooperate with you in the future." "That's what I'm looking forward to as well," Klein replied in an appropriate and sincere manner. Earl of Hall pointed to the side. "Some friends are waiting for me. May your good deeds and your wealth increase." Klein didn't waste his breath as he drew the crimson moon on his chest. "Praise the lady. Praise the lady." Earl of Hall and Audrey tapped their chests 4 times in a clockwise fashion. As he watched them walk past him and head elsewhere, Klein couldn't help but secretly heave a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he tensed up again as he naturally looked around the hall, taking in the shadow of the door. The golden retriever remained crouched there, silent. On the carriage back to Empress Borough, Earl of Hall, who appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, suddenly turned his head to look at his daughter. Audrey, didn't you previously say that you wanted to join a particular charity organization of the church? Are you interested in joining this bursary foundation? Ah? Audrey had already sensed that her father might have such thoughts back in the cathedral. At this moment, she appropriately showed surprise and confusion. It's just a very small charity foundation, Audrey's brother, Hibbert Hall, argued for his sister. Earl of Hall smiled and shook his head. I've asked a few bishops. The total donation for tonight has already reached £100,000. Why do you think there's so much? Hibbert Hall furrowed his brows slightly and said as he thought, he said, bribe? At the same time, Audrey also gave her opinion. The sinking of knowledge and election qualifications? Earl of Hall nodded and sighed. Nothing is inevitable, including human beings and nobles. He then looked at Audrey and said with a smile, you don't have to force yourself. You don't have to force yourself. I can find someone else to join this bursary foundation. I just hope that you can see more because of this. You won't see certain things as inevitable and will never change. If you miss this, there are other charity organizations. Dad, I'll think about it, Audrey replied seriously. After hearing Don Dantes recount the stories of the poor, she already had the intention of joining the Bursary Foundation to raise donations, contact the government, and organize events. She was hesitant because she felt that there was something wrong with the middle-aged gentleman. After returning home, Audrey immediately got Susie and closed the door. What do you think of Mr. Don Dantes? Audrey asked directly. The golden retriever sat opposite her and thought for a moment before saying, he seems to know you. Or something on you. He seems to recognize you or something on you. Also, he is acting most of the time. There are certain traces. He seems to be on guard against me. He is very sharp, yes, I also noticed that he might be a beyonder. He acts very well, but it's still an act. However, that's very normal. When we socialize and face different people, we will play different roles and perform accordingly. Audrey thought and said, the biggest problem is still why he was surprised when he saw me, to the point of being a little frightened. Also, he was actually involved in 2 cases, especially Baron Cinders's case. There seems to be some beyonder factor involved. There are signs of him being guided. Susie turned agape, but she couldn't find a definite explanation. All she could do was bark. Audrey changed her train of thought. I have to get someone to investigate Don Dantes. After confirming that there's nothing wrong with him, I'll join the Bursary Foundation. Alright, it's almost Monday. I can entrust Furs and Mr. Moon on the tarot. They're both in Bakeland. Monday afternoon, 3 o'clock. Dark red beams of light shot up from the magnificent palace, freezing into blurry figures. Audrey quickly surveyed the area and looked at the end of the long bronze table. She smiled and bowed. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Upon hearing Miss Justice's greeting, the Fool Klein suddenly felt a strong sense of emotion. After knowing her identity, status, looks, and situation, he had a deeper understanding of Justice Audrey's relaxed, cheerful, and radiant tone. He understood where their essence originated from. However, Klein didn't feel envious or jealous because of this, believing that she lacked the tempering of hardship. Instead, he felt that it was really good to have such a lady exist in a world where the underlying rules were filled with chaos, distortion, and madness. A smile suffused his face as he nodded slightly in response to Miss Justice's greeting. After the tarot members finished greeting each other, Catlia nudged her glasses, turned her body, and bowed at the blurry figure shrouded in grey fog at the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, there are 3 diary pages this time. Queen Mystic is finally online again. Klein lampooned and said with a smile, that's right. Very good. A few seconds later, Catlia, who had obtained permission, conjured the diary pages and watched them jump into Mr. Fool's palm. Klein casually glanced at it and suddenly exclaimed in his heart. He discovered that the diary provided by Queen Mystic seemed to belong to the early days of Roselle the Great. It didn't seem like there was any important information. Normally speaking, in a situation where it's impossible to determine the importance of a diary, one would definitely prioritize the later diary entries. That way, the mystery of Roselle the Great's assassination can be maximized. I believe that Queen Mystic has the intelligence. As Klein wondered inwardly, he seriously read the first diary page. On the 21st of September, I arrived at St. Millom and officially began my first visit with the group. Faysac's weather is really a little cold. It's not even October, but it looks like it's going to snow soon. It's no wonder the specialties here are all kinds of coats and winter clothing. There's also strong alcohol. Damn, the height of the people here is really ridiculous. As expected of the country of the descendants of the giants. However, I still want to say that I hate it when people look down on me. Tonight, I'm going to a tavern to get drunk with a beauty from Faysac. Upon seeing this, Klein suddenly suspected that Queen Mystic Bernadette had provided these diary pages to ask if she had an elder or younger brother of Faysac descent. Klein held back the clicking of his tongue in his heart and looked at the second diary entry. September 22nd, I think I blacked out. What happened last night? Where's my Faysac beauty? I've never drunk from her. The people from the embassy told me that the girls here can drink more than the guys. I'll have to control myself when I go to the tavern in the future. It'll be bad if some auntie picks up my corpse. The alcohol here is really strong. I've had a headache for the whole day. Fortunately, it's not my butt. Sleep early. We'll visit the Twilight Temple tomorrow. The 23rd of September. The Great Twilight Hall was indeed magnificent, as if a legend had come to life. The building seemed to be completely prepared for the giants. As a heretic, I can only walk in circles outside. The square at the foot of the Great Dusk Temple is also filled with the fragrance of wine. There are quite a number of people here. Some are kneeling, some are sitting, and some are playing the bone flute. It gives off a melodious and open feeling. I got to know a Faysac man who plays the bone flute. Even compared to his compatriots, he's ridiculously tall. At a glance, he's nearly 3 meters tall. His name is Oneg, and he claims to be from one of the purest Faysac giant bloodlines. The way he plays the bone flute looks very melancholic, as though he doesn't belong here, yet he doesn't know where to go. He's even more like a poet than those fellows with intus who only know how to circle around women's skirts. Speaking of which, I can't help but lampoon. Those fellows actually take pride in diseases related to that aspect. It's completely disrupting the social market. I chatted with Oneg for a while and mentioned the question from before. He said that he was only missing his hometown. But the problem is that he's a typical St. Millom native. He has never left this place. Oneg didn't immediately answer me. He played the bone flute for a few more minutes before saying that what he missed was the source of the giant bloodline, the giant king's court in myths and legends. He told me that he and his fellow Faysac people often dream of tall mountains, huge city walls that are built upon them, palaces, towers, and all sorts of buildings that are forever bathed in the light of dusk. This is very similar to the Great Twilight Hall, but it's even more unbelievable. It's even more epic and miraculous. There's no need for others to tell me that Oneg and his people are certain that this is the giant king's court. Towards the end of the conversation, Oneg slowly stood up and thanked me for listening. He wanted to leave Faysac in search of the giant king's court, the homeland of his mind and soul. He believes that the easternmost region of the Sonia Sea might hide the path that leads to the giant king's court. He said that after thousands of years, the giants have never forgotten their homeland. Now, it's his turn to follow in the footsteps of his ancestors. This path will never stop unless it reaches the end. He played the bone flute again, gradually departing amidst the melodious but sorrowful melody. Hometown, hometown. Upon reading this, Klein felt that he had 100% resonance with the emperor's feelings for the first time. Although Roselle only wrote 3 words that seemed to repeat himself and didn't elaborate on his thoughts, Klein completely understood the emperor's emotions at that moment. This was because he and Roselle were like Oneg. They had a homeland of the mind and soul. With a sigh inwardly, Klein flipped to the second page of the diary. January 10th. Visited Sonia Island. This place is also known as the Ancient Elven Island. It has a large number of elven ruins and traditions. I was alarmed on the first day. The elves actually know how to make blood curd. They actually like to eat animal organs and are good at using spices. They even invented chopsticks? Thinking about the elves on the murals, apart from a portion of them with blue hair, the rest of their outlines, hair color, and eyes are similar to the Asians on Earth. Could they be from my hometown? Yes, I had such suspicions back then. However, thinking about it, it's impossible for so many people to transmigrate in one go. They're almost a race. I wonder if I'm overthinking things. It doesn't make sense that the lifestyle and food cutlery that can appear on Earth can't be produced here. Klein quickly read on with interest, wanting to know if Roselle had investigated the reason. January 13th. I've been busy collecting ancient relics and folklore, so I've forgotten to write a diary for a few days. Although many things have long been taken away by the various churches, I still obtained some valuable things. In all sorts of legends, there are records of elf king Sinaithrim inventing chopsticks and using animal organs and blood to cook delicacies. There are stories of this ancient god being good at distinguishing spices. They all believe that he is the ancestor, the first elf. Due to certain reasons, he brought his race from the western continent, which only existed in legends, to the northern continent. Could it be that this is my hometown, the first transmigrator? Then, he produced a race? There's nothing an ancient god can't do, including having children? He seems to have a wife who's also an elf. I'm deep in thought. January 16th. Further investigations indicate that the elves might really have nothing to do with transmigrators. At the very least, they didn't leave behind any symbols related to Chinese or English. From the beginning to the end, they should have been using Elvish. This doesn't give me any sense of familiarity. Furthermore, those commonly seen inventions didn't appear before my arrival. It's the same for many famous sayings. What exists are only proverbs and fables with similar meanings and examples. At present, all the items and legends don't support my guess. This makes me a little disappointed, but I'm also relieved. If I were to encounter another or other transmigrator, I really wouldn't know how to deal with them. January 17th. I dreamed of a hometown that I had almost forgotten. As expected, the Emperor has given up on that guess. Klein flipped the page again and looked at the last diary entry, April 2nd. My daughter is smart. She can speak before she's even a year old. Although she's only learned a few words for now, I believe that her progress in the future won't be slow. She inherited this from me. No matter how I look, I feel that she's a little similar to me when I was on Earth. Could it be that the soul brings about a certain degree of inheritance? Haha, let's just treat it as that. Bernadette, this name isn't bad. It sounds beautiful, but I keep having the urge to give her a Chinese nickname. Sigh, she won't be able to see her real grandparents. 3rd April. Yesterday, I suddenly had such thoughts that I nearly lost sleep. Thankfully, I know cogitation. However, this also makes me consider a problem. That is, should I teach Bernadette Chinese in private? No. If she were to understand the diary entries I wrote earlier, as her father, I might as well find a piece of tofu to kill myself. In my daughter's heart, a father has to be filled with glory. However, writing a diary in Chinese is the last tie between me and Earth and my past. My daughter should inherit this tie to a certain extent. April 6th. After a few days of consideration, I've decided to teach Bernadette 2 Chinese characters as special symbols. I'll tell her that this is a protective incantation her father gave her, and that she should remember it forever. She doesn't need to understand the corresponding meaning. All she needs to do is remember it. These 2 Chinese characters are hometown. Home. Klein repeated the word again, his eyes even burning a little. He finally understood why Queen Mystic Bernadette had chosen these 3 diary pages. It was because there were protective symbols her father had left behind for her. Hometown. At that moment, Klein seemed to see a river of emotions. It flowed silently on the surface, but there were countless turbulent currents beneath it as they tumbled endlessly. Klein retracted his gaze and made the diary disappear. He looked up at Katlia. What's your question? When he looked at the hermit Katlia, Klein had already expected her to make a request. He sighed inwardly and was certain. How does Mr. Fool know that I'm going to ask a question and not make a request? As expected of Mr. Fool. Katlia's thoughts raced as she respectfully said, Honorable Mr. Fool, may I know the meaning of these 2 symbols? After receiving permission, she conjured 2 Chinese characters, hometown and hometown. After receiving permission, she conjured two Chinese characters, hometown and hometown. As expected, Klein sighed silently. Together, they mean hometown, the home of one's heart and spirit. Together. The home of one's heart and spirit. Katlia focused on the latter half of the sentence because she knew very well where Queen Mystic's hometown was. She didn't believe that there was anything special about it. Audrey, the hanging man Alger, and the other members of the tarot took the opportunity to learn the new Roselle language, forcefully memorizing the two symbols' appearance and meaning, with the exception of Sunday. The fool Klein didn't speak further as he leaned back in his chair. "You may begin." The hanging man Alger immediately turned his head and looked at World German Sparrow, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table. "Your mystical item is almost done. I'll give it to you this week." He was referring to the mystical item corresponding to the ocean songster's Beyonder characteristic. The artisan had previously completed Miss Justice's glove, so the world's request had been pushed back to this week. Without Mr. Aztec's reply, and with the seal of creeping hunger unable to recover, this mystical item came at the right time. Klein controlled the fake world and made him nod slightly. "Not too slow. Not too slow. If it were delayed for another 2 to 3 weeks or a month, wouldn't you have to teleport over to visit me?" The hanging man, Alger thought, inexplicably wary. As his initial plan was to obtain the cataclysmic Inter potion from the Church of the Storm, and he had just begun digesting the ocean songster, he didn't purchase the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. He resumed his silence and watched the transactions of the other members. To Alger, the most important thing at the moment was to obtain another 1 or 2 mystical items to pair with the whip of mind. After all, although mystical items had to be refined rather than numerous, with the negative effects stacked on top of each other as much as possible, it was still rather embarrassing for a Sequence 5 quasi-powerhouse to only have one. Under normal circumstances, it was best for a Sequence 5 Beyonder to have 2 or 3 mystical items with negative effects that didn't reinforce each other. Of course, Alger had already reserved one. Once the artisan completed the item for the World German Sparrow, it would be his 6-winged gargoyle core crystal. For this, he needed to spend £1,000. Together with the fees he had paid for the world, his already small amount of cash was reduced by £2,000, leaving him with £1,800. Of which, £500 were the commission he earned from Miss Justice's glove. Seeing that no one spoke for a moment, Emlyn cast his gaze at the sun and deliberated. He asked, "I need a Sequence 5 artificial vampire Beyonder characteristic. What do you want?" During this period of time, he had already asked around among the sanguine and knew that there was a way to remove the mental corruption of a Beyonder characteristic, but he had to make sufficient contributions to apply for it. Therefore, Emlyn wanted to first obtain the main potion ingredient needed for his advancement, before considering other problems. According to his observations, such a Sequence 5 artificial vampire Beyonder characteristic was worth about £8,000. After all, that was the price set by Mr. World. As for him, he only had about £5,400 in cash, so the difference was still a little too great. According to Emlyn's original thoughts and habits, he definitely needed to save up £8,000 before requesting a trade with the sun. He wasn't a sanguine who liked to spend in advance or borrow money. Even the latest and best dolls didn't make him thick-skinned enough to borrow money from others. He would only save more and work harder. However, he quickly realized a problem. The sun didn't accept cash at all. To the residents of the City of Silver, Rouen gold pounds were no different from waste paper. Therefore, Emlyn believed that the sun would make a request regarding the item. The earlier he knew, the earlier he could make preparations. Besides, the sun isn't aware of the market situation outside. Perhaps what he wants is only worth £5,000. Emlyn raised his chin slightly and looked at the sun beside him with the mentality of waiting for a pleasant surprise. Derek thought seriously for a moment and said, "That's right. The Sequence 5 potion formula of the sun pathway." In the beginning, he wanted to say that he could help me repay Mr. World's debt, but he realized that Mr. World hadn't made any requests. Therefore, he believed that it wasn't suitable for him to transfer it to someone else. In addition, having participated in so many tarot gatherings, Derek was no longer a rookie who didn't know anything. In addition, the City of Silver also had an exchange standard, He knew very well that the difference between a sequence 6 notary potion formula and a sequence 5 beyonder characteristic was huge. Using the debt from the former to offset the latter was a very disadvantageous matter. Therefore, he changed his request to a sequence 5 potion formula. A sequence 5 potion formula is very difficult to buy. The price ranges from £4,500 to £7,000. It mainly depends on the urgency of the buyer and seller, as well as the price to verify its authenticity. Just as Emlyn was about to agree, he heard Mr. World's deep and hoarse voice sound. "I do." For a moment, the palace that resembled a giant's residence fell silent. The members of the tarot appeared a little numb. Is sequence 5 that common? Emlyn felt a baffling sense of weariness when he realized that he wasn't even at sequence 5. How much? Klein calculated Emlyn White's financial situation and made the world's German sparrow chuckle. £5,000 for the Priest of Light potion formula, £5,000? Emlyn was first taken aback before he spoke without hesitation. Deal. It was like he was facing a doll that was on sale. All right. The fake world nodded, looking as though this wasn't a big deal. Then, he saw Miss Justice survey the area and hear the girl say, "That's right. I have an investigation to entrust." Investigation mission. The fool Klein's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The world's German sparrow's expression turned a little sluggish. What investigation mission? Magician's first took the initiative to ask. From her impression, Miss Justice's missions were all relatively simple and well paid. She had to accept it if she could. Audrey organized her words and said, "Two things have happened in Bakeland recently. Two things have happened in Backland recently. One is the suspected framing of Baron Sindras, and the other is the attack on Member of Parliament mocked due to atmospheric pollution." Magician's Furs found Miss Justice's description more and more familiar the more she listened. This was because she had been at the scene of both incidents. She had witnessed it from the beginning and had participated in it. Without realizing it, she sat up straight and waited for the rest of her sentence. And in these two incidents, there's a wealthy businessman named Don Dantes involved. He has only been in Bakeland for about 2 months, and he has just donated shares worth more than £10,000 to the Church of Evernight in an attempt to establish a bursary foundation for the poor. Audrey spoke as though she hadn't directly interacted with him, but based on the information and rumors, she suspected that there was something wrong with this person. "I wish to hire someone to investigate this gentleman's actual situation. I know him very well. He's rather rich and good-looking. He's experienced in handling matters and has mature means. Kidney or prostate problems?" Magician's Furs nearly raised her hand to answer. If Miss Justice wasn't satisfied with this, she had even more information. For example, Don Dantes' situation was rather tragic. His butler was researching black magic, his servants worshipped death, his neighbors were beyonders, and the street was hiding a deep secret. In order to escape his predicament, he had donated company shares worth more than £10,000. In short, he perfectly fits the image of a bullied foreigner. I nearly recommended him some medicine to treat his kidney or prostate. After all, Mr. Moon is good at this, and I can still earn a transfer fee. There's no rush. Let's hear Miss Justice's offer first. Furs held back her sudden excitement as she patiently looked at the girl beside her. However, her body language and emotional fluctuations had already betrayed her in front of a spectator. Audrey was surprised and puzzled. She never expected Furs to know Don Dantes and have a considerable understanding of him. This made her have new guesses about how Don Dantes was surprised to see her. She suspected that Furs had said or shown something to that gentleman. On the other side, Emlyn wore a blank look. He didn't know anything about what Miss Justice had described. He could only believe that it had happened in Bakeland. As for the fool Klein, who was leaning back in his chair and leisurely watching the members, the corners of his mouth twitched. He didn't expect Miss Justice to get someone to investigate Don Dantes. This was because the two of them had only met once at the charity ball. It didn't seem like they would have any further interactions in the future, so there was no need for her to investigate the situation. Could it be that I've exposed other problems that have piqued Miss Justice's interest? Or could it be that the Earl of Hall's donation of £10,000 shows how much importance he places on this matter, causing Miss Justice, who is concerned about her father, to secretly investigate? Klein's thoughts raced as he took the opportunity to think of a solution. At this moment, Audrey deliberated for a moment, looked at Miss Magicians, and said, "The initial investigation fee is £500. If you encounter danger, causing the difficulty to increase, I'll add to the payment." "No problem." Magicians first hurriedly organized her thoughts. Just as she was about to speak, she saw the world German Sparrow raise his hand. He raised his hand. Furs was taken aback for a second, nearly suspecting that her eyes were playing tricks on her. Right on the heels of that, one thought after another uncontrollably surfaced in her mind. Mr. World wants to take on this mission? That's right. He's in Bakeland. But this is an investigation, not a murder. Don Dantes is already tragic enough. Let's spare him. Eliminating the target of the investigation means that the investigation is a success? Because there's no need to investigate further, what do I do? Should I still take on this mission? It's a total of £500. I just need to repeat what I previously discovered to receive at least £200. However, my competitor is Mr. World. Perhaps it's a collaboration, not a competition. Why? Would Mr. World be interested in this mission? He's actually paying attention to the framing of Baron Syndra's or the assault on Member of Parliament mocked. When Furs finally grasped the crux of the problem, the hanging man Alger and the hermit Catlia had already cast their gazes on the world German Sparrow. To them, be it the framing of Baron Syndra's, the assault on Member of Parliament mocked, or the wealthy merchant Don Dantes' donation of more than £10,000, they weren't matters that needed special attention. However, the fact that Mr. Fool's Blessed had taken the initiative to take on the investigation mission made the problem appear extremely complicated. It made them feel as though there was an important secret hidden within. Emlyn didn't think too much about it, but he also realized that this seemingly ordinary investigation mission wasn't that easy. He originally planned on earning some pocket money to make up for the £5,000 he was about to lose, but now, he suddenly didn't wish to speak. Don Dantes really isn't simple. There's a huge problem with him, so much so that Mr. World took the initiative to take over the investigation? Or could it be that those two cases are more important and crucial than I imagined? Audrey's heart stirred as her eyes darted around slightly. Using the advantage of her position, she memorized the reactions of all the tarot members. Among them, Derek was the only one who wasn't in this situation. To him, wasn't it normal for everyone on tarot to help each other? Wasn't it normal to accept a mission given by someone else and have the ability to complete it? Audrey's gaze then turned back to the bottom of the long bronze table and asked with a hint of anticipation, "Mr. World, do you wish to accept this mission?" After returning to Bakeland, she searched for news of the past few months at sea and confirmed that Mr. World was the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow. She was deeply impressed by this gentleman who appeared polite but was actually dangerous. He had done many great things, and she felt that her adventurous feelings at sea had faded significantly. Klein had already thought of a response. After controlling the fake world to raise his hand, he waited for Miss Justice to ask a question. At that moment, he made the German Sparrow wear a solemn expression as he said in a deep voice, "That's right. Don Dantes is an identity." After a short but repeated consideration, Klein decided to reveal a portion of the information and set Don Dantes as the public alias of his blessed. He believed that if he chose to hide it this time, there would still be a risk of being exposed in the future. This was because Don Dantes was about to venture deep into Bakeland's high society. She could find clues to the great smog of Bakeland and other cases at any time. This way, it was very likely that he would need Miss Justice's help. When the time came, this spectator would likely notice something and discover that World had been deliberately hiding it, and that Mr. Fool hadn't warned him. This would lower her sense of belonging, and she might even suspect more things, triggering a crisis of trust in the Fool. Two members didn't know each other and didn't know of each other's existence, but they worked together with tacit understanding. By completing the designated missions, they pieced together the overall goal. It looked beautiful, but in fact, it was very difficult to succeed, especially when the companion was a mid-sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway. It was impossible to hide from her, therefore, most of the time, being honest was a better, more effective, and less troublesome method than lying. As for why he didn't directly say that Don Dantes was German Sparrow, it was because Klein didn't want to give the tarot members the impression that he was the only blessed who appeared. Don Dantes is just an identity? Audrey acutely read the hidden meaning in this sentence and had a vague guess. Then, she heard the world German sparrow simply say, I share an identity with my companion. I occasionally disguise myself as him. I occasionally disguise myself as him. At this point, he swept his emotionless gaze at the magicians. Shared identity. Occasionally disguise myself as him. That tragic Don Dantes is the world German sparrow? That wealthy businessman with kidney or prostate problems is the world German sparrow? Magician's Furs felt as though she had been struck by lightning as her entire body stiffened. As her brain went numb, she felt a baffling sense of lingering fear. She subconsciously felt that Xiao's unintentional words made sense. When a person's butler, valet, neighbors, and surroundings all had problems, the chances of him being normal wasn't high. No, it's not that the street where Don Dantes lives or the butler he hired happened to have a secret, but because they had a secret, they were chosen by Don Dantes and German Sparrow. The one who was pitiful and miserable wasn't Don Dantes, but the things around him that were related to the Beyonders. I was wrong. I shouldn't have asked Xiao to pray for the goddess to bless him. This is more like a curse to the world German Sparrow. Furs suddenly shuddered, glad that she hadn't suggested to Don Dantes to seek treatment for kidney or prostate problems. Otherwise, she suspected that she wouldn't be able to participate in this tarot gathering, or that she would be attending in the form of a Beyonder characteristic and be sold to the other members by the world. Typically speaking, Mr. World shouldn't know that I'm a magician's, but I had Lamino's travels with me back then. He had used this spellbook and added demigod-level Beyonder powers to it. He must have secretly observed me, memorized my looks, and evaluated my value. The lingering fear in Furs's heart surged like a raging sea as her expression was filled with bitterness. At this moment, she saw Mr. World sweep his cold gaze at her. Her regret instantly intensified into extreme regret. Thankfully, I didn't rush to answer. I didn't mention my impression of Don Dantes. When Furs gradually calmed down from her horror, she couldn't help but think of another question. Were we protecting Don Dantes during the bodyguard mission, or was Don Dantes protecting us? Should I return the money to Mr. German Sparrow? At times, Don Dantes is equivalent to Mr. World. Audrey was first alarmed before she felt that all her questions had been answered. Furs did know Don Dantes, but she didn't know that he was Mr. World. Her clearly shocked reaction proved this point. The reason why Don Dantes was more surprised to see me was because he recognized Lai. Although this mystical item had changed its appearance, it originated from the Beyonder characteristic provided by Mr. World. Perhaps it has some sort of connection with this crazy adventurer. After all, German Sparrow can also disguise himself as anyone and has the ability to change his appearance, although I've only asked Mr. the Hanging Man about what happens when an animal consumes the potion. The ingredients I've gathered are usually double. Mr. World might have guessed that there's another spectator beside me, so he's wary of Susie who's observing the hall from the shadows. Others might not suspect animals, but Mr. World is experienced. He must have come into contact with Beyonder creatures, so it's very normal for him to be wary of such matters. That is to say, Don Dantes, no, Mr. World German Sparrow already knew that I was Justice, but he didn't choose to make contact or communicate with me. Yes, there's nothing wrong with his handling of the situation. Under such circumstances, unless he directly said it, it would be very difficult for me to guess or believe him. And to say something related to tarot in St. Samuel Cathedral. That's just too crazy. After a brief moment of shock and astonishment, most of Audrey's emotions quickly calmed down, leaving only excitement. Apart from Magician's Furs, whom she had introduced to the club, this was the first time she was meeting the other members of Tarot in real life. It feels like history is being written at this moment. Mr. World, as well as Mr. Fool's other blessed. They should also be considered world. Why did they create the identity of Don Dantes? What are they trying to do? The matter of Baron Cinders being framed, Member of Parliament mocked being attacked, and the matter of them donating to establish a bursary foundation are really more complicated and important than I imagined. Why do I suddenly feel like the upper echelons of the kingdom aren't calm? I had this feeling when the great smog of Prince Edisac's death happened. It's even more intense today. Now that I know of Don Dantes' identity, I might be able to participate and cooperate from the side to reduce the risk of Mom and Dad being implicated. as well as the risk of the innocent dying. Amidst her thoughts, Audrey quickly made a decision. It was to agree to her father's request to join the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. Then, she mumbled inwardly. Isn't it reasonable for Mr. Tarot World's Charity Bursary Foundation to have Tarot's Justice join? The hanging man Alger and the hermit Catlia weren't too surprised that Don Dantes was the world, an amalgamation of Mr. Fool's Blessed. The most common thought that flashed through their minds was, something major is about to happen in Bakeland. P.S. There's a Gold League Alliance update today. PS2, recommending a book, The Great Foppish Sons of the Ming Dynasty. He looks ferocious like he's a gangster, but he's actually a classmate with excellent morals. He said that he would treat me to an extremely large mantis shrimp. What's brewing in Bakeland? A continuation of the Great Smog of Hell? As the hanging man Alger and Catlia guessed, they placed importance on the framing of Baron Cindras and the assault on Member of Parliament Mocht. They planned on using their respective channels to obtain more detailed information to see if they could discover anything abnormal. They weren't in a rush, and they didn't plan on directly asking the world what German Sparrow's intentions or what he was planning. They felt that he wouldn't answer them in detail. At most, he would give them a brief explanation. Therefore, they planned on gathering information and doing a peripheral investigation before deciding on the follow-up based on the specific situation. At the same time, they suddenly realized that announcing the identity of Don Dantes to Tarot seemed to be a rather good move. In the future, as long as they paid attention to the news of this tycoon, they would be able to grasp the actions of Mr. Fool's Blessed. From there, they could tacitly cooperate or provide help. And this was a fake identity. Once it was exposed, they could immediately throw it away. Similarly, they could also indirectly testify for this identity, making Don Dantes appear more real. The simplest example was if this tycoon had a background at sea, then Catlia could instill the corresponding information into her crew, friends, and business partners. It would make them feel from the bottom of their hearts that such a person really existed. When the official organizations attempted to investigate Don Dantes' origins, they would discover that there was indeed such a person and such a matter. After a brief silence, Audrey was just about to respond to Mr. World's words when she saw Mr. Moon sit up straight and look at the end of the long bronze table. He took the initiative to ask, "What's the use of this public identity? Is there a deeper problem with the Baron's framing and the assault on a member of Parliament that Miss Justice mentioned?" As a resident of Bakeland, Emlyn was rather concerned about his living environment. "Why don't you investigate it yourself when you're asking so many questions?" "In order not to be embroiled in the maelstrom, I've already taken the initiative to jump out." Klein lampooned Emlyn White as he made the world chuckle. "Of course. Pending investigation." His succinct answer could be translated into detailed words. "There must be a deeper problem with the two cases, but it's a secret. I'm not going to tell you." Similarly, don't ask about the public identity of Don Dantes. Although Emlyn had low emotional intelligence at times, he could still tell the hidden meaning behind World's words. He laughed dryly and leaned back, pretending to be very satisfied with his answer. Upon seeing this, Audrey took a second to stop the corners of her mouth from curling up. Then, she said to the world, "German Sparrow, all right, I understand. Thank you for the information." At this moment, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that joining the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation was a good thing. In the future, if she were to encounter any danger or something she couldn't handle, she could inform Mr. World ahead of time. Then, she could head to the foundation as usual and busy herself next door to Don Dantes. If psychological alchemy suspects me or uses a mission to test me, I'll arrange to meet them at the foundation. Don Dantes' image is completely different from Mr. World's above the grey fog. Mr. World is an experienced impersonator. Also, Don Dantes is a public identity. It's not equivalent to German Sparrow at all times. It's no wonder there are rumors that he has a wide range of preferences when it comes to women. A crazy killer and adventurer like German Sparrow is definitely suitable for pure and innocent girls. As a spectator, Audrey couldn't help but make some connections. Upon hearing her answer, Klein couldn't help but lampoon. "What do you mean by thanking me for the information? Shouldn't I be paying £500 for the investigation? Are you treating this as a sharing between internal members?" He made the world German Sparrow nod and didn't speak further about Dantes. He turned to look at little Sunday. He turned to look at little Sun and said, "Do you have Bizarro-Bane?" The world paused for a moment before adding, "Perhaps you use other names to call it. In short, it's good at disguising itself, and its abilities are bizarre. It's nearly at the level of a demigod, and it has a main eye that gathers characteristics." He deliberately pointed out that it was nearly at the level of a demigod, not to show off, but to remind little Sun that it was a very dangerous monster. However, the hermit Catlia and the hanging man Alger didn't pay too much attention to this. This was because the world represented Mr. Fool's blessed, so it was very normal for him to purchase demigod-level ingredients for his companions. Besides, even if he was preparing it for himself, it wouldn't be too surprising. German Sparrow was already a sequence 5, so it was normal for him to gather ingredients ahead of time. Vaguely, they felt that it was a good thing for Mr. World to quickly leave the level of sequence 5. Derek thought for a moment and said, "It's not among the commonly seen monsters, but perhaps someone has encountered it before." "It's not in the list of commonly seen monsters, but someone might have encountered it before. I'll search for information or help you ask." The dummy, the world, hummed in acknowledgement and returned to silence. After Magician's Furs failed to purchase the ancient race cursed item and remnant spirituality, the transaction came to an end. Before Mr. the Hanging Man could ask about Sun, Fur stole a glance at the world's German Sparrow and said, "I recently had a strange dream." "I had a strange dream recently." In the dream, there were treasures that were almost real, including, she described the scene in the dream in detail and said, "I'm sorry." Finally, she said, "It's a complicated symbol that combines fate and concealment." Just as Furs was about to turn to the end of the long bronze table and request Mr. Fool to conjure it, the world's German Sparrow suddenly said, "Are you talking about such a symbol?" The fake world first made a request before showing a badge. This badge was only the size of an eyeball, and on its surface was a combination of the symbols of fate and concealment. It came from Lenivus and was the proof of entry to the Hermits of Fate's gathering. However, Klein had never tried it even once. "Ah? Magicians?" Furs took a look and stammered, yes, that's it." After answering, she realized that Mr. World had not only restored the symbol, but he had also given her an item. Suddenly, she had an epiphany. Don Dantes' choice to stay on Buckland Street was a targeted action. Just as she had this thought, she heard the world's German Sparrow's hoarse voice. "That treasure is a trap. He really does know. Fortunately, I understand that I have to consult someone with rich experience." Magician's Furs heaved a sigh of relief and forced a smile. "Thank you for your reminder." Audrey asked curiously, "What's going on?" "Mr. World, what does this symbol represent? Why did you say it was a trap?" Klein controlled the world and answered simply, "That's right. It represents a group of thieves who call themselves the Hermits of Fate." Hermits of Fate. Thieves. The Hanging Man Alger and the Hermit Catlia memorized these two terms in thought. Based on their own knowledge, they made certain guesses. The former suspected that it was an organization established by a group of thieves, while the latter believed that an ancient family from the Fourth Epoch was involved. After careful recall, Emlyn White confirmed that he had never heard of such an organization. He planned on consulting the Sanguine's upper echelons. As for Klein, he was thinking of another problem. The Marauder Pathway demigod that was once sealed deep in the sewers hasn't left Buckland Street after all. It's very likely that he's hiding in Hazel's house. Furthermore, this demigod isn't content at all. He's actually using a dream to influence Miss Magicians. No, I can't let him continue like this. I have to eliminate this latent danger as soon as possible. I'll find my poet classmate and warn him. The grandpa in him won't be uninterested in a demigod of the same sequence. With this in mind, Mr. Fool, who was leisurely looking at his members, smiled. Audrey vaguely sensed the change in Mr. Fool's emotions as she mumbled inwardly. That group of thieves who call themselves the Hermits of Fate are related to one of Mr. Fool's old friends. The topic of the dream treasure quickly came to an end. Catlia recalled something and said to the world, "German Sparrow, the information you want will be given to you this week." "I'll give you the information you want this week." At that moment, she was a little curious as to why he wanted information regarding West Balam. However, she wasn't the sun, nor was she the moon. She would immediately ask if there was anything she didn't understand. She was more used to gathering clues herself. "All right. The fake world nodded. Klein sighed inwardly. With such a secret organization, many things were indeed much simpler. Seeing that he didn't say anything else, the hanging man Alger turned his head and said to son Derek, "Have you figured out the matter regarding the former chief's mausoleum?" Son Derek said in shame, "I didn't have anything else to say." "Have you figured out the matter regarding the former chief's mausoleum?" "I've only made 2 friends." As a Beyonder of the Sun pathway, he couldn't win more than 1 out of 10 fights in the training grounds. By relying on being beaten up, he finally established contact with his former acquaintances, but there were only 2 who could be considered friends. Without waiting for the hanging man's response, he hurriedly added, "However, I heard that the 6-member council wishes to open the mausoleum." "However, I heard that the 6-member council wants to open the mausoleum. No matter what, they have to at least retrieve the characteristics." In the City of Silver, no one felt that such behavior was wrong. This was because to them, wasting was a crime. The hanging man Alger nodded slightly and changed his lecturing words. "Well done. It doesn't have to be a friend to provide help. When you establish contact with enough people, you will naturally obtain a certain amount of information. P.S. Update first before making changes. I originally had a draft, but I ended up sleeping all the way into the afternoon. I didn't hear the alarm at all. Perhaps it's because I've been writing at night during my previous travels, so I wasn't completely jet-lagged and lacked sleep. Yes, I'll keep my word. I'll update in the wee hours of the morning, and I'll make up for the draft tomorrow." Sun, who had been acknowledged, was taken aback for 2 seconds. The shame in him faded as he said in embarrassment, "I'll get to the bottom of this matter. I'll try my best to make 1 friend before the next tarot gathering. I'll try my best to make 1 friend before the next tarot gathering." Derek quickly set another goal in his heart. Upon seeing this, Klein made World German Sparrow say in a low and hoarse voice, "If it involves the domain of death, you can seek my advice. If it involves the domain of death, you can seek my advice. And I can seek Mr. Aztec's advice," he silently added inwardly. As for Frank Lee's new mushrooms, he temporarily didn't plan on handing them over to Little Sunday. This was because it was only a half-finished product. The final fruit would be filled with poison and madness. "Thank you, Mr. World," Sun replied gratefully. After discussing other matters, the tarot entered the learning phase until the end. After returning to the real world, Klein immediately began to resolve the matter regarding the Marauder demigod. However, he realized that his plan had just begun when he encountered a problem. He had no idea where to find Leonard Mitchell and the grandpa parasitized in his body. St. Samuel Cathedral? "There's a high chance that Leonard is underground, but I have no way of entering. He only goes to the cathedral to pray once or twice a week, and the time isn't fixed. It's impossible for me to go there 3 times a day, 7 days a week, just to meet him once. What kind of plot is this? Could it be the so-called waiting by the tree stump? Even if I really do that, it might not be effective. As a red glove, he might very well have already left Bakeland." As Klein lampooned, he deeply regretted that he had placed too much emphasis on his words. He was too focused on hoodwinking Leonard Mitchell that he had forgotten to ask how to contact him. "Back then, I should have told Leonard, I'll inform Klein Moretti of my identity being exposed. If he has anything to say, I'll convey it on his behalf. That way, we can set up a private method of contact." Klein slowly exhaled and could only use his last resort. That was to ask the magic mirror. After drawing the symbol that was a combination of prying and concealment on the paper, Klein turned his gaze to the full-body mirror. He saw that the aqueous light was rippling as white ruan words appeared one after another. "Great and exalted master, your puny, humble, and terrified servant, Erodes, has come to answer your summons. Before I answer the question, let me say, I was wrong. I was wrong." Klein raised his eyebrows. "Why did you suddenly admit your mistake?" On the surface of the mirror, the pale ruan text wriggled and changed into a new one. "In short, I was wrong." After a series of ellipses, the pale words trembled as they took shape. Recently, many people have been asking about your situation. They know about your current identity, so, the image of Don Dantes being a flirtatious man who could accept anything as long as he was beautiful has already spread. Even Miss Justice knows about it? Thankfully, the explanation I used is a public avatar. More than one blessed is playing the role of Don Dantes, so having a wide range of hobbies is completely explainable. Heh, look, I made the mirror pale in fright. Klein came to a realization as he chuckled inwardly. It's your turn to ask. On the full-body mirror, the words were still pale, forming a new sentence. Do you forgive me? No, I mean, are you willing to see my subsequent performance? This attitude. Klein clicked his tongue in his heart, but on the surface, he said solemnly, then work hard. Yes, great master. On the surface of the mirror, the pale words glowed with silver light. Did you summon me here because you have a question to test me? Klein nodded. Yes. Where will Leonard Mitchell be staying for the next few days? The silver-white traces twisted and formed new words. 7 Pinster Street. Under the words, the aqueous light on the mirror rippled, forming an image. It was a terraced house with unit number 7. It was a black-haired, green-eyed youth who was fishing for his key. It's still the same place. It hasn't changed at all. If I were to visit Leonard directly, it would ruin his image of Dwayne Dantes in his mind and lower my standards. Let Emlyn White go. Anyway, my dear poet should have already found out that this vampire has ties with Sherlock Moriarty, who is also Klein Moretti. The problem now is that it's hard to determine that Grandpa's stance. Without being able to determine his true motives, giving him a huge gift in his present state might not be appropriate. It might bring great danger to Leonard. As it doesn't involve me, divining above the gray fog might not be effective. As it doesn't involve me, I might not receive any effective revelations. Klein's mind stirred as he thought of changing his plans. Compared to directly informing the Grandpa and Leonard of the marauder demigod's existence, using Pallas Zoroast or Amon's name to warn the target and make him stay away from this street is a gentler way of dealing with problems that have lesser latent risks. Of course, the premise is that I don't expose myself. Klein pondered for a few seconds before asking again, where is the demigod beside Hazel mocked hiding? On the surface of the mirror, ripples of light spread out like waves as the scene changed. On the thick carpet embroidered with gorgeous patterns, there was a small leather sofa. On the surface of the single sofa, there was a cushion covered with pure white fur. In the middle of the cushion, there was a gray mouse. Compared to its peers, its eyes were closer to a dark red. Rat. That marauder demigod has parasitized a rat's body? Furthermore, he's openly sleeping in Hazel's room and even got himself an expensive-looking cushion. Is it because I disrupted his plans that he has no choice but to become like this? Klein was first surprised before he felt like laughing. The scene stabilized as a line of silver words appeared. Great master, do you have any other instructions? Very sharp. Klein tersely acknowledged. Use the mirror in the room to warn that demigod. Tell him that there's a marauder pathway angel who doesn't have any good intentions lingering around this street. Furthermore, blasphemer Amon might come at any time. All right, master. I'll do it immediately. The words on the mirror glowed. In Hazel's bedroom, the gray rat's spiritual perception was triggered as it abruptly stood up and cast its gaze at the full-body mirror in the room. On the surface of the full-body mirror, words that seemed to be written in blood that had yet to coagulate appeared. Stay away from this street. The gray rat's gaze froze for a second. Why? The words that seemed to be flowing with blood slowly dissolved and formed new words. There's a marauder pathway angel in the surrounding area that's in urgent need of replenishment. The natural enemy of all high-sequence beyonders of this pathway, blasphemer Amon, is on his way. I'm reminding you because I don't want them to benefit from it. The gray rat squeaked twice and asked in a hoarse voice, Who are you? He was very annoyed at the moment. He was annoyed that the power he had accumulated was always wasted. Otherwise, he could have used astrology to confirm the situation. At some point in time, the blood-dripping words on the full-body mirror that had darkened suddenly disappeared and reappeared, replaced with new content. I've answered one of your questions. According to the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. Right on the heels of that, a new line of blood-red text appeared below. After you hastily parasitized a rat's body, you should have been affected by this body's structure and hormones. Now, the target that will make you feel the desire to mate is human female, human male, female rat, or all of them? Please answer. At this moment, Hazel opened the door a crack, and for some reason, the gray rat inside didn't notice it. The door opened a little more, and Hazel discovered that the demigod who claimed to live in legend was staring blankly at the mirror, as though he was intoxicated by his present appearance, a gray rat. Hazel frowned slightly as she subconsciously paused in her actions of opening the door. Then, she saw the gray rat tremble as its red eyes revealed a clear, ferocious glint. "Don't joke with me," the gray rat roared hoarsely. He turned his head and was about to leave the room when invisible shackles suddenly bound his rat body. He wasn't afraid of such power when he was in perfect condition, but now, his accumulated power had been expended time and time again. The most recent time was when he appeared in a dream of the Beyonder bodyguard hired by Don Dantes. A thick, silvery white bolt of lightning descended out of nowhere and struck the gray rat's head. Hazel's eyes first lit up, and she couldn't see anything else. Following that, she regained her vision and saw the gray rat with charred fur lying on the ground. Its 4 legs were twitching. P.S. Update first before making changes. What happened? The sudden change left Hazel, who lacked experience, momentarily at a loss as to how to deal with it. She was stunned for a few seconds before she pushed the door open and rushed in. When she came to the side of the charred rat, the self-proclaimed demigod had already flipped over and stood up. "You forgot to close the door." Hazel wore a blank look before realizing that she was in a rush to figure out the situation. She didn't close the door like she usually did to prevent the maid from peeking inside. Seeing that rat was fine, Hazel pursed her lips, turned around, and walked back to the door. During this process, she did not forget to glance at the full-body mirror. Everything was normal, and there were no problems. The mirror clearly reflected the scene in the room. There was not a single person or thing missing. Amid the clicking sounds, Hazel took the initiative to ask, "Teacher, what happened just now?" The rat with charred fur faced her sideways and cast its gaze out the window. In the world of mysticism, any place that involves supernatural powers is filled with danger. We can't be careless. I tried to use the mirror to do a divination, but I ended up attracting the attention of an unknown existence. After an intense struggle, I finally resolved the problem and prevented the danger from spreading to the entire street. The mouse spoke fluently, without the slightest stutter, as if the lightning strike just now was just a trivial matter. "Is that so? Why didn't you remind me about this before?" Hazel couldn't help but frown. She could vaguely smell the mixed smell of burnt hair and decomposed oil in the air. Without waiting for her to respond, the rat turned to face the balcony, its back almost to her. "It's no longer suitable for me to stay here. Otherwise, I'll be easily discovered by the Church of Evernight. Yes, find a chance to send me to your manor in the suburbs." Looking at the rat's charred fur and smelling the roasted meat fragrance, Hazel fell silent for a few seconds. She suppressed her puzzlement and nodded. "All right." 160 Buckland Street. Klein, who was sitting in the reclining chair, saw the surface of the full-body mirror ripple like water waves, and silver rays shot up. The silver words formed one after another, forming a sentence. "Great Master, your puny servant, Erodes, has already followed your instructions and warned that marauder pathway demigod and gave her a tiny punishment." Her? Just as Klein was ruminating over the pronoun Erodes used, the mirror surface shimmered, reflecting a scene. Silver-white lightning fiercely struck down, and the gray rat twitched and fell. "Isn't this too weak?" Klein suddenly realized that this demigod's condition might be worse than he had imagined. "Are you satisfied with how I handled it?" The silver lines wriggled quickly and turned into a question. "Not bad." Klein gently nodded. Considering the demigod's state, he paused for a second and probed. "Why didn't you just kill her?" Erodes outlined silver words on the mirror surface. "If I can't guarantee that I can kill the demigod target, it's best not to force them into a corner. Once they stop suppressing themselves and completely give up on themselves, they will mutate into incomplete mythical creatures that have lost their rationality. Most of the time, when they aren't in the right state and can't unleash their full power, it's because they're fighting against the tendency to lose control. I am not here, so I can only give her a tiny punishment." As the last line appeared, the full-body mirror's aqueous light shimmered twice. Klein suddenly felt like a creature was looking at him. He didn't respond to it as he nodded and said, "That's all for today. If there's anything else, I'll summon you again." "Alright, Master." The mirror immediately reflected a simple drawing of a hand waving. After tidying up the room, Klein ended his afternoon nap and walked out of the master bedroom. Before long, the white-gloved butler, Walter, came to the third floor and entered a half-open room with a balcony. He said to his employer, Don Dantes, "Sir, the church has sent a letter. Sir, the church has sent a letter, inviting you to become a board member of the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation's board of directors. You can choose to directly take up a post and receive a decent salary, or you can use it as an honorary title. You can only participate in discussions and votes when there are important matters. The church is very efficient. They've already set up the framework." Klein thought for a moment and felt that since he had already donated more than £10,000, there was no need for him to receive a salary. It was better to do things more thoroughly. He deliberated and said, "Treat it as an honorary title, but I wish to occasionally participate in the actual operations of the foundation and contribute to its promotion to help more people." "I will convey your thoughts to the church," Walter replied seriously. "If you don't have any other questions or matters, it's best you witness the official establishment of this foundation on Wednesday morning." Klein raised his porcelain cup and drank the black tea. "All right." On the Golden Dream, Donna stood in front of the deck, looking melancholically at the undulating blue sea. After being urged by German Sparrow once again, he felt that he couldn't delay it any longer. Otherwise, it might turn into a bounty at any time. "I don't want to become a pile of cash while I sleep. So what if I'm suspected?" Donnas grimaced for a moment before mustering his courage and heading straight for the captain's cabin through the hatch. Since he wasn't able to find Anderson Hood in a short period of time, he could only face Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwards. After arriving at his destination, Donnas took 3 deep breaths before raising his right hand to knock on the door. At this moment, Vice Admiral Iceberg's voice sounded from inside. "Please come in." Donnas paused his right hand, forced a smile, and opened the door. He then saw his captain sitting behind a desk, holding a dark red fountain pen and writing something. "Captain, I have something to ask you." Donnas leaned over, bowed slightly, and said with a smile. Edwina put down her fountain pen and tugged at her sleeves with a lace bow tie that resembled a flower. She glanced at Donnas. "You wish to ask about West Balham?" "Huh?" Donna's expression turned sluggish. "The captain already knows. It must be Ironhide, dog shit, those bastards. They must have told the captain. I knew it. On this ship, no secret can be kept, even more so for the captain." After cursing in his heart, Donnas put on a smile again. "Yes, you know, I'm very interested in history and geography." Edwina's limpid eyes darted about as she looked out the window. "This is international politics." Without waiting for the suddenly stiff Dannets to find another excuse, she continued, "Don't worry. In West Balham, there are cities managed by Ruan, valleys belonging to Intis, native generals supported by Ruan, tribes that follow Intis's orders, and there are relatively independent first-level factions that rely on the balance between the 2 major countries. They are secretly in contact with different factions of the charismatic order, vying for power or claiming to be descendants of death. In addition, Rose School and the Fasak Empire have a very strong influence in West Balham. On the surface, no faction belongs to them, but in fact, many generals and chiefs have submitted to them. Among them, Donnas listened in a daze. He suddenly laughed dryly and raised his hand. "Captain, I need to make a note. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to remember them." Edwina, who had been interrupted, wasn't angry. She pointed at the pen and paper on the table. "It's a good habit. I don't think German Sparrow wants to get the wrong information either." "Huh?" Donnas was stunned again. "West Balham sure is chaotic. Even if it's an average-sized warlord, it's hard to tell which faction he belongs to on the surface and who he's supported by. Rose School has a lot of influence here? That's a sudden rise in danger for me." Klein took Donna's letter from Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker and opened it on the spot, quickly reading through it. This made him feel that he shouldn't head to West Balham personally unless he went with Mr. Aztec. P.S. Update first. After watching Miss Messenger leave, Klein looked at the letter in his hand and considered the problem of West Balham once again. He believed that he had to be prepared for Mr. Aztec to not reply for a month. That was to say, when July came, he might head to West Balam with a few military personnel without the protection of the former death consul. This way, the shadow of Rose School would forever hang over his head. 2 plans. If it's confirmed that the danger is extremely high, I'll directly abandon the identity of Don Dantes. Instead, I'll seriously consider the client list. I won't include any faction that's suspected to be connected to Rose School. Why don't I first set a target and control any accidents? The intelligence provided by Donna's likely came from Vice Admiral Iceberg. There are 2 native generals that appear rather unique. Any other faction, regardless of what, will be labeled as being closer to Ruan, Intis, Faisak, or Fainapotter. Perhaps there are many factions that have their own inclinations to achieve a balance. Only they don't have any foreign countries in their annotations. They only have the support of the charismatic order. Klein read the contents of the letter from the beginning and vaguely grasped something. He had a preliminary suspicion that the 2 native generals were connected to the Church of Knowledge. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina didn't label them because she was deliberately highlighting their uniqueness. She was telling German Sparrow that they were partners he could work with. This way, she didn't need to worry about the possibility of Donna's leaking information. This was because there was no information to leak. All that existed was hints. May Sanchez, Katami. The former has the support of the royal family in the charismatic order, while the latter secretly claims to be a descendant of death. Even if it's true, it's an unknown number of generations of descendants. If I were to meet Mr. Aztec, how should I address him? Klein laughed as he flicked his wrist and burned the letter. Following that, he enjoyed an exquisite afternoon tea in a half-open room with a balcony until Butler Walter came in and whispered, "Sir, another police officer has come. It's regarding Quarren's suicide." On the surface, the clues pointed to Don Dantes. Therefore, even with Baron Cindras handling the aftermath, the police still had to visit from time to time. Otherwise, the reporters would definitely accuse them of malfeasance. As for Member of Parliament Mock's assault, as Don Dantes was only a relatively important eyewitness, he wasn't disturbed after his statement was recorded. Invite them to the living room on the 2nd floor by the garden. Klein put the half-eaten light cream sponge cake back on the tray and took a sip of black tea. As the master, he didn't have to worry about wasting the afternoon tea because the rest belonged to the serving men and maids. If he ate it all or asked for it to be just right every time, his reputation of being stingy would spread among the servants on this block and enter the ears of the ladies and gentlemen. Walter's expression didn't change much as he replied, "They want to invite you to the police station because today is the day that Quarren's family identifies the suspect. They said that they were very sorry, but this is a necessary procedure and can't be missing." Klein slowly stood up. "I understand. Richardson, get my coat, hat, and cane." Since he had already jumped out, he was rather willing to see what Quarren and his family had encountered from a bystander's point of view. He wanted to know how the matter would turn against Baron Cindras. Northborough Police Station. In a spacious room. Through a glass wall, Klein saw Quarren's family. There was an old man, an old granny, a lady in her 40s, a 15-year-old boy, and a girl who wasn't even 10. Their gazes swept across the suspects behind the glass wall and simultaneously landed on Don Dantes's face. "It's him! It's him!" The boy shouted loudly as his eyes turned red. He clenched his fists and attempted to charge at the glass wall. "It's him, officer! It's him!" The lady in her 40s suddenly wept as she looked at Don Dantes with eyes filled with hatred and animosity. The girl she was holding cried out loudly, "Daddy! Return me Daddy!" The 2 elders wiped their tears. One forced himself to remain calm, while the other nearly fainted from sobbing. A sorrowful atmosphere instantly spread. However, Klein had never even seen them before. Memories were implanted into them? He frowned slightly as he sighed and guessed at what Quarren's family had encountered. At the same time, in the underground morgue of the police station, Daly Simone picked up a pencil and began sketching with her body trembling slightly. As she was here to help out at the police station, there was a possibility of encountering newspaper reporters. Therefore, she didn't wear her usual spirit medium robe. Instead, she changed into a black and white checkered female police uniform. She had a top, skirt, and knee-high leather boots. At that moment, her palm moved uncontrollably. Soon, a desk, oriel window, an ink bottle, a revolver, and other items appeared on the surface of the paper. A silhouette was reflected in the oriel window. The figure's hair was neatly combed back, a mixture of silver and black. He had a wide forehead, high cheekbones, and many wrinkles. He was none other than Baron Sindras. Pa. The pencil in Daly's hand dropped onto the paper. She looked up and said to Leonard Mitchell, who had taken the initiative to help, and the two inspectors in charge of communications. The second Quarren committed suicide. There was a rather strong resistance in his heart. In other words, his suicide was hinted and guided. This isn't a simple psychological problem. It definitely involves high-level beyonder powers. And this contradiction and resistance caused his emotions to break down and his spirituality to explode. To a certain extent, he was restored to his true self before his death. This is the scene that was fixed in his eyes. The high-ranking inspector by the side frowned. Madame Simone, are you implying that the final person Quarren saw was the real murderer? Baron Sindras is really the real murderer? Leonard Mitchell immediately scoffed. What the eyes see might not be the truth. You might not understand the illusion I'm talking about, but if I were the murderer, I could have found someone who looked like Baron Sindras to appear in the room before Quarren committed suicide. The two inspectors were very satisfied with this explanation as they heaved a sigh of relief. We'll immediately arrange for Quarren's family to come over. I'll have to trouble the two of you to obtain more realistic clues without harming them. All right. Daly rubbed the corner of her eyes and said, I'll head to the washroom first. This time, she didn't wear the strange eyeshadow or blush. Apart from her pale skin, she didn't look bewitching at all. Furthermore, she appeared much younger. She went from being in her 30s to being in her 20s. She had bright eyes and beautiful facial features. Realizing that he would be busy for a long period of time, Leonard Mitchell also left the morgue and headed for the washroom on the upper floor. Just as the two finished walking down the stairs and rounded a corner, they suddenly saw a gentleman with white sideburns appear at the other end of the corridor. He was walking towards the police station's entrance with a manservant. This gentleman was mature and elegant. He had a pair of eyes that were as deep as a lake under the moon. It was none other than Don Dantes. Daly Simone was in a daze for a moment. She turned her head thoughtfully and looked at Leonard Mitchell. She realized that the black-haired, green-eyed poet was also staring at Don Dantes. Why did you suddenly apply to help me? That member of the charismatic order should be locked down soon. You don't lack things to do. Daly didn't give Leonard a chance to find an excuse. She paused for a second and asked directly, do you think there's something wrong with that gentleman? Leonard retracted his gaze and was silent for 2 seconds. Don Dantes greets your grace. He deliberately didn't confirm or deny it. He only mentioned St. Anthony in a seemingly irrelevant answer. In other words, the Archbishop didn't say that there was something wrong with Don Dantes. As for whether he didn't realize it or simply didn't say it, no one knew. Daly nodded gently and turned her gaze towards the washroom. On Wednesday morning, Audrey Hall, who held the invitation letter, rode a carriage and arrived at Phelps Street, where St. Samuel Cathedral was located. The soon-to-be-established Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation was located at 22 of this street. The building belonged to the Church of Evernight, so there was no need to pay rent. Before getting off the carriage, Audrey held the invitation letter in her hand and looked at the scenery outside the window. She was filled with anticipation for the future. She would become a member of the board and enter the fundraising and external liaison department. P.S. Updates will be made later. It will return to normal tomorrow. After entering 22 Phelps Street, Audrey immediately saw Don Dantes walking out from the side corridor. This good-looking gentleman was wearing a black formal suit and holding a golden-laid cane. He was conversing with the foundation staff beside him. As though sensing Audrey's gaze, Don Dantes naturally turned his head and looked at the door. Then, his eyes lit up as though he had seen a treasure. Following that, he smiled and nodded slightly as a form of greeting. Audrey responded with a smile that was flawless in terms of etiquette. She nodded and followed the staff of the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation, who welcomed her up the stairs to the second floor. During this process, although she didn't look in that direction, be it her feminine talent or her instincts as a spectator, they both told her that Don Dantes' gaze had been secretly following her figure until it was blocked by the wall beside the stairs. Impeccable acting. He fully displayed the reaction of a gentleman who lacks resistance to beautiful women but is sufficiently cultured when meeting me for the second time. It's as though we really only met once at the charity gala. This is no different from what I expected. He even managed to make his eyes suddenly light up. Is this a technique brought about by his Beyonder pathway, or is it an ability he possesses to begin with? I have to say that German Sparrow, I should say Mr. German Sparrow, is really a professional, no, an excellent actor. Furthermore, he's not overly exaggerated like those theatrical performers. Audrey thought approvingly. Then, she saw a few newspaper reporters waiting on the second floor to interview the establishment of the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. She wasn't a noble lady who liked to have her photo appear in the newspapers. As she communicated with the manservant who had followed her and informed them that they couldn't take photos in the name of Earl of Hall, she led her personal maid, Annie, into the VIP lounge. Earl Hall was friends with the owners of several newspapers and had made corresponding investments, so he had a lot of shares. If Audrey was willing, she could totally exchange some of the assets she had received for a sizable newspaper. In the VIP lounge, Audrey, who felt that it was not appropriate to bring a dog on such an occasion, greeted the children of the nobles, the children of the rich, and the relatives of the clergy of the church. Out of habit, she found a place where she could see the whole audience and sat down, waiting for the formal beginning of the ceremony and the first meeting of the board of directors. She looked around and said to the female worker in charge of receiving her, "Xianxia, this is my first time participating in the actual operation of a charity organization. I really want to know what we should do." The lady known as Xianxia was less than 30 years old. She also had a head of blonde hair, and her skin looked rather rough with many sunburn spots. However, her smile was very sunny, and she was rather amiable. Upon hearing Audrey's question, Xianxia introduced without reservation. The current preliminary plan is to not be in a rush to expand. With Bakeland as the main focus, we will go deep into public elementary schools, Sunday schools, and night schools to promote the foundation to all students. This will allow those who need to apply to us. After we receive the application, we will immediately organize personnel to do a detailed review. Not only do we have to confirm the basic situation through the government, but we also have to understand the applicant's situation on the spot. Once the review is approved, we will distribute a bursary fund to help the poor who yearn to change their fates with knowledge. Lovisa had just said that when a magnetic male voice interrupted, "That's right. I have 2 suggestions. First, organize personnel to go to the various Sunday schools, night schools, and public elementary schools today to promote the foundation. This is because June is the examination season, a critical period to enter higher level schools. If we aren't efficient enough, there will definitely be many students from poor families who give up on the examination due to financial reasons. Even if they later learn of the existence of the bursary fund, they won't be able to afford the loss of a year of neglect. As a result, they will lose the opportunity to change their fates. What we are doing may seem simple, but it affects the lives of one child after another. Therefore, we have to start as soon as possible. We can't waste time." The person who spoke was none other than Don Dantes, who had just entered the lounge upstairs. His expression was gentle but serious as he expressed his thoughts. "All right, June is the examination season. Be it entering a grammar school to prepare for university, or going to various technical schools to gain professional experience, this is a critical period. Once they give up on the corresponding entrance examinations, they will have to wait until next June. I completely forgot about this matter." Ma and Xianxia and the other members of the foundation seem to have neglected this problem as well. Mr. Don Dantes actually noticed this detail and considered the children who are on the verge of giving up on their dreams. He's actually a very gentle person at heart, right? Audrey suddenly gained a new understanding of Don Dantes and German Sparrow. This was what a spectator had just learned. A cold-looking assassin and adventurer actually has a gentle heart? Unfortunately, the information I have on German Sparrow is only the description of his madness. There's no way to verify it. Audrey blinked as she listened attentively to Don Dantes' explanation. My second suggestion is that it's best to place the scholarship funds in a corresponding bank account. When paying the tuition fees, bring the documents to us to withdraw it. There's no need to go through so much trouble if it's a small amount of food or lodging expenses. It can be withdrawn once a month or once a week, with a fixed amount. This is to prevent the applicant's parents, siblings from spending the money. To a poor family, this is an irresistible temptation. Similarly, one account for one person. Regardless of the withdrawal method, there has to be a person present. This can effectively prevent everyone from being tested by the devil of greed. When Klein said that, he pressed his hand to his chest and said to Audrey and Xianxia, "My apologies. Forgive me for rashly joining your conversation." Audrey smiled and said, "Mr. Dantes, your suggestion is excellent. Mr. Dantes, your suggestion is very good. You made me realize that I haven't considered many aspects. The only problem is that it's meaningless for you to tell us this. I'm only listening to Ma and Xia's briefing." Xianxia laughed as well. "Yes, you should talk about these matters at the first board meeting. Didn't I deliberately come here to convince Miss Audrey ahead of time? With Justice joining in, I can guarantee that there won't be any objections in the board meeting. Otherwise, it's very likely that someone will find an excuse to delay or change the plan, such as a lack of manpower." Klein revealed an enlightened and regretful expression as he rubbed his palms. "I was too nervous about these matters. I wish to turn them into reality the moment I have the chance, so much so that I forgot the occasion. Mr. Don Dantes' acting is a little exaggerated. He should know that he can't fool me. Oh, he deliberately came here to communicate these two suggestions to me in advance without leaving any traces, so as to get my support." Audrey instantly read his thoughts as the smile on her lips became more obvious and pure. Although she would have supported Taro's companions in a while if the world hadn't informed her in advance, she was still rather happy that she had communicated with him beforehand. This was because she could sense that he was treating her as an equal. After forgiving Don Dantes' rashness, Audrey retracted her gaze and said to Xianxia, "I'm in charge of collecting donations at different occasions, as well as communicating with the government and parliament. Forgive Don Dantes for his rashness and watch the gentlemen walk to the long table with drinks and desserts in the lounge." "To you, this should be a simple matter," Xianxia replied frankly. This was also the reason why the church's charity department wasn't opposed to, and was even eager for, Miss Audrey Hall to join them. Audrey nodded and thought. "If I have spare time, can I participate in your publicity at the various schools and the vetting of the applicants?" Xianxia was originally unwilling to agree to this matter, worried that the environment wasn't suitable for Miss Audrey. However, when she saw Audrey's clear green eyes and sensed the irresistible pleading, her heart softened. She felt that such kindness shouldn't be stopped or isolated from the lowest levels of reality. If Miss Audrey is still willing to help those pitiful people after witnessing true suffering and ugliness, she will definitely be of greater use. It will prevent the higher-ups from always enacting unrealistic bills. Xianxia quickly found a sufficiently convincing reason as she sighed with a smile. "No problem. However, you can't wear such a dress or any jewelry." "What about Lai? Turn it into an armband and hide it under my sleeve?" Audrey thought for a moment before replying with a faint smile. "All right." With Miss Audrey Hall's support, the first board meeting after the founding ceremony of the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation came to a successful end. Klein returned to 160 Buckland Street in a good mood. As per usual, he entered his master bedroom around 2 in preparation for his afternoon nap. In his hazy dream, Klein suddenly jolted awake as he became alert. Someone was attempting to invade his dream. Who is it? Even my afternoon nap is being disturbed now? As Klein mumbled, he changed the dream into the half-open room with the balcony. Then, he saw the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard flip in through the window. Can't this fellow use the main entrance? Why did he suddenly come here? Remember to leave me a way to contact you this time. Klein sat in a reclining chair in exasperation and amusement. He looked leisurely at his poet and said, "This isn't a polite visit." When Leonard heard that, he gave a bow that wasn't too standard. "Mr. Dantes, I have something to consult you on." "Consult? That's not a bad attitude. Furthermore, it doesn't seem to be anything serious." Klein secretly sked. "What is it?" Leonard found a chair to sit down and asked after some deliberation. He deliberated and asked, "You were embroiled in Quarren's suicide. Who do you think the real murderer is?" "If I knew, I would have long thrown Frank's mushroom at him. However, I can't say that I'm not clear at all. It'll damage my image." Klein was very accustomed to such situations. Without answering, he asked, "What did you find out?" Leonard Mitchell clasped his hands and leaned forward slightly. "We restored the scene Quarren saw before his death. This didn't directly show the murderer's appearance, but the oriel window's glass happened to reflect Baron Cinders's figure." After pausing for a second, Leonard added, "This is too simple. It's not convincing. For a noble and powerful banker like Baron Cinders, even if he wanted to kill someone, it's impossible for him to do it himself or be a bystander, unless he has a special hobby. And as you know, there are too many ways to create such a scene. Be it illusions or disguises, they can all be done." When he mentioned disguises, he looked up slightly and glanced at Don Dantes, as though he was saying, "What you look like now is likely not your true image, just like German Sparrow and Sherlock Moriarty." What a simple and crude framing. It makes me suspect if the mastermind really wants to frame Baron Cinders. I'll comb through everything from the beginning. Let's first assume that I, Don Dantes, would react like a normal person. Anyway, I won't say a conclusion. I'm only using questions to guide your train of thought. If the final answer isn't right, it must be because my dear poet has misunderstood me and failed to correctly understand my hints. Klein smiled as he raised his porcelain cup and took a sip of black tea. "Let's not consider this problem for now. If I wasn't the one who was implicated, what would have happened?" Leonard raised his crossed hands slightly as he tapped his index finger gently. As a suspect, Don Dantes was locked up in the police station. However, his butler, servants, neighbors, and friends could confirm that he had never come into contact with Quarren's family. Hence, there was a huge contradiction between the two accounts. The police were unable to resolve the matter and had no choice but to request the Nighthawk's intervention. Through mediumship, we obtained the scene Quarren saw before his suicide. From it, we extracted Baron Cinders's figure. As he spoke, Leonard suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, under Dwayne Dantes' smiling gaze, he continued, "I'm not sure. Regardless of whether Baron Cinders's appearance is too strange, too simple, or not convincing, we will still follow procedure and make contact with him to carry out the corresponding investigations. And this will cause us to notice certain problems with him. Baron Cinders had problems involving the Beyonder domain to begin with, so he couldn't withstand the Nighthawk's in-depth investigation." The more Leonard spoke, the more certain he became. He seemed to have grasped the mastermind's train of thought. He, or they, didn't care if their trap would be seen through. As long as the Nighthawks did a routine investigation on Cinders, their goal would be achieved. This was because Baron Cinders had a rather serious problem that could be easily discovered. Yes, that's what I'm thinking as well. This is actually closer to a report, but it's gentler. It looks like a trap, forcing the Nighthawks to investigate and hide their existence. Of course, I won't directly confirm your guess. Wouldn't it be awkward if I'm wrong?" Klein lifted his right foot and placed it on his left leg as he smiled. "With the vigilant Baron Cinders, there should be no problems now." Leonard slowly nodded and explained to himself, "This Baron's experiences are rather legendary. He was on the brink of bankruptcy several times, but he managed to pull himself back and climb to new heights. Perhaps, one of those times, he was in despair and had no other choice. Therefore, he sold his soul to an evil god, devil, or other hidden existence. That's quite a reasonable story." Klein didn't say if Leonard's guess was right or wrong. Instead, he asked, "On the other hand, how would you view the real murderer that caused Quarren to commit suicide?" Leonard temporarily cast aside his previous judgment and said, "Based on the premise of normal development, the trap setup was too crude. The cues, guidance, and memory implantation weren't subtle or gentle enough, making it easy for others to discover the problem. Therefore, it's unlikely to be done by a mid-sequence or high-sequence Beyonder of the spectator pathway. It's more likely that Beyonders of other pathways used the corresponding mystical items to disguise their actions." Before he finished his sentence, Leonard fell into silence once again. It was unknown what he had in mind. Klein maintained a faint smile as he calmly looked at him, as though everything was under his control. However, I won't say it. It all depends on how much you understand it. This matches what Old Man said previously. Was it really done by a mid-sequence or high-sequence beyonder of the spectator? His seemingly rash and crude setup that was filled with loopholes had actually accurately considered everyone's reactions. He had considered the human nature of following procedures, but he had miscalculated Don Dantes' experience and wisdom. Leonard felt that he had figured out the situation. He straightened his body and coughed lightly. Thank you for your guidance. Klein immediately chuckled. I didn't say anything. Without waiting for Leonard's response, he took the initiative to speak. Your former colleague wants me to ask you how he should inform you if he discovers any traces of ensanguine? Leonard, who was about to stand up to bid farewell, raised his buttocks and sat back down. With a complicated expression, he remained silent for more than 10 seconds. Send the message in the form of a letter to 7, Pinster Street. Does that mean you won't be leaving Bakeland for a long time? Or could it be that even if you went somewhere else to carry out your mission, you still have a way to monitor 7, Pinster Street and read the contents of the letter remotely? It's more likely to be the latter guess. An angel of the Marauder pathway definitely has many strange mystic techniques, and there's no lack of them that Leonard can use. I can't ask. Once I do, it will lower Don Dantes' level and ruin my persona. Klein put on an unperturbed look as he smiled. I'll tell him. Leonard didn't leave immediately. If I want to contact him, what should I do? When he asked this question, his green eyes were deep and reserved. Klein was prepared. He smiled and said, a spirit that wanders the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be controlled, a messenger that belongs solely to the German sparrow. If you aren't sure about the exact ritual, you can consult Palez. Leonard knew that the German sparrow was Sherlock Moriarty, who was also Klein Moretti. He nodded indiscernibly and stood up. Thank you for informing me. Please forgive me for my sudden visit. With that said, he retreated to the door, opened it, and left the dream. Hey, you're leaving just like that? As a nightmare, or rather, a former nightmare, aren't you going to consider the flaws in your memories? You can remember it just by hearing it once? Isn't that too little? As Klein watched Leonard's back disappear, he couldn't help but lampoon. He shook his head in exasperation, ended his afternoon nap, and busied himself with West Balham's matters. On the Golden Dream, Donas, who had finally completed his mission, was drinking iced beer due to the recent hot weather. If it wasn't for the fact that producing ice required beyonder powers and there wasn't much of it, he felt that he could finish half a bucket in one go. This is enjoyment. Donas gulped down the remaining liquid in the cup. At that moment, a grayish-white fog emanated in front of him as German Sparrow's voice echoed in his ears. Please inform Donas to immediately rush to West Balham and figure out the situation in the territories of the two native generals, Xianxia and Kadami. He needs to pay special attention to any signs of Rose School activity. W. Go to West Balham? Donas held his cup as he repeated German Sparrow's request with a stutter. He had once gone there with the crew of the Golden Dream in search of treasure. He had also obtained rather detailed information from Captain Iceberg Edwina, so he knew how chaotic and dangerous West Balham was. Furthermore, I'm going alone this time. Donas pursed his lips, feeling that his future was bleak. In his mind, scenes of primitive forests that hid all sorts of terrifying creatures, native tribes that believed in death but had their own oddities, roads filled with bandits and the resistance, villages frequented by wraiths and shadows, and cities where gunfights and beyonder battles would erupt from time to time. No, I have to reject German Sparrow. Reject. At the very least, he has to send me an assistant. Even ordinary people can survive in West Balham, become rich, and have their own manners. This means that it's not as terrifying as I imagined it to be. I'm only scaring myself. Besides, German Sparrow only wants me to figure out the situation. He doesn't want me to contact anyone to deal with anyone. Donas quickly forced a smile and asked Mr. Fool to inform German Sparrow that he would immediately set off. Then, according to German Sparrow's instructions, he set up a ritual to request Mr. Fool's bestowment in his room. At the end of the ritual, he saw an illusory door open. A dark gold brooch in the shape of a sunbird flew out and landed on the altar. This was the brooch of the sun. In the southern continent, in the kingdom ruled by death, the sun pathway was one of the most useful beyonder pathways. He directly gave me such a valuable item. It's not bad working for German Sparrow. However, I think he said borrow? Donnas picked up the brooch and felt the heat and humidity around him intensify. After assigning tasks to Donnas, Klein was just about to open the door to instruct his valet, Richardson, to prepare a cup of ice water when his spiritual perception was triggered. Following that, he secretly activated his spirit vision and saw Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker walk out of the void. In her hand was a blonde, red-eyed head that was biting on a thin letter. 7, Pinster Street. Leonard Mitchell walked to his desk and spread out a piece of paper. He then picked up a fountain pen and lowered his wrist in preparation to write. However, just as he produced a dark blue dot, the fountain pen paused. He attempted to move his wrist a few times, but everything returned to normal. Raising his wrist and lowering the fountain pen, Leonard repeated the same actions again and again. Finally, his wrist froze in midair. Pa! Leonard threw down the fountain pen, crumpled the letter into a ball, and accurately threw it into the trash can at the foot of his desk. 160 Buckland Street. Klein took the thin letter from one of Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker's heads. He weighed it in his hand, and only when his spiritual intuition didn't give him any warning did he open the seal and take out the piece of paper inside. There was only one page of paper, and on it were 2 lines of words written in beautiful handwriting. I have something that I wish to receive your help with. We can discuss the details in person. Sharon. So it's a letter from Miss Sharon. Klein resolved his puzzlement as he took out a gold coin and did a simple divination in front of Rionette Tinker. Then, he took out another piece of paper and wrote a single word, tonight. He folded the piece of paper and handed it to Miss Messenger. He asked, can you still locate the sender? If not, he would give Sharon's address, 126 Guard Street, Hillston Borough, Mrs. Merriam. Sure. One of Rionette Tinker's blonde, red-eyed heads gave a response. She then opened her mouth and bit down on the folded piece of paper. After Miss Messenger's figure vanished from the room, Klein immediately set up a ritual, preparing to bring creeping hunger from above the gray fog back to the real world. Then, he would travel to the various archipelagos in search of lucky pirates. Creeping hunger had yet to be sealed, so it still needed to eat 1 person a day. Klein could only barely use it. He would bring it out every time he needed to feed it, and when the time was right, he would throw it back into the gray fog. After all, it wouldn't make up for the difference. If creeping hunger dares to cause trouble, feed it mushrooms. After ending the ceremony and cleaning up the scene, Klein put on the thin human-skinned gloves. His figure quickly faded and disappeared. After dinner, after creeping hunger finished its dry howl above the gray fog, Klein used the excuse of having an upset stomach to enter the bathroom. He took it out again and used it to teleport to the outside of the Brave in the Bakelin Bridge area. During this process, he had naturally changed his appearance to that of the black-haired, brown-eyed, bearded, bespectacled detective Sherlock Moriarty. Bending down and rolling up his pants, Klein let out a self-deprecating laugh. He pulled down the brim of his hat, pushed open the heavy wooden door, and entered the bar. After asking the bartender, he took a glass of Southville beer and went outside billiard room 3. He knocked on the locked door. Thud, thud, thud. The door creaked open with a rhythmic thud. The red-eyed Ian craned his neck to take a look, and he instantly smiled. Sir, please come in. As the weather was getting hotter, he didn't wear his old coat. Instead, he wore a simple linen shirt. Klein nodded with a smile. In a flash, he entered the billiard room and quickly took in the scene inside. Merrick, whose hair was a little messy, wore a white shirt, black vest, and black pants. He was holding a long cue stick and bending over to play billiards. Perhaps he had a deep impression of the chaos caused by Sherlock Moriarty, but he didn't gather his zombies to play cards. Long time no see. Klein took the initiative to greet him. At the same time, Sharon, who was wearing a small black bonnet and a regal dress of the same color, appeared on the other side of the billiard table. She sat quietly on a high stool. Good evening, ma'am. Klein looked over and bowed with a smile. Sharon stood up in a floating manner, lifted her skirt, and bowed slightly in response. Merrick put down the cue stick and said in a deep and slightly hoarse voice, "From the looks of it, you're still stuck in Bakeland." His face was still pale, but the malice hidden in his brown eyes had faded significantly. It was as though his restraint during this period of time had been rather effective. It could be seen that obtaining the scarlet lunar corona had prevented him from being on the brink of a breakdown at every full moon. Even his sedatives had to be changed frequently. Klein didn't respond to Merrick's words directly. He walked to the billiard table, put down his beer cup, and smiled. "I'm very sorry. I could have sold you a Wraith Beyonder characteristic, but unfortunately, I lost it." Sharon's blue eyes didn't move. She didn't probe for the reason. All she did was simply ask, "Are you all right?" She knew that the Wraith Beyonder characteristic Sherlock Moriarty mentioned belonged to Admiral of Blood Senior, and Admiral of Blood was Sherlock Moriarty's marionette. The disappearance of the Wraith Beyonder characteristic also meant that the marionette had been destroyed and lost. This was no trivial matter for the corresponding Beyonder. "Fortunately, at least I didn't suffer any injuries." Klein sighed and smiled. "No wonder I didn't see Senior this time." Merrick muttered in realization. Merrick and Miss Sharon don't care too much about the Wraith Beyonder characteristic. They have other channels or means? Klein acutely grasped the situation and asked, "What's the matter? What's up this time?" Merrick immediately glanced at Ian. The calm young man, who could still be called a big boy, did not ask any more questions. He quickly left the billiard room and closed the door. Sharon's doll-like face remained expressionless as she allowed Merrick to speak. "The day after tomorrow, a ship from the southern continent will arrive at Pritz Harbor. It has close ties with the Rouen military. This ship is loaded with treasures and relics plundered from the Star Highlands, Paws Valley, and Hagati Plains. Among them, there's a mummy. It's the 19th king of the ancient Highlands kingdom, Tutmosis II. The original language of the southern continent doesn't originate from ancient Fasak. It has its own structure. In the ancient Highlands language, the king is also known as Kadev. This is an exclusive term, and it was translated by Roselle the Great as Pharaoh. It's a mystery what he was thinking. Also, the mummy was named by him. In short, Pharaoh means the son of a god, the king of humans. Tutmosis II was once a high-sequence Beyonder, but after his death, the corresponding characteristic was recycled. Only his body was left behind and made into a mummy. To other Beyonders, this is a material filled with spirituality. It's an excellent material to make a zombie, but to us, it has an additional meaning, a very important meaning. Our goal this time is to obtain this Tutmosis II mummy. Additional meaning? Apart from being used as an ingredient, what other meaning does a high-sequence Beyonder's corpse have? Klein's heart stirred as he suddenly thought of Ma'am Hermit's request to purchase a drop of mythical creature blood. Could it be a ritual requirement for Sequence 5 Wraith to advance to Sequence 4 Puppet? Miss Sharon already has the formula, and she has already digested the Wraith potion? From her usual lifestyle, she's basically acting as a Wraith all the time. She might have long digested it. However, the words of the evil spirit in the underground ruins seem to indicate that Miss Sharon didn't have the puppet potion formula back then. Yes, everyone has their own circles. It's not too strange for Miss Sharon to have the means to obtain it. Klein swept a glance at Sharon in thought, but he didn't discover any obvious changes from before. She still resembled a puppet more than a living person, but there weren't any signs of her becoming more sinister. Sharon sat there silently, focused on Sherlock Moriarty and Merrick, listening to their conversation. If it's just a high-sequence Beyonder mummy without any Beyonder characteristics, the level of protection wouldn't be too high. Even if it's just the two of you, it shouldn't be too difficult to steal it, Klein pondered and raised a question. From his point of view, a Sequence 5 Beyonder was already considered a quasi-powerhouse. Unless the ship had a demigod watching over it, it would be very difficult for someone at the same level to effectively stop Miss Sharon when her target was only a mummy. After all, the Beyonders in charge had too many important items to protect. Furthermore, they could be scattered in different cabins due to the different ways they were stored. This time, it was Sharon who gave the explanation. She was as succinct as ever. She said simply, "I'm worried that it's a trap set up by Rose School. If there isn't, £1,000. If there is, we'll be in charge of attracting attention. You take the mummy away." Depending on the danger, 5,000 to 10,000 pounds will be paid. Is that so? Klein didn't immediately respond. After some thought, he asked, do you know of spirit world plunderers? Wraith were also a type of beyonder that could effectively move about in the spirit world. Sharon nodded slightly. I can use gold pounds and information related to the spirit world plunderer as payment. Klein tersely acknowledged. I'll consider it. I'll write to you before midnight. As an outstanding seer, he had to head above the gray fog to confirm the level of danger regardless. However, he was now certain that this was definitely not a trap targeted at him. This was because he had no need for the mummy. All right, Sharon said without a change in expression. Klein didn't directly bid farewell. He walked to the door and beckoned Ian in. He casually asked, is there any news worth noting recently? Ian thought for a moment and revealed one relatively important piece of information after another. Someone is inquiring about the organization that believes in the Fool. Klein smiled in surprise. A young man with black hair and green eyes? He suspected that it was Leonard Mitchell. Ian shook his head. No. Black hair and black eyes. Which gentleman from the Aurora Order? Klein thought for a moment. Can you draw it? Ian was stunned for a second, then said self-deprecatingly, then you might never be able to recognize who he is. At this time, Sharon said, I can help you. All right. Ian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he prepared a relatively simple ceremony as instructed. Then, he completed a sketch while trembling and convulsing in the wraith's possession. It was a young man with slightly curly black hair, a wide forehead, thin cheeks, dark eyes, and a monocle. Amon, blasphemer Amon, P.S., thanks to the loyal servant Wang Kai for tipping the Silver Alliance master. Amon, Klein's pupils constricted. He looked normal on the surface, but he was tense on the inside as a storm stirred in his heart. Although he had always used Amon to scare the grandpa in Leonard's body and the Marauder Pathway demigod beside Hazel, it was only a pretext. He never expected that this blasphemer, a king of angels, would come to Bakeland so quickly. Furthermore, he was searching for an organization that believed in the Fool. In fact, this is unexpected, but it's reasonable. When there are angels and demigods of the Marauder Pathway in Bakeland, according to the law of beyonder characteristic convergence, Amon will come sooner or later. The only problem is that he has been searching for something in the forsaken land of the gods all these years, so it's unlikely that he would suddenly give up. Furthermore, his mausoleum in the outskirts of Bakeland has been destroyed by the machinery hivemind, making it impossible for him to return like before. Therefore, this isn't his true body, but an avatar? An avatar that originally existed in the northern continent? Angels of the Marauder Pathway should be good at using worms of time to create avatars, and Amon is definitely stronger than them. Klein's thoughts flashed through his mind as he gradually came up with a theory. At times, he even suspected that the mythical creature form of the Marauder Pathway was a bunch of worms of time that had been assembled in a certain way. As a king of angels of the Marauder Pathway before the cataclysm, Amon definitely knows what the title of the Fool represents. He can also sense the corresponding aura. He even wants to steal control of the gray fog. He is here for the Fool. This is really a headache. After the initial shock, Klein gradually calmed down. What he was most afraid of now was that due to the law of beyonder characteristic convergence, he would encounter blasphemer Amon when he was out. Furthermore, Amon was clearly able to sense his uniqueness. When the time came, there might not be any commotion, and the so-called Fool would have to consider if there was a chance of resurrection. After all, he was a king of angels, an existence second only to a true god. Furthermore, the Marauder Pathway was always known for its deceit and concealment abilities. Even in Bakeland, it wasn't necessarily true that he wouldn't dare to take action. Secretly stealing the lives of others might be Amon's forte. From the looks of it, temporarily leaving Bakeland and heading to West Balam isn't necessarily a bad thing. In short, the biggest problem lies with me. If I had advanced and become a bizarro sorcerer, I would be able to hide the gray fog's aura. Even if I were to encounter Amon, I wouldn't have to worry about exposing myself. Klein silently drew a breath as he once again felt a sense of urgency. He had to push open the door to Sequence 4 as soon as possible, change his life form, and become a demigod. For this, be it getting marionettes, deepening his acting, speeding up his digestion, or gathering the corresponding Beyonder ingredients, he had to work harder. Phew. Bakeland is truly a terrifying place. If Ouroboros hasn't left or has already returned, then just from what I know, there are 5 angels here, including 2 kings of angels. This doesn't include the royal family and military that have Bakeland as their base. I also don't include the underground evil spirit that has gone somewhere, the amalgamation of the former king of angels and the will of 2 angels. If Rose School's abomination Sua also comes here because he's pursuing German Sparrow, that would really be a commotion. Compared to this, the demigod battle outside by him back then can only be considered a child's play. Klein looked at the sketch drawn by Ian as he shook his head in confusion. Yes, I got it. To Ian and Merrick, his shake of the head was because he didn't know the man wearing the monocle, but in fact, he was expressing his helplessness. Gentlemen, I have to leave. I'll reply to you before midnight. Klein took off his hat, bowed, and slowly walked out of the billiard room. He teleported back to 160 Buckland Street from a secluded alley outside the Brave. Inside the master bedroom, the first thing he considered wasn't Miss Sharon and Merrick's request, but how to deal with the latent problems brought about by Amon. Having some experience in this aspect, he quickly came up with an idea. Find something for Amon to do to divert his attention. As for what it was obviously something he couldn't resist or be uninterested in. For example, the angel of the Marauder pathway, Pallas Zoroast. This might be the key to whether or not Amon could become a sequence 0 true god. It was more important than finding an organization that believed in the fool. Of course, Klein wouldn't directly betray Leonard's grandpa, because he hadn't shown any ill intent up to this point. His idea was very simple. It was to inform Pallas Zoroast of Amon's arrival in Bakeland. He wanted to see how the angel that had survived since the 4th epoch would respond. Then, he would decide what to do based on the situation. If that grandpa still couldn't do a thing to Amon, who might very well be an avatar, he could only get Leonard to use a mission as an excuse to leave Bakeland to hide from Amon. Then, I'll head to West Balam ahead of time and say that I'm rebuilding my network. I'll wait for Snake of Fate Will Septon to be born before secretly teleporting back to retrieve the umbilical cord blood. Klein suddenly made up his mind. He took out a piece of paper and wrote, Amon has arrived. After folding the letter and putting it into an envelope, Klein took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. At the same time Rionette Tinker appeared, he took out a gold coin from his pocket and pressed it on the letter. This was one of the 10 gold coins he had gotten his valet, Richardson, to exchange for. In order to maintain the image of Don Dantes being on the same level as Pallas Zoroast, Klein didn't mention that he needed a gold coin to send and receive a letter when he gave Leonard Mitchell his contact details. From this, it can be seen that face is bought with money. As Klein sighed, he said to Miss Messenger, who was dressed in a dark and complicated dress, send the letter to 7, Pinster Street. Yes, put it directly into the mailbox. There's no need to hand it to the recipient. As he wasn't sure of Pallas Zoroast's true intentions and character, Klein wished to hide more of his trump cards from him. Therefore, before Leonard took the initiative to write to Klein Moretti, he didn't plan on letting the poet meet Miss Messenger directly. The golden-haired, red-eyed head in Rionette Tinker's left hand raised up as she sucked the envelope and gold coin into her mouth. However, she didn't immediately vanish. Instead, she floated on the spot as her 8 eyes looked at Klein in silence. What's going on? Klein was taken aback for a second before he had a guess. He asked with an odd expression, you don't know where 7, Pinster Street is? Only then did he recall that a messenger relied on a location in the sense of mysticism. It was the location of the contractor and the sender's aura. Therefore, once the latter moved beyond the range of her senses, the messenger wouldn't be able to find him. Upon hearing Klein's question, the 4 heads in Rionette Tinker's hands nodded at the same time, indicating that she indeed didn't know. Klein coughed lightly, pulled open a drawer, and took out a map of Bakeland. He used a fountain pen to draw a huge circle and marked Northborough before circling Pinster Street. You can look at the house number when you get there. Klein folded the map and handed it over. The head in Rionette Tinker's right hand immediately opened its mouth and bit the map. Then, her figure faded as she entered the spirit world. Upon seeing this, Klein exhaled, turned around, and walked out of the master bedroom. He went to the half-open room with the balcony to read the newspapers and magazines. Late at night, before he took a bath, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered the mysterious space above the grey fog. There's danger in helping Sharon and Merrick steal the Tuttensis II mummy. Klein took off the topaz pendant on his left wrist and did a divination. This time, the spirit pendulum spun clockwise. The amplitude wasn't huge, and the speed was rather slow. This means that the danger isn't high. Besides, even if there's a trap targeting Miss Sharon and Merrick, I'm not too afraid now. Klein beckoned with his hand, making a small translucent black crystal card fly over. It was a fate siphon charm. Klein had used a worm of time to create a high-level charm at the demigod level. Right on the heels of that, he summoned Creeping Hunger and the Sea God Scepter. He wore the former and picked up the latter to record Lightning Storm and Tornado. The mutated and upgraded Creeping Hunger could record 2 demigod-level Beyonder powers that weren't higher than Sequence 3 through Mr. X's soul and characteristics. With this, Klein didn't need to borrow Lamino's travels every time. Furthermore, it was more convenient. After all, flipping through the spellbook would affect Death Knell and the Fate Siphon charm unless he grew another 2 hands. After making the preparations, Klein returned to the real world. He took out another piece of paper and simply wrote exact time, location, and plan. At 1 a.m, Leonard, who had slept for 2 hours, woke up in high spirits. He prepared to leave 7 Pinster Street and head for the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral. Just as he walked out the door, he suddenly had a spiritual intuition as he subconsciously cast his gaze to the side. Puzzlement flashed in his eyes as Leonard walked over and opened the letterbox. During dinner, he had already emptied it of newspapers, bills, and letters. Normally, there wouldn't be anything in the letterbox before daybreak because the postman would have returned home. However, at this moment, a thin letter was lying silently at the bottom. "Old man, you didn't warn me that there was a new letter," Leonard whispered as he picked up the letter. In his mind, the slightly aged voice replied, "No one came in. No one came in." Leonard knew that old man's perception was limited to his body. Without another word, he tore open the seal, took out the letter, and shook it open. The letter was mostly blank except for a short sentence, "Amon has arrived. Amon has arrived." Leonard's pupils dilated. At the same time, he heard the parasite's breath for the first time. Leonard actually didn't have a direct impression of Amon. He only knew that he was the enemy the parasite feared the most, the murderer who had injured the mysterious and powerful old man to such an extent. Therefore, his emotions quickly calmed down as he suppressed his voice and asked, "What should I do now?" In his mind, the slightly aged voice echoed 2 to 3 seconds later. "It's likely not Amon's true body, but his avatar. Indeed, Blasphemer Amon is an angel. He might even be a Sequence 1 angel. After all, Old Man is suspected to be a grounded angel." As Leonard absorbed the information and confirmed his theory, he listened to Pallas Zoroast continue. "If Amon's true body dares to appear in Bakeland, it might very well trigger a divine descent." A divine descent? How many years has it been since something like this happened? Since the 5th epoch, this was a legend recorded in the books. It had never appeared in public. Does this mean that even among Sequence 1s, Amon is one of the top existences? It's no wonder he's called Blasphemer. In just a few sentences, Leonard gained a deeper understanding of how terrifying the angel named Amon was. As he stood in front of the letter box, his thoughts drifted. Suddenly, he had an idea. He hurriedly whispered, "Since Amon is so highly regarded by the deities, can we think of a way to inform the church of his appearance in Bakeland?" From Leonard's point of view, the churches of Evernight and Storm, which were born in an earlier epoch and spanned the entire 4th epoch, likely had rich experience in dealing with angels. They were the best candidates to deal with Amon. In his mind, Pallas Zoroast chuckled and said, "It's useless. It's useless. This might even be Amon's goal. To him, losing an avatar is only a waste of some strength. He won't suffer any actual damage. And he can use the death of his avatar to see the corresponding changes in fate. From there, he can find the source of the disturbance or wave. Although this can't directly lock onto you and me, it can greatly reduce the range and create the conditions for his true body to deliver a fatal blow. Besides, don't tell me you think that Amon only has one avatar in Bakeland?" Based on his habits and style, there might only be one who doesn't hide his existence, but in fact, there are a few, a dozen, or even 100 avatars surrounding this lighthouse. When we try to get rid of that conspicuous guy, it's very likely that we'll be watched by a few, a dozen, or even hundreds of almonds from different angles. He can be a passerby, a bird on the roof, an ant on the ground, an insect in the wood, or a tiny creature in the air. If you're not a demigod, even if his clone invades your body, you won't notice it at all. Listening to the old man's detailed description, Leonard felt a chill down his spine. He suddenly felt as if there were countless almonds lurking in the air around him. Scared? Palazoros chuckled. If you knew that a mon could steal your fate without any abnormalities, you would be even more afraid. What do you mean by stealing destiny? Leonard asked cautiously and suspiciously. Pallas' aged voice sighed and said, he will follow you home. Then, you will realize that your parents will treat him as a son, your wife will treat him as a husband, and your children will treat him as a father. Your friends, everyone you know, will think that him is you. As for you, you will become the unluckiest. You will lose all connection with the real world and slowly die. Will this kind of theft last forever? Leonard couldn't help but draw a gasp. Palazoros chuckled. Before a thief is caught, will he take the initiative to return the stolen items? Unless, he has had enough fun. Leonard fell silent. He felt that an enemy at Amon's level was no longer something he could resist, but something he couldn't imagine. After a few seconds, he couldn't hide his hoarse voice. Then what should we do? He didn't take the initiative to share his thoughts because it was highly unlikely to be realistic. After a moment of silence, Palazoros said, let's take another look. Inside the Bravehearts bar. Merrick was already waiting in billiard room 3 according to the agreement. Since Sherlock Moriarty had agreed to help, a face-to-face discussion of the details of the operation was a crucial segment. This was something that couldn't be explained clearly through letters alone. After gulping down a mouthful of beer, Merrick raised his hand to comb his hair. His pale face was devoid of any color, and the faint madness he exuded was much fainter than before. At this moment, his heart stirred as he looked up to the side. He saw a figure in a top hat and suit quickly outline himself. It was none other than Sherlock Moriarty. Teleportation? Merrick's heart palpitated as his pupils constricted. He instinctively raised his guard. It wasn't that he didn't trust Sherlock Moriarty, but it was a natural reaction when a creature was facing an existence at the top of the food chain. At the same time, he caught a glimpse of Sharon's doll-like figure on the high stool through the corner of his eye. Klein pressed down on his hat and bowed at the two of them. He then smiled. What I'm most concerned about is how much intelligence do you have? The more sufficient the intelligence, the higher the chances of success and the lower the danger. It's a very simple example. Can you confirm that the Tuttensis II mummy isn't problematic? Can you confirm which coffin it's in? If it's possible, I'll directly teleport over before the guards react and bring it to the spirit world. That way, the problem will be resolved. Merrick was just about to recall when he heard Sharon say calmly, I can confirm which coffin it's in, but I can't confirm if there's any problem. I can confirm which coffin it's in, but I can't confirm if there's any problem. Klein nodded and pulled a chair over to sit down. Apart from this, what else do you know? Sharon's blue eyes moved slightly. It might be a trap by Rose School, or it might be a trap by the Rouen military. I didn't mention a second guess. That's right. Without the other party confirming our cooperation, I wouldn't reveal too much either. Klein pondered and asked in response to the latter point, a trap prepared for Rose School? This time, it was Merrick who answered. He explained in detail, in the ancient Highlands kingdom, the creation of mummies was a custom prepared for nobles. It was very sacred, and the pharaoh's mummies were not to be desecrated. Back then, before the Rouen, Intis, and Phaenopoter armies conquered this country, the pharaoh's descendants had already moved the most important batch of mummies, including the remains of past pharaohs. This time, a secret base of the Highlands resistance was breached. The Rouen soldiers found Tutankhamun II's mummy at the lowest level and planned on sending it to Bakelin to an unknown military organization for research. To the pharaoh's descendants, this is the greatest insult. They have sufficient motivation to snatch back Tutankhamun II's mummy. And among these descendants, there's a demigod named Momosi. He's one of the main leaders of the resistance, as well as an important member of Rose School. He's a student of Abomination Sua. Klein nodded slightly. In other words, Tutankhamun II's mummy might be bait used by the Ruan army to lure Momosi. Of course, we can't eliminate the possibility that Rose School deliberately sacrificed a pharaoh's remains to get rid of you. He originally wanted to say that there wasn't a need for Rose School to go to such an extent since one of them was a sequence 6 and the other was a sequence 5. But when he thought of how Rose School was led by the indulgent faction, and that they wouldn't have any restraint in their desire for revenge, he felt that he couldn't make a decision with the mindset of a normal person. Furthermore, Miss Sharon and Merrick were able to escape the Mother Tree of Desire's restraints and successfully escape Rose School. Apart from luck, there might also be secret support. If that's true, they're definitely targets that Rose School would focus on. Klein naturally had such thoughts, but he didn't say them out loud. Yes. Merrick rubbed his temples. The large amount of words he said seemed to have stirred his mind and desires. Klein thought for a moment. If it's the former, things will be more troublesome than I expected. To deal with a demigod with accomplices, the Ruan military needs to have at least 2 Beyonders with combat strength at the same level as Momosi lying in ambush. Apart from that, they definitely have to leave some room to prevent any accidents. For example, preparing a Grade 0 sealed artifact. In short, if it's not near Bakeland, or if it's a joint operation with the 3 churches, they might not be able to easily complete such a trap. Sharon's chin moved slightly as she nodded, agreeing with Sherlock Moriarty's judgment. Klein didn't emphasize the difficulty as he said, therefore, we need to have more accurate and detailed information. Therefore, we need more accurate and detailed information so that we can make more targeted preparations. Only then will we be able to achieve our goal. Without waiting for Sharon and Merrick to speak, he added, I know of a secret existence that can do magic mirror divination. He strictly abides by the principle of equivalence. As long as one doesn't care about privacy or is able to withstand actions that bring about intense shame, one can obtain the answers to many questions from him. Are you willing to attempt it? I'll summon it. Whoever summoned it in black divination would bear the greatest risk. What if you refuse to expose your privacy or refuse to do such actions? Merrick narrowed his eyes. Klein answered sincerely, you will be struck by lightning. He will be struck by lightning, which can cause quite a bit of damage. Lightning. Merrick originally believed that with a zombie's toughness, it wouldn't be a problem to withstand direct damage, but he never expected it to be lightning that was rather effective against the undead. He hesitated for a moment and looked at Sharon. After receiving an affirmative nod, he exhaled. All right. Klein didn't speak further. As he took out a pen and paper from his pocket, he instructed, prepare a mirror. Just as he said that, a palm-sized makeup mirror appeared on the billiard table. A palace-style makeup mirror. Klein glanced at it and drew the symbol that combined prying and concealment. A palace-style makeup mirror. Klein glanced at it and drew the symbol that was a combination of prying and concealment. With Klein's final stroke, the light in billiard room 3 suddenly dimmed a little. On the surface of the delicate makeup mirror, wave-like patterns rippled out before finally turning dark and gloomy. Right on the heels of that, bloody words appeared, raise your questions. Such a scene was filled with a supernatural horror. Even though he was facing a wraith or a zombie, he seemed to be intimidated and momentarily didn't dare to speak. Only Klein maintained a smile, as though he was accustomed to all of this. He had already exhorted Rhodes to not ask difficult or personal questions. He told it not to act like a servant. If it wasn't for Sharon and Merrick, who understood the situation better, asking questions that would allow them to grasp the crux of the matter, Klein definitely would have preferred to settle it in private and not expose the fact that he had such a helper. After a few seconds of silence, Merrick took 2 steps forward and came in front of the billiard table. He opened his mouth. At this moment, Sharon's gentle but emotionless voice suddenly sounded. Let me ask. Without waiting for Merrick's response, she stood up and looked at the makeup mirror. The Tutansis II mummy is a trap set up by the Ruan military to target Rose School, right? The blood-red text on the makeup mirror melted and slid down, leaving behind a stain. Only one word barely remained as it squirmed and transformed into yes. Indeed, it's a trap set up by the Ruan military to target Rose School. This can eliminate the possibility of Rose School having a plot against Miss Sharon and Merrick. After all, the risk involved far exceeds the value of a Sequence 5 and a Sequence 6. Even if the people from Rose School don't restrain their desire for revenge, they wouldn't be crazy to that extent. Unless they originally wanted to deal with the Ruan military and implicate a traitor. But if that's the case, the best place to start the battle should be in the southern continent or at sea, and not near Bakeland. Who knows how many terrifying fellows are hiding here? As his thoughts raced, Klein saw the surface of the mirror return to its tranquil state as new blood-colored text appeared. According to the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you answer incorrectly or lie, you will be punished. He's quite obedient and didn't make any performance art requests. Klein, who was looking at the billiard table, nodded indiscernibly. At this moment, the previous sentence slowly disappeared, and a new word appeared. You. The bloody word froze for a full 3 seconds before there was a follow-up. Answer the relationship between the chained god and the mother tree of desire. For some reason, Klein felt that the latter part of the sentence seemed to have dimmed a lot. Fortunately, the question was not out of line, but he wanted to know. Sharon, who was wearing a black bonnet, looked at the makeup mirror and said without any change in expression, at the beginning of the 5th epoch, with the fall of death, the Eggers family gradually lost control of the Star Highlands and Paws Valley. Those places had their own Beyonder organization, Rose School. In the beginning, there was no mother tree of desire, only the chained god. Rose School advocated temperance and established a religious ritual system, including laws. The official members led a life of abstinence to deal with the aftereffects of obtaining power. Suddenly, one day, there was an addition of words like indulgence in the oracle. Many people slowly changed and restored the ancient and bloody sacrificial tradition. Later on, some of the upper echelons of the school of thought began to secretly claim that the chained god was the embodiment of the mother tree of desire. It sounds like the chained god has been corrupted or replaced by the mother tree of desire bit by bit. If this was once a Sequence 0, then the mother tree of desire is truly terrifying. It's no wonder all the other deities view it as an enemy. However, the chained god might not be a Sequence 0. There's a high chance that it's a uniqueness that has completely come to life, or a king of angels with 2 Sequence 1 powers. It might even be weaker. There's currently a lack of sufficient information to confirm it. Klein frowned slightly as he thought about the mother tree of desire. At this moment, Sharon asked, "What's the matter? What are the problems with the Tuttensis II mummy?" On the surface of the makeup mirror, the blood-red word squirmed and changed, forming a complete sentence. It's full of curses, the incarnation of curses. It has the possibility of turning into a living corpse. This mummy is made of curses? As expected of a corpse left behind by a high Sequence Beyonder. How should it be resolved? Klein turned his head to look at Miss Sharon and Merrick and discovered that their expressions were sufficiently calm. There wasn't a hint of surprise, as though they were already aware of it. And this also meant that they had a solution. Of course, Sharon remained expressionless no matter the time. She remained calm. After Rhodes finished answering, it raised its own question according to the principle of reciprocity. What's the point of working hard to raise your level? This time, it similarly began with a bloody word, and after a few seconds, it continued with a sentence that wasn't as colorful. Does this mean that Rhodes is hesitating, struggling, and fighting against himself? On the one hand, it can't control its instinctive desire to raise a question that's difficult to answer, but on the other hand, it has no choice but to restrain itself due to my instructions? Klein chuckled and thought. Sharon stood there in her complicated and exquisite dress. After a moment of silence, she said, "In the beginning, it was because I didn't want to be bullied by others. Now, it's because I have the ability to protect myself and my companions, as well as revenge, as well as spreading the concept of temperance. If everyone can control their desires, there won't be war, there won't be massacres, and there won't be so much suffering." Klein was somewhat surprised when he heard that. This was because, in his impression, Miss Sharon rarely spoke in such a manner. This wasn't to say that she didn't know how to give a long speech, but that even if she gave a long speech, she would be extremely restrained. She didn't describe too much, just like when she answered the first question. All she did was simply reconstruct what had happened. It seemed like she had said a lot, but she didn't say anything unnecessary or subjective. And now, the last sentence she added was clearly more long-winded compared to her style. This is a point she's been thinking about repeatedly, a point she hasn't expressed for a long time. The chaotic reality of the southern continent that was filled with conflict suddenly surfaced in Klein's mind. There were large numbers of enslaved natives, and there were batches of people dying from starvation and disease. There were constant wars and sacrificial humans that constantly appeared. If I were born in the southern continent and lived to this day, I'd definitely wish for the world to be peaceful and for the people to be happy. Speaking of which, Miss Sharon and Merrick don't look like typical people of the southern continent. Yes, I heard that a portion of the upper echelons of the ancient Highlands Kingdom and Perth Kingdom are actually from the northern continent. That's true. Before death perished, the northern and southern continents were able to travel smoothly. Also, when Sharon mentioned vengeance, the word she used didn't carry much weight. It was as though she didn't have any hope or didn't have such a strong desire. Klein sighed in silence as he listened to Sharon raise detail after detail and answer question after question. After figuring out the situation regarding the Tutmosis II mummy, Sharon asked again, apart from Mamosi, what other high-sequence beyonders will appear in this trap? Apart from Mamosi, what other high-sequence beyonders will appear in this trap? The surface of the vanity mirror rippled before finally condensing into a resplendent light that blanketed everything. Nothing else could be seen. With Rhodes's powers, it likely involves an angel or a grade 0 sealed artifact. That's why I'm unable to give an accurate answer. Klein retracted his gaze and smiled at Miss Sharon and Merrick. From the looks of it, it's as I expected. The Ruan military has left quite a bit of room for maneuver. Sharon nodded slightly as she continued looking at the vanity mirror, waiting for the hidden existence to answer his question. The blood-colored words squirmed and were no longer as intermittent as before. They appeared in one breath. What's your opinion of your teacher? Teacher? Miss Sharon still has a teacher. That's right. As someone who believes in temperance, to be able to remain unaffected in the Rose School that has long degenerated, there must be someone providing her with protection. This is also one of the reasons why she and Merrick were able to escape. Klein was enlightened as he looked forward to Sharon's answer. Sharon pursed her lips and said, I worship him very much. Using him? Klein was so alarmed that he nearly couldn't maintain his smile. In the various Beyonder organizations, including the Orthodox churches, grounded angels were extremely rare. There were only 1 or 2 of them. He had imagined that Miss Sharon's teacher was a Sequence 4 or Sequence 3 saint, the strongest being like C. King John Cotman. To his surprise, he had used the honorific him. In Ruan, ancient Fasak, and even Jotun and Elvish, him was clearly different from he, she, and it. After his shock, Klein suddenly sighed. Miss Sharon's current situation indicated that her teacher was probably no longer around. Her and Merrick's escape was probably the final struggle of this temperance leader in Rose School. And to the mother tree of desire, there was no other choice but to either infect or erase it to make it into a sealed artifact. The surface of the vanity mirror turned dark once again as the bright red words vanished. After a while, a new line of text appeared, continue. I don't have any more questions. Thank you for your help, Sharon said slowly as she lifted the hem of her dress and bowed. As she said that, the vanity mirror suddenly returned to normal. The light in the billiard room was no longer dim. Sharon turned to look at Klein and said in a normal tone, let's give up on this matter. Let's give up on this matter. Clearly, she also knew what the blob of light that appeared when the secret existence answered meant. Klein shook his head and smiled. There's no rush to make a decision. I'll ask you a few more things. Perhaps there's still a chance, one that doesn't require too much danger. At least, the results of my divination indicate that there's such a possibility. He added silently in his heart. What is it? Merrick couldn't help but ask first. Upon hearing Merrick's words, Klein picked up the piece of paper with the incantation to summon a Rhodes and casually shook it. He held back his smile and said in a rather serious manner, tell me the detailed process of the ancient Highland Kingdom's mummification. As he spoke, the paper made a cracking sound. It was dyed with scarlet flames and turned into specks of ashes that drifted down. Merrick glanced at Sharon and thought for a moment before replying, the first step is to leave it for 3 to 5 days. Use certain supplementary means to allow the Beyonder characteristic to naturally seep out and not fuse with any part of the pharaoh's body to form a sealed artifact. The second step is to perform a cleansing ritual and place the corpse on the altar. Pray to the chained god, hoping that half of the deceased's spiritual power will remain in the body. This will not affect the return of the Son of God, and it will also allow the mummy to maintain its spirituality for a long time. The third step is to use Beyonder powers and real-world technology to extract the brain, organs, and bodily fluids of the corpse, leaving only the heart. The fourth step is to stuff the body with spiritual spices and medicines, and do a full dehydration treatment. The fifth step is to refill the body with the spices and medicine from before and do some ritualistic decorations on the surface of the body. Then, wrap the body in linen bandages and place it in the coffin. The sixth step is to remove the internal organs and process them similar to the fourth step. They will be used as materials for the ritual and placed in the four corners of the coffin. The brain and body fluids will be the same. The former will be mashed into a slurry and mixed with the latter. They will circulate through the reserved channels inside the coffin, mimicking the state of the deceased when they were alive. This can absorb and gather spirituality from the spiritual world. Even if the pharaoh mummy has been buried for thousands of years, it will still be a material rich in spirituality. It can be used to create a rather powerful zombie. It doesn't sound like it has anything to do with improving one's abilities. I wonder how an apothecary can turn something rotten into something magical. It's similar to the Egyptian mummification process on Earth, but it's also different. The meaning of mysticism is stronger. Klein listened attentively and quickly analyzed if there was anything that could be a part of his plan. No matter what, the Tutansis II mummy is an object of great research value. Unless there's no other way, no one is willing to destroy it. Klein pondered for a moment and turned to look at Sharon, who was sitting on the high stool again. What's the maximum effective range of your mirror flash? Sharon sat upright and replied without any hesitation, I'm not sure, 300 meters. That's pretty far. It's much more powerful than my flaming jump. However, that's normal. After all, a wraith's main characteristic is that it can come and go without a trace, while flaming jump is just a method to perform magic. That's not bad. I can use it. Klein couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although he had once had a wraith marionette, he didn't know the limits of mirror blink. This was because even if it didn't reach its limits, it would escape his control. And once it did, the marionette would be a dead object, and the blink would fail midway. Klein asked a few more questions and gradually came up with a plan in his mind. He looked at Sharon and Merrick respectively and said in a calm tone, we still have a chance of taking away the Tutansis II mummy. There's a certain level of risk, but it won't be huge. Yes, the prerequisite is that you have to listen to my arrangements and let me lead this operation. Of course, if you find it inappropriate, you can choose to stop and return at any time. That's your freedom. Just remember to pay me. If this were in the past, Merrick definitely would have rejected it without a second thought. He and Sharon were considered experienced mid-sequence Beyonders, so how could they listen to the arrangements of a newly advanced Beyonder who had once sought their protection? However, during their previous cooperation, the intelligence, adaptability, and strange items that Sherlock Moriarty had displayed had left a deep impression on Merrick. He subconsciously placed him on the same level as him. When news of German Sparrow reached Bakeland, he was alarmed. He believed that he was one of the strongest Beyonders below high-sequence Beyonders. In mysticism and Beyonder combat, he was an authority. Since it was an authority, he had to obey. He can even teleport. Merrick recalled Sherlock Moriarty's appearance and had a baffling feeling that he had immense confidence. Perhaps he could really find a chance of success. He turned his head and exchanged looks with Sharon. The two nodded in unison. Okay, Sharon replied. There was no hesitation in her blue eyes. Klein immediately smiled. As for the exact details, I'll tell you based on the scene. He had deliberately appeared in the form of traveling to provide a secret presence to obtain intelligence. Apart from explaining the problem and gaining a more accurate understanding of the situation, it was also to establish his image and elevate his standing so that he could be in control. As a marionettist, even if he didn't have a marionette, he had to control others to complete a predetermined performance. To Klein, on the one hand, this operation was to help Sharon and Merrick, and on the other hand, he hoped to use the grand scene and the puppet show he was in charge of to quickly digest the potion. It had to be said that the oppressive experience brought about by Amon's appearance in Bakeland, as well as his recent interactions with the spectators, made Klein, who didn't have a marionette, gain a deeper understanding of a marionettist rule that he had previously concluded, to use his marionette as a guide to control the enemy and stage a puppet show in reality. His present thoughts were even without a marionette, he could use his aura, language, the design of the scene, or a certain level of cooperation to control a target and stage a puppet show in reality. What a marionettist controlled wasn't just spirit-body threads, and what happened just now was just a tiny attempt by Klein. Just like Amon, just a simple appearance seems to lead many things. It makes me and Pallas Zorost seem to be waiting for his baton. Amidst Klein's silent sigh, he heard Sharon and Merrick reply in unison. All right. At night in Pritz Harbor, there were elegant gas lamps made of black metal. They emitted light that illuminated the various roads. At this moment, most of the ships had already entered the harbor. Silence was the main theme here. On the top floor of a warehouse, in an area surrounded by wooden crates, 3 figures suddenly appeared out of the void. They were none other than Sherlock Moriarty in his formal suit and top hat, Merrick in his white shirt and black vest, and Sharon in her black bonnet and regal dress. With the help of teleportation, they had directly arrived here from Bakeland. It was quite a distance from the harbor where the ship carrying the Tutance's 2 mummy was scheduled to dock. Klein propped himself up with his right hand as he stepped on the wooden pillar and nimbly leaped up the horizontal beam. As though he was walking on flat ground, he quickly arrived at the wall. There was a rather sizable air vent here. He then took out the binoculars that Miss Sharon had provided and looked at the harbor described in the intelligence. The roofs of the various buildings there were already occupied by soldiers with steam-powered backpacks and thick-barreled rifles in hand. They patrolled the area and were on high alert, prepared to shoot at anyone who dared approach without permission. All they did was give a single warning. Apart from these, there were a few exaggerated robotic monsters parked around the harbor. They were completely made of metal and were taller than giants. At the top was a rotating top, a water-cooled machine gun, and a vertical chimney. The bottom was grayish-white in color, and there were many exposed rivets, nuts, and gears. It looked very crude. In addition, there was a thick cannon barrel in front of the machine. At the bottom were 2 rows of metal wheels wrapped in rubber tracks. There were clearly people among them, but Klein couldn't see who they were. He couldn't confirm if there were any Beyonders. Near these steel monsters, on the harbor, a black metal tower that was more than 10 meters tall had been erected. It had a complicated but seemingly unrefined pulley system, with steel cables and hooks hanging down. On the surface, it doesn't seem like a low-level military operation, but it's not too high-level either. Klein retracted his gaze and threw the binoculars to the approaching Merrick, allowing him to observe the situation once again. Before the official operation, they had come to a consensus. It was to try their best not to use their Beyonder powers. They were to rely on non-mysticism creations to spy on the target to prevent themselves from being alarmed. After all, there might be a demigod lurking in the harbor. Of course, Klein had also adjusted the powers recorded in Creeping Hunger, using Paper Angel to match Tornado instead of Lightning Storm. After Sharon understood the situation, Klein, who had retreated to a wooden rack to the side, revealed a seemingly relaxed smile. We only have one goal today. That is to attempt it when there's a chance. If there's none, we'd rather watch by the side or even leave ahead of time. Is there any problem? No, Sharon replied calmly. Merrick shook his head to express the same idea. Klein nodded and looked at Merrick. How many mirrors did you bring? 9. Merrick displayed his preparations one by one, then pointed at his eye and said, This counts as well. All right. Klein pointed in a direction. When I tell you to leave later, run out of Pritz Harbor and throw down these mirrors along the way. Merrick opened his mouth as though he wanted to ask why, but he quickly understood Sherlock Moriarty's intentions. He nodded seriously and said, I'll do as you say. Klein smiled as he extended his hand and held it in midair. It's a pleasure working with you. Merrick hesitated for a second before extending his right hand and striking his palm. After doing this, the tension in his heart inexplicably eased. Klein turned to look at Miss Sharon, took out an iron cigar case, and handed it to her. Take it and fly towards the lighthouse after you get my signal. Then, count to 3 and remove the wall of spirituality on it. During this process and after it's done, don't stop flying. Try to be as irregular as possible, regardless of the method. When you see the special firework I shot out, immediately use the wall of the spirit world to isolate the cigar case. Then, use mirror blink in Merrick's direction. Do your best. After you meet up, flee. There's no need to wait for me. I'll teleport over. One of the core elements of his operation tonight was the Aztec copper whistle. Stealing the Tuttensis II mummy is very difficult, but I can make it run over by itself. After hearing Sherlock Moriarty's arrangements, Sharon didn't say a word. All she did was nod her head gently in agreement. Klein then took out a grayish iron metal mask and wore it on his face. Only his eyes and nostrils were exposed. Similarly, Sharon and Merrick also wore similar masks. However, they had different reasons for concealing themselves. The Wraith and the zombie simply didn't want to expose their true appearances. They didn't want to be targeted by the Rouen military, preventing them from moving around in Bakeland. The Faceless was wearing a mask to conceal his pathway's characteristic of being able to change his appearance, so as to mislead the Rouen military and Rose School's subsequent investigations. After all, according to normal logic, if your face is fake and you aren't the real you, why would you wear a mask? After waiting for a while, a low hum sounded as a ship entered the harbor in the darkness. Klein returned to the vent, raised the monocular, and cast his gaze back at the harbor that was under martial law. He then saw a hybrid ship with a chimney and sails slow down as it slowly came to a stop. At the same time, 2 squads of soldiers in red shirts and white pants ran over in an orderly manner with rifles in hand and lined up on both sides of the road. Before long, a ladder was lowered, and people began to disembark from the ship. First were sailors carrying wooden crates, followed by a young man in a major's uniform. He held a crystal box with a solemn expression, and he was surrounded by several crew members. The crew members were all holding lanterns, allowing the light to illuminate the box from all angles, illuminating its surface and revealing the item inside. It was a human skull without any flesh or blood left behind. Furthermore, it had a strange luster flowing under the light. This group of people moved rather slowly, as though they were constantly paying attention to the angle of the lantern's illumination, not leaving any gaps. After they disembarked from the ship, they walked along the road to the nearest freight rail and walked towards the steam locomotive that was waiting there like a giant snake. Behind them, a man in a black suit came out of the hatch. He was carrying a huge metal bucket, which could be vaguely seen from above. It was filled with layers of ice cubes. For a second, Klein almost thought that there would be a bottle of wine in these ice cubes, just like the ones in the upper class and expensive restaurants. However, he quickly saw what was in the ice cubes. It was a hand made of pure gold. Unlike the previous group of people, the man carrying the metal bucket was extremely fast. His forehead was dripping with sweat, and the surface of the metal was covered with mist. He seemed to be worried that the ice would melt before he reached his destination. The military has plundered quite a number of sealed artifacts from Star Highlands, Paws Valley, Hagati Plains, and other places. Klein sighed from the bottom of his heart as he patiently waited for Tuttensis II's coffin. Another 10 minutes passed. In the distance, he, Sharon, and Merrick heard heavy footsteps at the same time. It was as though a giant was walking on the empty deck. Then, the door on the side of the cabin opened, and 4 knights in black full-body armor carried a golden coffin. They walked out one step at a time, their footsteps echoing and the creaking of the coffin reverberating. The coffin's surface was engraved with strange birds, snakes, feathers, and masks. It appeared ancient and mysterious, exuding the strong style of the ancient Highlands kingdom. It was none other than the bed of the Tuttensis II mummy. The sound of metal rubbing against each other sounded as the black metal tower slowly turned its body, lowering the steel cables and hooks down. They were bound to the 4 corners of Tuttensis II's coffin. Then, a complicated pulley system began operating as the heavy coffin was steadily hoisted up and moved to a roofless carriage outside the dock. The 4 knights in black full-body armor were relieved of the pressure and sat on the deck at the same time, panting heavily. Amidst the hubbub, one of the knights suddenly grunted. Dark red blood flowed out from the gaps in his armor. More and more blood flowed out, becoming more and more obvious. In the end, there were even tiny, hard, black beetles inside. Thud, the knight fell backward and dropped his helmet, revealing a head with empty eye sockets and strips of flesh hanging from it. Countless black beetles were burrowing in and out of it. Curse. The Tutmosis II mummy is the embodiment of a curse. Even wearing armor that's imbued with blessings doesn't seem to be able to completely avoid the outcome of being cursed. Klein sighed silently as he cast his gaze to the golden coffin that was slowly descending onto the carriage. The carriage outside the dock didn't have any horses, and there were 4 knights standing around it, identical to the previous one. As the coffin descended, they approached and prepared to pull the carriage. At this moment, the carriage's wheels suddenly spun, automatically maintaining its balance as it began running to the side. At that moment, it seemed to come to life. Klein tensed up as he looked into the distance with even greater focus. Pa! 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 The wheels spun at high speeds, constantly crashing into the rocks, wooden blocks, and steps on the abnormal path. The horseless carriage pulled the golden coffin as it galloped through the empty area of the dock. This scene looked like a scene described in a ghost story. Near the dock, a steel monster with a chimney, cannon barrels, and machine guns turned around as a deep voice penetrated it without any obstruction. Attachments are prohibited here. Just as this sentence was said, the carriage that was galloping on its own suddenly lost its momentum. After leaving behind 2 long tracks, it came to a stable stop. At the same time, a figure appeared in midair. He wore a white robe with golden threads, and his hair was pale yellow and slightly curly. His eye sockets were clearly sunken, and his face was so thin that one could see his bones. This was a middle-aged man who looked like he was a mixed blood from the northern and southern continent. His brown eyes were filled with irrepressible malice and madness. His rather thick lips had golden nails covered in dense patterns that sealed his mouth. He exuded a sinister and terrifying feeling. According to Miss Sharon and Merrick's description and portrait, Klein instantly recognized him as an important member of Rose School, one of the leaders of the Highlands resistance, Momosi. His nickname was the Silent One. The moment Momosi appeared, he cast his gaze at the steel monster that had issued the decree. He completely ignored the Tutmosis II coffin that was placed diagonally below him on the carriage. His attempt from before was apparently to confirm the location of the Ruan military demigod. In an instant, Momosi raised his right hand and pulled at the corner of his mouth. The golden nails that had penetrated his upper and lower lips flew out at the same time, no longer sealing his mouth. Following that, Momosi opened his mouth. Klein didn't hear a single sound, nor did he see any luster. He discovered that the gigantic steam chariot had melted and warped. In a blink of an eye, it had turned into a goat. A goat with a pair of glazed eyes and messy fur. With a puff, blood spewed out from the goat's belly as a blob of meat rolled out. On it was a white glove and a golden mask. A beam of light suddenly burst out from the meat, cleaving apart all the chaos and evilness. The squirming flesh and blood began to reform into a human shape, returning to its original state. It was a black-haired, golden-eyed man wearing a mask. At this moment, Momosi raised his palm, causing all the guns and cannons that were aimed at him to lift their muzzles, missing. Then, he took out a doll. The doll seemed to be made of old cloth. It was stained with obvious stains and blood. Its eyes had been dug out by someone, leaving 2 empty holes. The moment it saw the light, its face began changing. Its reference target was the Ruan military demigod, and its eye sockets were aimed at the golden-masked man. When the Ruan military demigod saw this, he immediately made the ring on his right hand emit a crystalline beam of light. He vanished from his spot and flashed behind Momosi. However, the doll's transformation didn't stop. At the same time, beside Tutmosis II's golden coffin, the void darkened as it outlined a translucent mouth that was more than 10 meters long. The mouth suddenly opened and sucked in a breath, creating a terrifying gale that swept up the coffin and the carriage. This was suspected to be a spirit world creature. It wanted to devour the Tutmosis II mummy's coffin. Suddenly, the bullets and cannons that had missed their mark were dyed with resplendent light. They gathered together, transforming into a magnificent sea of light that drowned everything around it. Klein felt a stabbing pain in his eyes. Even though he had closed them in time, some tears still flowed down his cheeks. 2 seconds later, He opened his eyes again and saw that the spirit world creature with its gigantic mouth had vanished. Tutens's golden coffin was still sitting silently on the stopped carriage. Momosi's figure had used the metal surface to flash to the other side of the dock. The dirty doll in his hand had returned to its original state. The golden-masked man had used short-distance teleportation to pursue him relentlessly. And where the duo originally stood, a female figure dressed in a black evening gown was outlined. She also wore a golden mask, and on her head was a crown woven from thorns. Above the crown, pure light rapidly flowed as it constantly gathered into a sea. However, at that moment, it appeared to be in a dim state. At that moment, Klein saw a hand wearing a black glove. It hid in the shadows and grabbed at the coffin where the Tutens's mummy was. The coffin instantly disappeared and appeared in front of the palm. Rose School didn't send one demigod, but two. Furthermore, they seemed to have brought a sealed artifact of the Marauder pathway. Seeing this, Klein immediately turned his head and said to Merrick, "Run." Merrick had been waiting for the order, and when he heard it, he sprang up and rushed out of the warehouse, sprinting out of the dock. Klein immediately turned around and said to Sharon, "On the other side, begin." Sharon didn't hesitate either. She took the iron cigar case and flew towards the lighthouse. As a wraith, the walls and obstacles along the way didn't seem to exist. Her and Merrick's movements might have been noticed, but because they were far away from the pier and the battlefield, no one paid attention to them. Klein quickly retracted his gaze and extended his left palm, aiming it at the air vent and the location of Tutens's golden coffin. Less than a second later, a transparent and blurry book condensed in front of him. He heard a distant and ethereal chant, "I came, I saw, I recorded." The pages of the book flipped and stopped at one of the pages. Tornado, this was a demigod level beyonder power with a huge range. Hiding in a dark corner, the Rose School demigod wore a hooded black robe. His face was covered with a golden mask with red and black stripes. He didn't look fat or thin, but he definitely wasn't short. He was at least 1.8 meters tall. With the help of the Marauder Pathway's sealed artifact, he had stolen Tutens's coffin in front of him. His body immediately turned transparent and elongated, as though he had transformed into a thick, long, and soft rope. This transparent rope that was almost incorporeal quickly wrapped around the heavy golden coffin in a bid to bring it into the spirit world. At this moment, the Rose School demigod suddenly heard the intense sound of wind. It clashed with the air, producing an explosive boom. Boom! Tutens's golden coffin was sent flying as the transparent rope around it collapsed, shrinking back into a human form. The Rose School demigod couldn't help but float diagonally upwards before transforming into a wraith, no, an evil spirit. He allowed the strong winds to blow through his body without moving. He saw the air swirl rapidly, and the uncontrollable tornado suddenly rose from the ground, sweeping the stones, gravel, debris, and the roofs of some dock buildings into the air at the same time. Even the carriage that had been running on its own before, because it was relatively close, flew up and broke into pieces of wood in the wind. Although it looked lucky, it was actually normal. The dark area where the Rose School demigod was hiding didn't have any Ruan soldiers. It was also far away from the main road. The lady wearing the crown of thorns and a black evening gown was obstructed by the tornado as her body involuntarily staggered backward. She was unable to immediately rush towards the golden coffin that had been thrown into midair. All she could do was turn her body sideways and cast her gaze at a warehouse far away from the dock. Right on the heels of that, she turned to look at the Rose School demigod because he wasn't affected by the tornado. "In prison." The lady, who was also wearing a golden mask, raised her left hand and grabbed the enemy's figure in her field of vision. The Rose School demigod's spiritual intuition was extremely strong. He could sense danger from the spirit world at any moment, so he took the initiative and used Mirror Blink to jump to a piece of glass 70 to 80 meters away. At this time, the tornado seemed to have lost its power and quickly calmed down. Pa pa pa. One item after another fell to the ground, including Tutens's golden coffin. Bang! It smashed a hole, and its structure, which had been on the verge of disintegration in the tornado, completely collapsed. The lid of the coffin at the top flew off, and the gold and gems buried with the first 2 layers of the coffin splattered everywhere. Then, the coffin at the bottom rolled a few times, and a golden box and a jade jar fell out. Inside were the shriveled internal organs. A corpse wrapped in yellowish-brown linen strips rolled out as well. Its surface was already stained with a dark red, oily liquid. This was the mummy made by Tutmosis II after his death. It was extremely thin and wore a golden-patterned mask similar to the one worn by the demigod from Rose School. 2 abnormally pure black gems were embedded in its eye sockets. The moment the mummy appeared, the surroundings seemed to dim a little. The golden coffin's main body came to a stop as dark red liquid flowed out, soaking the soil around the hole. The Rose School demigod who wielded a Marauder pathway sealed artifact saw this scene and was first infuriated. Following that, he thought of something as his eyes turned pleasantly surprised. His figure suddenly vanished from the glass, and he was about to flash to the 2 black gems eyeballs of Tutmosis II. Then, he would possess it and control it, using the mummy as the main body to enter the spirit world. Suddenly, the mummy and his evil spirit vision vanished. At the same time, the Tutmosis II mummy with its golden crown slanted suddenly bounced up, turning its face that was embedded with black gems towards one of the lighthouses in Pritz Harbor. This pharaoh, who had been dead for an unknown number of centuries, let out a terrifying sound that didn't belong to a human. Its thin legs that were wrapped in yellowish-brown bandages strode forward as it ran off. It seemed to be running for freedom, but it had forgotten that it was a corpse. It should be lying quietly. Tap. 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 The moment the Tutmosis II mummy began moving, it completed its acceleration. Upon seeing this, the lady wearing the crown of thorns raised her right palm and aimed it at the mutated mummy. "All the dead shall rest in peace." She said a few words in ancient Hermes. Bang! The Tutmosis II mummy exerted strength in its legs and leaped up, jumping in another direction. With an agility that didn't match a corpse, it escaped the region where the dead could finally rest in peace. The black-haired, golden-eyed man who was pursuing Mamosi narrowed his eyes as the ring on his finger emitted a crystalline beam of light once again. His figure immediately teleported in front of the mummy in a bid to stop the dead from leaving. However, Tutmosis II changed directions once again, charging over from another angle. It constantly changed the direction it was heading in, as though approaching the lighthouse was its goal. It was moving in an irregular manner. Mamosi's heart stirred as his figure suddenly vanished, flashing to a piece of glass not far from the mummy. With this as a springboard, he finally succeeded in making his figure appear above the 2 black gems in Tutmosis II's eye sockets. Although the demigod from the Ruan military had forbidden the possession of objects, the Highlands Kingdom's pharaoh mummy wasn't a simple object. It had some remnant spirits. Upon seeing his companion succeed, the Rose School demigod who wielded the Marauder Pathways sealed artifact didn't hesitate to extend his black-gloved left palm and aim it at the lady. He clenched it into a fist and made a half-circle. The lady immediately fell into a daze for a second. Following that, she was tightly bound by her evening gown. And almost at the same time, the Ruan soldiers on the distant warehouse roof failed to control their guns as they aimed over and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The steel monsters with thick cannons also fired their cannonballs at the lady. The golden-eyed Ruan demigod didn't attempt to save his companion. Instead, he looked at the Tutmosis II mummy that had stopped moving due to Mamosi's possession. He clenched his right hand into a fist and swung it down. Execution! There was a flash of joy in his eyes. This was because it didn't matter if the mummy died again, but not Mamosi. Elsewhere, just as the bullets and cannonballs were about to hit the lady, they suddenly slowed down. It was as though they had fallen into a swamp formed from air and were repelled by the laws. On the lady's head, the crown of thorns suddenly lit up. More than half of the sea of light she had previously accumulated had been expended. The hooded Rose School demigod immediately realized that the distance between him and the lady had vanished. He had been fundamentally wiped out. This also meant that he had arrived in front of the lady and saw her raise her right hand. In her right hand, pure light condensed into a blazing spear. At the front of the spear, 2 pure white wings spread out as they clustered around the tip like an angel. The Rose School demigod's eyes widened as he heard the footsteps of death. He attempted to use mirror blink to leap away, but he realized that his surroundings had been sealed by the pure white wings. An intense sense of horror surged out as it inundated his rationality. It made him abandon his resistance towards his roots and strength. At this moment, a shrill cry sounded. The lady's pupils momentarily turned glazed over. The blazing spear in her right hand deviated and was unable to maintain its stability. It disintegrated into resplendent beams of light that swept into the air like a hurricane. And near the Tutmosis II mummy, Momosi had been ejected. A dirty rag doll had fallen beside him. The rag doll's chest had a crack that nearly penetrated it. It stood up as its eyeless face seemed to come alive. It turned abnormally warped and hideous as it constantly emitted shrill cries. It made the nearby Ruan kingdom's golden-eyed demigod feel as though an invisible hand was gripping his neck. He struggled in midair as he kicked his legs. It was because of this ragdoll's existence that Momosi wasn't executed. The other Rose School demigod wasn't struck by the blazing spear. Upon seeing this, the latter immediately used Mirror Blink and approached the Tutmosis II mummy that was still focused on the lighthouse. He planned on seizing the opportunity to join forces with Momosi to achieve the goal of this operation. At this moment, the lady erased the distance once again and appeared directly above the area. The crown of thorns on her head emitted the purest light. She pressed down with her right hand. This place's mysteries are weakened, but reality is strengthened. Just as she said that, the blood-stained rag doll immediately lost its expression. It no longer cried out shrilly. The golden-eyed Ruan Kingdom demigod finally had a breather as he forcefully pulled away the cursed hand that was gripping his throat. From this moment forth, the strength of demigods like them would rapidly weaken, while their attacks that stemmed from reality would rapidly increase. This also meant that the Ruan Kingdom's soldiers on top of the surrounding warehouses and the steam-powered war chariots that were slowly approaching with their tracks would be the deciding factors of this battle. To the Ruan Kingdom's military, this was actually magnifying their advantage to the extreme. Momosi and the other Rose School demigod immediately reacted. One wanted to possess the mummy, while the other attempted to pick up the eyeless rag doll and escape before its strength weakened to a certain extent. Of course, the lady and the golden-eyed demigod wouldn't allow their enemies to do as they wished. But just as they were about to take action, a stream of light soared into the sky from afar, exploding into dreamy colorful fireworks. Right on the heels of that, the two demigods' spiritual perception was triggered as they turned their heads to look in the opposite direction. A hand wearing a transparent glove reached out from the void near Tutmosis II's golden coffin, grabbing a clump of soil that was soaked in a dark red liquid. The liquid was a mixture of Tutmosis II's brain and bodily fluids. It was a ritualistic ingredient to maintain spirituality, and the latter included blood. Momosi and the Rose School demigod who wielded a Marauder Pathway sealed artifact looked over as well and happened to see a figure dressed in a formal suit and top hat appear. This figure was bending down to pick up the clump of soil that was soaked in the dark red liquid. During this process, his right hand was constantly pressing down on the left side of his chest, as though he was bowing to the demigods. Then, he maintained his posture and looked up to reveal a grayish iron-masked face before rapidly turning transparent and vanishing. With the iron cigar case in hand, she passed through the wall and left the warehouse she was originally hiding in. Sharon strictly followed Sherlock Moriarty's arrangements and flew towards the tallest lighthouse in Pritz Harbor in her wraith form. Right on the heels of that, she silently counted the time. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Before she could finish her thought, Sharon heard an intense sound. It sounded like a terrifying tornado had touched down at the distant dock. Her left hand, which was holding the iron cigar case, suddenly extended and sharpened her fingernails. She stabbed at the wall of spirituality, using a wraith spirituality attack to completely destroy the invisible isolation. A sudden gust of wind dispersed as Sharon suddenly felt that her spirit body had been strengthened for some baffling reason. And this stemmed from the item inside the iron cigar case. She wasn't affected by her curiosity. She was long accustomed to restraining such emotions as she continued approaching the lighthouse at high speeds. Throughout the entire process, she maintained an irregular trajectory. At times, she would turn left, and at other times, she would float to the right. At times, she would use Mirror Blink to jump to another path before continuing her approach to her target. This made her look like she was avoiding an invisible and terrifying enemy, but Sharon knew very well that nothing was chasing after her, nor were there any distant attacks locked onto her. She felt that she was only acting in a one-man show that seemed to have an opponent. However, she didn't have any doubts. She didn't waste any time observing or waiting. She pretended that the air around her was Momosi, a demigod from the Ruan military. She tried her best to dodge and maneuver around them. After flying for quite a while, Sharon's blue eyes that were constantly looking at the sky reflected a crimson stream of light. It flew to a high altitude and suddenly exploded, turning into a beautiful red, orange, and yellow firework. Sharon immediately retracted her gaze. As she used the wraith's fingernails to spew out spirituality and reconstruct the barrier, she leaped towards Marik's path. At regular intervals, there would be a shattered mirror. Sharon's figure in her tiny bonnet and black dress kept flashing on it. Soon, she appeared in Marik's brown eyes. Following that, she nimbly took a step forward as the iron cigar case in her hand was covered with a wall of spirituality once again. Marik and Sharon didn't speak, nor did they make eye contact. It was as though they were being pursued by an invisible monster. They didn't dare stop at all. Frankly speaking, they had a general idea of the effects of what they were doing. After all, Sherlock Moriarty had once used the copper whistle to attract zombies and shadows. As for Sharon's mirror blink, the two of them were very familiar with it. However, they couldn't imagine how the detective with many secrets would steal the Tutance's mummy under the watchful eyes of the demigods. It wasn't to say that the mummy would definitely be able to escape if it wanted to. The demigods would definitely stop and chase after it. At this moment, they saw a figure instantly appear in front of him. He was wearing a black suit and a half-top hat. His face was covered by a grayish iron mask. In his hand was a clump of dark red soil and a book with a dark brown cover. It was none other than Sherlock Moriarty. Marik immediately slowed down. As he allowed the man to smear the soil on the book's surface and into his clothes, he grabbed his shoulder and surveyed his surroundings. However, he didn't discover the Tutance's mummy. Did I fail in the end? Mentally prepared, he sighed as he watched himself, Sharon, and Sherlock Moriarty turn transparent and vanish from their spots. In the region where the demigods were fighting, when the man in the grayish iron mask teleported away while bowing, the golden-eyed demigod from the Rouen military had a baffling foreboding. He felt that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He had to be stopped. Although he didn't know what he had done, he had to be stopped. Such thoughts instantly surfaced in his mind as the golden-eyed demigod immediately activated the ring on his finger, using traveling to fight traveling and teleport to pursue teleport. However, in this short interval, he realized that he was unable to lock onto the mysterious guest's aura. In other words, the other party had either interfered at the demigod level, or he had teleported to a faraway spot. Regardless of the possibility, it meant that his pursuit would easily fail. And more importantly, if he were to leave, it would be equivalent to leaving the lady in the evening gown with Momosi and the other Rose School demigod. This was an extremely dangerous situation. After all, the current region's mysteriousness hadn't dropped to the point where it could be completely suppressed by the guns of reality. Besides, there haven't been any losses. The mummy is still around. That person only took away a bit of soil that's rich in spirituality. The golden-eyed demigod swept his gaze across the Tutance's mummy that was standing there in a daze before casting his attention back onto Momosi. Suddenly, in the four demigods' spiritual perception, the mummy that was covered in yellowish-brown bandages and soaked in dark red liquid had vanished. Such a solid mummy had disappeared without any warning. Gone. For that 1 second, Mahums and the other demigods felt as though they had watched an interesting magic show or a play that contained a trick. But sadly, as demigods, they failed to discover the trick behind the magic show or the trick behind the play. Moments later, Momosi and the other Rose School demigod, who had lost their target, didn't hesitate to fade their bodies as they attempted to enter the spirit world to escape. The golden-eyed demigod and the lady stopped them in their tracks. After 2 consecutive teleports, Klein brought Miss Sharon and Marik back to the 2-bedroom apartment they had rented in Bakelands East Borough. "I will pay you according to the agreement," Sharon said the moment she found her footing. At the same time, she returned the iron cigar case to Sherlock Moriarty. They had already agreed that regardless of whether they ultimately achieved their goal, Sharon would provide them with the information regarding the spirit world plunderer. If they succeeded, they would be compensated with 3,500 Rouen coins or £5,000. Klein took the iron cigar case that had traces of corrosion on its exterior and casually weighed it in his hand. He sensed the slight throbbing of Aztec's copper whistle inside. He then put away the item and smiled at Miss Sharon and Marik. "Gentlemen, please wait in the room outside. Give me another 5 minutes." His tone was very certain, as though he was saying that he had succeeded. What can he do in 5 minutes? It's impossible for him to teleport over and bring back the Tutmosis II mummy. This will be even more dangerous and difficult than before. Merrick was filled with questions as his footsteps appeared extremely slow. As for Sharon, she had already arrived in front of the wooden door that separated the inner and outer rooms. She passed through it. Merrick hurriedly reined in his thoughts and followed closely behind, opening the door and leaving. Klein watched them with a smile the entire time. Then, he teleported to a cheap hotel in another direction in East Borough. He had disguised his identity and appearance in the afternoon to rent a room there. Right on the heels of that, he took out a book with a dark brown cover that was smeared with dark red mud. It was Gurozel's Travels. As long as blood that hadn't dried yet and still had remnant spirituality was smeared on its cover, it could forcefully pull the corresponding target into the world in the book, and the liquid in the Tutmosis II mummy's golden coffin contained blood. This also meant that at that moment, the mummy was already in Klein's hands. In Rozel's Travels, after hearing Merrick's explanation of the pharaoh mummy's creation, Klein actually had a general plan. It was to use Aztec's copper whistle's attraction to the corpse as a spirit body threads to control the Tutmosis II mummy. He would then use this marionette to lure the demigods away from the coffin's vicinity, creating the conditions for him to teleport over to retrieve the liquid. He had never thought of directly taking the mummy away or allowing it to successfully escape the dock. It wasn't realistic. This required him to face the attacks of a demigod, and he, Sharon, and Merrick were unable to deal with it even if they joined forces. Even if he spent a large sum of money to summon Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker, it might not be possible. Therefore, Aztec's copper whistle and the mummy's reanimation appeared to be a goal and plan, but in fact, it was just a method to control and guide them. This could make the other actors ignore the situation around the golden coffin. This was an overt scheme that even demigods couldn't resist. This was because they were protecting the mummy and not the golden coffin. They were targeting high-sequence beyonders like Mamosi from Rose School, and not a few fellows wandering far away with unknown intentions. Klein's plan wasn't interconnected or ingenious. It couldn't be carried out without any accidents happening. There were very few problems that he needed to control. As long as the tornado successfully flipped over the coffin, Miss Sharon had to follow his instructions and maintain an irregular trajectory. As long as the military didn't have enough manpower to easily finish off Mamosi and the other Rose School demigods, all he needed to do was wait for an opportunity to appear. After the demigods left the vicinity of the golden coffin and before the mummy was possessed by the evil spirit, he would teleport over and take away something soaked in liquid before immediately escaping. There was no need for him to worry about the exact changes in a demigod battle. He didn't care which side had the upper hand or which side would be injured. He also didn't care how far the Tutmosis II mummy had to run to be considered victorious. As long as the other party could successfully start moving and was difficult to catch, there wouldn't be any problems. Finally, he bowed. On the one hand, it was to pick up the soil in passing. It was equivalent to a curtain call, and on the other hand, it was to press down on Rozel's Travels by his chest. If any accidents happened, he could immediately pull it out and use it as a shield. And it was precisely because of this that Klein had just teleported away that he had smeared the soil soaked in blood onto the book's surface. The overall progress is in line with expectations. The director has succeeded. Klein felt wistful as he felt the potion in his body being digested at an accelerated pace. He didn't waste any time as he quickly set up a ritual and sacrificed Rozel's Travels above the grey fog. Then, in his spirit body form, he entered the world of the book with creeping hunger, Aztec's copper whistle, the soul assure beyonder characteristic, and the anti-curse golden bead that Sharon had given him. In the book's world, the moment Klein appeared in a remote area outside the city, he immediately took out the dark red soil from before and picked up a withered branch. He then used dowsing rod to search for the Tutmosis II mummy. He was worried that the mummy known as the embodiment of a curse would harm the residents here. Although the book's world didn't lack sequence 5 beyonders, and the Tutmosis II mummy had lost the stimulation from Aztec's copper whistle, leaving it in a muddled state and lacking mobility, it was a demigod beyonder when it was alive. The curse that its corpse produced after its death was definitely extraordinary. Even Klein himself wouldn't dare approach it if he didn't have the anti-curse golden bead that Miss Sharon had given him. Of course, Klein had weighed the pros and cons before deciding to use Roselle's travels to steal the Tutances II mummy. His previous experiences and the encounters of others proved one thing: when outsiders entered the book's world, they wouldn't directly appear in front of the locals. They had to explore to meet them, especially the first time. Therefore, Klein believed that the Tutances II mummy had been moved to an uninhabited place. And in the zombie state, there was a high chance that it would circle around the vicinity. It was difficult for it to independently explore in different directions like humans, elves, and giants. This also meant that as long as he didn't waste too much time, there shouldn't be any losses. And from the moment Klein smeared the bloody mud onto the book's cover, only 2 to 3 minutes had passed. Following the dowsing rod's direction, Klein flew towards a nearby mountain peak. Soon, he saw a valley. At that moment, the Tutances II mummy that was wrapped in yellowish-brown cloth and stained with dark red liquid appeared. It wore a golden-patterned mask with colorful patterns. It emitted an inhuman sound from its throat as it charged over, causing the surrounding air to darken. At the same time, in the valley, a few mutilated animal corpses lifted the soil that covered them as they approached Klein with great difficulty. Klein, who had his spirit body reinforced with Aztec's copper whistle, immediately scoffed. How passionate! He unhurriedly threw away the withered branch and picked up a dark mass. This was the soul assure beyonder characteristic that he had released from the mutated creeping hunger. At the core was a pure point of light, and its entire body was like a night sky with stars. The formless waves dispersed unsmoothly, and the surroundings suddenly darkened, as if it was midnight. The feeling of tranquility and serenity descended along with the specks of starlight. The mutilated animal carcasses first became sluggish, then they fell down and returned to sleep. The Tutances II mummy also slowed down. Its movements became slower and slower, but it didn't lie down again. Directly using a beyonder characteristic really isn't very effective. Furthermore, the negative effects aren't low. Klein couldn't help but raise his left hand to cover his mouth and yawn. He then made creeping hunger turn pale and tainted it with a tinge of green. He directly used the powers of a zombie to control the dead. The stacking of the two beyonder effects finally calmed down the Tutances II mummy. With 2 black gems embedded in its eye sockets, it slowly walked to Klein's side and silently stood there like the most professional manservant. Unfortunately, there's a curse. Klein immediately took out a golden bead that had the style of the ancient Highlands kingdom from his spirit body. There were deep bluish-green patterns on it. This came from Sharon, and it was specially prepared for the Tutances II mummy. It could effectively suppress and remove curses. Otherwise, why would this wraith dare to target the pharaoh mummy? After fiddling with the golden bead, Klein made the Tutances II mummy open its mouth. Then, he stuffed the item into the mask's mouth. In just 2 to 3 seconds, the surrounding darkness vanished. After doing all of this, he took a step forward and possessed the Tutances II mummy in his spirit body state. Then, he didn't hesitate to end the summoning and return above the gray fog. The mummy had already become a zombie that belonged to him. Just like his marionette seigneur, he could bring it out in such a manner. There was no need to forcefully store it in his body. After a series of bestowments, the Tutances II mummy, a material rich in spirituality, returned to the real world and returned to his cheap hotel room. After dealing with the corresponding traces, Klein reached out his right hand to grab the mummy's shoulder and teleport it back to the 2-bedroom apartment where Sharon and Merrick were. Looking at the slightly greasy yellowish-brown cloth and the dark red liquid on it, Klein silently retracted his right hand and switched to his gloved left palm. After his left palm gripped the mummy's shoulder, it immediately turned transparent. Furthermore, this phenomenon quickly spread to his entire body. With a flash, Klein returned to the room from before with the mummy. He wasn't in a rush to open the door to present the outcome to Miss Sharon and Merrick. Instead, he took out his golden pocket watch and opened it to take a look. There's still 36 seconds to 5 minutes. Klein got the Tutances II mummy to pull out a chair as he leisurely sat down. After waiting for a while, he finally heard a knock on the door. "Come in," Klein replied with a smile as he controlled the Tutances II mummy to welcome the person. The door squeaked open, and Sharon and Merrick both saw a skinny figure who was wearing a gold-patterned mask and wrapped in yellowish-brown strips of cloth. The black gems in the figure's eye sockets shimmered before it quickly lay down on the ground and assumed a pose. Instantly, Sharon and Merrick were at a loss for words. Klein, who had already used a wall of spirituality to isolate Aztec's copper whistle, removed his control over the zombie and smiled as he pointed at the mummy. What happens next is up to you. And the play I directed has come to a successful end. Klein sighed inwardly as he silently experienced the visible rapid digestion of the potion. This made him feel that perhaps he didn't need to wait until the end of the year. He could consider advancing to a demigod 2 months or even 3 months earlier. Furthermore, with this digestion, the number of marionettes he could control had finally increased to 2. The maximum distance he could reach was 200 meters. When facing an enemy with a spirit body of the same level, the time taken to gain initial control of the target and completely convert the target into a marionette was reduced to 10 seconds and 2.5 minutes respectively. The range was expanded to 10 meters. He really succeeded. Merrick stared straight at the Tuttensis II mummy as he couldn't help but mutter softly. He couldn't imagine how he had succeeded. Sherlock Moriarty had successfully stolen the item that 4 demigods and 2 terrifying sealed artifacts were vying for. Furthermore, this gentleman had been empty-handed. Could it be that the mummy sent itself over? Emotions were hidden in Sharon's blue eyes. She was calm as she observed the target this time attentively. After confirming that it was indeed a pharaoh mummy and that it was indeed Tuttensis II, she turned her gaze to Sherlock Moriarty, who was sitting cross-legged. Sharon opened her mouth and closed it for a while. Thank you. I will send you the corresponding reward by mail. I wish you, all the best in the future, Klein replied sincerely. Then, he sighed with emotion in his heart. If Miss Sharon can successfully advance to Sequence 4, it means that I have an additional demigod-level helper. As the saying went in the Foodie Empire, one had to rely on one's parents at home and rely on one's friends when one was out. The more half-deity-level friends one had, of course, the better. We, the tarot, want to have more friends and fewer enemies. However, it seems that my enemies are also increasing. With this in mind, Klein exhorted him again. Be careful of being tracked down. Too many of the Tuttensis II mummy's items had been left with the Rouen military. It was very easy for Beyonder means to lock onto it. As for Klein's paper angel interference, it could only last for a limited amount of time. Of course, he believed that Miss Sharon and Merrick were definitely prepared. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thought of stealing the pharaoh mummy. Similarly, he also believed that they could handle the origins of the grayish iron mask and the special fireworks. If it were Donna's, he would most likely tell me that I've never thought of such matters. Klein made a comparison with a particular failed hunter. Sharon nodded, indicating that she would take note of such matters. Then, she transformed the Tuttensis II mummy into her zombie and brought it into the spirit world. Thank you for your help. Merrick, who was left in the room, exhaled as he restrained his surging emotions and bowed at Sherlock Moriarty. Right on the heels of that, he left the room, removed his disguise, and blended into the bustling crowd in East Borough. During this process, Klein, who was wearing a black suit and a half-top hat, sat in his chair the entire time, silently watching them leave. At some point in time, his figure had vanished as well. In a room near Pritz Harbor, a golden-eyed demigod from the lone military pushed open the door and entered. He said to his companion, the lady in an evening gown, let's go. Nothing for the time being. That's very normal. If he didn't have a certain level of confidence, that mysterious person wouldn't have stolen the Tuttensis II mummy, the lady said in a deep voice. However, we can expand the scope of the investigation. That fireworks, that mask, that attire, that provocative bow. We should be able to figure out something. She was certain that the loss of the Tuttensis II mummy wasn't the handiwork of the 2 demigods from Rose School. If it were really their doing, there was no need for them to wait until such a dangerous situation. They nearly failed to escape. The golden-eyed demigod nodded. Back then, I had a premonition that something would go wrong. Unfortunately, we didn't join forces with the churches for this operation. We didn't have enough manpower. He paused for a moment before asking, have you figured out what method that mysterious person used? The lady picked up the crown of thorns in front of her and stabbed the thorns into her neck. As blood flowed out, she shook her head. Perhaps, taking away the soil that contained the Tuttensis II mummy's bodily fluids was a ritual. This is a very cunning fellow who's good at deception. P.S. I'll update today. Seeking monthly votes, PS2, recommending a book, Ethereal Mortal Realm. He was born in an immortal family, unable to step into the immortal Tao. He was tainted by demonic aura, unable to step into the fiendish Tao. He read all the scriptures, unable to step into the sacred Tao. He debated with Buddhism, unable to step into the Buddhist Tao. He spent 130,000 years in the mortal world, all to seek his own Tao. A white crane carries a text in its beak, and Jade Void delivers a brush. Watch a lone youth rise to prominence in the ethereal world. The golden-eyed Ruan military demigod nodded in agreement. That's indeed the case. It's very similar to the style of certain fellows from the Intis Intelligence Agency. However, the Tuttensis II mummy vanished a few seconds after he took away the clump of soil. It's unlikely he could complete the ritual in time. The lady looked down at the crown of thorns on her neck as she said with a slightly slow reaction, perhaps he, or they, had already completed the other steps of the ritual. Perhaps he, or they, had already completed the other steps of the ritual. Once they teleported back, they immediately threw the clump of soil into the altar and completed the last step. Of course, it might not be a ritual. It might also be a sealed artifact that can use bodily fluids to achieve certain effects. There are too many possibilities in this regard. Although the main effects and negative effects of a sealed artifact would generally follow the sequence characteristics of the 22 pathways, allowing the researchers to barely make a guess, just like how everyone had different personalities, sealed artifacts would have all sorts of strange characteristics due to the combination, the environment when they were formed, the possible presence of a high-ranking Beyonder's aura, or the curse of the original owner. It wasn't an actual test, so no one could think of them ahead of time and list them out one by one. The golden-eyed demigod pulled out a chair and sat down. This is very difficult to investigate, so there's no need to consider it for the time being. However, you missed out on the direction of the investigation. Do you remember that tornado? It swept up the Tuttensis II mummy's coffin, causing the ritual materials inside, which are bodily fluids, to leak out. It also made the mummy roll out, allowing it to obtain the conditions to turn into a zombie. In short, this laid the foundation for subsequent developments. Therefore, it can be confirmed that this was done by that mysterious person or his helper. The lady's eyes turned a little less unfocused as she slowly took off the crown of thorns. You mean that the Church of the Storm has the high sequence formulas and most of the Beyonder characteristics of the Sailor pathway, and that there aren't many Beyonders or mystical items that can create tornado that don't belong to them? So, we can follow this line of investigation? The golden-eyed demigod nodded. And I remember that not long ago, there was a case in East Borough. The Aurora Order's Mr. X was killed at a gathering he held. Back then, lightning storm and tornado were used at the scene. This attracted the attention of the Church of the Storm. They have been looking for clues. It can't be a coincidence that two tornadoes that do not belong to the official organization have appeared consecutively in the same area in a short period of time. I think it can be preliminarily confirmed that there is an internal connection. The people who killed Mr. X and stole the mummy are likely to be the same group. We need to cooperate with the Church of the Storm to investigate together. The lady put down the crown of thorns and thought for a moment. This is a very good direction. Also, we can analyze the situation from their goal and motive. It's impossible for people who only use the mummy as living corpse material to attempt to steal it at such a high risk. I suspect that the Tuttensis II mummy has an additional significance to them. The key to the ritual? The golden-eyed demigod deliberated and said, from the situation at the scene, the one who used a special item to attract the mummy's pursuit is likely a wraith or a mystical item. Combined with the goal and motive, I have a guess. The lady's heart skipped a beat as she blurted out, a defector from Rose School? Yes. The golden-eyed demigod nodded gently and said, although the creation of mummies is influenced by the worship of death and the sun, Rose School didn't forbid this burial custom even after it occupied a dominant position in the highlands and river valleys. This is enough to prove that mummies have a certain effect on them. Perhaps it's a ritual requirement of a certain sequence. At this point, he chuckled in a self-deprecating manner. There's another possibility, showing off and performing. That group of people might not really want the mummy. They just happened to meet the conditions and had a chance to steal it. Therefore, they put on a grand performance. For certain sequences of certain pathways, this is the key to digesting the potion. As a demigod, he had seen a lot of things, so he could naturally think of more possibilities. The lady in the evening gown deliberated for a moment and said in a deep voice, "I suspect that it's not a single possibility, but a mixture of many factors. We'll use this as a starting point to investigate." Bakeland, Sherwood Borough, near the Tussock River. Momosi sat in front of a square table that was covered with a tablecloth. He looked at the golden nails placed on it and said in a deep voice, "That's right." He looked at the golden nails placed on it and said in a deep voice, "Zatwin, who do you think stole the Khedive mummy?" Not far behind him, on a piano stool, a figure quickly outlined itself. The figure wore a black clergyman's robe and a black glove on his left hand. His face was thin, and his skin was brown. His eyes were sunken like a mummy's, and the roots of his beard were black and white. It extended from the sides of his mouth all the way to his ears. However, they weren't thick and were rather short, appearing like stars. Zatwin's eyes were close to his skin color, light brown. He clearly had the bearing of a priest, but he exuded a cold and terrifying feeling. It was as though he was a pervert in silence. He thought and said, "The number of people who yearn for the Khedive mummy and are willing to take the risk during a demigod battle can be counted on one hand. Among them, the only one hiding in Bakeland is Sharon. She likely received Rionette Tinker's help, otherwise, it's impossible for her to succeed." Momosi picked up a golden nail covered in fine patterns and fell silent for a few seconds. "Who's the one who's good at teleportation? It doesn't look like German Sparrow. A helper that Sharon hired? Perhaps." Zatwin coughed twice as he said with a livid expression, "I believe we still have to think of a way to pray to the mother tree. This should give us a certain revelation." Momosi nodded gently as he stabbed the golden nail into his mouth, penetrating his lips. Upon seeing this, Zatwin covered his mouth and slowly got up. With great difficulty, he went down to the first floor and prepared to leave and return to his hiding spot. On the first floor, he saw a dark environment with shimmering candlelight. The fragrance of food wafted over from various places as it filled the air. The houses nearby were terraced, and the ground floor facing the street was a shop. On the surface, the Rose School's contact point was a restaurant. It mainly focused on the southern continent's cuisine. As he had been injured during the operation, Zatwin didn't wish to maintain his evil spirit form. This was a rather heavy burden on him at the moment. Therefore, after changing into a black clergyman's robe, all he could do was walk to the door. At this moment, a customer walked in from the restaurant's entrance. The customer wore a black suit, black pants, and black leather shoes. He had a pair of black eyes and a thin face. He had a rather wide forehead and wore a monocle and a tall top hat. His gaze casually swept the area before landing on Zatwin. Seeing the black glove on Zatwin's left hand, the customer's lips curled up slightly as he shook his head with a smile, seemingly a little disappointed. Then, he entered the restaurant and brushed past Zatwin, who was returning with a malicious gaze. Zatwin didn't think too much of it as he walked outside and onto the street. Under the illumination of the street lamps, the cool night breeze blew over as the Rose School demigod suddenly shivered. Zatwin knew that this was a sign of his spiritual perception being triggered. His heart tightened as he hurriedly looked down at his hands. He was surprised to discover that the black glove on his left hand had disappeared. "It's gone." As a demigod, Zatwin had no idea when the sealed artifact on his hand had disappeared. He suddenly turned around and looked into the restaurant. The image of the man just now suddenly appeared in his mind. Soon, he locked onto his target's aura and discovered that the man was still in the restaurant. He had even called for a waiter and asked for a menu. Zatwin originally wanted to use Mirror Blink to possess him, but for some reason, his hands couldn't help but tremble. He vaguely felt that there were dangerous, terrifying, and undetectable enemies lurking around him. A thought flashed through his mind as Zatwin subconsciously took a step to the side and walked to the end of the street as though nothing had happened. Sherwood Borough, in a house. Furs was flipping through the latest issue of Ladies' Aesthetics when she suddenly heard the sound of a key turning and the door opening. "Why are you so late today?" She looked up at Zio at the door. Zio ruffled her short blonde hair. "When I was about to return, I saw the meeting sign from MI9. It was urgent." "What's the matter this time?" Furs put down the magazine in her hand with piqued interest. A continuation of the murder of Mr. X, Xiao said casually as she bent down to change into her slippers. Furza's expression froze as her eyes darted around slightly. Are there any clues? It can't be called a clue. Back then, there was a demigod-level tornado at the scene. This isn't common outside the Church of the Storm. And earlier tonight, a dock in Pritz Harbor suffered a small-scale tornado attack. A pharaoh mummy was stolen in the chaos, Xiao explained simply. Mi-9 suspects that the two incidents were done by the same group of people, so they urged us informants to work harder to gather information and find clues. There's a tornado in my Lamenos travels. Mr. German Sparrow? Why would he steal a pharaoh mummy? Furs forced a smile. Perhaps it's done by the Church of the Storm? Xiao rolled her eyes at her as she quickly walked into the kitchen in search of food. Early in the morning, 160 Buckland Street. Klein had just finished washing up, and before he could open the door for his valet, Richardson, to enter, his spiritual perception was triggered. He saw Miss Messenger's headless body walk out of the void with 4 heads in her hand. One of them was biting on a rather thick envelope, while the other opened its mouth and spat out a large pile of gold coins. I'm finally going to clear my debt. Klein glanced at Rionette Tinker's 4 heads and heaved a sigh of relief. I remember that I still owe you 3,413 gold coins. You can now withdraw the last portion of your debt. At the same time, he found the pile of gold coins a little familiar, but he didn't think too much of it. This was because all the gold coins looked familiar to him. P.S. Thank you Jiangnan for tipping the Silver Alliance. Seeking monthly votes upon hearing Klein's words, one of the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in Rionette Tinker's hands immediately said, All right. All right. It opened its mouth and immediately sucked back most of the gold coins, storing them somewhere unknown. Looking at the dozens of shiny gold coins, Klein reached out to receive the rather thick envelope. He quickly tore it open and scanned the contents. He discovered that it was indeed the detailed information on Spirit World plunderers. After Miss Messenger returned to the Spirit World, he put away the gold coins, pulled open the curtains, and sat down. Under the morning sun, he seriously read the beautifully written content. Thank you again for your help. The Tudensis II mummy is a component of my advancement ritual. It's of great significance to me. Spirit World plunderers live in the depths of the Spirit World. They are rare, intelligent, and extremely aggressive. They can transform the creatures they capture or kill into their soul avatars. Their soul avatars can transform into the appearance of their true soul bodies and have similar appearances and specialties. They can also disguise themselves as other Spirit World creatures. When you encounter them, perhaps all the Spirit World creatures around you are transformed from their soul avatars. You absolutely cannot be careless. Such creatures can effectively affect the thinking abilities of their prey, causing them to enter a state of paralysis. The spirituality of their true soul bodies is very strong, so they often gain quite a bit of an advantage in related confrontations. They're very difficult to find. Currently, there are only traces of their activity in one place, Calderon City in the Spirit World. This is a legendary city. Its origins are mysterious and unknown. In this aspect, there are 3 guesses. One is that it's the residence of death in the past, the entrance to the underworld. The second is that it's the divine kingdom of a perished ancient god from the second epoch. It was attracted by the Spirit World and sank into it, gradually turning into a city that's both real and illusory. The third is that it's a real city that was devoured by the Spirit World during the cataclysm. Regardless of the guesses, they all point to one point. This city is very dangerous. There are many special and strange places. I don't have the mysticism coordinates of Calderon City. Even many high-level Spirit World creatures don't have them. The first is to use a special secret deed ritual to pray to Red Light Ire Moria and obtain the corresponding answer. I won't go into too much detail about what Red Light is. If you don't understand, you can write to me and ask. The second is to find the people from the House of Abraham. They inherit the Traveler Pathway and have a deep exploration of the Spirit World. Even though Miss Sharon is writing a letter, she gives off a very restrained feeling. Indeed, the pharaoh mummy is prepared for the puppet ritual. Back then, the evil spirit in the underground ruins had also said that it could be a part of the ritual. So, the specific requirement for the ritual is a corpse left behind by a high-sequence beyonder that retains its spirituality, or an evil spirit formed from the combination of their resentful souls? Heh, can I pray to Orange Light and get him to help me ask Red Light? Yes, to others, finding Calderon City is a very difficult matter, but to me, it's extremely simple. I can just entrust it to Miss Magicians. She's now a great benefactor of the House of Abraham. I really hope that my first guess about Calderon City is correct. That way, when I contact Mr. Aztec, I'll be able to see the dangerous residents of this mysterious city line up in 2 rows to welcome me. Klein shook his head and threw his beautiful thoughts to the back of his mind. He re-evaluated the spirit world plunderers and confirmed that they have some of the characteristics of a marionettist and a bizarro sorcerer. They are rather dangerous high-level spirit world creatures. Allowing an avatar to possess the appearance, performance, and uniqueness of a true soul is identical to a bizarro sorcerer giving his own powers to a marionette. At the level of Zeradal, or a Sequence 3 scholar of yore, can they temporarily give certain beyonder powers to creatures that aren't marionettes? In thought, Klein folded the letter and casually shook it. He watched as it was engulfed by the scarlet flames, turning into charred fragments that fell into the trash can. Reining in his thoughts, he walked to the bedroom door in his pajamas and got his valet, Richardson, to come in and change his clothes. Beneath St. Samuel Cathedral. As usual, Leonard Mitchell leaned back in his chair and placed his feet on the table. He didn't show any abnormalities on the surface, but he was thinking about Amon. Ever since he learned that Amon had arrived in Bakeland, the parasitic Pallas Zoroast in his body had become abnormally silent. He was no longer as active as before, taking the initiative to speak and give suggestions. If it wasn't for the fact that he would receive an answer when he asked, Leonard would even suspect that Old Man had secretly run off and found someone else to parasitize. Amidst his thoughts, the captain of the Red Gloves, the Nighthawk Deacon, Sostel, walked in. Did the interrogation yield any results? What were the results? The Red Gloves who were doing their own things in the room cast their gazes at the door. Late last night, they had just completed a mission. They had captured 3 members of the charismatic order that they had been investigating for quite some time. Now, they were awaiting the results of the interrogation. Sostel surveyed the area with a serious expression. We have done a great service, but this isn't a good thing. According to the confessions of the 3 members of the charismatic order, as well as the information that the Church has gathered in the past, we can preliminarily determine that the charismatic order is split between resurrecting death and artificial death. And the latter has already made some progress and gained quite a bit. They are filled with animosity towards Ruan and us. They have placed a portion of the artificial death experiments in Bakeland. Yes, their thoughts are the same as your worries. Even if the experiment fails, there's still a chance to deal a heavy blow to the capital of capitals. Leonard snapped out of his daze and exchanged looks with Bob, Cindy, and company. They saw the shock and anger in each other's eyes. At this time, Sostel knocked on the table next to him and stopped the discussion. He cleared his throat and said, "Our current mission is to go to the southern continent to find the few key members of the charismatic order's artificial death faction based on the clues and the testimonies. We need to investigate the remaining spies in Bakeland and pull them out one by one. For this mission, we will obtain the assistance of Lady Daly, and the Church will provide her with the potion in advance and help her prepare the ritual so that she can become a gatekeeper before we depart. In addition, the high-ranking deacon in charge of the southern continent, Goddesses Ilia, and the local Nighthawks will also provide us with help. They will give us the corresponding sealed artifacts and do an advance investigation. Ladies and gentlemen, go back and rest for a day. Get ready. We'll set off tomorrow night." "Yes, Captain." Bob, Cindy, and the others stood up and replied. Leonard stood up as well, but he didn't say a word. The first thought that flashed through his mind was, we can take this opportunity to leave Bakeland and escape Amon's threat. After returning to 7, Pinster Street and closing the door and drawing the curtains, he lowered his voice. And said, "Old man, the problem has been resolved. I believe the normal mobilization of a red glove shouldn't arouse Amon's suspicion, right?" In his mind, the slightly aged voice slowly said, "No. It won't." Leonard could tell that Old Man's tone was much more relaxed. His heart stirred as he thought for a moment. He thought for a moment and said, "Should I write to Klein Moretti and tell him that we will be leaving Bakeland for a long period of time? After all, he was the one who warned us that Amon has arrived." Pallas Zoroast replied without changing his tone, "That's right. Write if you want to." Leonard exhaled, took out a piece of paper, and picked up a fountain pen. He deliberated for a moment before lowering his wrist and writing, "I have a mission and will be leaving Bakeland soon." After reading the short line of text, Leonard put down the fountain pen and folded the letter. Soon, he prepared the ritual to summon the messenger. He lit the candle, took a step back, and chanted softly in ancient Hermes, In my name, I summon a spirit that wanders the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be controlled, a messenger that belongs solely to German Sparrow." Inside the room, the sound of wind suddenly sounded as it turned intense. The candle's flame swelled as it was dyed in a pale white color. A blonde, red-eyed, and beautiful head popped out. Leonard pricked up his brows and was just about to say something when he saw that the head wasn't followed by a complete neck, but a hand that was tugging at its hair. Rionette Tinker, who was dressed in a dark and complicated dress, quickly walked out. The four heads in her hands turned at the same time as they looked at Leonard Mitchell. "This is... You want to send a letter? This spirit world creature looks very powerful. Is this the benefit that Klein received from joining that secret organization?" As Leonard thought, he nodded. "Yes." The four heads in Rionette Tinker's hands spoke again. "You need give a gold coin." "A gold coin? The mysterious world's messenger needs to be paid as well?" Leonard was rather surprised, but he didn't know how to react. All he could do was reach into his pocket and take out a gold coin. Only then did Rionette Tinker raise her two blonde, red-eyed heads and bite down on the letter and the gold coin. Following that, she stepped into the void and vanished. After the candle's flame returned to normal, Leonard couldn't help but laugh. What a strange messenger. Just as he said that, Pallas Zoroast's slightly aged voice echoed in his mind. "It's best you don't speak ill of him behind his back." "Him? The old man called a messenger him? A messenger is him?" Leonard's eyes widened suddenly. Pallas coughed lightly and said, "His condition is very strange." "His condition is very strange, not much better than mine. In short, that organization that believes in the fool is more. You have to be more careful when making contact or cooperating with Klein Moretti." After saying that, the parasite fell into silence and didn't speak for a long time. Leonard actually wants to use the mission to leave Bakeland and escape the threat of Amon? Is this the idea that his grandpa came up with? Isn't that too cowardly? Klein, who received the letter, scanned the contents and muttered to himself silently. He began seriously considering how he could use the firearms deal as an excuse to quickly leave Bakeland for a period of time. P.S. Missed updates. Requesting monthly votes. After thinking for a while, Klein, who already had a plan, smoothly sorted out his thoughts and determined the next few things to do. Pa. He shook the letter with his right hand, and amidst the rising scarlet flames, he looked up at Rionette Tinker, prepared to take out a lone gold coin from his pocket to pay for the postage. However, Miss Messenger had already left, and there was no one in front of him. No more money? Klein was taken aback at first before he made all sorts of connections. He suspected that Rionette Tinker, who habitually took gold coins from non-contractors, had taken the initiative to ask for postage. Perhaps Miss Messenger didn't say a word and just looked at Leonard with her 4 heads and 8 eyes, waiting for him to pay the gold coin. In the end, this fellow couldn't figure it out at all and wanted to forcefully end the summoning, only to have his neck snapped. Klein hissed as he used the gold coin he had just taken out to do a divination. He received the result that Leonard Mitchell was living quite well. He breathed a sigh of relief, put away the gold coins, and shouted towards the door. "Richardson." The door to the half-open room opened behind him without a sound. His valet, Richardson, walked in quickly and asked respectfully, "What can I do for you, sir?" "Ask the butler to come over." As Klein gave the order, he sighed inwardly. He had really been corrupted by his extravagant life. Even if he was looking for someone at home, he wouldn't move half a step and had to ask his valet to do it. This is the need for acting, he silently said to himself. A few minutes later, Walter, who was wearing white gloves, went up to the third floor. He naturally lowered his arms and stood in front of Don Dantes in a standard posture as he waited for his employer to speak. Klein had already planned out his words as he said unhurriedly, "That's right. Go to Member of Parliament Mock's place and tell him that I've already prepared the initial payment. Also, prepare the carriage. I'm going to the Bursary Charity Foundation in the morning and will return at noon. If Member of Parliament Mock doesn't get me to spare some time in the afternoon, make a trip to Dr. Alan Series's place and tell him that I'll be paying a visit in the afternoon." Klein had already withdrawn £10,000 in cash from above the grey fog and placed it in a small suitcase. He was waiting for the right time to complete the preliminary preparations for the arms deal. And in order to disperse the smell of the grey fog on the banknotes, he had deliberately teleported to the sea and foraged for creeping hunger in passing. He was afraid that Amon, who knew of the grey fog's existence, would be able to sniff out the specific smell in the same city, or use it to sense the location of the treasures he desired. "Yes, sir." Walter didn't ask his employer where he had raised the initial funds. From what he remembered, Don Dantes hadn't been to the bank much recently. Of course, this wasn't a problem that people cared too much about. Many rich people who came to Bakeland from other places, especially from Desi Bay and Mid-Seashire, would always prepare a large amount of cash in advance. 22 Phelps Street, the headquarters of the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. Klein passed through the door and entered. He went up to the second floor and found the reception room provided for directors. As an honorary director who only occasionally participated in certain matters, he didn't have an office here, but he could use the reception room. He clenched his right hand into a fist and held it to his mouth as he deliberately coughed twice. Then, he walked into the reception room and found a sofa to sit down. After a moment, he stood up again and said to his valet, Richardson, who was standing beside him, "I'm going to the bathroom." After buttoning up his clothes, Klein walked out of the reception room and happened to see Justice Audrey walk out of her office. This noble lady was wearing a rather simple dress today. It was white with dark green embellishments. Her sleeves and collar were mainly frilly, and there were layers of laces that formed a bow tie in front of her chest. She didn't even wear any jewelry. She wore a belt that he couldn't tell if it was good or bad. Only her left arm had a slight bulge when the wind blew against her skin. "Good morning, Miss Audrey." Klein made a surprised expression as though he had chanced upon her. Audrey glanced at Don Dantes, who had white sideburns and a rather good-looking appearance. She smiled and replied, "Good morning, Mr. Dantes." She originally wanted to say "long time no see" in a slightly light-hearted manner to make fun of him for not coming to the Bursary Foundation for a few days after the establishment ceremony. However, considering that the two of them could only be considered acquaintances on the surface, she forcefully held back the corresponding words. Klein rubbed his temples and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I'm sorry I didn't come until today. I've been too busy recently. I can foresee that I'll be even busier in the future. I might have to make a trip to the southern continent to settle certain matters." The reason why he specially came over to inform Miss Justice that he would be leaving Bakeland for a period of time was to show his sincerity. He hoped that this noble lady could help watch over the foundation and allow it to operate normally. To Klein, he sincerely hoped that the Bursary Foundation could help more poor people in need. To the southern continent? Audrey could read Don Dantes' sincerity as she asked in surprise. Klein smiled. "For a business deal." At that instant, the first thought that surfaced in Audrey's mind was, which Sequence 5 is about to lose his life again? Sensing that Miss Justice seemed to have made a bad association, Klein added, "I have a partnership with the military. We work with the military too. Sell some necessities." "What's the point of that? The identity of Don Dantes is used to gather military intelligence?" Audrey was enlightened as she raised her right hand and tapped 4 times in a clockwise manner. With a bright smile, she said, "May the goddess bless you in everything." After saying this out of habit, she realized that something was amiss. She was actually telling a blessed of Mr. Fool that the goddess bless him. This is probably closer to a curse. Will Mr. German Sparrow be angry? No, he's actually a gentle person at heart, and I didn't have any ill intentions just now. After going to the southern continent and coming back, the one acting as Don Dantes should be another blessed, right? Could it be a demigod? Audrey's thoughts unknowingly wandered. Klein smiled helplessly as he drew the crimson moon on his chest. May the goddess bless us. And not send down divine punishment, he added inwardly. Following that, he casually chatted as though he had really met her on the road. Did you go to school to promote it? Yes. At the mention of this matter, Audrey's face seemed to glow. She was proud and happy that she had finally done something practical. She nodded with a slight amount of force. Pity gradually appeared in her green eyes. I went to a few public elementary schools. Many of the children there are really pitiful. To save money, they bring their own black bread for lunch, along with a cup of water. At this point, she looked up at Don Dantes and said with some embarrassment, I know that they won't bring me to night school or Sunday school for the time being. I know that they won't take me to night school and Sunday school for the time being. They won't let me see anything worse. But I can imagine, just like those workers who enter a factory and can only live for a few years, this was something the world, German Sparrow, had once told her. It was the first time she knew the true situation of the bottom rungs of Bakeland. However, without seeing it with her own eyes, she could only rely on her imagination. Klein sighed silently. It might be worse than you imagine. There's no rush. Once you show your abilities worthy of their trust, you will truly become one of them. Okay. Audrey nodded, as though she was already thinking of how to perform better. Klein didn't continue the conversation. After all, this was only their third meeting. They had only exchanged a few words previously, so it was easy for others to suspect them if they chatted too much. He pointed in the direction of the bathroom, apologized, and strode over to it. Audrey looked at Don Dantes' back and fell silent for a few seconds. She then muttered, what would it be like if it's worse? After receiving Mock's invitation to the East Balham Military Veterans Clubhouse in the evening, Klein followed his plan and visited Dr. Alan Series at 4 in the afternoon. Mr. Dantes, your butler didn't tell me what's going on. As his wife was about a month away from giving birth, Dr. Allen had recently declined a lot of work and often stayed at home. He was rather puzzled by the sudden visit from Don Dantes, who he wasn't too familiar with. Furthermore, he wasn't good at socializing, so after exchanging pleasantries, he directly asked a question. Klein smiled and said, it's this. I might be making a trip to the southern continent. As you know, the weather there is hot and humid. There are all kinds of bugs and diseases. I wish to prepare some medicine ahead of time to prevent any accidents from happening. I wonder if you have any suggestions? I'm really ashamed. You're the only excellent doctor I know. Dr. Allen accepted his explanation and began thinking seriously before giving the name of the medicine. Finally, Klein, who was filled with notes, found an excuse of having a stomachache and entered the washroom on the first floor. The mirror suddenly darkened, as though it was enveloped by a thick shadow. And in the shadow, a black pram slowly approached. Inside was a blurry child wrapped in silver silk. What's the matter this time? Willa Septon asked in a clear voice. Klein coughed dryly and forced a smile. You should have heard it. I'm heading to the southern continent. I don't wish to miss your birth, so I wanted to ask you which day you plan on having as your birthday? Willa Septon sucked on his thumb. I don't know. Even angels can't control when they're born? Klein asked in surprise. Willa Septon answered hesitantly, you don't understand. I've already chosen 3 birthdays. You don't understand. I've already chosen 3 birthdays. They all have unique meanings in terms of fate, but I'm not sure yet. I'm still not sure. Maybe when the time comes, I'll know what to do. This is a case of having difficulty choosing. He also has the strong aura of a charlatan. Klein clasped his hands and indiscernibly rubbed them. Then how do I learn of it in time and rush back to complete the transaction with you? That paper crane can no longer be used. P.S. Requesting for monthly votes on the last day of June. Upon hearing Klein's question, the baby wrapped in silver silk raised his chubby arms and spread them out. I don't have a choice. I'm still in my mother's tummy. Although I can't write on that paper crane anymore, it can still help me locate you. If anything happens, I'll let you know. With regards to Willa Septon's answer, Klein had already expected it. Without changing his posture or smile, he explained, "That's right. That paper crane is already a little damaged. I think there might be a problem with the positioning." Then, he gave his own suggestion. "Perhaps we can do this. After you are born, summon my messenger and write to me." He was worried that something abnormal would happen when Will was born, causing this snake of fate to have no choice but to change locations with his infant body. When that happened, he would really be unable to contact him. In the black pram, Will opened his mouth and closed it again. For a moment, he did not give a response. After a few seconds, the baby pursed his lips and said, "Do you think that's realistic? Not only did you have a newborn baby write a letter to you, you even had to set up a ritual and summon a messenger?" Klein laughed dryly. "But you are the snake of fate. We still have to respect the laws of nature." Will swung his arm and patted the cushion beside him. The baby pondered for a moment and said, "Let's do it this way. Get someone to keep an eye on this place. Once a baby is born, report to you immediately." Klein's eyes darted left and right. Sure. In this aspect, there were too many people he could find. He could hire gang members through Sharon and use the messenger to deliver the message. He could also find something for the usually idle Emlyn White to do. He could also entrust the bounty hunter, Miss Sayo, to help. The corresponding results would be informed to the World and German Sparrow by Miss Magicians. He could also get Rhodes to pay attention to the surroundings and report the situation through a one-way communication. However, this fellow has a sharp nose. I wonder if he can smell the scent of the umbilical cord blood outside the house, or even distinguish the corresponding essence. If that's the case, it might give him an impact similar to seeing a mythical creature. His rationality will be lowered, his mind will go haywire, and his body will mutate. Klein hurriedly asked while Will pram hadn't retreated into the shadows. "I have a teacher that I haven't contacted in a long time. Can you help me take a look at his fate? His name is Aztec Eggers." As Mr. Aztec still hadn't replied, Klein couldn't help but feel a little worried. Previously, he had used the copper whistle to do the corresponding divination above the gray fog, but all he saw was silence and deep darkness. He heard distant and long breaths, but he was unable to decipher what such a dream represented. Will sucked his thumb and said, "He's in a state of transformation. This might be a good thing or a bad thing. I can only see to this extent because that teacher of yours has something special about him." "Something special? A godhood that directly stems from death? Transformation? Does this mean that Mr. Aztec has recovered more of his memories and has once again recovered his corresponding strength through his slumber?" Klein bowed in thought. "Thank you for your answer." Will immediately turned his head and looked to the side. Klein thought and reminded him, "According to what I know, Blasphemer Amon has come to Bakeland. According to what I know, Blasphemer Amon has come to Backland. Of course, it's most likely an avatar." Will was taken aback as he chuckled. "To you, this might be a bad thing, but to me, it's rather good. Amon and that stupid snake, Ouroboros, are absolute enemies. No, a more accurate description is that he hates the true creator and is constantly thinking of pulling him down from his throne. As for Ouroboros, he is loyal to that evil god." After saying this, the black pram retreated back into the mirror's shadow as everything returned to normal. "Amon hates the true creator? I'm increasingly suspecting that the true creator is a participant in the act of devouring the ancient sun god. It's that pitch-black baby in the middle of the storm angel, the white angel, and the wisdom angel." Klein exhaled, took 2 steps forward, turned on the tap, and washed his hands. In the evening, in East Balham Military Veterans Clubhouse. Klein didn't immediately see the long-faced Colonel Calvin. After placing the suitcase containing £10,000 into a heavy safe, he followed Mocht to enjoy the buffet food provided by this top club. The restaurant mainly focused on southern continent specialties. There was cheese bread made from cassava flour, ice cream with purple raspberry juice, assorted seafood broth flavored with coconut milk and palm oil, beef innards stewed with pepper, tomato, and onion. There was also Hagati roasted meat, Paws Valley mixed broth, as well as schnitzel and grilled squid. Compared to other places, the ingredients used here were of very high quality. The taste was also pure southern continent style. It left Klein rather satisfied. If it wasn't for his image, he would have felt that a mouthful of Hagati roasted meat and a mouthful of purple raspberry ice cream would have been great. Indeed, I prefer food with stronger flavors. What satisfied me the most today was the aperitif. If Mocht hadn't mentioned it in passing, I would have even imagined it to be a light fruit juice. The pale golden liquid had 2 lemon slices soaked in it with a few pieces of crushed ice. It's sweet and a little sour. It doesn't have the taste of alcohol, but it's refreshing and refreshing. It instantly takes away the heat from my body. Klein placed the tablecloth on his plate as he reminisced about the enjoyment he had just had. At this moment, Mocht, who had gone to the washroom, returned. He smiled as he bent down and whispered into Don Dante's ear. The room from before. All right. Klein got up and went to the room with the safe. He took out the suitcase containing £10,000 before heading to the activity room where he had previously met Colonel Calvin. The long-faced Calvin was already waiting there. He glanced at the suitcase in Don Dante's hand and got up with a smile. You really are a gentleman of action. I admire such an attitude. As he spoke, he extended his right hand and shook hands with Dwayne Dantes, who had white sideburns. Klein then handed the suitcase in his hand to him and smiled humbly. As a businessman, if one isn't decisive or swift when faced with a good opportunity to earn money, it only means that they aren't suited for this job. Calvin sat down again and opened the suitcase in front of Don Dantes and Mocht. He roughly counted the neatly arranged stacks of cash. He quickly made a confirmation and closed the suitcase. He looked up at Don Dantes, who was sitting diagonally opposite him. Do you have any other thoughts on the exact details of the transaction? Klein deliberately pretended to organize his words and waited for a few seconds before saying yes. After a few seconds, he said, I wish to head to the southern continent in the near future, to West Balam. Seeing Colonel Calvin and Mocht show a certain degree of surprise, he added, there are some things that aren't suitable when carrying a lot of firearms. There are some things that are not suitable to be done when you have a lot of firearms with you. In order to make the transaction go smoothly, it is necessary to prepare in advance. Heh, I have to take this matter seriously. This is a business worth tens of thousands of pounds. Here's my idea. I'll head to West Balam first and contact customers who need it. I'll resolve the obvious obstacles. When the appointed time comes, I'll contact you via telegram and head to the East Balam border to retrieve the goods. Calvin pondered for a moment and said, after June 20th, you can send me a telegram. After June 20th, you can send me a telegram. I'll give you the specific information later. In short, after I receive the telegram, I'll immediately inform the officers there and ask them to bring the person who gave me the agreed secret code and password to the warehouse. Do you need any support personnel who can provide protection during this period of time? When do you plan on setting off? I just want to head to West Balam and find a place without Rose School to stay there. I'll leave the rest to Donna's. When do I set off? I obviously wish to set off today and arrive today, but that will incur suspicion. Klein considered for 2 seconds and said, there's no need for that for the time being. In certain places in the southern continent, such support personnel will be the main reason for conflict. Don't worry, I have many friends in West Balam. Without any valuable goods, my safety can still be guaranteed. As for the question of when to set off, my answer is that the sooner, the better. Colonel Calvin thought for nearly a minute before slowly nodding. After dinner tomorrow, I'll send someone to fetch you. The military has an airship that's transporting supplies and personnel to Desi Bay. And from there, it's very close to the southern continent by ship. If everything goes well, it'll take 2 to 3 days. Even if there's a storm in the way, making it necessary to take a roundabout route, it'll still take a week to arrive. Thank you. Klein got up and bowed sincerely. From his point of view, leaving Bakeland with the military was a sufficiently safe choice. He wouldn't be suspected by anyone. After discussing some details, Klein got up and bade farewell. He returned to the lobby with Mocht and prepared to leave. Inside the lobby, beside the buffet table, nearly 10 men in military or casual attire were each holding a cup of alcohol. They were gathered there and joked about the recent rumors. Klein swept his gaze and suddenly found one of the figures somewhat familiar. The person was more than one. 85 meters tall, but less than 1.9 meters. His arms were slightly long, and his legs were slightly slanted outwards. His shoulders were abnormally broad, making his black suit appear rather tight. This is... As Klein's thoughts raced, he suddenly tensed up as he recalled the source of the sense of familiarity. This was the demigod who had met crazy Captain Connors that night. He was suspected to be working for a particular faction of the royal family, the demigod who was in charge of human trafficking, although this high-sequence beyonder had been wearing a black cloak back then, interfering with divination and preventing his looks from being exposed. Klein had remembered the unique traits of his body. This was the specialty of a faceless, P.S., requesting for monthly votes in the last few hours. It would be a waste if I didn't vote for an instant. Klein's casual gaze paused as it froze on the familiar figure. He immediately sensed that he was acting a little abnormal, and with his spiritual perception as a demigod, this was a problem that couldn't be ignored. His back muscles tensed up as thoughts raced through Klein's mind, producing sparks. He didn't retract his gaze reflexively. Instead, he continued looking at the demigod suspected to be from the Black Emperor pathway and smiled at mocked. He smiled at mocked and said, "Indeed, it's not only retired officers who are here." This was nonsense that seemed like a meticulous observation, but it was actually meaningless. Mocked chuckled. Any club will eventually exceed its original boundaries when it develops. His answer didn't seem to say anything, but on careful thought, it made people feel like he had said something, or perhaps it was the exact opposite. At this moment, the man in a black suit with broad shoulders and slightly long arms naturally turned his head to look at where the duo was. He saw a tycoon who had donated £15,000 curiously sizing them up while whispering to mocked beside him. This made him feel that the other party's astonished gaze was a normal reaction after learning of his position. Then, he retracted his gaze and continued the unfinished topic. And at this moment, Klein's back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. He felt his legs go limp. Although he had faced a demigod in the past and had even fought one, this was the first time he was encountering such a situation in such a small setting. More importantly, he was far from being prepared to face a demigod. Not only did he not have a marionette, but he also had death knell, Aztec's copper whistle, and the adventurer's harmonica. The sea god's scepter couldn't be carried with one's body, and it had strict requirements on the environment it was used in, otherwise, it would result in massive casualties. Once Roselle's travels was carried on him for an extended period of time, it would cause Klein to enter the world inside the book. When that happened, it would be very troublesome to come out again. Creeping hunger was still unsealed, making it restless every day. Unless it was necessary, it was impossible for him to take it out ahead of time. The Fate Siphon charm was made from a worm of time, so it might attract him on. Unless it was used very quickly, Klein wouldn't have the guts to carry it around. If the demigod who was suspected to be from the Black Emperor pathway discovered the problem, the best solution he could think of was to blow the harmonica and summon Miss Messenger, asking her to bring him out of Bakeland with the help of the spirit world. He never thought of letting Rionette Tinker engage in a battle with the other party while he held death knell and looked for an opportunity to fire from the side. This was because this was Bakeland, the home turf of the official Beyonders. With Miss Messenger's strange appearance, any crime that the gentleman casually pinned on her would definitely result in a siege for Klein. There would definitely be more and more demigods and powerful sealed artifacts. What a close shave. Klein moved his gaze away in accordance with logic. He used his clown powers to control his legs and walked out the door without any abnormalities. He didn't ask mocked, nor did he ask who those people were. Clearly, he wasn't interested in them at all. This was to prove that he had only taken a casual glance. However, the other party's glance had exposed his appearance to Klein. He had thick but not messy black eyebrows, short and stiff hair of the same color, dark blue eyes that were nearly black, a high nose bridge that resembled a mountain, and a large beard that extended out from the corners of his mouth. His facial features were deep, and he had a rather long face, as well as cold lines. This was a man with a very tough vibe. He might even be in his 30s or 40s, making it difficult to make an accurate judgment. Just from his appearance, Klein felt that he was more like an Arbiter Pathways demigod and not a Black Emperor's. Of course, this demigod's bearing was actually closer to a warrior's, but he was too short. With this clear appearance, Klein didn't need to ask any further questions. He could directly get an answer from Rhodes. Even if he was still wary of the magic mirror, he could still get Miss Zio, Miss Sharon, and company to do a simple identity check. He believed that no matter how a demigod hid himself, his position wouldn't be too low. It would be very easy to find out. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Klein left the East Balham Military Veterans Clubhouse in a normal manner. When he got into the carriage, he leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. After a few seconds of silence, he sighed deeply in his heart. The broken clue of the Great Smog of Bakeland is finally reconnected. He didn't open his eyes for a long time and didn't speak. It was as if he was still thinking about the business issues they had discussed before, but in fact, he was trying to calm down the emotions he had just suppressed. During this process, Klein noticed that his valet, Richardson, wanted to speak a few times, but he would shut his mouth, as though he was troubled by something. In the end, he said nothing and focused on preparing marquee black tea for his employer. Because of what had just happened, Klein was not in the mood to care about his question for a while, so he pretended not to notice anything. Amidst the silence and the sound of wheels turning, they returned to 160 Buckland Street. On the 3rd floor, just as Klein was about to take a bath in the bathtub that had been adjusted by a first-class maid, Richardson, who was holding his hat and cane, took 2 steps forward and asked respectfully, "Mister, are you going to the southern continent soon?" "Yes." Klein replied frankly. He was even prepared to give Tanaja another £500 in cash to cover the daily expenses of the Don Dante's mansion when he was in the southern continent. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of the importance of the positions of butler and valet in the upper class. Master couldn't hide many things from them, so when there was an irreconcilable conflict in their beliefs, attitudes, or political stance, they had to change. Richardson hesitated for a moment. "Sir, I was born in the southern continent, and I'm fluent in Deutonese. I'm very familiar with the local customs, so I should be able to help you." Deutonese was the lingua franca of the ancient Balham Empire. In present-day East and West Balham, ordinary citizens still used this language. Only those in the middle and upper echelons knew foreign languages like ancient Fasak, Ruan, and Intis. Klein felt that he was lucky. As ancient Balham was once a unified empire with a true god, although the various states had their own accents, they all used Deutonese. Similarly, the written language was the same. This saved him quite a bit of trouble. If I were to encounter dozens or hundreds of languages mixed together, that would be a headache. However, Deutonese and ancient Fasak aren't from the same system. I won't be able to master it as quickly as I can learn the various branches of the latter. Finding an interpreter is a must. Anderson seems to be very good at Deutonese. I've never heard him mention any communication difficulties in West Balham. After hearing Richardson's words, Klein suddenly understood why he was stumped. As a valet, he needed to follow his employer when they were out on errands, but a butler didn't. This also meant that a valet was a personal secretary, but to a certain extent, he played the role of a business secretary. Clearly, Richardson liked his life in Bakeland and everything there. He didn't wish to return to the southern continent, nor did he wish to see any scenery or incidents that would remind him of the past. Therefore, on the carriage, he had wanted to explain his specialty a few times, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. He hoped that Don Dantes could find a more suitable candidate. Klein pondered for a moment and said, "I can tell that you don't like the southern continent. I can tell that you don't really like the southern continent. Why are you telling me this?" Richardson slowly lowered his head and looked at his toes. "You've given me the opportunity to gain experience and grow. I think I should be able to help." A very simple sense of gratitude. If you hadn't mentioned it, no one would have been able to confirm that you know Deutonese. After all, you were born and raised in a colonial manor in East Balham. Klein carefully looked at Richardson for a few seconds and silently smiled as he sighed inwardly. However, he didn't plan on letting this valet follow him to the southern continent. Firstly, it would make it inconvenient for him to do anything. Secondly, if he were to be recognized by someone familiar from the Nation Restoration Charismatic Order, it might affect the rest of his life. Klein smiled. "I have quite a number of friends over there. They know Deutonese and all sorts of customs. You have to stay in Bakeland." Every once in a while, help me deliver some gifts to some of my friends. When the time comes, I'll give you a list of names. Also, read more newspapers and take note of any valuable investment news. Do some field research and give me the corresponding reports. I'll get Ma'am Tanaja to specially prepare a sum of money for these matters. Richardson was a little taken aback at first before he said in pleasant surprise, "Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I will try my best." At that moment, he felt that he had been put in an important position as his vision turned blurry for some baffling reason. Ever since he was born, this was the first time he felt that the future was filled with hope. After sending Richardson away, Klein took a comfortable bath to ease his tense mind. Then, he put on his pajamas and returned to his bedroom. He took out a pen and paper and drew a complicated symbol that was a mixture of prying and concealment. On the full-body mirror surface, ripples suddenly spread out as silver light formed Ruan text, "Exalted Great Master, your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, has come to answer your summons." "Are you leaving Bakeland again?" Klein nodded. "Yes." Without waiting for Rhodes to indicate that he could raise a question, he directly said, "Can I still contact you in the southern continent?" "Of course. As long as you take out that magical transceiver." On the surface of the mirror, the silver words rapidly reorganized themselves. "However, you mustn't let it stay in reality for too long or use it too frequently. There are many bestowments from the Mother Tree of Desire in the southern continent. She might be able to sense it through this." Klein nodded slightly and took the opportunity to ask, "What do you know about the Mother Tree of Desire?" Rhodes suddenly fell silent. After a long while, the silver light on the mirror squirmed and formed a complete sentence, "I don't dare to say it, nor do I dare to show it. P.S. Looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket for July. I went on a trip in June, and there were 14 days of single chapters. In the end, Mysteries was still ranked first in the monthly votes and second in the best-selling list. I was both touched and ashamed. Everyone was too tolerant of my stubbornness and love. In the entire month of June, the highest 24-hour subscription count rose to more than 55,000. Even after the plot calmed down, it still remained at a little over 50,000. It kept going back and forth, up and down. Ever since Mysteries was published, the overall trend of subscription count had been increasing. Usually, it would be due to a large increase in the climax of the plot, followed by a small decrease. Then, it would fluctuate within a certain range, and the process would repeat itself. The plot of the foggy town and the structure of the scene were all content that I had envisioned for a long time. I was happy that everyone was satisfied. The ending of the fourth book was also a scene that had been present since the beginning of the book. I hoped that I would be able to vividly write the feeling of the undead, a gift, or a curse. Perhaps I didn't even need to directly point out the theme. Just describing the scene would be enough. Of course, there were still many chapters before I could write. My biggest feeling of writing this month was exhaustion. When I was on a trip, I woke up at 7 in the morning and only returned to the hotel at 7 or 8 at night. I had time to write. Thankfully, I could take a nap in the car. Otherwise, I wouldn't be yawning every day, I wouldn't be able to write at all. However, going on a trip and relaxing did improve my mental tension and depression from staying at home for a long time. After I returned, there were a few chapters that I felt I had written to a high standard. Of course, I had also collected material. If I were to write about a foreign city in the future, I would write that the symbol of the brothel was a protruding stone on the door, symbolizing the reproductive organs. The prostitutes there were mostly plundered from war, so there was a language barrier. In order to call customers and greet the sailors who arrived at the port, they all imitated the call of a female wolf. The brothel was also called a wolf's den. This way, the atmosphere and texture of the entire foreign land would come out. This was all what I heard in Pompeii. There were only 3 or even 4 official guides who could speak Chinese. It sounded good, but it was a little expensive. It would be more worth it if there were more people because they all charged by the hour. Back to the topic of exhaustion. This wasn't only when I was traveling, but also after I returned. After the fourth book began, this became a common feeling. This was because the world of Arcana was growing larger and larger. I didn't want to just focus on the main character and run all the way to the end like I had done with Arcana and My First Life. I still hoped that the many interesting characters I had written before would be more developed, more lively, and more involved in the story. Not to mention, the life of a tycoon would be mostly filled with banquets, meetings, and conversations. Only with sufficient preparation and foreshadowing would the conflict and tension in the plot erupt. That was why changing the perspective, participating in the characters, and writing about daily life always made me feel exhausted. Apart from these reasons, this was also an unavoidable state after writing a book for more than a year. My procrastination was getting worse and worse, and I needed more time to focus. Every day, I would finish writing later and later, and my exhaustion would accumulate more and more. There were even 2 occasions where I didn't know when my alarm had been turned off, and I slept until noon and almost didn't update. From the looks of it, I could only bring up the matter I mentioned before and take a day off every week. This was my plan. I would take Sundays off myself, but I would split the 2 chapters one had on Saturday into Sundays. In other words, I would have a single chapter on both Sundays, at 12:30 p.m. The rest of the time would be normal. This way, if there were any delays or requests for leave from work, I would make up for them. The first additional chapter for June would be placed at the climax of the plot in July. Alright, it was already July. With a proper attitude, I would ask for a guaranteed monthly pass. The chapter had already been updated in advance. There would be no more at noon, and the second chapter would be at 7 p.m. Also, I would like to ask for recommendation tickets on Monday. I don't dare to say or show it. At least to Rhodes, the mother tree of desire is definitely stronger than sequence 1's Eridol. No, it's even stronger than the monster pathway's uniqueness, die of probability. There should be a way to bypass the restrictions and make Rhodes reveal the corresponding information. For example, bringing its true body above the gray fog. Heh, how is that possible? Unless I'm already an angel and have completely grasped that mysterious space. Klein's eyes flickered, but he didn't pursue the matter. It's your turn to ask. The flow of silver light on the full-body mirror's surface suddenly became brisk. It formed new words. Great Master, do you have any other orders? Good question. Klein pondered for a moment. After I leave Bakeland, pay attention to the situation at Dr. Alan Seary's home. Once his wife gives birth, remember to tell me when I summon you. After serious consideration, Klein believed that it was more appropriate to leave this matter to Rhodes. After all, it was impossible for others to monitor Dr. Allen's residence 24 hours a day. And what Klein needed to do was change his residence every day at the end of the month and turn on the transceiver. Alright, Master, the text on the mirror fully expressed Rhodes's mood. I have a question. Speak. Klein nodded. This time, when Rhodes highlighted the words, it was filled with pauses, giving people a strong sense of hesitation. Great Master, what is the relationship between you and that child? It seemed to be wondering why the supreme ruler of the spirit realm would pay so much attention to an unborn child. I've already explained that it's the unborn child from Dr. Alan Seary's family, but Rhodes still hasn't noticed that there's something wrong with Will Septon. When it comes to hiding their fate and uniqueness, a snake of Mercury is much better than other angels of the other sequences. However, the magic mirror can accurately give the time when Tail Devourer Ouroboros left Bakeland. Yes, it should be, because Will Septon's reboot makes it very difficult for high-ranking Beyonders to discover the problem. This is also the reason why he can hide from the Angel of Fate. Klein replied in enlightenment, that's right. Friends. As for becoming Will Septon's godfather, it was only a passing thought. He wasn't confident, nor did he dare force it, afraid that he would anger the Snake of Fate. We're only friends. Rhodes's words revealed a baffling sense of disappointment. Great Master, you may ask your question. Klein thought for a moment. Do you know who the person I saw at the East Balham Military Veterans Clubhouse is? If you're not sure who I'm talking about, I can draw it for you. In the dark and deep mirror, aqueous light floated, reflecting a man with a cold and hard appearance. He had a large beard, and his eyes were so deep blue that they were nearly black. He was none other than the demigod that Klein suspected to be from the Black Emperor pathway. At the same time, the corresponding text description appeared below the photo. His name is Konas Kilgore. He's from MI9, and he's currently the deputy director of a major general. To the public, he's only a sequence 5 of the lawyer pathway, but he wields a powerful sealed artifact. Me 9. Deputy Director of a Major General. From the looks of it, he's the spokesperson of the royal family's faction in the spy agency. Klein memorized the information given by the magic mirror, but he was momentarily at a loss as to how to investigate or where to begin. After all, the other party was a demigod. Be it spying, probing, attempting it himself, or entrusting it to someone else, it would easily arouse suspicion and result in retaliation. The only reliable line of thought he had was to do some preliminary information gathering through Miss Justice. Not only did this girl have a high status, but she also had sufficient connections to obtain the corresponding information. Furthermore, she was a sequence 6 of the spectator pathway. She could guide the topic without arousing suspicion and complete her observations without batting an eyelid. I have to say that although a spectator is weak in head-on combat, they're very strong in other aspects. Furthermore, with the powers of a psychiatrist and hypnotist, a spectator can also control and guide the battle to a certain extent. Klein felt wistful as he wondered if there was anything else he should ask Rhodes. At this moment, the light on the mirror surface receded as the words were formed and formed a new sentence. Great Master, do you wish to know who the mastermind behind Quarren's suicide is? He's even taking the initiative to provide me with information? As for this matter, I didn't actively participate in it because I've already stepped forward. I'm just waiting for the Nighthawks to come to an end. I don't think there's a need to ask. Klein chuckled inwardly and nodded slightly. Yes. On the full-body mirror, a line of silver words appeared. Royal Family Consultant, Vin Rambus, one of the counselors of the Psychological Alchemy Council. Psychological Alchemy? Royal Family Consultant? Klein immediately frowned. This made it difficult for him to determine if the psychological alchemy was plotting something, or if a particular faction of the royal family was dissatisfied with the current political situation and was attempting to nudge it. The psychological alchemy isn't as focused on academics and historical site exploration as I previously understood. Do all secret organizations attempt to grasp power and influence the world when they reach a certain level? The need for an anchor? I wonder if Vin Rambus's scheme is a personal act or an organization's decision. If it's the former, it's relatively fine. But if it's the latter, the higher Miss Justice's position in the psychological alchemy, the easier it is for her to encounter difficult decisions. Klein's thoughts raced as he returned to the question and answer game. He deliberated and asked, "Is there anything else you wish to say?" If it were anyone else asking such a question, Klein believed that Rhodes would definitely strike him with lightning or use other malicious means to tease him. However, he believed that the supreme ruler above the spirit world had the right to ask such a question. It could be considered an opportunity to test Rhodes's bottom line. On the full-body mirror surface, the silver light warped and transformed into new words without any delay. Great Master, as you expected, Amon has already arrived in Bakeland. As his avatar came, I was able to see it. What do you mean by as I expected? When did I ever expect it? Klein pricked up his brows. Got it. Alright, that's it for now. If I encounter any problems in the future, I'll use that transceiver to summon you. Yes, Master. Your humble and loyal servant, Rhodes, is on standby. Goodbye. On the mirror surface, a scribe waving his handkerchief appeared. Klein watched in silence until everything returned to normal. On the second day, which was Monday, he was already prepared to head to the southern continent. Apart from a suitcase that he had shown to others, which contained 2 sets of clothes, 500 pounds in cash, and some miscellaneous clothes, the remaining 12,125 pounds in cash and 87 gold coins were thrown above the grey fog. The reason why he was so careful was that Klein had a deep impression of his previous resurrection. If it wasn't for the hundreds of pounds Miss Justice had given him in his anonymous account, he didn't know how many days he would have spent on the streets. Perhaps he could only find a circus to be a clown or borrow some money from a particular gang leader. Seeing that it was almost 3 a.m, Klein entered the grey fog once again to prepare for this week's tarot. He had previously done a divination here and received the conclusion that unless they were in the same building, Blasphemer Amon wouldn't be able to discover the commotion caused by the members of the tarot being pulled into the mysterious space above the grey fog. Before long, dark red beams of light shot up from the interior of the ancient and majestic palace, forming blurry figures. It was confirmed that she would be restarting her psychology classes this week, which also meant that she would be resuming her contact with psychological alchemy. In a good mood, Audrey looked at the end of the long bronze table and stood up. She lifted her skirt and bowed. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Opposite her, the hanging man also stood up and bowed, but he had another problem on his mind. He had originally promised the world, German Sparrow, that he would give him the mystical item made from the ocean songster's Beyonder characteristic last week, but to his surprise, something had happened to the artisan, preventing him from delivering it in time. For this, Alger planned on explaining the reason to the world on the tarot before personally helping the artisan resolve the problem. After bowing and exchanging greetings, the hermit Xianxia was just about to speak when she saw Mr. Fool tap the edge of the long mottled table twice. The dull sound made the members of the tarot tense up. They didn't know what Mr. Fool was going to say or what he would say. But it's definitely something major. Something that's worthy of Mr. Fool emphasizing at the beginning must be something major. Justice, Audrey judged in her heart. The Fool Klein surveyed the area and smiled. Amon has recently arrived in Bakeland. Avatar. Amon? Blasphemer Amon? Son Derek suddenly had a not-so-pleasant memory come back to him. Be it Amon, who had parasitized the former exploration team captain and asked him if he was looking for him, or Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat and wrapped around his spirit body like a snake, they were all nightmares that he couldn't get rid of. After all, as a resident of the City of Silver, Derek had seen quite a number of terrifying monsters. There were only a few that made him feel uneasy and afraid just thinking about them. Amon has gone to the Bakeland where Miss Justice and Miss Magicians live? What does he want to do? What should I do? Sun suddenly felt nervous for his companions. Amon. This ancient king of angels has also returned to the real world? Indeed, a great revolution is about to come or is in the midst of it. The tides of the times are surging. The hanging man Alger's pupils constricted as he recalled what Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings had once said to him. Xianxia had similar thoughts as him. Due to the King of Angels' reappearance in the northern continent, she smelled the uneasiness as a phrase surfaced in her mind, the changing of an epoch, Amon. Angel of Time Amon. An ancient king of angels. Audrey trembled and felt worried as she looked at the confused and terrified Furs and Mr. Moon. She couldn't help but look at the end of the long bronze table and ask, "What's the matter?" She couldn't help but look at the end of the long bronze table and ask, "Honorable Mr. Fool, can I think of a way to inform the church of this matter? P.S. Please have a guaranteed monthly ticket. PS2. Toad has released a new book, Cleaving Through the Nine Firmaments with a Sword. He has returned to immortal fiction. As everyone knows, I like Toad's immortal fiction very much. I'll recommend it here. That kind of immortal aura is still very strong." Introduction. Before the whale swallows the sea, the sword aura is already unstoppable. The hero is still strong, the little sword immortal under the moon. This is a proper immortal fiction. As for Miss Justice's problem, Klein had already considered it. After all, it was his habit to hand troublesome problems to official organizations that could resolve them. However, Leonard and Pallas Zorost's reactions made him notice something amiss. Leonard was a red glove of the Nighthawks. He could have easily fabricated an informant to hand the information of Amon's arrival in Bakeland to the Church of Evernight, allowing the Archbishop and high-ranking deacons to decide on countermeasures and take action. This way, he wouldn't expose his problems while also eliminating any latent problems. Yet, he chose to use the mission as an excuse to leave. If there wasn't a reason behind this, Klein wouldn't believe it even if he used his toes to think. He suspected that informing the Church of Amon's matter would result in an unpredictable and bad outcome. Therefore, the Marauder Pathway Angel in Leonard's body rejected this plan. And he was one of the existences who understood Amon's various Beyonder powers the best. When you don't know what to do, there's no doubt that you should imitate an experienced person. Although there's a layer of gray fog separating us, and if anything were to happen, it would only end with Miss Justice, there's no need to take the risk. There aren't many tarot members to begin with. Every one of them needs to be cherished. The Fool Klein's thoughts flashed as he shook his head. He said in a calm tone with a slight smile, "Ignore him. Ignore him. Mr. Fool's attitude is like he's facing a wild dog. In his eyes, only a sequence zero true god is worthy of being treated seriously." that's right. The last time Sun was possessed by Amon's avatar, Mr. Fool easily completed the purification. As long as Amon doesn't appear in his true body, it wouldn't cause any major problems for him. The reason why Mr. Fool emphasized this matter at the beginning is likely to warn us to be careful. The hanging man Alger thought in awe and enlightenment. Audrey also understood the meaning behind "it's just a trivial matter." She suddenly made some connections. Is Mr. World German Sparrow temporarily leaving Bakelin to avoid Angel of Time Amon? To Mr. Fool, although he is still recovering his status, level, and strength bit by bit, it's not too difficult to finish off Amon's avatar. Previously, Sun's encounter is proof. Did he get his blessed to avoid Amon because he doesn't want to lure out the Angel of Time's true body? This will cause his secret revival plan to be destroyed? Yes, he just emphasized to warn us, worried that we might encounter Amon and make inappropriate reactions? Mr. Fool, Mr. himself is to remind us that we might encounter Amon. At this moment, Emlyn finally finished digesting the matter of the King of Angels, blasphemer Amon's appearance in Backland. Although he had always been arrogant, after many tarot gatherings, he knew what it meant to be a King of Angels. It meant that he was second only to the sanguine ancestor, Lilith, and only second to the true gods who stood at the top of the sequences. He was the strongest person in the real world. What was going to happen to Bakeland? When that happens, there will definitely be dead, injured, or sick people everywhere outside. I'll have to be busy under Father's orders again. Emlyn recalled his life after the Great Smog as his expression revealed a hint of fear, afraid that something like that would happen again. Magician's Furs also felt that the problem wasn't trivial. This was because if Angel of Time Amon really wanted to do something, it was very likely that he would cause widespread destruction. It wasn't something she could avoid by hiding at home. She took a silent breath and looked at the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, why did Amon send his avatar to Bakeland? Klein deliberated over his words and looked around with a smile. Looking for you. Looking for us? This sentence was like a bolt of lightning that struck Magician's Furs and company awake as they felt their spines go numb. Right on the heels of that, Audrey connected this answer to ignore him. She felt that Mr. Fool was like a boundless ocean, while a mere blasphemer Amon's avatar was equivalent to a rock. Throwing it down would only cause a splash, but it wouldn't affect him. Although Amon's avatar is here to find his tarot members, Mr. Fool said to ignore him. There's no need to care about him at all. Praise Mr. Fool. Audrey's heart, which had been tense for a moment, relaxed again. Emlyn, Magician's Furs, and son Derek also sensed similar thoughts. They either leaned back in their chairs, exhaled without hiding it, or praised Mr. Fool inwardly. Katlia hadn't experienced the matter of Amon's avatar possessing the son Derek. She had only heard a little of it during the subsequent exchanges, so she didn't know much about it. She didn't have a deep impression of it. However, based on the level of a King of Angels and Amon's search for the members of the Tarot Club, she felt a certain degree of worry. Why would a King of Angels like Amon target Tarot? He should have discovered our organization from the sun. What goal does he want to achieve, and what confidence does he have? He is targeting Mr. Fool? He can sense the abnormality related to this gray fog, but Mr. Fool said to ignore him. Does that mean that under normal circumstances, Amon wouldn't be able to tell who is a tarot member? Kings of Angels have appeared one after another. Is the fifth epoch coming to an end? The hanging man Alger thought of something else after his tense state was relieved. Back when he informed the Church of the storm of the problem in Bansi Harbor, the excuse he used was that he had heard someone mention it in a tavern. And that person was described according to blasphemer Amon's image. Thankfully, even if the Church were to encounter Amon, with their style of doing things, it's impossible for them to verify or question him. And no matter how Amon behaves, due to his identity, he will definitely be very suspicious in their eyes. He has to be suspected. Alger wasn't worried that he would be exposed because of such a small problem. He only felt that in the future, when involving high-level figures, especially angels and above, he had to be careful. He shouldn't use them as a shield. Hence, he warned himself inwardly. Although not every high-level figure could reach the level of any mention of it will be known, or possess similar powers, if he mentioned it too much, he might be pushed by fate to meet the corresponding person. After all, the higher one went, the deeper the connection with fate, Klein saw that the members of the tarot, especially the three in Bakeland, were already wary of Amon's avatar. They had also lost their rash thoughts and didn't plan on doing anything to the blasphemer. Calming down, he leaned back slightly and leisurely looked at everyone, indicating that he would leave the next segment to them. Katlia put away her worries about the current era, the northern and southern continents, and the 5 Cs as she looked at the end of the long bronze table. She looked at the end of the long bronze table and said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, there are 3 new diary pages this time." She clearly remembered that after the tarot gathering ended last Monday, she had immediately written to Queen Mystic about the meaning of the 2 Roselle articles. However, she only received a reply over the weekend. Inside were 3 new diary pages and a question that wasn't too long or short: where does his soul and spirit belong? Is it on that island, or deep in the cosmos? As Katlia repeatedly read this sentence, she seemed to sense that Queen Mystic's emotions had fluctuated when she wrote it. She wasn't as reserved as she usually was. With regards to this, she sighed silently based on her understanding of Queen Mystic Bernadette. In Queen Mystic's heart, Roselle the Great is really a knot that can't be untied. Is this the reason why she doesn't dare advance to sequence 2? Klein had no idea what Ma'am Hermit was thinking. He nodded and gestured for her to conjure a new Roselle diary page. Soon, the 3 yellowish-brown goatskin pages appeared in his palm. March 10th. Once again, I participated in the most ancient and most secret organization's gathering. After so many observations, I'm more and more puzzled about a question. What does it mean to conform to the trend of the times? Who sets the trend of the times? If it's really as they claim, when everything ends, the original creator will revive from the dead and awaken from his slumber, returning everything to himself, creating a new world and a new history, then there's no need for them to make the development of the times conform to the trend and expectations. Wouldn't it be faster to plan all sorts of schemes and instigate a war between the world, a war between angels, or even a war between deities? Wouldn't that allow them to achieve their goals faster? Or could it be said that the times themselves are a part of the original creator? Only when the times develop according to expectations can he draw power from it and revive? This isn't scientific. Of course, what I'm seeing and participating in isn't scientific at all. Actually, according to my thoughts, why would they want to revive a creator who stands above everyone else? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to go through the motions and enjoy themselves, being free and unrestrained? According to my observations, there are quite a number of members here who share similar views to mine. However, there are also some who are stubborn and inflexible, strictly adhering to their ideals. I'm not sure if they should be called idealists or fanatical cultists. What I can't see through the most is that mysterious leader. Old Mr. Hermes told me that this organization was first established by him, probably by him, and others who share the same beliefs and goals. However, he seldom expresses his thoughts. He never stops many members from using the organization to do their own things. Sometimes, I even forget about his existence. He seems to enjoy sitting there and silently watching everyone talk. But on one matter, I've witnessed his authority. A high-sequence beyonder who went against what they called the trend of the times was pushed by him to become a target of elimination in just 30 seconds. And I believe that the poor fellow won't live to see this summer. Who is he? Some remnant ancient god from the second epoch? Roselle used 2 question marks at the end to express his strong doubts. This was a method he rarely used. Klein suspected that this had become the standard for Queen Mystic Bernadette to choose her diary. The mysterious leader of the Twilight Hermit Order likes to sit there and silently watch everyone converse. Once he wants to do something, he will quickly reach a consensus. This really matches the characteristics of the spectator pathway. I'm increasingly convinced that he is Amon's brother, another son of the creator, Adam. In the later stages of the Emperor's life, he will likely be able to make a similar judgment after learning quite a number of secrets from Mr. Dorr. As Klein compared the diary's description with his own understanding of the situation and guesses, he moved his gaze down to read the rest of the page. March 11th. The more I think about what happened yesterday, the more terrifying I find it. A demigod's fate was decided in just a few words. He didn't even have the chance to express his objections. And the composition of that ancient secret organization makes me believe that apart from dealing with the churches of the 7 Orthodox deities, there's nothing they can't do. Even overthrowing a country isn't impossible. I'm really glad that I was pulled into this organization. Otherwise, I might one day encounter a baffling assassination attempt that I can't resist, dying with everlasting regrets. This kind of organization that hides behind the scenes and secretly judges others, deciding the life and death of its targets. Just the thought of it is unacceptable. Even though I'm one of them, I'm still a little apprehensive and horrified. This world is much more dangerous than Earth. Perhaps it's because one is born with higher spirituality. Perhaps it's because one has read an ancient manual. Perhaps it's because one is doing business on a normal ship. Perhaps it's because one has taken a fancy to a beautiful girl. Perhaps it's because one loves traveling and enters a particular castle. Perhaps it's because one is woken up by the sounds of fighting next door in the middle of the night. Perhaps it's because one has invented something meaningful. And this is one of the motivations for me to improve and work hard to advance so that I can control my own fate. I'll definitely succeed. I'm the protagonist of this era. Smile. March 12th. I feel that there's a need to take the initiative to seek out and gather information about the fourth epoch, third epoch, and even the second epoch. My experience of participating in that ancient secret organization tells me that there might be countless secrets hidden in it, the kind that will affect the direction of the current epoch. It's a pity that such information is so rare that it makes one's hair stand on end. It's either collected by the church or destroyed. I feel that it's very difficult to gain anything just by relying on my subordinates. The best way is to raise my sequence and obtain a higher position and greater authority within the church. From this diary page, it's obvious that the connection between the Emperor and Mr. Dorr was established a long time after he joined the Twilight Hermit Order. Perhaps he was already a high sequence beyonder, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand Mr. Dorr's ravings. Compared to the Emperor, it's much easier for me to explore history. There's his diary in the fourth epoch, and there's the City of Silver in the second epoch. From time to time, I'll encounter evil spirits formed from the remnant souls of kings of angels. From the middle stages, the Emperor's Chunibu seems to have improved a lot. Klein flipped to the second diary page in a relaxed manner. May 18th. I've been having nightmares recently. I dream that I'm wearing silver-gray ancient armor and sitting on the edge of a cliff. In front of me is a surging black fog with no bottom to be seen. It's filled with depravity and evil. Just looking at it will affect me. In the end, while monitoring the abyss, pitch-black complicated patterns grew on my face. My skin became hard, and there was a viscous liquid flowing on the surface. My eyes completely lost their rationality. This is the reflection of the abyss. This is the reflection of the abyss I saw and attempted to enter last month. As the nightmares become more frequent, I realize that it's easier for me to have extreme thoughts. Usually, it's just the anger of a beating, but it might lead to thoughts of dismembering a target. Also, dark red lumps are growing on my back. My body temperature is gradually dropping. Has this been corroded by the abyss? I have to think of a way to confirm and resolve it. I can't find the church for the time being, otherwise, I'll have no choice but to reveal the existence of that primitive island and the abyss. Yes, I can find the priests and bishops of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. They should be better at purification. 19th May. Through my connections, I received a secret treatment. I felt a lot more relaxed, and all the abnormalities from before were improving. Amidst my joy, I was also thinking of a problem. I only explored the periphery of the abyss and didn't come into contact with any high-level devils. I even had some items on the Black King's throne to resist the corrosion, but I was unknowingly affected and showed signs of degeneration. The Beyonders of the criminal pathway have to make sacrifices to high-level devils from time to time, so the corrosion they suffer is definitely more serious. After a long period of accumulation, it's likely that there's no way to treat it. Similarly, high-sequence Beyonders, especially angels, should be able to actively influence low- and mid-sequence Beyonders of the same pathway. Furthermore, due to the difference in levels, there's a corresponding range restriction. Once I become a true god, I'll likely be able to communicate with the entire world and the entire spirit world without any obstructions. Thinking about it in depth, wouldn't I be affected by the god of craftsmanship? No, I should call it the god of steam and machinery to a certain extent. This is a little terrifying. It seems that only by becoming a demigod can I escape from it. Fortunately, since the fifth epoch, there haven't been any examples of true gods leaving the astral world and descending to the land. Compared to pathways without true gods, the problem isn't that serious. May 20th. After being dispirited for a period of time, I've returned to society. *CK, those bastards privately mocked me for not going out recently because I had too much fun in the past, causing my body to become weak. Just because I always had nightmares and couldn't sleep well, resulting in more obvious dark circles under my eyes? I want to let them know what it means to be extraordinarily talented. I wonder what the influence of an angel on a low and mid-sequence beyonder of the same pathway will be like. The transmission of ravings over a long distance? Active attraction of characteristics? No matter where, as long as the other party recites their honorific name, there will be a response from godhood? When they meet, the direct erosion or deprivation of beyonder characteristics? If all of these are present, that would be equivalent to a lesser deity. It's no wonder angels are called subsidiary gods in the second epoch. Klein's thoughts raced as he flipped the piece of paper in his hand and began reading the last page of the diary. October 12th. Edwards came to tell me that one of his knights had chanced upon a strange chapel that might be related to the worship of faith before the fourth epoch. This piqued my interest, and I immediately rushed to this small city called Beimang. October 13th. Beimang is a small city built on a mountain. All the houses have protruding domes, making it look like they're wearing a white straw hat. It's very unique. Walking up the street and walking up several flights of stairs, I finally found the strange chapel. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary residence. There's nothing special about it until I walk in. There's only one priest here. He's a genial and reserved middle-aged man. He wears a simple white robe and has a pale golden beard that nearly covers the lower half of his face. He has a pair of light-colored eyes that are as clear as a child's. He claims that this is the Creator's temple. Any creature of any race, any believer of any deity, can enter. When I heard him mention this, I recalled a question I had previously. Apart from the 7 orthodox gods, the other faiths are viewed as pagans. It's impossible for them to build a chapel openly, except for the original Creator. However, no corresponding churches have ever been born. Even cathedrals are extremely rare. In front of the chapel, there's a simple shrine. There's a man carrying a cross inside. This should be the so-called statue of the Creator. I sat in the front pew and chatted with the priest. He told me many different stories. He said that when humans were just born, the ones who ruled the sky, land, and sea were all kinds of crazy and bloodthirsty monsters. They were the source of the later races of dragons, giants, elves, and so on. These monsters flaunted their desires and wreaked havoc everywhere. It seemed like it wouldn't take long for them to destroy the entire world. At that moment, the Creator awoke and took back the specialness and strength he had bestowed upon them to humans. After that, he fell into a deep slumber again and left behind a prophecy. When madness, cruelty, greed, indulgence, coldness, and bloodthirst once again flood the land, he will awaken and take back everything. As he spoke, the priest gripped the pendant of the cross on his chest and silently prayed. Such a myth is completely different from the ones in the church's canon. There are many things worth pondering over. Interesting. October 15th. It's been a day since I returned to Trier. Only then did I realize that I hadn't asked for the priest's name. Forget it. There's still a chance in the future. My sixth sense as a man tells me that I'll definitely go to that chapel again. Isn't this an abridged version of the City of Silver's myth? The period from the end of the second epoch to the beginning of the third epoch. That priest seems to know quite a bit, or rather, the organization that has passed down the corresponding myths from generation to generation knows quite a bit. With a thought, the diary in Klein's hand vanished. Then, he looked up at Ma'am Hermit. Speak. Katlia immediately lowered her head. Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to know where Roselle the Great's soul and spirit belong. Is it on that island, or deep in the cosmos? That island? The primitive island that caused Grimm's death and the Emperor's astonishment? From the looks of it, the Emperor placed great importance on that island in his later years. Even Queen Mystic Bernadette had noticed it. What does deep in the cosmos mean? Astral world? Or other planets? There are many aspects of the emperor's performance that transcends the times, so his daughter suspects him of being an alien? Although this is a little ridiculous, it's very logical. After all, many studies have proven that this is a planet, and the sun is a star. Beyond this is the boundless universe and countless star systems. How should I answer? I can't directly tell her about transmigration, but I can't not say anything either. Klein pondered for a moment before shaking his head with a smile. Neither. Neither. The hermit Catlia ruminated over Mr. Fool's answer and suddenly didn't understand the true meaning of the question. She originally believed that the destination of Roselle the Great's mind and spirit would definitely involve philosophical or mysticism factors. For example, that island referred to the divine kingdom of the deity he believed in, and the depths of the cosmos implied the meaning of the astral world, symbolizing that Roselle the Great only believed in his superego, and his goal was to reach the divine throne. However, Mr. Fool indicated that it was neither. This also negated almost all possibilities, making it impossible for anyone to think of any other answer. Perhaps the Queen's question isn't what I understand, and Mr. Fool's answer points to another meaning. It doesn't matter if I can figure it out. I'm just a tool for them to communicate. Catlia sighed inwardly and bowed sincerely. Thank you for your answer. The other tarot members were even more at a loss when it came to this question and answer. Although they knew the antecedents and could understand the specific meaning of the mind and spirit's destination, they were completely unable to connect it to the island and the depths of the cosmos. Therefore, they had their own interpretations and guesses, but they felt that it was far from the correct answer. In the subconscious thoughts of magician's furs, that island might be the place where Roselle buried his most beloved woman. The depths of the cosmos meant that in his later years, the emperor had cast his gaze to the so-called Sea of Stars. Audrey, on the other hand, believed that the island was an island of self-consciousness at the psychological level. The part above the sea was the conscious, and the part at the bottom of the sea was the subconscious. As for the starry sky, it referred to the spiritual sky and the astral world. Therefore, the corresponding question became whether Emperor Roselle believed in himself, deities, or pure nature. From this angle, the answer given by Mr. Fool was rather strange. It was as though he was saying that Roselle the Great didn't believe in anything, including himself. I seem to have misunderstood. But if that's the case, the Roselle the Great mentioned by Mr. Fool might seem contradictory, but he's actually hiding some deep secret. Or could it be that in his later years, he saw through life and considered the essence of the universe, the world, deities, and humans, becoming a pessimist and nihilist? Audrey thought with interest, as if she was training her own ability. The hanging man Alger's thoughts were similar to Catlia's. After some consideration, Emlyn felt that he had no clue and decisively gave up on his speculation. Son Derek had no interest in Roselle the Great, but he didn't break the silence. He kept thinking about what he wanted to communicate with. Finally, the fool, who was shrouded in the grey fog, chuckled. You may begin. The hanging man Alger immediately looked at the world German sparrow at the end of the long bronze table. He deliberated over his words and said, Sorry, that mystical item of yours might have to wait a while longer. Without waiting for him to speak, he quickly gave an explanation. That artisan has strangely contracted an illness, and there are suspicious snoopers around, so there's a delay. I'll personally make a trip over to see if I can resolve his problem and allow him to recover as soon as possible. I'll strive to create the mystical item you need in 2 weeks. He spoke very sincerely and expressed his apologies and how much he valued the matter, but in his description, he had secretly pushed all the blame to the artisan. It was as though he was saying to the world, if you're really unhappy, I'll help you teach him a lesson. If that's not enough, I can even give you the exact address and get you to visit him personally. That artisan is in trouble. Mr. the Hanging Man still places a lot of importance on him. Yes, there are very few artisans who aren't official, or should I say, are willing to accept orders of unknown origins. I should try my best to protect this one. Klein pondered for a moment and made the fake world reply hoarsely. I agree to this delay, but there won't be a next time. He spoke calmly, but it left the hanging man, Alger, alarmed. He seemed to sense the killing intent in the world's German sparrow. Thank you for your understanding, he said with a composed expression. When Catlia, who was listening to their conversation, saw this, she looked at the hanged man and curled the corners of her mouth. She nudged her glasses and took the initiative to speak. She nudged her glasses and said, "If you can't resolve that problem, I can help." From her point of view, if the problem wasn't serious, she could even do it for free. After all, this meant that she could bypass the hanging man and directly establish contact with the artisan. How could Alger not understand the true intentions of the pirate admiral, the hermit? All he felt was that the other party was displaying a powerful aggressiveness. That made him feel a certain degree of pressure. He paused and replied without batting an eyelid, "That's not the case." He paused and replied without batting an eyelid, "Then, I'll thank you for your kindness in advance on his behalf." On the one hand, he expressed his close relationship with the artisan, and on the other hand, he didn't directly reject it. He had left himself a way out. Compared to being troubled by German Sparrow, sacrificing some benefits wasn't unacceptable. The hermit Xianxia didn't harp on this matter as she turned to look at the world's German Sparrow. "Are you satisfied with the intelligence on West Balam?" Last Thursday, she had already gathered and organized the intelligence on West Balam that German Sparrow needed. With the help of the strange messenger, she had handed it over to him. She was filled with fear towards Mr. Fool. As long as she had any other means, she wasn't willing to disturb this existence. "It cost me £300. If it's not up to standard, I'll return it on the spot." Klein mumbled, making the world's German Sparrow terse as an answer. Then, the fake person cast his gaze at Miss Magician's. Furs immediately felt uncomfortable, as though she was a mouse being stared at by a cat. She couldn't help but wonder if she had done something wrong again. Could it be that when I was communicating with Zio, he heard my description of Don Dante's, slander? Or is he displeased that I didn't refund him? Furs didn't think about how many days had passed since the bodyguard mission. She asked in a trembling voice, "What's wrong?" She asked in a trembling voice, "Mr. World, is something the matter?" The world's German Sparrow nodded. "A commission. To obtain information on the spirit world's Calderon City from the House of Abraham. The most important thing is to locate it." Calderon City. Why is the world suddenly searching for this mysterious spirit world city? Mr. Fool's instructions? This is a new segment in his revival plan? The hermit Xianxia had a certain level of understanding of Calderon City. At that moment, she was somewhat surprised. The other tarot members, including Magician's Furs, weren't sure what city the world's German Sparrow was looking for. All they could do was maintain their silence. Among them, Emlyn vaguely felt that he had heard of it somewhere, but he couldn't recall the exact details. 3 to 4 seconds later, the Magician's Furs forced a smile. "No problem. I'll help you ask. How much do you need?" The world's German Sparrow asked calmly. £1,000. No, £500. No, I still have to deduct the bodyguard fee. The Magician's Furs' mind raced as she finally quoted a price. £350. That's very cheap. Apart from the spirit world's 7 lights, only the House of Abraham has detailed information on Calderon City. To Miss Magicians, it's just asking about teacher. It's indeed simple and convenient. It's no wonder the price isn't high. Klein was first surprised before coming to a realization. He made the world nod gently. Deal. Having witnessed this transaction, Audrey noticed something interesting. Miss Magician seems to be very afraid of Mr. World. She's so afraid that it's a reflex. She had previously met Don Dantes, but she didn't know that he was German Sparrow. Furthermore, she had discovered something terrifying. I'll arrange for her and Zio to meet at Glaine's place this week. I'll see if I can get anything out of him. Audrey nodded indiscernibly in thought. At that moment, seeing that the world had nothing else to do, Emlyn anxiously turned his head to look at the sun. "Do you have the sequence 5 artificial vampire beyonder characteristic?" "I haven't accumulated enough merit points." Derek didn't feel ashamed this time. Instead, he felt that Mr. Moon was being too anxious. How could it be so easy to earn enough merit points for a sequence 5 beyonder characteristic? Emlyn turned his head back unhappily and suddenly recalled something. He hurriedly said to Miss Magicians, "There are clues to the ancient race cursed item and remnant spirituality. There are clues about the ancient vengeful spirit's cursed object and remnant spirituality. I'm waiting for the details. This might not be to directly give you the item, but to provide you with information. It'll tell you where there are ancient wraiths around Bakeland. Having said that, Emlyn thought for a moment. 300 pounds. That also means that I need to hunt that ancient wraith myself? In all sorts of mysticism rumors, this is a rather powerful monster. After hearing Mr. Moon's words, Furza's first reaction was to be placed in a difficult position. Her second reaction was to entrust the hunting mission to Mr. World. He would definitely be able to complete it quickly and smoothly. However, when she thought of how the cost of hiring Mr. World would definitely exceed the ancient wraith's value, she felt that it was better to give it a try herself. Once Zio becomes an interrogator, the two of us will likely have a higher chance. Besides, I still have Laminos Travels. In it, I have the demigod-level tornado and angel's embrace, as well as many strange Beyonder powers. Beneath high-sequence Beyonders, they're almost divine artifacts. I don't have much actual combat experience. Most of the time, I'm only escaping. This can be considered an opportunity. Magician's Furs quickly made up her mind. She said to Emlyn, "Deal." After confirming other matters, the transaction segment came to an end. Klein made German Sparrow, the World, look around before Mr. the Hanging Man did. "I've done a preliminary investigation of Quarren's suicide in Bakeland. P.S. Seeking monthly votes. Lord of the Mysteries. The person who was most interested in Quarren's suicide was none other than Justice Audrey." However, she had long noticed that Magician's Furs was curious about this matter. Hence, she didn't ask anything and maintained her sitting posture, patiently waiting for the best-selling author to speak. In just a second or two, Furs looked at the edge of the table in front of the World German Sparrow and said after some deliberation, "That's not the case." She deliberated and said, "What's the truth?" Klein had already rehearsed how to describe it in his mind. Without any hesitation, he made the World say, "The mastermind behind this is very likely the royal family's consultant, Vin Rambus." The mastermind might very well be the royal family's consultant, Vin Rambus. He likely has another identity, a counselor of the psychology alchemists. When she heard the first half of the sentence, the image of a genial elder naturally surfaced in Audrey's mind. This gentleman was from a noble family and had graduated from the University of Perth. He had profound knowledge and outstanding views, and he had been a consultant to the royal family for more than 10 years. He was widely recognized as a scholar, a good man, and a gentleman. Audrey had previously suspected that Quarren's suicide might have been a result of the royal family's influence, but she never expected that the mastermind would be the gentle, kind, and humorous Vin Rambus. When the World, German Sparrow, revealed the gentleman's other identity, she could no longer contain her shock and surprise. Vin Rambus is a Beyonder? A counselor of the Psychological Alchemy Board. This also means that he might be a demigod. I've seen him many times, but I've never thought that he would be related to the mysterious World. I've always believed that he was a pure scholar, a scholar with broad horizons, and if Mr. World's investigations weren't misguided, it's really hard for me to imagine that Vin Rambus, who is known to be willing to help others, would be so indifferent to a life. He would coldly cause a child to lose his father, a wife to lose her husband, and parents to lose their son. He usually acts so cultured and loving. Politics is dirtier than I imagined. Same goes for the royal family. Speaking of which, I've never met a counselor of the Psychological Alchemy Board, nor have I come into contact with their upper echelons. I never expected that this secret organization isn't much different from cults like the Aurora Order or the Charismatic Order. It's still better for us, Tarot. Mr. Fool is always stopping or destroying the plans of evil gods and devils. As Audrey's thoughts raced, the hanging man Alger acutely caught the scent of gunpowder hidden in Bakeland's politics. He felt that the various factions were entangled, and there were many secrets mixed together, forming a huge barrel of dynamite that could explode at any moment. The nobles, the royal family, the Church of the Storm, the Church of Evernight, the Church of Steam, the newly rich, the commoners on the edge of a cliff, the lowest class living miserable lives. The change of the times is so obvious that I actually didn't realize it clearly before. I simply believed from the Zillings's words and the evidence he provided that an era in which the old gods are gone and new gods are emerging. The tides of history are surging and irreversible. Amidst Alger's silent sigh, he seemed to see the towering Gothic bell tower and the bell of order hanging on it. And around this famous object, air currents formed and the light dimmed, as though a storm was brewing. In a daze, Alger suddenly had another thought: the ones emerging might not be new gods. Perhaps there are ancient gods that have returned from an even more distant era. He instinctively glanced at the end of the long bronze table before quickly retracting his gaze. His heart was in turmoil, and he found it difficult to calm down. At this moment, he inexplicably felt that his previous ambitions and goals were too small. He only wanted to become the Archbishop of the Church of the Storm and become a saint. He wanted to have the right to speak in the entire world and secretly direct many things. Since the old gods are gone and new gods are emerging, and Mr. Fool is returning to his throne in the astral world, why can't I consider becoming an angel? Only at this level can I complete a qualitative change in my life form and live for a long time. Only then can I stand above all living beings and lead a large organization, controlling the power at the level of the world. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the hanging man Alger trembled in a way that others couldn't detect. His heart spewed out excitement. Catlia made the connection to Queen Mystic's whereabouts in the past 2 months. She felt that she had spent most of her time in Bakeland. Is there really something that's going to happen in Bakeland? When I write this letter, I can try asking and see what the Queen will answer. Catlia nudged the thick glasses on her nose bridge and glanced at Miss Justice and the other members of Bakeland. Magician's Furs knew some of the details of Quarren's suicide. She knew that the victim had acted on his own the entire time and wasn't controlled. She also knew that the witnesses firmly believed that all of this was caused by Don Dantes. The comparison between this and the actual situation made her feel a strong fear towards the counselor of the psychology alchemists. She didn't want to one day discover that her thoughts and preferences were instilled into her by someone else. How is this different from a puppet? Mid and high sequence beyonders of the spectator pathway are truly terrifying. However, this is good writing material. In the field of psychology, there's hypnosis to begin with. In my next book, I want to write about a sick female lead who falls in love with a gentleman and uses hypnosis to make him fall in love with her. At the end, she realizes that the gentleman is a master hypnotist. Furs opened her mouth before closing it again. She didn't ask anything about Vin Rambus because she didn't know this royal family consultant. The main reason why Klein shared the matter regarding Vin Rambus was to remind Miss Justice to be careful and wary of this psychological alchemy counselor. At that moment, seeing that his goal had been accomplished, he said, "There's one more thing. Help me keep an eye on Conas Kilgore. He's the deputy director of MI9. On the surface, he's only a sequence 5, but in fact, he's a demigod of the Black Emperor pathway. He has rather strong spiritual perception and is very sensitive to the gazes of others." Conas Kilgore. Audrey repeated the name inwardly and realized that she didn't have any impression of this gentleman. Either I don't have much interaction with his social circle, and even if I happen to bump into him, I'll only nod and not ask who he is, or he keeps a very low profile and doesn't often attend such gatherings. If there's a chance, I'll ask Kantz. He's from MI9, so he definitely knows this superior. Audrey wasn't too surprised that Conas claimed to be a sequence 5, but in fact, he was a demigod. From her point of view, it was common for intelligence agencies to have such situations. The hanging man Alger and Catlia had more or less heard of Conas Kilgore, a high-ranking member of MI9, but they lacked a deeper understanding of him. At that moment, all they could do was update the information in their minds, reminding themselves to be especially careful when encountering matters related to him in the future. Seeing that Mr. World had nothing to share, Sun didn't wait for Mr. the Hanging Man to ask. He took the initiative to say, "I've made a new friend." He paused for a moment before getting to the main point. The area he patrols includes the former chief's mausoleum. He told me that the 6-member council hasn't opened the door that leads underground. However, in the cracks in the outer layer of the mausoleum, there are dense and strange plants growing out. They look like human hair. The 6-member council has 3 demigods. Even if some of them are out exploring and aren't in the City of Silver, the other 3 are likely to wield a powerful sealed artifact or graze evil spirits. They have strength close to that of a demigod. They've worked together for so many days, but they haven't managed to open the former chief's mausoleum. This means that there's a huge problem. Also, what's the reason for the plants that look like human hair? Questions surfaced in Klein's mind as he waited for Mr. the Hanging Man to ask Little Sunday. He knew that the other party would definitely ask. After listening quietly, the hanging man Alger frowned slightly before relaxing his brows. He deliberated and said, "Apart from this, are there any other abnormalities?" He deliberated and said, "Is the person in charge of opening the mausoleum that shepherd Elder Lovia?" "It's not only her. The chief is there as well, as are the other two elders," Sun replied seriously. "There's nothing abnormal about the rest for the time being." Alger nodded and said, "Very good. Maintain the state and establish contact with more people. Pay close attention to the changes in the mausoleum." Having been praised, Derek hurriedly nodded. After exchanging some other matters, the gathering naturally turned into a learning session. Magician's Furs originally wanted to ask what the pharaoh mummy could be used for, but after glancing at the world German sparrow, she shut her mouth. After the gathering ended, Klein, who had returned to the real world, turned on the tap, washed his face and palms, and patiently waited for night to fall. When the time came, he would take a military airship to Desi Bay. Southern continent, Barents Harbor. As the Golden Dream was cruising south of the Fog Sea, it didn't take Donas a few days to arrive at the northernmost port of West Balam. He wore a dark-colored cloak and carried a suitcase. He wore the sun brooch on the inside of his clothes, and he carried an iron-black boxing glove. He was sweating profusely as he walked along the docks road. He felt like he was armed to the teeth, and he was much stronger than before. After leaving the dock, Donas looked around and reached out to stop a carriage. The carriage driver looked at him and spat out a series of words, %# at and asterisk, "What is he saying?" Donas looked at him blankly. After a few seconds, he recalled something. He didn't understand the local Dutanese at all, and back when he came to West Balam, he didn't need to worry about not being able to understand because of his captain, a linguistic expert, leading him. Donas opened his mouth and subconsciously spat out a word in Intis. Hotel. The air seemed to instantly freeze. Donas looked at the carriage driver's dark brown skin, coarse and messy black hair, relatively soft facial features, and the same blank expression. He silently exhaled, resigned to his bad luck, carried his luggage, and walked to the other end of the street. T. I actually encountered a carriage driver who doesn't know Intis. Shouldn't he know a few words from the northern continent if he's ferrying passengers near the dock? There are so many Intis, Rouen, and Faysation people coming and going here. As Donas mumbled, he looked ahead, searching for passers-by who looked like they came from the northern continent or had the corresponding bloodline. He could then successfully check into the hotel and fill his stomach. According to what he knew, there were quite a number of Intis immigrants in Barents Harbor. There were also some Rouen, Faysation, and Fainapotter people. As long as he encountered one or two, communication wouldn't be a problem. However, Donas felt that all of this was under the premise that he didn't faint from heatstroke during his search. This T weather. He looked up at the blue sky, the white clouds, and the not-so-blazing sun. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and cursed with a slightly warped expression. Despite cursing, Donas knew very well that the temperature in the southern continent was moderate in this season, even a little on the low side. The reason why he was feeling so hot was because he was wearing the sun brooch. However, having just arrived here, he didn't dare take off the brooch and stuff it into his luggage. If he were to accidentally lose this item, he could imagine the cold and crazy look in German Sparrow's eyes. A few people from the northern continent, any country would do. I'm a great pirate who knows many languages. Donas kept muttering as his mind was filled with iced beer and the icebergs floating in the ocean. As he muttered, he suddenly raised his hand to rub his eyes. He finally saw a fellow who was clearly of northern continent descent. Moreover, it seemed like it was someone he knew. Diagonally in front of Danitz, at the end of the street illuminated by the warm sunlight, a young man with short blonde hair was leaning against the wall, playing a silver harmonica. He had a pair of green eyes, and he wore a white shirt with the top two buttons unbuttoned, a completely open black vest, and dark-colored trousers. He wore a lone black glove. He was none other than the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea, Anderson Hood. What a coincidence. This fellow actually came to West Balam. Donas was delighted, feeling as though he had finally found a piece of driftwood in a sea of people. Without the time to recall Anderson's performance on the Golden Dream, he went over and greeted him with the standard tone of a hunter. What? You can't continue being a treasure hunter anymore, so you've started performing on the streets? He noticed that there was an upside-down hat in front of Anderson. There were 20 to 30 brass coins inside, a small number of which belonged to the Intis cop, and most of which belonged to the local trace. Trace meant copper in Intis language. Anderson stopped playing and shot a glance at Donna's. That's not my hat. I happened to be passing by and saw a hat on the ground without anyone noticing. I felt a little wistful, so I took out the harmonica and played it. To my surprise, quite a number of people were listening and threw some money into it. A boorish pirate like you probably doesn't understand the charm of music. It has no boundaries. Let me tell you, your captain especially likes it. Stop. Donna's forehead pricked up as he stopped Anderson's stray words and asked, "Why are you here?" Anderson held the harmonica in his hand and thought about it seriously. That's a good question. I don't know how I ended up in West Balham either. I can't remember what happened in the past 2 months. Donna's originally wanted to tell him to stop joking, but Anderson's serious expression made him believe him. He deliberated and asked, "You can't remember anything?" Anderson put away the silver harmonica and bent down to pick up the hat that had quite a number of coins on it. He flicked the dust and said, "My last memory is that I was in Byam. After I parted ways with German Sparrow, I seemed to be going to a prearranged place to meet someone. But when I woke up, I was in West Balham. Haha, don't worry about such things. It's good that I'm still alive. Ah, it's almost noon. Let's go find a place to eat. I heard that Baron's pork knuckles are especially famous." As he spoke, Anderson placed the hat and the coins inside beside the homeless man next door. Danitz was hot, hungry, and tired. When he heard that, he perked up. Upon hearing that, he said with a jolt, "You know Dudenese?" Anderson immediately scoffed. "Haven't you heard of the many adventures a treasure hunter like me has in West Balham?" "That's right. I was planning on asking you about West Balham. The situation here is chaotic and dangerous. If I could pull Anderson along, it would definitely be a lot safer. Furthermore, I would have an interpreter. I can't say that I hired him. I can't afford to pay him." Donna smiled. "Then I'm relieved. Let's go." He carried his luggage and went around to the side of the street with Anderson. They found a nearby restaurant and went in. Hearing the waiters babbling in the indigenous language and seeing the menu filled with unknown words, Donna's felt a headache coming on. "Come and see." As he spoke, he passed the menu to the Fog Sea's strongest hunter. Anderson didn't extend his hand and replied with a calm expression, "I don't understand either." "Didn't you say you know Dudenese?" Donna's blurted out in surprise. Anderson spread his hands. "I never said that. Does coming to West Balham in search of treasure have anything to do with knowing Dudenese? You don't know Dudenese, so how can you understand the words in the ancient temples and castles? How are we going to find the treasure?" Donna's expression became a little twisted again, and he couldn't help but speak faster. Anderson picked up the cup that the waiter had just set up and gulped down the water. "A problem that can be solved with a dictionary isn't considered a problem. Besides, can't I communicate with people from the southern continent just because I don't know Dudenese?" With that said, he turned to look at the waiter and said in Intis, "2 specialty pork knuckles." The waiter wore a blank look as he kept pointing at the menu. Anderson wasn't flustered at all. He calmly pressed his right hand to his nose and mimicked a pig's snort. The waiter was first taken aback before he revealed a look of enlightenment. Then, Anderson pointed at his knuckles and the Baron's icon on the menu, using his finger to gesture the number 2. *%yen hashtag the waiter spoke in accented Dudenese as he nodded repeatedly, indicating that he understood. As for Donna's, he was dumbfounded by the side. The waiter was first taken aback before he revealed a look of enlightenment. Then, Anderson pointed at his knuckles and the Baron's icon on the menu, using his finger to gesture the number 2. Anderson gestured with a few simple Dudenese words before finally completing his order. He turned to smile at Donna's. "Do you understand? In this world, the real universal language is body language." Donna's watched in a daze as the corners of his mouth twitched in response. The carriage drove out of Westboro and headed south at a fork in the road. Soon, it arrived at a military base. With Colonel Calvin's letter and a lieutenant leading the way, Klein successfully entered and arrived at a square paved with round earth. Parked there was a behemoth that was a combination of dark blue and pure white. The airship was dozens of meters long, and a sturdy and light alloy skeleton extended out from its body. It spread out and intersected with each other, supporting an airtight and waterproof cloth with an airbag. Below it were machine gun muzzles, projectile ports, and cannon ports. At this moment, the high-combustion steam engine had yet to hum, and the corresponding propellers had yet to spin. Everything appeared extremely silent. Klein handed his documents and identification to the officer standing guard by the gangway. After receiving permission, he carried his suitcase and boarded the airship. It was like a ship's cabin, divided into 3 levels. The top level had complicated machinery and a warehouse for storing goods. In the middle was a hall where buffets and dances could be held. Around the hall and on both sides of the passageway that led to the upper and lower levels were lounges. As for the lowest level, it was a machine gun room, ammunition room, cannons, and rooms for the soldiers. Passing by the guards with rifles, Klein followed the officer's instructions and found the corresponding lounge. He placed his luggage beside a sofa-like chair. Then, he picked up a glass of water on the table, walked to the window, and looked out at the scenery. Frankly speaking, although he knew a little about everything, he only knew a little. Therefore, he didn't understand the design principles of this latest model of airship. He didn't know how high it could fly or how much turbulence it would experience in midair. This made him a little uneasy. Before he set off, he had done a divination above the gray fog and received a revelation that he could arrive at his destination relatively smoothly. There seems to be a seatbelt. This world has been in the airship industry for many years, and it's relatively experienced in all aspects. Klein was just about to retract his gaze from the outside and admire the decorations in the room and the candlelight behind the hard glass cover when he suddenly saw a group of people approaching the airship numbered 1345. There were men and women, and they were basically wearing thin black windbreakers and red gloves. They carried suitcases of different sizes. Only one of them was wearing a mysterious spiritualist robe. She wore blue eyeshadow and blush. It was none other than Daly Simone. And behind this lady was the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell. Without anyone noticing, Leonard's footsteps suddenly slowed down. Following that, he raised his head and looked at the second level of the airship. His eyes reflected Don Dante's, who had white sideburns and deep blue eyes. He was wearing a formal suit and a bow tie. This gentleman stood behind a window and revealed a genial smile as he raised the cup in his hand. Leonard's expression froze for a moment before he returned to normal. He had already recalled that Don Dantes was working with the military, preparing to sell a batch of guns and cannons to West Balham. Therefore, although this gentleman's appearance on a military airship was surprising, it didn't seem out of place. The only problem was, he was heading to West Balham so soon. Amon's arrival had also given him a certain level of pressure. With a thought, Leonard turned his gaze level. Then, together with his teammates, they walked up the gangway to the second floor and entered a large lounge that belonged to them. Not long after the red gloves found their seats and sat down, a deep rumble, the whirring of the blades, and all kinds of scraping sounds sounded, causing the floor and walls to tremble slightly. The tremors gradually intensified and turned into a rocking motion. The airship rose up while swaying, bit by bit, it stabilized. Klein had already sat down and buckled his seatbelt. He looked around curiously, experiencing the feeling of flying that was different from the past. The takeoff wasn't very stable, and the altitude was rather low. But without encountering a hurricane, the turbulence was still fine. I wonder how it's done. Klein looked diagonally at the window in front of him. He had no intention of unbuckling his seatbelt or walking around. This wasn't a fear of heights, although he was a little afraid. He was temporarily wearing creeping hunger, allowing him to fly short distances and directly teleport, so he wasn't that afraid. He was only seriously acting as a desi tycoon who was riding an airship for the first time. At this moment, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered. He hurriedly tapped his molars and quickly activated his spirit vision. He then saw the colors around him intensify as they stacked together. He saw white bones spewing out from the ground like a fountain, forming a gigantic skeleton that was nearly 4 meters tall. The skeleton's eye sockets burned with pitch-black flames as it held a folded letter in its dangling hand. Mr. Aztec's messenger. He has finally recovered from his transformed state? Klein was pleasantly surprised as he stood up to receive the letter. But only when he felt the obstruction in his abdomen did he remember that he was buckling his seatbelt. When he reached out to undo it, the skeleton messenger crouched down and stuffed the paper into his palm. Klein was stunned for a moment. He raised his head and looked at the black flames burning in the other's eye sockets. He nodded slightly as a form of greeting. He could understand why the messenger didn't appear on the next level, only allowing the top half to penetrate the ground. This was because this was a military airship. Apart from the red gloves from before, there was a high chance that there were other Beyonders. They also had spiritual perception and a certain level of spirit vision, allowing them to barely sense the messenger's existence. However, I don't think it's polite to deliver a letter while squatting. I'd rather do what I did in the past. Klein muttered as he watched the messenger disintegrate into illusory bones that fell to the ground like a waterfall. In the large lounge, Daily Simone, who still liked to call herself a shaman, suddenly turned her head and looked at another room across the hall. She furrowed her brow slightly and narrowed her eyes. Daily retracted her gaze and said to the low-ranking officer who was serving as a waiter in the corner of the lounge, "Give me a cocktail, black rand and champagne, half and half." "This formula is very strange, ma'am." As the officer unbuckled his seatbelt and walked to the wine cabinet welded to the ground, he attempted to give a suggestion. Daly, who was wearing blue eyeshadow and blush, smiled. "I like to taste unique things." Having said that, she changed the topic and asked casually, "Apart from you and us, there seems to be someone else on this airship?" As the officer opened the wine cabinet, he replied, "Yes. A merchant. I think his name is Don Dantes. He has some cooperation with the Department of Defense." Don Dantes. Daly was taken aback as her eyes darted around. What kind of cooperation? To her right, Leonard Mitchell subconsciously adjusted his sitting posture. He switched from placing his right foot on his left leg to placing his left foot on his right leg. "I'm not sure," the officer replied with a shake of his head. "It seems to be using that gentleman's experience in the southern continent." Southern continent. Daly repeated the term in thought and didn't ask further. In the small lounge opposite, Klein had already unfolded the letter and was reading it seriously. It was indeed from Aztec Eggers. He indicated that his previous experience had allowed him to recover more of his memories. He had no choice but to sleep to digest and recover, so he wasn't able to reply in time. Klein truly relaxed as he shifted his gaze to the content at the back in a good mood. Aztec's description of the spirit world plunderer was, "This is a rather cunning and rare creature. It's very good at disguising itself, and it's not easy to find. One thing that can be used is that it's very aggressive. However, it's also very dangerous. Even if one has strength close to sequence 4, one has to be sufficiently careful. Otherwise, one might accidentally become its sole avatar. Its specific characteristics are, I'm not too sure, or perhaps I haven't recalled the areas where spirit world plunderers frequent. I suggest you pray to Red Light Ire Moria. He is very friendly to humans and is willing to answer similar questions. He also wields the corresponding authority. The key to the ritual is the correct honorific name and symbol. When you have clues to the spirit world plunderer, you can wait for a while. I might be able to provide some help. How can I do that?" Klein raised his right hand and pinched the sides of his mouth. He then flipped the paper and looked at the last page. "Similarly, I'll help you seal that glove again. It's not that I don't want to teach you the sealing method, but you probably won't be able to complete it. This requires the power of the underworld. At the very least, you need an undying to do it." "Alright, I should be free soon. I remember you talking about the Death God's ring. Mr. Aztec doesn't seem to have changed much. At least, I can't tell from the letter." Klein slowly exhaled. With a flick of his wrist, he ignited the paper in his hand, reducing it to ashes that fell into the dustbin welded to the ground. Although Aztec wasn't aware of the places where spirit world plunderers frequented, he could roughly determine that this descendant of death similarly didn't remember Calderon City. He could also vaguely guess that the mysterious spirit world city likely had nothing to do with the underworld. Otherwise, Mr. Aztec, who had long recovered his connection with the underworld, would have recalled certain details. However, he still planned on asking about Calderon City in his reply. No matter what, one should always have hope. Also, I should inform Mr. Azek that I've arrived in the southern continent. Klein seriously considered how he should reply to him. However, he didn't immediately take action, afraid that summoning the messenger would trigger the spiritual perception of the other Beyonders on the airship. As his eyes darted around, Klein looked out the window once again. He saw that the sky outside was dark and silent. Looking at the dark sky where the crimson moon was obscured by the clouds, Admiral of Stars Katlia retracted her gaze, raised her pen, and deliberated over her words. The answer to that question is that neither of the choices is right. She was a little puzzled at first. Why didn't the Queen directly ask what home referred to? Instead, she added two guesses. Wouldn't this easily result in the question not receiving an effective answer? Later, after some thought, she believed that the Queen was indeed more thoughtful than she was. As she was facing a secret existence suspected to be an ancient god, and as the number of diary pages she had provided added up to about 20 pages, with the corresponding answer being exchanged every time, just 3 diary pages, even if they were of high value, were unable to match the critical question of Roselle the Great's mind and spiritual home. The secret hidden within might be more important than a card of blasphemy. And Queen Mystic seems to be very persistent about this question. She isn't willing to switch to anything else. Therefore, she deliberately added 2 options, hoping to get an answer that could be eliminated or confirmed. In contrast, this lowers the value of the question. It happens to be in line with the principle of equivalent exchange. As Katlia's thoughts wandered, she recalled certain matters from the past. Back then, she was still young and was receiving instruction in various aspects. Queen Mystic would occasionally test her and tell her that during the process of answering, there were 3 opportunities to lower the difficulty. The first was to request to eliminate a wrong option, the second was to seek help from a designated person on the ship, and the third was to pray to one of the 7 lights in the spirit world to obtain the answer. Of course, the prerequisite was that she could complete the ritual herself. Clearly, Queen Mystic had chosen the first method to lower the difficulty. Did Queen Mystic have a similar experience when she was young? After eliminating the 2 wrong options, it's unknown how far she's from the correct answer. Katlia's expression unconsciously softened as she wrote, "According to the intelligence I've received, there's a storm brewing in Bakeland. I hope you're well." She didn't directly mention the deputy director of MI9 and the royal family's consultant. After all, this was information shared on the tarot. It wasn't like her own question, which had Mr. Fool's tacit approval, allowing her to directly inform Queen Mystic. After folding the letter, Katlia summoned Queen Mystic Bernadette's messenger. Baron's Harbor. Night had just fallen. Donnas and Anderson found a hotel run by Intis immigrants and experienced the convenience of language communication. After putting down his luggage, Donnas, who was wearing a cloak and boxing gloves, immediately went out and headed for the staircase. Anderson leaned against the opposite door and asked in amusement, "Is there anything else? Is there anything else?" Donnas immediately scoffed. "To buy a dictionary. This is much more reliable than your body language. In a few days, I might be able to grasp a few commonly used words." Anderson stroked his chin with his black-gloved left hand. "Your boxing glove was left behind by that giant, right? What are the negative effects?" Donnas blurted out, becoming rash in action. "My actions have become reckless. I always act first before thinking about problems." As he spoke, he fell silent. Frankly speaking, I was a little surprised to see the evaluation of tarot. I had thought that there would be people who would say that tarot had become repetitive and not interesting enough, but I didn't expect so many people to say it so vehemently. I had summarized the problem of tarot a long time ago, probably at the end of Book 2 and at the end of Book 3. Why not? Firstly, because it would cause time to be divided into small units of weeks, and the development of events would be fragmented, fixed, and programmed. Secondly, as an organization with weak members and a lack of cooperation, it would be an organization that could only hide on the surface. The communication between members would not be close enough, and the information that could be exchanged would gradually become insufficient. With Klein as the main body, unless most of the members' stories and experiences were turned into side stories within a week, instead of rotating them daily. But I believe I don't need to say more about what kind of reading experience this would create. Thirdly, as a conference. With deities, any comical or funny things on the surface could be vetoed with a single vote. It wouldn't be considered. Tarot didn't in the past, doesn't in the present, and won't in the future. Therefore, interesting points and reactions could only be concentrated in the mind. When the information content was insufficient, the program became more and more fixed, and there were no new members joining. Repetition and a certain degree of tedium were unavoidable. But wasn't this the normal state of a conference? If there was no communication in the mind, and it was all simple questions and answers and body movements, trust me, the conference would be 100 times more boring. That was why I had always said that most of the time, I would skip over tarot and would omit it. That was the reason. Then why should I write? When the information involves the growth of the members' mentality, changes in their thinking, and the shaping of their personalities, I had to write. If I added it after encountering a corresponding situation, it would definitely seem abrupt and not gentle enough, and the readers would be mentally unprepared. Actually, when I wrote the terms island and the depths of the stars, I was very satisfied and felt that it was very interesting. This was because it wasn't just from the perspective of personality, it also involved different experiences, knowledge, and emotional inclinations. It was very interesting. Furthermore, when a normal person knew that this was an important issue involving Roselle the Great and heard the corresponding content, how could they not try to understand and guess? It would be abnormal if they didn't do it. Derek was abnormal because he couldn't understand how important Roselle the Great was to outsiders. Also, starting from the tarot a long time ago, other than the most important information, I would try my best to only write 1 or 2 details at a time. At most, I would write 3 details at a time. I would skim over the rest. But no matter what, I still had to skim over it. Otherwise, the characters would fade away. As for whether or not their imaginations were exaggerated, the magicians were afraid because they had met Don Dantes and talked bad about him behind his back. Furthermore, when they were working together, the German sparrow had displayed his cleverness and craziness, so it was inevitable that they were afraid. In addition, they weren't sure what kind of hidden dangers the pharaoh mummy represented. Wasn't it normal for them to be curious about its use? The reason why they didn't ask later wasn't because they thought it was gossip. It was simply because they didn't want to pry into other people's secrets. Yeah, it was awkward to talk about it from God's perspective. The hanging man's fear stemmed from the difference in strength, as well as the other party's identity as a blessed. Just like in the workplace, if you offended the trusted aide of your leader, wouldn't you be worried about being kicked out of the company and left to fend for yourself? Sometimes, leaving blank space was charming, but if you didn't write it clearly, you would really be scolded badly. After all, the readers weren't here to read and comprehend. Just like this time, why did Bernadette ask such a question? Just think about the implied attitude and the comparison of their statuses, and you would understand the reason. Then, she was called a retard. Really, sometimes, it was really silly to be criticized. To be able to help Bernadette eliminate 2 wrong choices, I felt that Little's heart was already very soft. If the other party were to guess the truth, it would be troublesome. If I were to be colder, I could directly request for a different question, saying that the current diary didn't reflect it. Another time, I saw someone say that Audrey's character was too naive and childish. She was always pouting, which didn't match her character. I felt ashamed. I didn't think I'd written such a thing before. I quickly opened the documents and searched for the word pout one by one. In the end, I discovered that there was only one pouting in the entire text. It was Zio. As for Audrey, she only puffed her cheeks a few times. But even an adult would subconsciously do such a thing at times. At this point, after writing so much, I still have to sincerely apologize, because ultimately, it's my fault. I wasn't able to write clearly, which made it difficult for people to understand, and I wasn't able to make the writing more interesting. I wasn't able to reduce the repetition and monotony, which resulted in a poor reading experience. All of this is definitely the author's fault. It's the author's failure, and there's no reason or excuse for it. I have to sum up my experience and find a solution. Currently, there definitely won't be a tarot for a long period of time. This isn't something I've thought of now, but something I've been preparing for since the beginning. I'm ready to jump back to the timeline at any time. Yep, previously, because I was writing about Don Dantes, my daily life was rather dull. If I switched to another member, and it didn't have anything to do with Klein, it would directly dilute the main storyline, and the point of view would be very messy. This was the result of my previous experiments. When Klein came out, there would be something more exciting, and I would naturally be able to expand the plot of the other members. I had been suppressing Little Sun's progress for a long time. Going out to buy a dictionary at night in a city that's a little chaotic, and with the appearance of an intus patient. No, I can't keep wearing these boxing gloves. Donnas was stunned for a few seconds. He suddenly raised his hand, untied the boxing gloves, and tried to take them off. Halfway through his action, he suddenly paused and sized Anderson up. He glanced at the black glove on Anderson's left hand and laughed dryly as he put the glove back on. I believe that in the southern continent, in this place, the most important thing is still one's own strength. Donnas added with a fake smile. Anderson's expression didn't change as he continued stroking his chin. Then what are you going to do? Donnas pointed to the staircase. I plan to find the owner of the hotel and borrow his dictionary. I don't think he won't teach his children Dutonese. That's a train of thought, but even if you have a dictionary, you won't be able to learn it in a short period of time. Even if you're only able to grasp a few words, it's still quite difficult. After all, this is a different language system from the northern continent. Let me give you a solution. Your captain should have taught you some ritualistic magic in the domain of the god of knowledge and wisdom, right? Yes. Donnas nodded without thinking. Anderson clapped his hands. Then I can teach you a new ritualistic magic. By praying to the god of knowledge and wisdom, you will gain the ability to understand, recognize, and write Dutonese for a week. Donnas shook his head without hesitation. I believe in the Lord of Storms, not the god of knowledge and wisdom. The reason why some of the ritualistic magic from before was because of Captain. As he said this, he glanced at Anderson. Weren't you born in Senegal, grew up in Lemberg, and were classmates with the captain? Then, you should also be a believer of the god of knowledge and wisdom. Wouldn't it be more appropriate and effective for you to hold the ritual? Anderson shook his head and smiled. Although they are all believers, there are only a few who can truly receive a response. He pretended to think for a moment before saying, the best way is to ask the priests and bishops of the Church of Knowledge for help and ask them to make some amulets. I remember that there are a few missionaries from Lemberg in Baronsport. Why don't we pay them a visit tomorrow? Donnas was about to answer, but he suddenly put on a puzzled expression. I have a feeling that you seem to be plotting something. Anderson's expression froze. On the airship, Klein had his seatbelt fastened and a blanket draped over him. He was already fast asleep as he leaned against the back of his chair. At this time, it was dark outside the window, and the lights on the ground were sparse. The scenery seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually moving quickly. Everything seemed so peaceful and calm. After an unknown period of time, Klein suddenly woke up and stretched his neck. As he was wearing death knell, he had drunk quite a lot of water and was woken up by the swelling in his lower abdomen. Lifting the blanket and unbuckling his seatbelt, Klein covered his mouth and yawned. He walked out of the lounge and headed to the bathroom in the corner of the hall. After happily resolving the problem and washing his hands, he turned around and walked out of the bathroom. When he returned to the hall, he suddenly saw a figure. The figure stood in the dimly lit spot. She was wearing a black robe, blue eyeshadow, and blush. At a glance, she looked like a ghost that had floated out of a morgue. Mayim Daly. Without a doubt, Klein knew her as he immediately reacted in shock. Daly took a few steps forward and looked up at Don Dantes' face. Her gaze stopped at his eyes as she outlined a smile. Your eyes and bearing resemble a friend of mine, especially your eyes. Klein immediately pretended to be relieved as he laughed. Ma'am, if we were to switch genders, this would be a standard pickup line. Daly didn't move her gaze away as she chuckled. There's no need to switch. Gender doesn't change the definition of such behavior. If I were to speak to you like this any other time, it would mean that I'm really trying to trick you into bed, or even into a cathedral. However, I don't have such thoughts now. I walked over because your eyes do remind me of him. Conversing with Ma'am Daly is a little unbearable. I can't let her take the initiative. Otherwise, she might realize that Don Dantes isn't a playboy with a wide range of hobbies or an expert flirt. Instead, he's an inexperienced person who would feel uncomfortable in front of a charming woman. I have to take the initiative and lead the conversation. Klein's thoughts raced as he asked in a half-joking manner, "Ma'am, do you like that friend?" Daly was taken aback for a second as she pricked up her brows and lowered her head with a smile. "This isn't something that needs to be hidden. If only he could be like you, brave enough to take the initiative in front of women and know how to create an ambiguous atmosphere. If that's the case, we might even have a child. Unfortunately, he's a conservative person. When we chat, he only talks about business and experiences. When I give him a little hint or make some jokes that go too far, he'll be very uncomfortable and always find an excuse to leave. He looks old, his hair isn't well maintained, and his memory is poor. He even forgets my birthday. When I think of him, I get very angry. I can't wait to push him onto the bed and tie his hands to the railing at the head of the bed." Klein looked at the top of Daly's head with a gloomy gaze. He sighed and interrupted her words. "Madam, you talk too much." Daly raised her head and said with a smile no different from before, "I thought you were going to talk about this in depth." Klein laughed. "Then why didn't you put those thoughts into action? I can see that you are not a woman who only knows how to talk." Daly snorted. "Guess." Right on the heels of that, she nodded. "Thank you for not saying that I'm harassing you." As she spoke, she turned around and returned to the large lounge where the red gloves were. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up slightly as he shook his head and walked to his cabin. When she arrived at the entrance of the large lounge, Daly, whose gaze landed on the floor in front of her, suddenly saw a pair of leather shoes without straps. Her gaze moved up, and her eyes reflected the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell. Leonard looked at the lounge that Don Dantes had entered and said with a suppressed voice, "He has quite a number of secrets." "He has many secrets." "It's not that simple." Daly chuckled and nodded. "I know." With that said, she walked past Leonard Mitchell in a relaxed manner and walked into the large lounge. After walking a few meters, she slowed down and lowered her head slightly again. Leonard remained standing at the door, looking at the elongated shadows cast by the lights outside. He slowly and silently exhaled. In the small lounge, Klein stood by the door. He raised his right hand and rubbed his sun acupoints like a statue. "City of Silver, Berg household." Derek sat on the stool, munching on the bread made from black-faced grass powder as he seriously listed out the things he should have done but hadn't done recently. "I haven't gotten the information on Bizarro that Mr. World needs. I'm still lacking quite a bit of merit for a Sequence 5 Vampire Beyonder characteristic. I only have 3 friends, which isn't enough. There are only a few clues regarding the former chief's mausoleum." As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he filled his stomach, took off his shirt, and took out an open container made from stone. He used the sticky black liquid inside to smear the visible bruises on his body. Although black-faced grass was the only edible plant around the City of Silver, it wasn't the only type of plant. There were many types of them, and they were all strange. They relied on various abilities to survive and reproduce in an environment where there was only lightning and darkness without the sun. And one of the traditions of the City of Silver was to choose different plants and combine them with the corresponding organs of monsters to brew various ointments. This was very effective in treating most injuries and diseases, preventing most residents from losing their lives because of minor problems. This was a tradition formed by generations of demon hunters who constantly simplified and fixed the magical potions, holy ointments, and essential oils formulas they obtained through potions into products of lower levels. After applying the ointment, Derek took in the pungent stench and was about to put on his clothes when he suddenly heard knocking on the door. He instinctively tensed up. He picked up Thunder God's roar, the dark blue hammer that was wrapped in lightning, and carefully approached the door, prepared to kill any monsters that appeared from the darkness. "Who is it?" Derek asked in a deep voice. A slightly gruff voice came from outside. "Valir." At the same time, bright light illuminated the cracks in the door and the window. This was the power of a Dawn Paladin. Derek relaxed and opened the door to greet him. "Valir, aren't you going to lead a team on patrol today?" Valir was 2 meters tall, and he was Derek's new friend. He was also the friend he recognized the most. This was because he would often restrain his strength to a greater extent. He was someone who took good care of his companions. In addition, the closest patrolling area that included the former chief's mausoleum was Valier's team. Valier had brownish-yellow hair that was similar to Derek's. He had a thick beard, and his favorite activity was to fight with others. Upon hearing that, he smiled and said, "The 6-member council has just ordered our team to circle around the area where the former chief's mausoleum is located. And this is the last place left for our patrol mission. Let's go to the training ground and get some exercise." The 6-member council specially ordered the patrol team to circle around that area. They can open the door to the former chief's mausoleum today? I wonder what will happen. I hope that Elder Lovia isn't plotting something. Derek was alarmed as he suddenly thought of something, but he didn't know what he could do. Just as he hesitantly put on his clothes and prepared to head out to the training ground with Valier, a figure grew out from the shadows of the street and said, "Derek Berg, the chief wants you to meet him at the dome." Derek Berg, the chief wants you to meet him at the dome. At the top of the spire, in the room of the chief elder of the 6-member council. Colin Iliad had a tall figure by the standards of the City of Silver. He had messy, unkempt, grizzled hair, and there were many wrinkles on his face. The rest of his body didn't have any wrinkles, and there were old scars that were either twisted or deep. He was wearing a linen shirt and a brown coat. There was a belt with many small squares around his waist. His light blue eyes were deep and profound, as if they were full of stories. After Derek bowed, the demon hunter nodded slightly and pointed at the items on the table diagonally in front of him. "Remember them?" Derek looked over, and his gaze suddenly froze. His eyes reflected 2 translucent worms that were as thick as a child's fingers. Worm of time. There were worms of time with transparent rings. It was a worm of time that originated from Blasphemer Amon's avatar. "Yes." Derek was silent for a second before he answered instinctively, "Something left behind by Amon." Colin Iliad nodded indiscernibly. "One of them was even coughed out by you." Without waiting for Derek to speak, he slowly said, "You once said that when you're possessed by Amon, you're in a daze most of the time, like you're dreaming. You'll only wake up occasionally." Faced with the chief's gaze, Derek nodded repeatedly, indicating that he had indeed made such a description. Colin Iliad moved his gaze away and cast it outside the window. He looked down at the buildings not far away. "I don't think I told you what you did during that time. You've held 2 rituals, one with the elements of a secret contract, and the other like a sacrifice. You've received a certain response. Do you still remember what happened at that time?" "Indeed, when I requested Mr. Fool's help and used the secret deed ritual to purify Amon's avatar, I was also being monitored." Derek wasn't surprised by the chief's words. Under the guidance of the hanging man, he had long followed the experienced elders of the City of Silver, and it was impossible for them to let an abnormal person off. He had come to the conclusion that he had been monitored ever since he left the dungeon. Furthermore, during the sacrificial ritual, someone had appeared from the shadows to stop him, confirming his theory. "I don't have much of an impression." Derek pondered for a while before shaking his head. Colin, who was only looking out of the corner of his eye, turned around and sighed. "Think back carefully. These 2 worms left behind by Amon are very valuable materials. I have been looking for ways to use them. If I can secretly make something out of them, it will be a trump card that no one else knows about. It can play a key role at a critical moment. In the 2 rituals you experienced, there might be symbols, ancient incantations, and mysterious elements that can be used as reference. Think about it carefully." If it were in the past, Derek would have only been able to understand the chief superficially, but at this moment, he was able to slow down by a few seconds to translate the corresponding words into sentences that weren't directly expressed. "I know you still have a certain connection with Amon. We're about to open the former chief's mausoleum. I have to make additional preparations to prevent any accidents from happening, so as to prevent Lovia and company from harming the City of Silver's trump card. Quickly try to communicate and see if you can get any help. Or give me the details of the previous ritual so that I can figure it out myself. Mr. the Hanging Man is right. The higher one is in a high position, the more experience they have, and the more danger they face, the more accustomed they are to using hints to tactfully express their intentions, leaving room for both sides of the conversation." Derek suddenly felt like he had truly grasped a particular skill. Recalling that the chief's goal was to restrict Elder Lovia and the fallen creator that she represented, he felt that he needed to do something. However, he had no idea how to use a worm of time. All he could do was consider praying to Mr. Fool to see if he could receive any help. I will try my best to recall. I need a quiet room. Derek paused as he deliberated over his words. Colin Iliad seemed to be prepared as he raised his hand and pointed at the corridor. There are quite a number of empty rooms with open doors on the opposite side. Choose one yourself. Yes, Your Excellency. Derek bowed and left. He randomly found an empty room, locked the wooden door, and sat down. In a dark corner, his eyes glowed as he prayed softly. Desi Bay, Eskelson Harbor. Klein carried his luggage and left the airship along the gangway, preparing to take the military base's carriage to the city. As for Daly Simone, Leonard Mitchell, and the other Red Gloves, they were the first to disembark the airship. Klein was one of the last few, so he didn't meet them. After entering the city and finding a hotel to stay in, he was just about to lie down again to improve his listless state from last night's lack of sleep when he suddenly heard a series of illusory prayers. It sounds like Little Sun. Klein covered his mouth and yawned. He entered the narrow bathroom and took 4 steps counterclockwise with great difficulty before arriving above the gray fog. Just as he had expected, the shimmering ripples were the crimson star that symbolized Sunday. As his spirituality emanated outwards and touched it, Klein quickly figured out what Sun was praying for. The City of Silver's chief is asking Little Sun, no, he's asking what he thinks is Amon, how to use a worm of time charm. Thankfully, I previously had this problem and have long resolved it. However, using a worm of time to create a powerful charm that can temporarily switch fates requires praying to the Fool. Doesn't this directly expose that the person backing Little Sun isn't Amon, but another mysterious existence of unknown depths? Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his right index finger as he seriously considered how to respond. In less than a minute, he changed his train of thought and realized that his worries were meaningless. First of all, other than Shepherd Elder Lovia, who might have received a revelation from the true creator, no one in the City of Silver knew of Amon's exact situation. They only guessed that he might be one of the 8 kings of angels by the creator's side, the angel of time. Therefore, even if they knew of the Fool's existence, there was a high chance that they would believe that it was Amon's true body or the deity that Amon was currently serving. Secondly, the honorific name of the Fool was no longer a secret to the true creator, Blasphemer Amon, and Shepherd Elder Lovia. It didn't matter if more people in the City of Silver knew of it. Furthermore, the chief named Colin Iliad was only a demon hunter. Even if he had the honorific name of the Fool and had a grade 0 sealed artifact, he wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, even Blasphemer Amon and the true creator didn't knock on my door in the middle of the night. Finally, the chief of the 6-member council had long known that there was a problem with Little Sunday. Now, it was almost as if he had made it clear. As Klein's thoughts raced, he felt that he needed to be bolder. He might even be able to use this opportunity to develop a backer or two in the City of Silver, no, believers, so that Little Sun wouldn't have to struggle alone. Furthermore, I've made great progress compared to when I purified Amon's avatar. I've accumulated a deeper level of mysticism knowledge, and I wield the Sea God Scepter. I can draw more power from the mysterious space above the gray fog. I don't have to worry about making any mistakes when facing a sequence 4 demigod during the ritual. As long as I don't rashly pull people above the gray fog. Klein quickly made a decision. He turned the process of creating the Fate Siphon charm into a projection and threw it into the crimson star that symbolized Sunday. Knock. 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 The sound of knocking echoed in the chief's room at the top of the spire. And long before the sound was heard, Colin Iliad already knew that Derek Berg had opened the door and was walking in his direction. Come in. He turned around and faced the entrance. Derek pushed the door open and bowed. Your Excellency, I remember some blurry details. Colin Iliad nodded calmly. What are they? Using pure silver and mercury as the materials. Derek succinctly described the first part of the ritual and paused for a moment. Back then, I seemed to be muttering an honorific name, the Fool that doesn't belong to this era. Colin narrowed his eyes and suddenly interrupted him. The corresponding symbol is the one left on the candle? Yes, Derek answered frankly. The second part is the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. At this moment, Colin interrupted him again. You don't need any other ritual materials? There's no need for that. Derek nodded in surprise. Only then did he realize that the chief seemed to be deliberately interrupting him from chanting Mr. Fool's honorific name. Yes, our common language is Jotun, a language that can stir the powers of nature. If I were to directly chant the honorific name, it would definitely produce all sorts of unknown effects. It's because I know that Mr. Fool is a true deity and is trustworthy that I habitually recited it in one go, but the chief isn't aware of this. Derek continued in enlightenment. The third part, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Colin listened quietly, nodded slightly, and said, very good. Although I can't be sure if the content you recall can be of any help, it's still a considerable contribution. I'll get someone to increase your contribution. Go back, or go to the library to read for a while. Yes, Your Excellency. Seeing that there was nothing else, Derek silently heaved a sigh of relief and quickly left the room at the top of the spire. Colin Iliad watched him leave before walking to the chair behind the desk and sitting down. He cast his gaze at the two translucent ringed worms. Beside Little Worm was a notebook. On it was a drawing of a secret symbol formed by half a pupil-less eye and the other half of a contorted line. Colin's gaze didn't move for a long time as he seemed to turn into a stone statue. After a while, he slowly stood up and took out 3 candles. After putting down the candles, Colin Iliad found a piece of pure silver, picked up a carving knife beside him, and cut out a palm-sized charm carrier. Then, according to Derek Berg's description, he carved the secret symbol that symbolized the Fool on both sides of the silver piece. During the entire process, he was extremely fast. If there were a bystander, they definitely wouldn't be able to see his movements clearly. However, the final product was flawless, like a piece of art that had been slowly carved over several days. Immediately following that, Colin Iliad found a bottle of mercury and used his powerful spirituality to guide the liquid inside into the charm, filling all the patterns. He also prevented the mercury that was facing downwards from falling due to gravity. After repeating the process and making the second charm, Colin Iliad placed them in front of the candles and placed a worm with a transparent link on each of them. Compared to when he had just stood up in silence, Colin's every move appeared steady, calm, and firm. There was no longer any hesitation, just like when he faced the powerful monsters in the darkness. After preparing the ritual, he took 2 steps back, took down the swords that were hanging from the wall, and inserted them into the gap between the tiles at the door. As Colin closed his eyes and muttered, pure and thick light emerged from the surrounding void, enveloping the 2 swords with a feeling of holiness and glory. The light gathered more and more, slowly turning into flowing water. It flowed along the cracks between the tiles and walls, forming a cage that separated the inside and outside. As a senior demon hunter, Colin Iliad actually didn't want to do such defensive actions during a ritual. This was because there was a high chance of angering the target of his prayers, bringing about even more dangerous changes. However, he had to do it. He had to ensure that even if the ritual failed, even if the Fool was an existence filled with malice, even if he died in front of the altar, the entire City of Silver wouldn't suffer too much damage. Colin, the City of Silver's chief, was still rather confident in the defensive capabilities of this cage. This was because it came directly from a god-level sealed artifact, the crown worn by giant King Ormer. Proof of glory. This was one of the main reasons why the City of Silver was able to withstand the waves of monsters in the darkness in the Dark Ages. Seeing that all the preparations were complete, Colin Iliad used the desk as an altar. With pure spirituality, he created a holy and clean environment where no one could disturb him and lit the 3 candles. The dim yellow light swayed gently and reflected in his eyes. He lowered his head and sprinkled the plant powder and monster fur that Derek Berg had mentioned into the candlelight or ignited them into the cauldron to please the secret existence that he was about to pray to. Such activities weren't rare in the City of Silver. On the surface, there were sacrifices to the Creator, but from time to time, there would be residents who would be tempted by unknown existences during their patrols or explorations and hold all kinds of rituals. Most of the latter were passive, but a small number were active attempts. On the one hand, after serving the Creator for thousands of years without any response, the accumulated despair made some people have a mental breakdown. They were eager to grab onto something else to rely on. On the other hand, the 6-member council of the City of Silver had already reached a consensus many generations ago. The Creator, who had abandoned this land, might never return. Finding another way out had to be placed on the agenda. Unfortunately, such attempts had never had a third outcome apart from being ineffective and dying. And it was precisely because of this that no matter what difficulties they encountered, regardless of how many city-states they discovered that had been destroyed by an evil god, the City of Silver persisted in its exploration of the surrounding areas and places further away. And to Colin Iliad himself, the discovery of the outsider, Jack, had brought him an indescribable surprise and hope. His encounter in Afternoon Town, the king's conspiracy, and the clergy's prophecy made him feel a stronger sense of urgency. He no longer held any expectations for the Creator's return. With the combination of these two factors, coupled with Lovia and Derek's abnormalities, as well as the prophecy of the apocalypse, Colin Iliad, the chief of the 6-member council, a senior demigod, and a powerful demon hunter, had no choice but to attempt to dance on the edge of a blade. He had no choice but to consider making a deal with a hidden existence. Exhaling silently, Colin took a step back and recited with a voice that carried the vicissitudes of life, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, I pray to. You, pray for a mysterious power, pray for a gift from good luck, pray for you to turn the items on the altar into charms." As soon as Colin's mysterious and rhythmic voice fell, the altar in front of him suddenly became dark and deep, as if an indescribable divinity was diffusing from the candle flame in the middle. The candlelight suddenly grew larger, but it was unable to illuminate the surroundings. Instead, it made everything even more illusory. Countless transparent shadows of various shapes and sizes appeared, covering every inch of the place. Some were sparse, some were dense, some were dense. High above the illusory world and the countless figures, there were 7 pure lights of different colors, as though they contained infinite knowledge. And above the 7 pure lights was an endless grayish-white fog. It was an ancient palace that overlooked everything. Demon hunter Colin momentarily forgot about everything else as he focused on the scene on the altar. It was as though something that only existed in books and ancient tomes had crossed the barrier between illusion and reality to truly appear in front of him. If he didn't remember wrongly, this was likely a projection of the spirit world. Before the calamity, before the Creator abandoned this land, it was very easy to observe and even enter the spirit world. Now, it only existed in the City of Silver's teaching materials and all sorts of information. No one could touch the spirit world. At this moment, an illusory creaking sound suddenly sounded. In the ancient palace that overlooked the grey fog and the spirit world, a door seemed to open. Right on the heels of that, Colin saw the unformed charms in front of the candle flame glow with a blurry grey luster. Their patterns were lit up one after another, intertwining together. They suddenly burst out with a blinding and rich brilliance, wrapping the pure silver sheet and the ring-shaped worm together. The dark world on the altar instantly distorted. Everything quickly returned to normal, but there were 2 strange charms made of black crystal on the altar. It was as though a pair of eyes of an existence was silently watching the world. Demon hunter Colin was taken aback. He retracted his gaze and lowered his head. "Thank you for your bestowment. I praise your existence." Without any delay, he immediately ended the ritual and removed the seal. After doing all of this, the chief of the City of Silver's 6-member council returned to the desk and picked up the 2 charms made from the remains of Amon's avatar. Up to this moment, the scene he had just seen was still lingering in his mind. According to his knowledge of mysticism, the 7 lights mentioned in some ancient books were at the top of the spirit world. They were believed to be close to the level of deities, but none of the information recorded what was above the 7 lights. What did the grey fog symbolize? What did the ancient palace surrounded by the grey fog that overlooked the entire spirit world represent? And throughout the ritual, Colin Iliad felt that the fool he was praying to was deep, mysterious, and lofty. He wasn't like certain evil beings who liked to flaunt their strength and couldn't wait to show something. Such a performance was described in the records of the City of Silver. It belonged to the Creator. Looking at the charm in his hand and checking his condition, the white-haired demon hunter Colin suddenly closed his eyes. This was because figures flashed through his mind for some baffling reason. They were his father, mother, brother, sister, eldest son, youngest son, daughter, and eldest grandson, who had been personally ended by him. The somewhat old chief fell silent for a long time before he suddenly sighed softly. It's been 2,583 years. After 2,583 years, the City of Silver finally received a normal response. In the library in the steeple, Derek found a notebook he hadn't read before in the ancient mythology section that he often read. The cover of the notebook was made of the leather of a certain monster. There were obvious patterns on it, and the paper inside was old and yellow. It recorded the experiences of the original owner when he encountered different monsters. Most of these monsters could be found in the City of Silver's textbooks. Even their characteristics were the same. However, there were many battle reflections and experiences in the notebook. It interested Derek and made him very serious. As he flipped through it, he suddenly noticed a monster named Shapeshifter. This monster didn't have the intelligence to communicate, but it was good at setting up traps and dealing with targets. It could also disguise itself as someone else and use all kinds of seemingly unbelievable methods to complete the hunt. The owner of the notebook's evaluation of this was that it was strange and dangerous. This is very similar to Mr. World's guess about the characteristics of the Bizarrobane. Could it be that the shapeshifter is a Bizarrobane? Derek was delighted as he quickly browsed through it. He discovered that this monster lived in the ruins of a city that was further north. As the monsters in the darkness in that area were powerful and terrifying, even the 6-member council was unable to deal with some of them. Therefore, after the first 2 attempts, the City of Silver's exploration of the vicinity had been temporarily halted. It hadn't been resumed until now. Due to such reasons, the City of Silver's textbooks didn't mention the special monsters there. After reading these records, Derek subconsciously flipped to the last page of the notebook. He wanted to know who had personally experienced the 2 dangerous explorations. Amidst the crashing sounds, he saw a name: Colin Iliad. Desi County, Eskelson Harbor. When Klein returned to the real world, he rubbed his temples and went straight to his bed before suddenly collapsing. In order to give the City of Silver's chief a better impression of the fool and generate more trust in him, he had taken the initiative to add special effects when he responded. He had forcefully displayed the mysterious space above the gray fog that only appeared in the secret deed ritual and the sacrificial and bestowment ritual. This drained quite a bit of his spirituality, making him feel even more exhausted and sleepy. I'll find food for creeping hunger after I wake up. Now, I'll let it have a good rest above the gray fog. Klein thought in a daze and quickly fell asleep. He slept from morning to afternoon until he was woken up by his stomach's rumbling. P.S. From today onwards, there will only be one update on weekends. Desi's pies have more ingredients than Bakelin's, but they like to add some locally produced spices. The first few bites will feel a little strange, but once you get used to it, it'll have a unique flavor. Klein sat in his hotel room, occasionally taking a bite of the oily pies and drinking some refreshing sweet iced tea. He was having a rather pleasant time. After he had his fill, he didn't immediately pack up. Instead, he picked up his top hat on the chair beside him and wore it on his head. At the same time, his left glove suddenly turned transparent as his entire body rapidly faded away and vanished. Klein entered the spirit world to travel to the Berserk Sea's Bodo Harbor in search of food for creeping hunger. The Eskelson Harbor he was in was indeed part of Desi Bay, but it wasn't any random point along the coastline. This was because it was an island, the southernmost island of Desi Bay. Crossing it meant entering the Berserk Sea. Therefore, just as Klein headed towards the predetermined coordinates for a second, an abnormality appeared in front of him. The nearby airflow of the spirit world took form, swirling into a wind as it held and enveloped a vast region with no end in sight. The light inside was dark and gloomy, with dark clouds gathering. Lightning streaked across one after another, illuminating the surroundings like it was the end of the world. At that moment, Klein felt as though he had arrived at an ocean ruled by a never-ending storm. However, he knew very well that this was the spirit world. Indeed, it's just as mentioned in many mysticism books. The mighty power of Death's death not only changed the climate and environment of the ocean between the northern and southern continents, making it filled with natural disasters and dangerous currents, making it famous for being berserk. Furthermore, it broke the barrier between reality and illusion, corrupting and destroying the corresponding spirit world, causing both sides to influence each other. In the Berserksea region, if a ritual involving the spirit world is held or powers related to the spirit world is used, there's a high chance of an accident happening, resulting in unexpected changes. Klein sighed as he used the scenes he saw with his own eyes to verify the records in the books. From his point of view, if it wasn't so, the countries of the northern continent wouldn't have waited for Roselle the Great to explore a safe sea route before they had the chance to invade the southern continent. After all, to many high-sequence beyonders, they could directly bypass the natural barriers in the ordinary sense. Roselle's safe sea route was not only a geographical one, but also a mystical one. In other words, because the Berserk Ocean and the corresponding Spiriters realm affected each other and overlapped with each other, Klein could directly refer to the local nautical charts and travel through the natural disasters in the Spiriters realm. After recalling what he had read, Klein found the correct location and entered the dark and gloomy spirit world. The sound of howling winds came from all directions. Even though it was just the aftermath, it was enough to make Klein feel a chill that came from the depths of his soul or bone marrow. This made him believe that if he had been active in his spirit body state and hadn't used the Dark Emperor card, Tyrant card, or Aztec's copper whistle to enhance himself, he might have already suffered serious injuries. If he hadn't been on a safe sea route and faced the black storm that was filled with the aura of death, he felt that he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it even if he had a physical body. Compared to the strong winds, the dark lightning was even more dangerous. Just one bolt was enough to make Klein suspect that he wouldn't be able to withstand it. As for the hidden vortexes and wandering creatures, that was another risk. There's no corporeal seawater here. I wonder what's at the end of the vortex. Klein followed the safe sea route and traveled at a moderate pace. From time to time, he would observe his surroundings to accumulate his knowledge. Suddenly, he saw a strange creature. It dragged a huge scythe and was located in the black storm. It was formed from one skull after another, bloated and massive. The skulls were either grayish-white or grayish-black in size, and they were of different races. They were stacked on top of each other, forming a body, limbs, and head. Almost at the same time that Klein saw the strange creature, it also noticed Klein. All the skulls turned at the same time, and with a cracking sound that couldn't be concealed by the howling, they looked over. The deep eye sockets were one after another, and there were countless of them. Klein's forehead twitched. Using his traveling ability, he directly passed through the area and entered the next safe sea route. Under the illusory sea surface nearby, bloody arms stretched out one after another. Illusory greenish-black tentacles danced in the air. Outside the city of Silver, a black mausoleum was embedded into the ground, like an upside-down pyramid. At that moment, dense black plants grew out from all the cracks in the mausoleum's bricks. Even the heavy door at the entrance had been corroded. Colin Iliad carried his 2 swords on his back and stood outside the door with the other 2 elders of the 6-member council. They were observing the tunnel that went diagonally deep underground. Lovia, whose silver-gray hair was curled over her shoulders, quietly observed for a while. It should be fine. Compared to the past when he would switch between different mental states without any pattern, this shepherd elder was now deep and calm. There was nothing abnormal about him. His pair of light gray eyes were reserved and deep. Colin nodded slightly and took out a bottle of medicine from the 2 compartments on his belt. He unscrewed the cap and gulped it down. His light blue eyes quickly lit up. On his wrinkle-free skin, blood vessels protruded and were dyed silver-white. Right on the heels of that, the chief pulled out a straight sword and evenly smeared the silver-gray ointment on the surface. While he was preparing step by step, another elder of the 6-member council, Waite Chermont, was also doing something similar. This burly man, who was nearly 2.5 meters tall and had a dark blue symbol tattooed on his head, didn't look more than 45 years old, but he was actually almost 80 years old. He was also a Sequence 4 demon hunter, a demigod existence, one of the main pillars of the City of Silver. In the City of Silver, as there wasn't a lack of main ingredients, and the residents knew the acting method and had sufficient combat experience, it was relatively easy for low and mid-sequence beyonders to advance. There were many beyonders at Sequence 6, but from Sequence 5 onwards, due to various problems with rituals and other aspects, the number of beyonders began to plummet. At Sequence 4, which had undergone a qualitative change, there might not even be one in a generation. Wade Termont didn't use the dual swords commonly used by orthodox demon hunters, so that the different ointments could be used at the same time to deal with more complicated situations. He held an iron-gray hammer and carried a huge bow on his back that appeared massive despite his height. He looked like a miniature giant that had walked out of an oil painting. The huge bow was a mystical item. Its side effects weren't too great, and it was recorded in the history books of the City of Silver. It had gotten its name because it had killed a demigod-level dragon. It was called Dragon-Slaying Bow. After finishing his preparations, Wade placed the iron-gray hammer in front of him with a bang. Then, he took out the huge bow and slowly pulled it back. Sizzling bolts of lightning suddenly appeared and condensed, becoming longer and longer, forming a blinding and magnificent arrow between the back of the bow and the bowstring. Just as Wade's fingers loosened their grip on the bowstring, the lightning arrow directly leaped onto the mausoleum's door that was covered in weeds that resembled human hair. Without a sound, the heavy door seemed to have been corroded a long time ago. It suddenly broke into pieces in the explosion of electricity, shattering into pieces and revealing a deep passageway. The passageway flickered with pale lights, and there was no end to it at a glance. It gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. Two complex dark green symbols appeared in Colin's eyes, reflecting the scene at the entrance to the mausoleum. A few seconds later, he raised his sword diagonally and walked into the mausoleum. Wade carried the dragon-slaying bow on his back, pulled out his iron-gray hammer, and followed closely behind. The purple-robed Lovia's expression didn't change. Empty-handed, she passed through the broken door at an unhurried pace. As they walked down the passageway and stairs, the 3 members of the 6-member council didn't show any signs of impatience or unease in the completely silent environment. They allowed the sound of their footsteps to echo around them. After walking down another floor, a river suddenly appeared in front of them. It was an illusory and dark river. Beneath the surface of the river, blood-colored arms that had their skin peeled off, green vines that had a baby's face, and slippery tentacles with eyes were densely packed together as they constantly leaped up in an attempt to grab at everything that passed by. At the edge of the river's entrance, there were figures of varying heights dressed in old clothes. They had their backs to the 3 elders as they paced back and forth, as though they were vexed over how to cross the river. Suddenly, one of them sensed someone approaching and slowly turned to look at Colin, Wade, and Lovia. It was an old man. His hair was completely white, and there were deep wrinkles on his forehead and mouth. His eyes were light blue but empty, and his expression was numb and blank. Colin Iliad's pupils constricted as he recognized the other party. This was his brother, a brother who had been possessed by Amon, a brother whose life had been ended by his own hands. At that moment, the other figures turned around, revealing faces that Colin, Wade, and Lovia were very familiar with but abnormally numb. Lovia's expression remained unchanged, but behind her, an illusory knight that was more than 5 meters tall had appeared at some point in time. The knight wore ancient silver full-body armor, and his eyes were dark red like blood and burning like fire. After carefully traversing the safe sea route for about 10 seconds, Klein arrived at the Berserk Sea's Bodo harbor. This place deviated from the main sea route and didn't belong to any country. It was a free city for pirates. After stepping on the rock surface, Klein, who had casually created a stranger's face, wasn't in a hurry to enter the chaotic port city. He reached into his pocket and took out an iron cigar case. While traversing the spirit world's Berserk Sea, he had sensed that Aztec's copper whistle was trembling slightly. After dispelling the wall of spirituality, Klein opened the cigar case and pinched the ancient and exquisite copper whistle. The copper whistle had lost its usual coldness and gentleness. It felt a little hot, but this abnormality was quickly fading. The anomaly in the Berserk Sea that corresponds to the spirit world is caused by Death's death. Legend has it that this deity's corpse and items are hidden somewhere in these waters, waiting for someone with a specific key to open it. This copper whistle originated from Mr. Aztec, and Mr. Aztec is confirmed to be a direct descendant of Death. Furthermore, he's 1 or 2 generations ahead of him. Therefore, this copper whistle sensed something, or was it affected by something? Information quickly flashed through Klein's mind as he pieced them together and obtained a preliminary guess. He planned on finding an inn in Bodo Harbor and getting a room. He would head above the gray fog and use dream divination to see if he could obtain any revelations. Then, he would consider the time and method of returning to Eskelson Harbor, so as to prevent any accidents from happening that could have been avoided. Before that, he had to find food for creeping hunger. Walking down the cliff by the sea, Klein entered Bodo Harbor. The buildings here seemed to be built wherever one wanted. There was almost no planning. As a result, some roads were very wide, while others were so narrow that only one person could pass through. Some raised their heads and couldn't see the sky, only seeing large patches of clothes waiting to be dried. With his new face, Klein strolled through such an environment. He walked among many passers-by dressed as pirates, and he habitually sought out places like taverns to hunt for prey. At this moment, he saw quite a number of people gathered around a notice board in a small square in front of him. What's going on? Klein approached curiously. Relying on his clown's balance and agility, he passed through the gaps in the crowd and barely managed to squeeze his way to a spot where he could see the notice board. On the notice board, there was a piece of paper that was very domineering. It covered everything else, making it obvious at a glance. Its header wrote, "The Black Emperor is recruiting crew." Black Emperor? Isn't that the ship of King of the Five Seas Nast that can traverse the spirit world? This pirate king in a sense of the word is actually openly recruiting crew? Klein deliberately muttered in surprise, "That's right. How is that possible? Why is it impossible?" Beside him, a brawny man with his sleeves rolled up immediately laughed. It was impossible in the past, but it's possible now. Why? Klein was waiting for someone to talk to him, so he immediately turned his head and asked. The strong man's arms, and cheeks were covered with dark green tattoos. He looked very ferocious. He pointed to the main channel and said, "A week ago, the Black Emperor encountered the ironclad, the Pritz, that Rouen had been promoting so much. A naval battle broke out, and many of the Black Emperor's crew died. It's an urgent need of manpower." Huh? Klein's first reaction was that this wasn't mysticism. According to the contents of the newspapers and the various rumors he had heard at sea, he knew that the Pritz was a giant cannon in the normal sense of the word. It didn't contain any beyonder elements. Perhaps in terms of physical destruction, it was stronger than the Black Emperor, but the latter could use the spirit world to jump, just like a large traveler. It wasn't something conventional firearms could damage. Furthermore, King of the Five Seas Nast was likely a Sequence 3 demigod of the Black Emperor pathway. He was the most famous powerhouse at sea, and he could directly distort the trajectory of cannonballs. When he encountered fleets that weren't at the level of mysticism, he was nearly invincible. From Klein's point of view, the two of them were not enemies on the same level, but the final result was not what he had imagined. He didn't hide his surprise and blurted out, "What about the Pritz?" The ferocious-looking man shook his head and replied, "I'm not too sure, but I heard that they didn't suffer much damage. Only 2 frigates sank." This? Klein was stunned at first, but he soon understood what had happened. He recalled the situation back when he stole the Tutan's II mummy. The military's demigod had used the law of mystical weakening and reality enhancement. Once it came into effect, the Black Emperor, which was only a special and unconventional sailing battleship, would definitely be unable to do anything to an ironclad warship. It wouldn't be able to withstand the attack, nor would it be able to outrun it. From another perspective, it also meant that the Pritz had a demigod from the military. Otherwise, such a law wouldn't have come into effect. To be able to let the Black Emperor escape under such circumstances, King of the Five Seas Nast's strength can be said to be very, very powerful. Beneath angels, he's definitely one of the top. From the looks of it, it's because of the existence of the Arbiter pathway that the development of this world's military is so similar to Earth's. It's not to the extent that we can't deal with higher-order mystics. Klein nodded in enlightenment and didn't ask further. As for beyonders below Sequence 4, in large-scale battles, apart from a small number of occupations that could take on the role of powerful damage output and provide effective defense, the rest had to avoid frontal clashes. They were similar to a beheading squad, or they could only provide support. For example, a marionettist. If he had a full complement of puppets, a mid-sequence beyonder wouldn't be afraid of anyone in a one-on-one battle. But once he was on the battlefield, he would be blanketed by cannonballs and machine gun fire. The problem of his body being weak would be exposed. Even with paper figurine substitutes, he wouldn't be able to escape the range of fire most of the time. he would have no choice but to suffer secondary damage. Under such circumstances, it might be too late to use paper figurines again. In such a heated battle, the most useful mid-sequence Beyonders should be Wraith. They're basically unafraid of gunfire and bullets, and they won't be discovered by the enemy. Furthermore, they can use Sharp Shriek to directly affect a large number of targets. As Klein's thoughts wandered, the burly man who had just spoken took the initiative to speak. You also wish to join the Black Emperor? I'm still hesitating, Klein replied casually. The brawny man, whose arms were covered in dark green tattoos, said excitedly, in any case, I'm going to give it a try. There are no more than 10 people here who can fight better than me. I also have rich experience as a pirate. They will definitely take a liking to me. However, I won't be staying on the Black Emperor for too long. There are too many meaningless rules. Things like robbing and not killing those who don't resist. Things like unless the other party agrees to a transaction, I can't drag any woman I like to the side. Listen. Does that still look like a pirate? Although the King of the Five Seas was one of the 4 kings and was recognized as the Pirate King, the rules he set were simply, dogsh*t. I'm already used to the life of a real pirate. I like it very much. I won't change it. I only wish to join the crew of the Black Emperor after hearing that they might obtain Beyonder powers. When the time comes, I'll leave and form my own pirate crew. As the brute was talking, he suddenly noticed that the expression on the stranger's face had become a little strange. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Why are you looking at me like that?" A sword that shimmered with a silver-gray sheen suddenly fell, nailing a figure with a numb expression to the ground. The figure contorted and squirmed. Amidst the flowing silver light, it gradually dissipated into an incorporeal spot of light. Colin Iliad retracted his sword, straightened his body, and sized up his surroundings. He saw that Waite and Lovia, the 2 elders of the 6-member council, had finished off their respective targets and cleared a clean area by the river. At this moment, on the illusory Black River, a gloomy boat sailed over and silently docked by the riverbank. Upon seeing this scene, Colin slowly exhaled and muttered to himself with a calm expression, Ferryman. He had worked with the former chief in the mausoleum for a long period of time, and they were rather familiar with each other. He knew that the other party had been troubled by the lack of the Giant Pathways Sequence 3 Silver Night Potion formula, making it impossible for anyone to advance at the demigod level. He had plans to switch to a sequence that was close to the sequence. And this plan had seen the light of success during an exploration. This was because they had found the Phoenix Pathways Sequence 3 potion formula. The ferryman, from then on, the former chief began building the mausoleum and eventually, he moved in and sealed the entrance. After quietly observing for a while with dark green symbols in his eyes, Colin Iliad slowly said, "Let's go by boat." "Let's go by boat." Waite and Lovia didn't express any objections. They fully trusted the chief's judgment and followed closely behind him, boarding the gloomy and strange boat. During this process, the 3 of them didn't hesitate at all. They didn't look around, nor did they stop. It was as though they weren't exploring, but a visit with a definite destination. The boat slowly started moving as it sailed across the illusory pitch-black water, leaving behind a long trail. Those bloody arms and slippery tentacles frantically grabbed upwards and slapped the ship's body, but they didn't leave any marks, and they didn't affect the ship in the slightest. In about 10 seconds, the 3 elders of the 6-member council arrived on the other side of the illusory river. There was an altar here, and on it was a heavy iron-black coffin. Colin Iliad immediately jumped off the boat and drew his other straight sword. Compared to before, he was now more cautious and attentive. Right on the heels of that, Waite held his iron-gray hammer and landed heavily on the bank, causing the surrounding ground to tremble. He looked at the huge coffin that was surrounded by monster skulls, took 2 steps forward, held the hammer in front of him, and took down the dragon-slaying bow from his back. At this moment, Waite suddenly felt an itch on the back of his hand. He subconsciously looked down and saw white hairs stained with yellow oil growing out of the pores on his skin, growing larger and larger. In Pato Harbor, Klein fed creeping hunger, found a messy inn, and got a room that could barely be considered clean. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. Sitting in the fool's seat, Klein first took out the projection of Aztec's copper whistle. Then, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the corresponding divination statement, the reason for the copper whistle's abnormality today. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday this time, Klein didn't directly bring the Aztec copper whistle above the gray fog. Instead, he planned on doing the divination of the mutated sun's sacred emblem in the beginning by conjuring it through the projection of the item. Although this would reduce the accuracy to a certain extent, and it might even result in the divination not receiving any effective revelations, with the gray fog between them, the intactness of the item could be guaranteed to the greatest extent. He still remembered that back when he used the black ear that originated from the listener to divine the source, the sealed artifact had suffered a counterattack from the true creator. It had directly disintegrated and reassembled into a charm. Therefore, when he suspected that the results of the divination might point to Death's corpse or other remains, pointing to the godhood power of a fallen Sequence Zero that had long changed the Berserk Sea's environment, Klein decided to leave the Aztec copper whistle in the real world. He could use the projection to divine it to prevent the possibility of this important item being damaged. After all, Death and the true creator were on the same level. As for why Klein dared to directly use Rozelle's travels to divine the source, it was because the ancient god, the dragon of imagination, had died a long time ago. The corresponding characteristics had most likely been inherited by others, and it had changed hands many times. Furthermore, the book itself was extremely sturdy. Even the full-powered attack of the sea god scepter couldn't damage it at all. By the same logic, Mr. Dorr might only be at the level of a king of angels, and he was in an exiled and isolated state. He could barely transmit his ravings in, and it was almost impossible to cause any actual damage. If I'm injured or corrupted, I can still use the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog to rapidly recover without leaving any latent problems. If the Aztec copper whistle is damaged, it'll really be damaged. I won't be able to contact Mr. Aztec again, and I won't be able to use it to attract undead creatures. I won't even be able to carry it around with me. Klein calmly and skillfully held the copper whistle projection and the piece of paper with the divination statement. He leaned back in his chair, half closed his eyes, and chanted softly in a cogitation state, the reason for the copper whistle's abnormality today. After repeating it 7 times, Klein fell into a deep sleep and entered a dream. After an unknown period of time, he saw a dark and gloomy mausoleum. He saw a dark-colored staircase that extended all the way down and saw coffins placed around it. The coffins were all open, and inside lay the dead one after another. White feathers stained with yellow oil had already grown out of their backs. Even in his dream, Klein felt that this scene was extremely familiar, as if he had seen it before. Just at this moment, he seemed to smell a rotten stench and hear the slow breathing of something. He felt that the darkness in the mausoleum was getting thicker and thicker, giving off an extremely deathly stillness. Suddenly, high and low murmurs sounded at the same time. The corpses lying in the coffins with white feathers on their backs all floated up and looked out of the dream with their half-rotten, half-pale faces. With a thump, Klein lost control of his heart, as if it was being dragged out of his chest by an invisible hand. During this process, his dream disintegrated into pieces and returned to nothingness. The last scene that Klein saw was that the corpses not only had white feathers on their backs, but also on other parts of their bodies. In addition, thin black tubes that were almost illusory pierced into their bodies and extended to the deepest part of the mausoleum, which was filled with a thick, evil, and cold boundless black fog. The black fog slowly contracted and expanded, giving off a wheezing sound. When this scene and movement fell into Klein's eyes and ears, his skin rapidly paled, causing his skin to rot and ooze pus, causing fine white hair stained with yellow oil to grow out of his pores, and causing the projection of Aztec's copper whistle in his palm to explode into a cloud of black fog. In the entire ancient palace, the long mottled table had rotted and collapsed. The 22 high-backed chairs were wrapped in white feathers, as if they had a life of their own. The endless gray fog rolled silently, and the mysterious space above it swayed gently. Everything quickly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Klein, who had collapsed beside the chair, reached out to grab the table's leg, slowly stood up, sat down again, and let out a long sigh of relief. He rubbed his temples and subconsciously made a comparison. Weaker than the true creator and eternal blazing sun, but stronger than Mr. Dorr. However, I'm not sure if it's because the latter was exiled and isolated, resulting in very little power being transmitted in. Why am I thinking about this? Anyway, I can't beat them. It's the same even if I become a demigod. It's a pity that I didn't directly see the thing hidden deep in the black fog. Otherwise, I might have been able to obtain some potion formulas or mysticism knowledge. Klein felt a baffling sense of regret as he cast his gaze to the side of the chair and saw an illusory black fog floating there. This was the remnant of Aztec's copper whistle projection after it was shattered. There's no sense of power, which means that it can't be used as a charm. What's the use of this? With a thought, Klein summoned a spare paper angel from the junk pile and threw it at the illusory black fog. The moment the two came into contact, they immediately fused together. The paper figurine rapidly turned black, appearing deep and serene. White feathers that were stained with yellow oil grew out of its back. This change only lasted for a second before the paper figurine returned to its original state, but it wasn't real enough. It gave off a half-illusory feeling. Apart from that, there were feather-like patterns that covered the back of the paper figurine. What can this be used for? Klein made the mutated paper figurine fall back into his palm. He didn't dare to use divination to confirm the effects, afraid that he would see the scene from his dream again, and that the prepared object deep in the black fog would invade this place. After repeated checks, Klein made a preliminary judgment based on his accumulated mysticism. This doesn't contain any power, but it's very special. Perhaps when used as a paper figurine substitute or paper angel, it can produce some strange effects similar to the undead domain. This is just like my adventurer's harmonica. Although it doesn't contain any power, it can summon a messenger with special power. Klein then put away the mutated paper figurine and began to interpret the scene from his dream. A dark mausoleum, an open coffin, a dead man with feathers growing out of his back, and the black fog that permeates the depths. These revelations seem to point to death, or an important item left behind by death. Or could it be a product of the Charismatic Order's artificial death project? By the way, why did I find it familiar just now? Klein carefully thought about it and quickly came up with an answer. He had seen a similar scene a long time ago in a divination. Back then, the content of his divination was the consequences of hiding the matter regarding Mr. Aztec from the Nighthawks. Back then, he had received two scenes from his dream. One was of him sinking into the sea of blood and being pulled out by Aztec. The other was of the two of them being in the dark and cold mausoleum, as though they were searching for something. Klein had once interpreted it. He believed that the first scene represented him being in danger and being rescued by Mr. Aztec. The second scene indicated that the two of them were exploring a mausoleum or a place that was symbolic of a mausoleum. The former had already been verified when the meteorite fell from the sky in Bakeland, and he finally had clues to the latter today. Could it be that Mr. Aztec and I are going to explore the mausoleum that I just saw? But this mausoleum is very dangerous. The item hidden in the deepest depths of the black fog is of a very high level. It's only slightly inferior to a true god, and it's filled with malice. Klein frowned, believing that a joint exploration might not be a good thing. This made him feel the need to stop Mr. Aztec, but he also suspected that he couldn't directly violate the divination scenes he had already seen. Otherwise, he would end up with a worse ending in a dramatic fate. At least during the first divination, there was only the scene of exploration and no danger. Perhaps there's a way to circumvent it indirectly. This might be the reason why seers are always vague. Sometimes, explaining things too clearly will have the opposite effect. Klein decided to vaguely mention his dream to Mr. Aztec when he met him in the future. He didn't interpret it in any way and wanted to see what his thoughts were. After confirming his train of thought, Klein leaned back in his chair and looked at the dome of the majestic palace as it disappeared above the gray fog. Light, fragmentary light, pure and clear light of dawn, shot out from the body of the elder of the six-member council, another demon hunter, Waite Chermont. It evaporated the white hair that grew out of his pores and suppressed the subsequent squirming of his flesh. His arm muscles bulged as he pulled back the bowstring of the dragon's slaying bow, allowing the silver-white lightning and the light of dawn to interweave into a resplendent arrow. The arrow flew out and instantly reached the altar that was piled with monster skulls, hitting the heavy iron-black coffin. Without a sound, the arrow of light dimmed and disappeared without producing any effects. No, the area around the altar turned darker and more deathly silent. Inside the iron-black coffin, a voice with the sound of bones rubbing against each other sounded, "Why? Why did you disturb my slumber?" Upon hearing these words, Waite's heart sank a little. This was because the malicious intent wasn't concealed. This meant that the former chief might have already become a monster. The City of Silver's search for a way out had failed once again. With a bang, the coffin's lid flew up and shattered into pieces. Large swaths of black fog emanated out from below in an endless stream. Amidst this scene, Wade saw a figure slowly stand up from the coffin. He was nearly 4 meters tall, with long limbs. His body was covered in white feathers that were stained with pale yellow oil. Behind him, there seemed to be an illusory black tube that connected to infinity. Behind the 3 elders of the 6-member council, the pitch-black river surged with huge waves as all sorts of arms, tentacles, and vines surged out. At this moment, Wade saw the chief's body rapidly change. He saw the clothes he wore being torn apart inch by his bulging muscles. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday in the blink of an eye, Colin Iliad had transformed into a 4-meter-tall giant. His body was covered in bluish-black knots. Every inch of his skin, every pore, and every piece of flesh seemed to violate the normal senses of humans. They were formed in a special form, containing an unimaginable impact. This was no longer something that could be described in a flat or 3-dimensional form. It was as if, in addition to length, width, and height, there was information, strength, spirituality, and other measurements. They were directly presented, seemingly condensed into mysterious and complicated patterns, symbols, and labels, but in fact, there were no changes. The former was only a partial impression that humans obtained due to their lacking senses. But even so, when facing such creatures, humans without godhood would still have their spirituality corrupted, their minds destroyed, and their brains impacted. It wasn't rare for them to die on the spot or go completely mad. It was precisely because of this that such creatures were known in mysticism as mythical creatures. However, at that moment, Colin Iliad's head didn't have any obvious changes. It had only swelled up significantly, and a black slit that resembled a vertical eye had appeared in the area from his forehead to his nose. Without reaching sequence 2, a demigod's mythical creature form was incomplete, and for a powerhouse at this level, the benefits and drawbacks of appearing in such a form were very obvious. On the one hand, it could greatly increase one's strength and level, and on the other hand, it would come with a strong inclination towards madness and losing control. It was quite a test of one's rationality, and it was difficult for those without extremely firm willpower to control it. Therefore, most saints would only consider completely transforming into an incomplete mythical creature unless they were forced into a corner, and not just transforming a certain part of their body. To them, this was similarly an act of dancing on the edge of a blade. It was very easy for them to lose control, so they had to be careful. Apart from the majority, there were 2 extremes. One was the minority that indulged in their desires, and the other was those with extremely firm willpower and tenacious minds. As long as the former revealed their mythical creature form, it was basically equivalent to losing control and being unable to transform back. The latter could use their mythical creature form as a more conventional combat method, and they weren't afraid of the impact of losing control and madness. Of course, being more conventional was still not conventional. It still meant that it couldn't be done too frequently. This was because to those who lingered at the edge of the abyss, every probe would deepen the corrosion. It wasn't something that could be completely avoided just because they could withstand it. In the City of Silver's 6-member council, Chief Colin Iliad was one of those who could control the mythical creature form of a demon hunter. He held 2 swords smeared with different types of ointment. His right foot only stepped forward, and then his entire body leapt into the air, pouncing towards the top of the altar from midair, pouncing towards the former chief disciple whose body was covered in white feathers. The inside and the surface of his giant-like body burst forth with the light of dawn, dispelling the surrounding darkness and purifying all kinds of horrifying creatures in the illusory river behind him. At the same time, Waite Chermont continuously pulled the dragon-slaying bow, causing dazzling silver lightning arrows to form a turbulent wave that rushed towards the former chief, who had already turned into some unknown monster. Lovia, who was already prepared, closed her eyes. The silver-armored knight behind her, who was more than 5 meters tall, flashed and dragged the illusory greatsword as it slammed into the front of the altar, causing cracks to appear that flowed with silver light. In addition, at the feet of the shepherd elder, the shadow that had shrunk into a ball suddenly squirmed, as though it had come to life. It quickly left Lovia, and in the environment of darkness and dawn, It followed the eerie area and quickly rushed towards the iron-black coffin at the top of the altar. However, its target didn't seem to be the mutated former chief. Instead, it was the illusory black tube that was embedded in his body and extended into infinity. Just as Klein returned to the real world, he heard the sound of the waves outside become extremely turbulent. He heard the street girls' terrified screams, one after another, without any signs of it calming down. Slightly stunned, he walked to the window of the room. Through the gap between two messily built houses, he saw that outside Pato Harbor, there were layers of leaden clouds, waves like peaks, and a black storm extended from the sea all the way to the sky, tainted with gloomy silver lightning that tore everything apart without a sound. It was like the door to Armageddon had finally been opened. And in the harbor city, the void turned translucent. Skeletons with open mouths, vines with protruding baby faces, bloody arms, and strangely shaped, slippery tentacles with teeth slapped the gap between illusion and reality from the other side. They were agitated and ferocious. This frightened many pirates so much that their legs went limp. They didn't dare stay on the streets as they rushed into the nearest house. The nearly invisible wraiths and shadows flew back and forth, flashing from time to time as they approached the ears of different targets. They wanted to scream, but they were unable to make contact. At that moment, Pato Harbor seemed to have fallen into the underworld, also known as Hell. It was gloomy, dark, chaotic, and crazy. Klein frowned slightly as he vaguely understood what had happened. His divination above the gray fog had infuriated the entity deep in the cold mausoleum. It vented its emotions, changing the weather of the Berserk Sea and Pato Harbor, creating signs that the underworld was about to descend. In other words, the mausoleum is indeed in a hidden place in the Berserk Sea. It's most likely left behind by death. Of course, this doesn't necessarily contradict the Charismatic Order's artificial death project. The two might have fused together. Klein retracted his gaze and quickly set up a ritual. He sacrificed Aztec's copper whistle above the gray fog to prevent it from being targeted by the unknown and strange evil entity. After doing all of this, he looked out the window at the gradually calming phenomenon and laughed self-deprecatingly. Such a welcoming ceremony can be said to be very warm. Charismatic Order will definitely notice the abnormal changes in the Berserk Sea. I wonder what action they will take. Above the illusory, pitch-black river, the waves slowly calmed down. The arms, vines, and tentacles that attempted to grab outwards had either evaporated completely or had no choice but to shrink back. Around the altar, the ground had already dried up and cracked. There were white feathers stained with yellow oil everywhere. The gigantified Colin Iliad had already stabbed the two swords in his hands into the former chief's body, nailing the rotting monster that wasn't shorter than him to the collapsed altar. The dragon-slaying bow in Wait Chermont's hand condensed a silver-white arrow filled with a violent aura as he aimed at the former chief's head, which only had a small amount of flesh hanging off it. The shadow that Lovia had separated successfully arrived at the altar under the cover of the silver-armored knight. While the other two elders weren't paying attention, it suddenly leaped up and pounced at the illusory black pipe that extended into infinity from the former chief's body. As the illusory thin pipe approached, the color of the shadow suddenly darkened. It was pitch black like the most depraved and evil thoughts in a human's heart. At that moment, a deep voice echoed around the altar. Fate. The shadow's vision immediately darkened as it realized that it had pounced onto the gigantified Colin Iliad. Colin looked down at it, his eyes suddenly lit up with a pure and clear light. This was like the first ray of light that illuminated the darkness in a long night. The light became brighter and brighter as it rushed out of the mausoleum, causing the bottom of the spire to emit an even more brilliant and blazing glow. The two converged in midair before turning around and landing on Colin Iliad's massive body. It made the pitch-black shadow evaporate as it twisted and squirmed, becoming fainter and fainter until it completely disappeared. Demon Hunter Colin turned his head to glance at Lovia. He didn't say a word, nor did he show any expression, as though nothing had happened. He quickly retracted his gaze and directed the remaining light into the two swords that had pierced into the former chief's body. Lovia stood there with her eyes closed the entire time. She didn't panic or feel any fear. Instead, she slowly sighed. City of Generosity, Byam. Alger Wilson circled around a few times to shake off his imaginary stalkers and watchers before coming to the artisan's house and pulling the doorbell. Back when he first heard that the artisan had fallen ill for some baffling reason and that there were strange snoopers around, Alger's first suspicion was the demonist sect. But on careful thought, he felt that with the artisan's preferences, there was no way he could resist the allure of beauty. There was no need for the demonesses to make things so complicated. All they had to do was curl their fingers and display their charm to make the other party confess and agree to anything. Therefore, Alger believed that there was another reason for the matter. He needed to personally take a look to prevent the delivery of the mystical item from being delayed again, or to prevent the characteristic and materials from being lost for no apparent reason. Amidst the tinkling sounds, the door to the artisan's house opened. A thin middle-aged man with tanned skin glanced at Alger. "Why are you here?" This person was artisan Charv, who had been working with Alger for several years. His exact origins were unknown. "Didn't you write that you were sick?" Alger asked casually. Charv yawned. "It's done." Alger was taken aback. He looked around and said, "What about those strange snoopers?" Charv's eye bags were a little swollen, and his brown eyes showed signs of fatigue and impatience. "Who knows? Anyway, he didn't appear again. Anyway, I'll be moving soon. It's not too safe here." Alger heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Aren't you going to invite me in for a drink? A guy like you who only cares about strength has no way of appreciating good wine." Charv scratched his flaxen hair and stepped aside. Alger calmly walked in. With just a lift of his eyes, he saw most of the scene. Charv's mansion was not as messy and dirty as most bachelors'. Everything was neatly arranged, and there was no dust on the windowsill. After all, as an artisan, he was not short of money. It was just that many of his actions needed to be kept secret, and it was not convenient for him to hire a large number of fixed servants. He had to hire people to help him by the hour. With a glance, Alger found that this place was no different from the last time he was here. The furnishings were extremely simple. There were no expensive ornaments, paintings, or sculptures. It was like a place where ordinary people lived. Of course, Alger knew very well that Charv could be called a rich man, but he did not care about the so-called dignity. He could spend hundreds of pounds on a limited bottle of famous wine, and he could give away a house to keep a mistress, but he would not waste a penny on expensive carpets, bone china tea sets, gold-inlaid cups and plates, or paintings by famous artists. A cup of Sonia blood wine. Alger's expression did not change, but he used his words and body movements to show that he was only here to get a free drink. Charv shrugged his shoulders. "You should be glad that I don't have the habit of keeping Lancy." He walked to the small bar in the living room, took out an exquisite bottle of Sonia blood wine, and flipped open 2 glasses. Alger, who found a sofa to sit down, took the opportunity to raise his hand and pinch the back of his neck, seemingly to relieve the discomfort of his cervical spine. Using this movement as a cover, he naturally looked left and right, quickly examining the places he couldn't see before. Because Charv was too lazy to decorate, Alger quickly completed his experiment. His eyes lingered on the glass window of the cabinet in the distance for a second. Through the glass, he saw some dried grass and flowers. There were red-edged flowers, blood moon grass, and monkey-face tree leaves. The common point was that they were all plants that were commonly seen in the southern continent and not found in the northern continent. Alger retracted his gaze and calmly watched as Charv walked over with a wine bottle and a wine glass. Reaching out to catch it, he chatted with the other party about various matters at sea until the small bottle of Sonia blood wine was emptied. Upon seeing this, Alger bade farewell with a smile and left. 5 minutes after he left, Charv, who was sitting quietly and feeling slightly tipsy, suddenly stood up, walked to the staircase, and opened the wooden door leading to the basement. Did he suspect anything? No. No matter what, this place is no longer suitable for you to live in. Move to our place as soon as possible. I still have some commissions to complete. There's no need to complete it. You won't be contacting them anymore. You've been reborn. All right. 2 houses away, Alger sat on a bench in the garden of someone's house. He pinched his earlobe with his right hand and listened to the words carried by the wind. West Balham, Baron's Harbor, outside an ordinary-looking house. Is it really because you don't have a good relationship with the Church of Knowledge that you instigated me to ask for the language proficiency charm? Donnas asked as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Anderson laughed in a self-deprecating and nonchalant manner. You can't use bad to describe it, that's hostility? Donnas interrupted. Anderson glanced at him and said, the negative effects of your glove might not be as easy to bear as you think. He paused for a moment and added with a chuckle. A more accurate description is that be it me or the people from the Church of Knowledge, none of us are happy to interact with each other. Donnas held the glove with his other hand and said with some difficulty, but how do I request for the charm? Directly mentioning matters regarding mysticism to the clergymen of the Orthodox churches will result in you being locked up in a sealed land. Donnas was only a little rash at the moment, but he wasn't stupid. Anderson threw up his hands and said, it's very simple. Just mention my name and indicate that you have urgent matters to attend to in West Balam. You don't have the time to learn Bhutanese, nor do you dare hire a local translator. All you can do is seek help from them, hoping to obtain a few language proficiency charms. During this process, you have to show that you know many languages in the northern continent. Let the missionaries know that it's not that you don't have the ability to learn Bhutanese, but that you don't have the time to learn it. Then, they will set up a test for you. When that happens, as long as you obtain a decent score, you can obtain the charm. Test. Upon hearing this familiar word, Donna's forehead twitched involuntarily as he forced a smile. It's because you're afraid of the test that you don't dare to go yourself, right? He had only casually said something to hide his discomfort, but he saw Anderson's expression freeze for a second. From the looks of it, you still have things you're afraid of. Donna secretly chuckled as he was suddenly filled with confidence. He strode into the ordinary building and realized that it was more like a collection of classrooms than the Church of Knowledge's proselytizing grounds in West Balam. Then, he saw a white-haired elder. Although this gentleman wasn't wearing the clergyman's attire of the Church of Knowledge, his unique scholarly bearing made Donnas believe that he was at least a bishop. He had experienced a similar feeling from his captain. Hello. Without a shadow cloak, Donnas, who was dressed like an ordinary person, forced a smile as he walked over. The elder silently watched him approach and slowly said, hello. Donnas. Donnas paused and froze on the spot. His mind was filled with he knows me, how does he know me, could it be that my arrest warrant isn't only circulated on the sea? The old man glanced at him and asked, what is it? You're here for the language proficiency charm? Yes. Donnas nodded blankly. He suddenly had a feeling that he had no secrets in front of the other party. The scholarly old man nodded slightly. Are you going to a place ruled by Cathami and May Sanchez? Yes. Donnas was still in a daze. The scholarly old man took out 4 brass talismans from his pocket and said, that's right. I can use it for 2 months. It should be enough. Donnas took it blankly. After a few seconds, he asked, that's it? So simple, didn't he still have to take the exam? You don't want it? The scholarly old man smiled. No, it's not. Donnas shook his head violently. Before his brain could react, he had already asked, how do you know me? How did you know that I wanted a language proficiency charm? There was a hint of pity in the scholarly old man's eyes as he said slowly, I'm afraid that you won't be able to escape. Your captain contacted me. She said that when you got off the boat, you didn't stop no matter how she shouted. You just charged into the dock. Actually, she had already prepared a language proficiency charm for you. As he spoke, the old man shook his head. His gaze was rather complicated, as if he was looking at a very careless student in his class. I should have known. Captain is such a meticulous person. There's no way he didn't consider the language barrier. Donnas wanted to slap himself. When the old man saw the change in Donna's expression, he shook his head and asked, you didn't come here to ask for help yourself, did you? I was planning to use divination to find you. Ah, yes, it was Anderson Hood who suggested it, Donnas immediately replied. The scholarly old man was taken aback for a second before his expression sank. At that moment, Anderson was sitting in the shade outside the house. He had snapped a tree branch and was casually drawing a pattern on the bare patch of grass, leisurely waiting for Donnas to come out. He didn't have any doubts as to whether this unqualified hunter could obtain a language proficiency charm. This was because as long as Donna's mentioned Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, everything that followed would become simple. The only difference was how many rounds of tests he had to take. Just as he finished drawing King of the North Ulysson's head, familiar footsteps sounded from inside to outside, approaching from afar. Anderson's hand that held the tree branch froze for a second. He looked up and turned towards the door. He saw Donna's holding a thick stack of paper as he walked over with a complicated expression. "You failed the test?" Anderson revealed a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. He wasn't worried at all if he didn't obtain a language proficiency charm. Donna shook his head in a daze. "I didn't take the test." Anderson was first taken aback before he asked in enlightenment, "Did you provide help to Captain?" Donna's tersely acknowledged as he handed the stack of paper to Anderson and said, "The bishop inside wants me to tell you that a true hunter doesn't just rely on instinct. The bishop inside wants me to tell you that a true hunter won't just rely on instinct. They won't just focus on the praise information. They also need to understand their psychology and know a lot of additional knowledge. This is the information he gave you." Anderson's expression turned a little complicated for a moment before he returned to normal. He chuckled. "Thankfully, it's not much." Donna's lips quivered a few times before he finally held back his sudden smile. He said in all seriousness, "This is only a table of contents. The bishop said that you should try to finish reading all the books with the names mentioned on it within 2 years." Anderson's smile finally froze on his face. Desi Bay, Eskilson Harbor. Klein was like an ordinary tourist heading for the southern continent. He bought a ticket to East Balham and boarded the liner that was a mix of steam and sails and had many cannons. With a whirring sound, the ship left the dock and quickly entered the Berserk Sea. On the way, Klein discovered that the Desi fleet of the Kingdom of Rouen had been cruising along a safe sea route, as though they were on guard against something. From the looks of it, the abnormal changes in the Berserk Sea have garnered the attention of the Rouen military. This way, the charismatic order probably won't be able to investigate these waters without any qualms. Of course, a fleet can't monitor all the sea routes here. Klein stood in his cabin and looked out the window as he thought wistfully in enlightenment. At this moment, he heard a series of illusory pleas. He hurriedly went above the gray fog to take a look. This time, the one praying was the hanging man. He had requested Mr. Fool to inform the hermit that the artisan was suspected to be under the control of a cult or secret organization. He hoped to receive some help. End of chapter 927. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.